Chen Changan, you may leave. Leave? Chen Changan gazed at his beautiful master, adorned in a flowing purple gown, exuding an air of nobility and unmatched beauty, his eyes filled with confusion. Master, why is this? Disciple longs to remain by your side. I cannot bear to part from you. Chen Changan lamented. Upon hearing these words, the exquisite visage of his master showed a flicker of emotion. Yet, it was not a sentiment of warmth, rather. It was a strenuous effort to suppress her deep-seated irritation. 10,000 years. A full 10,000 years. Do you comprehend how I have endured these 10 millennia? The beautiful master inquired coldly. Of course I do. In these 10,000 years with your company, I have been spared the solitude of existence, thus experiencing joy and being enveloped in happiness every single day. Chen Changan replied with a smile. Happiness? Joy? Enveloped in bliss? Bah! Mu Yunyao, observing the radiant smile on Chen Changan's face, was tempted to deliver a sharp slap. A millennium ago, Mu Yunyao serendipitously encountered the 6-year-old Chen Changan and, captivated by his extraordinary constitution, contemplated taking him as her disciple. Little did she know this would mark the inception of her nightmares. Chen Changan indeed possessed a unique physique and exceptional intelligence. Whatever Mu Yunyao taught, he would memorize with ease after a single lesson. However, as time passed, Mu Yunyao realized that despite Chen Changan's relentless efforts, he was unable to progress even to the most basic level of cultivation. Having already taken him as her disciple, Mu Yunyao could not remain indifferent. She devoted her entire life's teachings to him. Chen Changan met her expectations, mastering all of Mu Yunyao's knowledge, yet he could merely recite it without being able to cultivate. Mu Yunyao scoured the world for rare treasures, but in the end, it proved futile. Reluctantly, she decided to concede, initially hoping that Chen Changan could safely accompany her for the remainder of her life. Who would have thought this boy was neither aging nor dying? If he had been obedient and sensible, it would have sufficed, but he was anything but. Throughout the past 10 millennia, Mu Yunyao had endured immense hardship, ultimately reaching her limit and wishing to expel Chen Changan. Master, do you truly wish for me to leave? Chen Changan, noticing the seriousness in Mu Yunyao's expression, felt a shift in his demeanor. After all, he had shared a bond with her since the age of 6 for a full 10,000 years, never once contemplating separation. Go now, you have lingered here for 10,000 years, it is time for you to depart. Witnessing Chen Changan's forlorn expression, Mu Yunyao felt a twinge of reluctance. Yet reason dictated that this troublesome brat must be sent away promptly. Master, I have been by your side for millennia. Now I am utterly alone, with no one to rely upon. The world may be vast, yet I have no place to call home. Chen Changan implored passionately. You possess it. Mu Yunyao spoke without hesitation, waving her hand to conjure a map from thin air. Pointing to a specific location, she calmly stated, I have investigated for you despite the passage of 10,000 years. The bloodline of the Chen family endures. You may return to visit your descendants. This revelation took Chen Changan by surprise. It appeared that his master was resolutely determined to send him away, having even prepared this. As per the master's command, I dare not disobey. Since my master has ordered my departure, despite my profound reluctance, I must comply. I hope that in the days to come, my master will find joy in solitude, allowing me to rest easy. Witnessing Chen Changan's rare, serious demeanor, Mu Yunyao sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of helplessness. After all, he had been by her side for millennia. How could she be devoid of feelings? Go now, you have been with me since you were 6, with little time spent away. Remember, the human heart is treacherous. Do not trust others easily. After uttering these words, Mu Yunyao felt a twinge of regret. Was her admonition perhaps a bit excessive? This little rascal was full of cunning. Yes, master. After responding, Chen Changan gazed earnestly at Mu Yunyao, causing her brow to furrow. Why was he still standing there? Master understands your reluctance, but parting is inevitable. Go now. Yes, master. The tone and response were identical, yet Chen Changan remained rooted in place. Do you have something else to say? Mu Yunyao inquired. Master, our bond as teacher and disciple spans 10,000 years. I am aware. I am about to depart. I know that too. This farewell may stretch into an uncertain future. What exactly do you wish to convey? Mu Yunyao's patience was rapidly wearing thin. I cannot leave empty-handed, can I? Master, don't you think you ought to show your appreciation? Regardless of the situation, Mu Yunyao could maintain her composure. Yet faced with this troublesome disciple, she often felt an urge to throttle him. Yet, this troublemaker was immortal despite Mu Yunyao's formidable power. She could not harm her utterly unskillful disciple. Over these 10 millennia, you have consumed my resources, relied on my sustenance, and benefited from my provisions. And now, you wish to plunder further as you depart? You truly are a splendid disciple. Thank you for your praise, Master, but I believe you must show your appreciation. Must show my appreciation? What do you mean? Master, consider this. As your disciple, returning in such a meager state would be quite a disgrace for you. Moreover, I have not returned to the Chan family for 10,000 years. Returning empty-handed would be rather inappropriate. Master, I have been by your side for all these years, and my pockets are indeed lacking. Lacking? Mu Yunyao scoffed. Internally, although Chen Changan had followed her for millennia, he had never been a model of propriety. He often sneaked away for several months at a time. While he may not have accumulated as much as she, he certainly was not lacking. Enough. Here, in an effort to swiftly rid herself of this pest, Mu Yunyao tossed a storage ring to Chen Changan without further ado. Within it lies a collection amassed by my master over the past millennium. All are extraordinary artifacts. It should suffice to uphold your reputation once you venture outside, Mu Yunyao remarked with a hint of resignation. Thank you, Master. Chen Changan replied cheerfully, accepting the ring, yet he remained rooted in place, a smile lingering on his face. What more do you desire? Mu Yunyao felt her patience waning. Master, you understand that I am but a dullard with no cultivation. The outside world is fraught with peril. My safety must be a consideration for you. Peril? Is there anything more perilous than your very existence? Have you forgotten your own nature? If I cannot bring you harm, then no one in this realm can inflict upon you a scratch. Mu Yunyao's tone was now tinged with irritation. Facial dignity. Master, this is a matter of face. What is your status compared to mine? Though I am invulnerable, I cannot contend with others. Would it not be embarrassing to suffer defeat? Would it not tarnish your esteemed reputation? Chen Changan wore an expression that suggested he was acting in consideration of her honor. So what else do you wish? Hee, I desire to have a bodyguard. What do you think? A bodyguard? You wish for me to serve as your protector? I would not dare trouble my master. I want a Qilin. A Qilin? Are you referring to that creature in the Forbidden Forest? You truly are inseparable allies, always thinking of it. As long as it consents, you may take it with you. Though somewhat surprised, Mu Yunyao did not impede him. If a Qilin were to accompany Chen Changan, he would likely not be bullied in the outside world. Master, I shall take my leave now. Very well. Master, during my absence, do remember to find joy and happiness. I shall keep that in mind. Master, do ensure you are happy. Master. Leave. Understood. Chen Changan hummed a merry tune as he strode joyfully, his mind already envisioning the exhilarating escapades awaiting him in the vibrant world beyond. Observing Chen Changan's unbridled joy, Mu Yunyao's expression turned frosty. What does this mean? Is he truly so elated at the prospect of leaving me? Although he was sent away, how dare he display such unrestrained happiness? Suddenly, a chill from behind caused Chen Changan to falter, sending a shiver down his spine. After years of companionship, he was all too familiar with this icy sensation to, it is you who bids me to leave, yet it is also you who bears the discontent. What a capricious woman. Such words were far too audacious for Chen Changan to utter. They remained confined to his thoughts. He dared not flaunt his demeanor any longer and could only walk steadily out of Mu Yunyao's line of sight. The place where Chen Changan resided was not far from the Forbidden Forest. In the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, he had already arrived at the forest periphery. The Forbidden Forest, as its name suggests, is a realm steeped in taboos, a place where ordinary individuals dare not approach, let alone venture into its depths. Here, even the weakest of the demonic beasts boast a formidable level of 5, equivalent to the prowess of a human in the divine ability realm. Chen Changan lacked cultivation, but possessed considerable knowledge concerning the art of cultivation. The hierarchy of power in this world is delineated into various realms: spirit gathering, essence condensing, true qi, transcendence, divine ability, spirit transformation, Void Dome, Supreme, Immortal, and Emperor. Chen Changan's master was among the elite few at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. While ordinary people would not dare to approach even a single step into the Forbidden Forest for Chen Changan, it felt akin to returning home, strolling leisurely with an air of tranquility. Throughout his journey, not a single demonic beast appeared, as if they were mere figments of the imagination. Mother, why must we hide? Who is that young man? He seems devoid of any threat. Within the thicket, a young demonic beast's eyes brimmed with confusion and curiosity. Devoid of danger? He is a calamity, remember his visage. Should he appear here, we must keep our distance, understood? Why? Why? To others, the Forbidden Forest is perilous because of our existence. But for us, it is perilous because of him. Do not ask so many questions, simply heed my words. As he continued on his path, the absence of any demonic beasts elicited a sigh from Chen Changan. Alas, such excellence has left me friendless. Honestly, I do not mind. Why must you be so self-deprecating? Ah, my dear De Huang is the best. As he advanced, Chen Changan arrived at the heart of the Forbidden Forest. Not far off, a Qilin lay languidly upon the ground, indulging in slumber. Sensing Chen Changan's presence, the Qilin's eyelids seemed to flutter momentarily, yet did not fully awaken. Chen Changan approached and settled beside it, leaning against the majestic creature. De Huang, Chen Changan murmured softly, and he could distinctly perceive the Qilin's breath grow heavier, as if it held a fondness for the name. Noting the Qilin's continued indifference, Chen Changan smiled gently and remarked, "We have known each other for nearly 10,000 years. Perhaps I have lived too long, for I often reminisce about our past. Do you recall our first encounter? I gazed at you with enthusiasm, and you returned the gaze with equal fervor. I greeted you, and you joyfully swallowed me whole. By all accounts, we have become sworn brothers, akin to kin. What on earth do you want to say?" The Qilin finally lost its patience, for this matter from years past was hardly glorious. It had devoured Chen Changan, only for the lad to linger within its belly for several days, incessantly chattering. Ultimately, it even suffered a sound beating from Chen Changan's master, merely recalling it was embarrassing. Disgraceful for a beast. I am leaving. Upon uttering these words, the Qilin's body momentarily stilled. Then it resumed its repose with eyes closed, yet it responded to Chen Changan. Are you sneaking out to play again? Your master is not in seclusion. I can sense her presence. The Qilin seemed half asleep, its voice laced with languor. This time, I intend to venture to a rather distant place, and I may be gone for quite a while. A distant place? Gone for long? Upon hearing this, the Qilin nonchalantly remarked, "That has nothing to do with me. Farewell. I shan't see you off. In the past, when I slipped away to play, you were quite pleased. What is different this time? Need I explain? Previously, your master was in seclusion, and it wasn't a far jaunt. Are you not aware of the rules your master has set for us? You may survive, but I have not yet lived enough." Though the Qilin was the sovereign of the Forbidden Forest, it dared not act recklessly in the face of Mu Yunyao. The regulations established by her were not to be defied. The consequences were unthinkable. Rest assured, my master has consented. This time, I may be gone for quite a while, and I require a powerful ally by my side. My master specifically requested you accompany me. De Huang in her eyes, you are considered a formidable force, Chen Changan stated with utmost seriousness. At these words, the Qilin's spirit jolted. A formidable force? Could it be that in her eyes, it was regarded as strong? Your master possesses discernment. Where to? Let's set forth immediately. The Qilin suddenly sprang to its feet, inadvertently sending Chen Changan flying. Why the haste? Need I elaborate? If we tarry, I fear your master may change her mind. Fear not. That will not happen. It is my master who urged me to leave. Ah, after a long time, it has become tedious. Observing Chen Changan's sorrowful demeanor, the Qilin De Huang was taken aback. Had this fellow truly been expelled? Are you not your master's cherished treasure? Would she truly part with you? Once I was a treasure, now merely a weed. Enough said. Do not mention it again, for it only brings sorrow. The Qilin could not ponder the intricacies any further. The sheer prospect of venturing forth was the paramount concern. Shall we adhere to the old rules? Another old rule? I refuse to be treated like a dog. Though the Qilin De Huang relished the idea of adventure, it was acutely aware that its current form was hardly suitable for such escapades. In the past, when sneaking out with Chen Changan, it had transformed into a large yellow dog. Yet over time, the Qilin had grown weary of it. Was it not a Qilin? Must it always be called a dog? Did it not have any dignity? A temporary measure, is it not merely for the sake of convenience? Chen Changan chuckled, offering his counsel. Chen Changan, do you still consider me a fool who has never ventured outside? Some ride horses, others ride donkeys, and some even ride fantastical beasts. And you, of all people, choose to ride a dog. Absolutely not. This time, I refuse to be a dog. If you insist on being one, then I shall ride you. Oh, come now. We are brothers. Why the division between you and me? Let us proceed and discuss as we walk, shall we? Everything is negotiable, but I absolutely will not be a dog. Very well, you shall not be a dog. Chapter 3. The Return of Swallows to Yangue City. The Chen family in Yangue City, within the northern Yuan County of the Great Zhou Kingdom. The head of the Chen family faced a daunting visit from the Liu family. Today, your Chen family has been graced by our presence, which is a significant honor for you. I advise you to tread carefully. Do not delude yourselves into thinking you are still the illustrious Chen family of yore. The words of the Liu family ignited a profound fury among all members of the Chen family. Truly, it was a case of the tiger falling into the valley, only to be bullied by dogs. The Chen family, originally not from the Great Zhou, had merely migrated there, once standing as the unrivaled first family of the kingdom. And the Liu family? Merely a vassal to the Chen family. With the support of the Chen family, the Liu family had swiftly risen to prominence, establishing a rule that the eldest daughter of each generation must marry into the Chen family. This was meant to demonstrate loyalty. However, they never anticipated that the Chen family would face decline. Once regarded as the foremost family in northern Yuan County, they had now shrunk into obscurity within Yangue City over the past century, when the Chen family still held their esteemed status. There had been some interaction with the Liu family. Yet, the moment the Liu family established themselves as one of the three great families of the Great Zhou, all ties were severed. It was indeed unexpected for the Liu family to pay a visit now, catching the Chen family off guard. Initially intending to extend a warm welcome, the Chen family found the Liu family's attitude to be quite excessive. Liu Qingfeng, it has been a century since our families last crossed paths. You need not come all this way merely to humiliate the Chen family. As for the rules established by your family, you are free to uphold them without imposing upon us. Chen Jingyuan, the head of the Chen family, refused to endure indignity simply because of the current disparity in their statuses. Liu Qingfeng was equally taken aback. He never expected the Chen family to still possess any semblance of spirit despite their downfall. However, in Liu Qingfeng's eyes, this impotent indignation was merely a jest. My family's esteemed young lady is currently favored by the Qing sect and is romantically involved with the fifth prince of the Great Zhou. Before Liu Qingfeng could finish, he was interrupted by a young woman beside him. Allow me to speak. Lu Mengyan, the current head of the Liu family and the young lady destined to marry into the Chen family, according to the old traditions, stood forth. Yet to the Chen family, such traditions had long since lost their relevance, given that the Liu family had ceased all relations with them long ago. Thus, their visit was met with bewilderment by the Chen family. It was clear that Lu Mengyan held a significant position within the Liu family. Her mere word silenced her uncle, Liu Qingfeng. She turned to Chen Jingyuan, offering a slight smile, and said, "Head of the Chen family, our Liu family has indeed benefited greatly from your family in the past. Moreover, when the Chen family first fell from grace, we did not stand idly by. Although our statuses have diverged, the Liu family still harbors some nostalgia. The rules established long ago may no longer be fitting. Thus, I have chosen to personally visit this time, hoping to bring this matter to a definitive conclusion. What are your thoughts? Rest assured, the Liu family is not one to be parsimonious. Herein lies 10,000 low-grade spirit stones and 5 essence condensation pills, intended as compensation for your Chen family. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? And 5 essence condensation pills as well. In times past, the Chen family may have deemed such offerings beneath their notice, but now, what they lack most is resources. Though tempted, none dared to display their eagerness, for the price of acquiring these items would be the humiliation endured by their family. Ha ha ha. The Liu family indeed displays great generosity. However, the Chen family has never accepted scraps from others. We appreciate Miss Liu's goodwill, yet the Chen family must decline. As firmly stated by Chen Changan without a trace of hesitation. Miss Liu Mengyan appears amiable, yet her gaze is filled with haughtiness, never deigning to acknowledge any member of the Chen family. In her eyes, her presence alone bestows great favor upon the Chen family, and they ought to be grateful for her willingness to compensate. Yet, Chen Jingyuan's refusal caused her brow to furrow, revealing her discontent. What? The Chen family does not accept? Do you still harbor dreams of aligning with my Liu family? Do you dare to wish for me to wed into your household? Liu Mingyan's tone dripped with sarcasm and indignation. Align with your Liu family? Miss Liu, you may be overestimating your significance. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your intentions for this visit? The past ties between the Chen and Liu families are known to few today, yet they certainly exist. Your affection for the fifth prince surely necessitates your union with the royal family. You merely seek to erase any potential leverage before your marriage. Were it not so, would you have come to the Chen family today? Chen Jingyuan is no fool. Through their prior exchange, he has discerned the true purpose behind her visit. The blemish of the past, established by the Liu family to curry favor with the Chen family, would become a stain upon Liu Mengyan's reputation. Chen Jingyuan, I strongly advise you to contemplate this carefully. If the Liu family were not to consider the bonds of the past, given the current strength of your Chen family, you would find it difficult to withstand the wrath of both the Liu family and the fifth prince. Liu Chengfeng, too, was taken aback by the Chen family's tenacity. What should have been a simple acknowledgement for compensation had turned into an obstinate standoff. Could it be they genuinely wished to align themselves with the Liu family? Have they not considered the consequences of such actions? Ha ha ha. The sons of the Chen family fear not death. What you desire is merely the contract delivered to the Chen family so long ago, is it not? Upon hearing this, both Liu Chengfeng and Liu Mingyan's expression shifted, their gazes drawn to the speaker, who held aloft the very contract once bestowed upon the Chen family. Who are you? Liu Mingyan inquired, fixing her gaze upon the young man. I am Chen Yanxian, the son of the Chen family's patriarch. Chen Yanxian replied coldly. The heir of the Chen family's current generation, he appears to possess an extraordinary demeanor and handsome features. However, it is regrettable that his cultivation falls short, far inferior to that of the fifth prince of the great Zhou kingdom. If we were to adhere to the customs of yesteryears, would you not be the one I am destined to marry? Miss Liu Mingyan furrowed her brow as she spoke. Indeed, Miss Liu has a knack for jesting. When has a member of the Liu family ever been betrothed to the young master of the Chen family? Surely, your expectations are rather lofty, are they not? Chen Yanxian replied without hesitation. You, insolent. Chen Yinchuan's words rendered Liu Mingyan's complexion ashen, and Liu Chengfeng seethed with rage. Yet, Chen Yinchuan's statement bore no fault. The Liu family had, in the past, wedded into the Chen family, but never had anyone marry the young master. Alas, the truth often wounds the most deeply. A humiliation. This is an affront to the Liu family. Your Chen family is now reduced to mere verbal sparring. Hand over the items to me. As for any compensation from the Liu family, you may regard it as you wish. From this moment forth, let our two families sever all ties. Liu Mingyan spoke coldly. As for compensation, my Chen family has no need for it, and the items may be returned to you. However, your Liu family has acted treacherously. Since you're the eldest daughter of the Liu family, it is fitting that you offer an apology to my Chen family. The initial statement pleased Liu Mingyan immensely, but with the subsequent words, her expression shifted dramatically. Apologize to the Chen family? Arrogant. Does your Chen family possess the right to demand such a thing? Do you have the audacity? I suggest you reconsider your position. Chapter 4. The Chen family, Chen Changan. Liu Chengfeng's expression darkened, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his body. As a peak practitioner of true qi, he found that the strongest member of the Chen family, Chen Jingyuan, had only just broken through to the true qi realm. No one in the Chen family could withstand Liu Chengfeng's pressure. Ha ha ha. The Chen family is indeed feeble now. Liu Chengfeng sneered, boy. Remember this. If you wish to speak boldly, you must possess the strength to back it up. Without strength, your words are merely a jest. He cast a disdainful glance at Chen Changan, a mere waste who had yet to even break through to the condensation realm, daring to disrespect the Lu family? In the face of Lu Qingfeng's mockery, Chen Yunshuan's gaze remained resolute, defiantly confronting the oppressive aura. To Lu Qingfeng's astonishment, Chen Yunshuan stood tall, straightening his back. The two locked eyes, and Lu Qingfeng could sense Chen Yunshuan's determination. This boy possessed an indomitable spirit and remarkable will. If allowed to grow, he might become a threat. No, this boy cannot be allowed to live. At that moment, Lu Qingfeng felt a murderous intent rising within him, sensing danger from a youth barely in his teens. With only the cultivation of the gathering spirit realm, Chen Jingyuan also picked up on the tension, realizing that Lu Qingfeng seemed to harbor a deadly intention. Yet, Chen Yunxian fixed his sharp gaze upon Lu Qingfeng and boldly proclaimed, "One day, the sleeping dragon shall awaken to the rain. Today, the soaring crane shall pierce the heavens. The Chen family shall reclaim all that was once lost." Reclaim it? How laughable. Just with a Chen family that numbers barely 100? Lu Qingfeng scoffed. "I shall see if you can survive today." Clap, clap, clap. Indeed, the lost should be reclaimed. Lu Qingfeng was about to strike when the sudden sound of applause interrupted him. The crowd turned to see another young man standing at the entrance of the Chen family hall, accompanied by a large yellow dog. However, the dog's eyes were filled with resentment, as if it were scolding everyone it gazed upon. Quite peculiar. Lu Qingfeng and Lu Mingyan exchanged surprised looks, as did the members of the Chen family, for they did not recognize this young man. "Who are you?" Lu Qingfeng frowned, inquiring. "Me? I am Chen Changan, a member of the Chen family." The words left the lips of Chen Jingyuan and the others in a state of bewilderment. How could they have never seen him before? They exchanged glances, searching for answers in one another's eyes, but finding none. Could he be an illegitimate child lost to the world? Only the family head, Chen Jingyuan, displayed a moment of hesitation in his gaze, as if contemplating something. Who would have thought that the younger generation of the Chen family is so audacious? You may possess some cultivation, yet he has none, and still dares to speak so brazenly? Does he not fear for his life? Lu Qingfeng cast a scornful glance at Chen Changan. "Kill me? You may certainly give it a try." Chen Changan replied dismissively. Arrogant. Lu Qingfeng made no move to attack. Instead, he released his imposing aura once more. In his view, the sheer force of his presence was sufficient to bring an ordinary person like Chen Changan to his demise. Yet, Chen Changan remained unaffected by Lu Qingfeng's aura, even finding it somewhat tedious. "Is this all you have?" Having trained alongside his master, Mu Yunyao, a peak emperor-level powerhouse, Chen Changan had often faced such pressure, thus his resilience was formidable. Da Huang, ignoring Lu Qingfeng, Chen Changan glanced at his canine companion. Though Da Huang appeared reluctant, he obediently moved to the side, picking up a chair with his mouth and placing it beside Chen Changan. The sight of Chen Changan calmly sitting in the chair left everyone present utterly astonished. Not only was Chen Changan unperturbed, but even his dog was able to act with such ease. Impossible. This was utterly beyond comprehension. Who are you?" Lu Qingfeng struggled to believe what he was witnessing, which exceeded all his understanding. Surely, the other party was not without cultivation. Had he been concealing his true strength? But how could someone so young possess such prowess? Lu Qingfeng was perplexed, and Lu Mingyan was also fixated on Chen Changan, realizing that the situation had clearly spiraled beyond their control. Chen Changan? Chen Changan. Suddenly, Chen Jingyuan leapt to his feet, his gaze towards Chen Changan filled with astonishment. Chen Jingyuan's excitement left the onlookers bewildered. Could it be that Chen Changan had some connection to the family head? You truly are Chen Changan? Long in longevity, safe in peace. Chen Jingyuan trembled with excitement. You? The use of the term you by Chen Jingyuan was extraordinary. What did it signify? Was this person of a higher generation than Chen Jingyuan? It seems the Chen family still remembers my name. This spares me the trouble of elaborating. Chen Changan remarked with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingyuan immediately trembled and hurried to Chen Changan's side, kneeling before him amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Chen Jingyuan, the 135th head of the Chen family, pays respects to the ancestor. Ancestor? The young man was actually the ancestor of the Chen family? What are you all dawdling for? Come forth and pay your respects to the ancestor. Chen Jingyuan's voice boomed as he glared at the other members of the Chen family. Though they were somewhat dazed, none dared to neglect the command of the family head. Chen Jingming, 135th descendant of the Chen family, pays respects to the ancestor. Chen Zhengxiao, 135th descendant of the Chen family, pays respects to the ancestor. The members of the Chen family knelt in unison, leaving Lu Mengyan and Lu Chengfeng at a loss. If the Chen family had an ancestor, how could they have fallen to such a state? Could it be that this was all a meticulously staged act? No, the Chen family had no prior knowledge of our arrival. Lu Mengyan found this perplexing, while Lu Chengfeng furrowed his brow. Miss, I believe I have heard whispers of this matter, he said. There were rumors that an ancestor of the Chen family was taken away by a powerful figure, yet this ancestor has never appeared, leading many to think it was merely a fabrication or that he had already perished. Who would have thought that he truly exists? And that he has returned to the Chen family at this moment? Lu Chengfeng had come across this tale by chance, but had never taken it seriously. Uncle, are you suggesting that the Chen family genuinely has an ancestor? Lu Mengyan exclaimed in astonishment. But why have I never heard such rumors before? It is not surprising that you haven't. This tale has circulated for several hundred years. Our Lu family had a cordial relationship with the Chen family in the past. Yet now only a handful of people are aware of this legend. Several hundred years? Lu Mengyan gazed at Chen Changan, who appeared to be merely in his 20s, her heart brimming with disbelief. If this is true, then how has Chen Changan lived for centuries? What level of cultivation would he possess? If he has indeed survived for hundreds of years, his prowess must rival that of the strongest in the Dezhou royal family, she said nervously. Hundreds of years? Our ancestor has been absent from the Chen family for over 10,000 years. 10,000 years? What? He has lived for a whole millennium? Chapter 5. Has he lived for 10,000 years? The thought of centuries was something Lu Mengyan felt she could withstand. But 10,000 years, what does that even signify? The great Zhou dynasty itself does not possess such an extensive history. It has existed for merely a millennium. 10,000 years. Does that not render one an immortal monster? Is this something the Lu family can contend with? Even the imperial family of Great Zhou would likely hesitate to act rashly. Lu Mengyan and her companion dared not contemplate, nor could they fathom the extent of Chen Changan's current power. This was a realm they had never touched, not even heard of. Come forth, he commanded. Little did they expect that the Chen family had fallen to such depths. Upon hearing Chen Changan's words, the members of the Chen family felt a wave of shame wash over them. Chen Changan turned his gaze towards Lu Mengyan and her companion, noticing their palpable tension, and allowed himself a slight smile. Do not worry, I will not harm you. As for this contract, you shall not take it today. Wait a while soon. We of the Chen family will personally visit and deliver it to you. Begone. Chen Changan, devoid of any cultivation, nevertheless exuded an air of authority that left Lu Mengyan and her companion trembling with fear. Without a moment's hesitation, they bowed deeply to Chen Changan and hurriedly departed from the Chen residence. Young man, you performed admirably just now. Your courage is commendable. But are you not afraid that such bravado without strength may endanger your life? This remark was directed at Chen Yinxian. To his surprise, Chen Yinxian received praise from the ancestor, filling his heart with exhilaration. In response to your words, I wager that the Lu family will not annihilate the Chen family. Oh, why is that? The Lu family is one of the 3 great families of the Great Zhou, and they value their reputation immensely. Many are aware of the relationship between the Lu and Chen families. The Lu family may choose to act as if they do not know the Chen family, but they would never strike against them. Otherwise, they would bear the ignominious title of betrayers, casting stones at those already in a pit. The destruction of the Chen family holds no significance for them. At most, it would mean the loss of a single life. Chen Yinxian smiled as he spoke. Seeing that Chen Yinxian was not merely engaging in empty bravado, Chen Changan nodded in satisfaction. Are you not afraid of death? Indeed I am, but I can die. The Chen family shall not be humiliated, Chen Yinxian declared resolutely. His words brought comfort to the members of the Chen family, who were greatly satisfied with their young master's resolve. Ha ha ha! Well said. Fear not. While I am here, no one shall dare to insult the Chen family, and you shall not perish. Chen Changan's bold proclamation drew scornful glances from the Huang, who stood nearby. What use are you? When the time comes, it will still be up to me to save the day. Indeed, with the ancestor present, our Chen family shall surely reclaim what was once lost, Chen Jingyuan exclaimed excitedly. Not I, but you must rely on yourselves. In my position, it is inconvenient to avoid being accused of bullying the weak. Chen Changan took precautions in advance. After all, with his limited abilities, what could he accomplish outside? Nothing at all, just withstand blows. No one could kill him. Old ancestor, the Chen family is currently. Do not worry. With my presence, your strength will surely increase. It's merely a matter of time. Thank you, old ancestor. Chen Changan's words invigorated everyone. Everyone else may leave. You two stay behind. I have matters to discuss. Yes, old ancestor. Once the other members of the Chen family departed, only Chen Jingyuan and his son remained. Old ancestor, what is it that you wish to convey? Chen Jingyuan inquired with curiosity. If memory serves, the Chen family was not situated in the Great Zhou Kingdom. We were at least 1,000,000 kilometers away. How do we come to be here? Chen Changan questioned, perplexed. Alas, after the old ancestor departed, the Chen family did experience a period of glory, but gradually fell into decline. Ultimately, we had no choice but to migrate to the Great Zhou Kingdom, intending to recuperate. But unexpectedly, Chen Jingyuan expressed his helplessness. The decline of the Chen family was something every member deeply lamented. Let's not dwell on the past. Here are some items. How you wish to allocate them is up to you. Chen Changan had already prepared several items in advance and casually tossed a spatial ring to Chen Jingyuan. Upon seeing the contents within the ring, Chen Jingyuan was left utterly astonished. What quality of spiritual stones are these? Of high grade, and some are of supreme quality. What? All of these are high-grade spiritual stones, and there are even supreme quality ones? Isn't this an excessive amount? Chen Jingyuan's voice trembled with excitement. Father, is it a lot? Is it? There are at least 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones here. Do you not consider that a substantial quantity? What? 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones? And that's the minimum? At this revelation, Chen Yunxian was equally stunned. It is known that in the Great Zhou Kingdom, most cultivators utilize low-grade spiritual stones, and medium-grade ones are exceedingly rare. 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones are simply unimaginable, let alone supreme-quality stones. However, the spatial ring contained not only spiritual stones, but also numerous advanced martial techniques, as well as rare treasures unknown to Chen Jingyuan. Armed with these resources, the strength of the Chen family members would see a rapid enhancement in a short period. Yunxian, among the younger generation of the Chen family, you possess commendable talent. Would you be interested in training with me in the future? Training with the old ancestor? Old ancestor, I am willing. I am willing. Chen Yunxian was no fool. Training alongside the old ancestor was something many would dream of. Who would refuse? Very well, you may return for now and come find me tomorrow. Yes, old ancestor. Chen Changan's return infused the Chen family with vitality, and Chen Jingyuan hastily arranged for the finest accommodations for him. Old ancestor, given the current state of the Chen family, please make do for the time being. I apologize for any inconvenience. Though modest in size, the small courtyard arranged by Chen Jingyuan boasted a delightful scenery. In comparison, Chen Changan felt that it significantly surpassed the environment he shared with his master. After all, Mu Yunao had merely provided him with a simple wooden cabin, where he had resided for a full 10,000 years. It was not that Mu Yunao was stingy, as her own living conditions were quite austere, and she perceived no issue with it. Nevertheless, this place was quite pleasant. Chen Changan remarked with a faint smile, as long as you are satisfied, ancestor. By the way, ancestor, I possess an item here that was bequeathed by our forebears. It was explicitly stated in the ancestral teachings that if you were to return, it must be entrusted to you. Left by our ancestors? Specifically for me? What is it? Chen Changan inquired, his curiosity piqued. From his storage ring, Chen Jingyuan retrieved a jade box, recently taken from the Chen family's secret vault, and presented it to Chen Changan. Upon receiving it and opening the box, Chen Changan discovered a luminous pearl nestled inside. However, he found it challenging to discern its material. What is this? Suddenly, Chen Changan sensed a profound connection between his being and the pearl, a sensation he had never experienced in millennia. What on earth could this be? Chen Changan furrowed his brow and asked. Chapter 6. At last, the path to cultivation? Chen Changan felt a certain unique connection between himself and this object. Chen Jingyuan, however, had never anticipated that the heirloom left by their ancestors would evoke such excitement in Chen Changan. Ancestor, is this item known as the taiju? I have never heard of it, Chen Changan remarked, glancing at De Huang, whose eyes mirrored his own confusion, suggesting it too was unfamiliar with the term. What exactly is the... Oh, this name was bestowed by our forebears. This orb emerged at the time of your birth. Hence it was named, came the explanation. What? Are you saying that my mother not only gave birth to me, but also to a pearl? Does that mean that I have a sibling that is merely a pearl? Originally, our ancestors intended to present it to you when you matured. However, unforeseen circumstances arose when you were taken away by a powerful entity and never returned. Alas, the Chen family has weathered many storms over the years. Out of 9, only this one remains. Only one remains? Does this imply that I have 8 siblings scattered across the world? Do you know their whereabouts? Chen Changan inquired eagerly. Unfortunately, I do not. Time has obscured the details. The only one I am aware of is allegedly in the possession of the current imperial family of the Great Zhou. They employed means to seize it from the Chen family back then. As for their motives, I am unaware of the intricacies involved. The descendants of the Chen family only know that this object was entrusted to Chen Changan by their ancestors, yet they remain entirely ignorant of its purpose. Although the item appears exquisite, it seemingly holds no value for cultivators. Very well, I understand. You may return to your tasks now. By the way, prepare some food, plenty of it, for De Huang has quite an appetite. Understood. I shall prepare it immediately. After Chen Jingyuan departed, De Huang cast a satisfied glance at Chen Changan, acknowledging his cleverness in procuring food. De Huang, I sense a profound connection between this object and myself. I shall retreat to my chamber to study it thoroughly. De Huang nodded, recognizing that it seldom displayed such a serious demeanor toward Chen Changan. Upon returning to his room, Chen Changan cradled the in his palm, scrutinizing it intently. What could this object possibly have to do with him? Just as he pondered these questions, the unexpectedly transformed into a beam of white light, piercing directly into Chen Changan's forehead. The speed was so swift that he scarcely had time to react. Wait, is my sibling attempting to seize my body? Wait, no. After entering Chen Changan's forehead, the morphed into a surge of energy that coursed through his entire being. The sensation was so pleasurable that Chen Changan nearly moaned, yet he stifled the impulse. Spiritual energy? My body can now sense and absorb spiritual energy? After this circulated within him, the energy ultimately settled at his brow before vanishing entirely. Meanwhile, Chen Changan's body surprisingly became capable of sensing and absorbing the presence of spiritual energy. For many years, he had been unable to perceive this energy, let alone absorb it. Despite Mu Yunyao providing him with countless rare treasures, none had proven useful. To think that this single could resolve his physical issues. Could it be that my inability to cultivate was due to these 9? Was it that all my innate talent for cultivation was left behind in the womb? My master was indeed correct. I am truly an anomaly. A self-deprecating smile crept across Chen Changan's face. In such a vast world, individuals like him were indeed as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Taking a deep breath, he decided to attempt cultivation and see if it were truly possible. For all these years, although he appeared carefree and indifferent about his inability to cultivate, deep down he cared greatly. The entirety of Mu Yunyao's teachings resided within his mind. Cultivation had never been a challenge for him, but the inability to absorb spiritual energy had always posed a significant obstacle. The imperial level technique, the supreme body technique? Never mind, with my physique, that is not suitable. The imperial level technique, the 9 revolutions of heavenly mysteries? While formidable, It requires an arduous 9 rounds of refinement, far too cumbersome. Which technique possesses a certain flair? With an overwhelming number of techniques available, Chen Changan found himself momentarily at a loss for choice. Ultimately, he decided to practice swordplay. After all, he was a man of humble origins. The supreme sword emperor technique, which Mu Yunyao had once imparted to him, was not simple to cultivate. It demanded not only innate talent, but also profound comprehension. Without sufficient insight, one could never grasp the intricacies of the supreme sword emperor technique. Taking a deep breath, Chen Changan felt as though he was experiencing cultivation for the first time. After waiting for millennia, the day to cultivate had finally arrived. As he activated the technique, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him like a tidal wave. Can this lad truly cultivate? Outside, De Huang sensed the shift in surrounding energy and was equally astonished. This boy, devoid of any cultivation, had been a potential disaster if he could cultivate. As Chen Changan continued his practice, the entire Yangue city was enveloped in confusion. What was happening? They were unclear, but the spiritual energy, how did it vanish so suddenly? The Chen family? It seemed to have converged at their location. What? The Chen family? Could it be that the family patriarch had broken through to the pinnacle of true qi? That seemed implausible. At that moment, the members of the other 2 prominent families in Yangue City, the Su and Ning families, exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss regarding the unfolding events. They speculated whether the Chen family patriarch had encountered a fortuitous opportunity, significantly enhancing his strength. Meanwhile, the Chen family members were brimming with excitement, for they sensed that the gathering of spiritual energy was at the residence of their ancestor. Indeed, the ancestor had returned, and the Chen family was poised to rise once more. What level of cultivation does our ancestor truly possess? Could it possibly be at the transformation stage? Transformation stage? Are you insulting our ancestor? Surely, it must be at the Void Realm. The Void Realm? My heavens! That would be sufficient to establish him as a formidable powerhouse among some great forces, wouldn't it? How else could he be our ancestor? Indeed, our esteemed ancestor of the Chen family must undoubtedly be an unparalleled master. The members of the Chen family were filled with elation, while the individuals from the other 2 prominent families in Yin Guicheng began to express their concerns. The phenomenon of vanishing spiritual energy was becoming increasingly troubling. Astonishingly, spiritual energy within a radius of several hundred miles had been completely depleted, and it showed no signs of abating. Is this young man, after millennia of accumulation, poised to make a sudden leap into the transcendent realm? From the perspective of De Huang, the rate and volume of energy absorption were exceedingly immense for someone who had only just commenced their cultivation journey. The depletion of spiritual energy over such an extensive area, without cessation, left the ultimate amount of energy that Chen Changan would absorb an enigmatic mystery. Such a vast quantity of spiritual energy is truly terrifying. As time ticked away, even De Huang found himself rendered speechless, as if the flavor of the food in his mouth had dissipated completely. Baiyuan County. This young man has managed to siphon off all the spiritual energy from the entire Baiyuan County? Is he truly on the verge of breaking through to the divine power realm? Chen Changan, too, was taken aback. He never anticipated that his inaugural foray into cultivation would trigger such a seismic shift throughout Baiyuan County. Chapter 7. Unprecedented power in less than a day. The spiritual energy of the entire Baiyuan County was completely siphoned away, leaving its cultivators in a state of profound anxiety. The head of the region's foremost clan, the Nan family, Nan Xiangtian, made his way directly to the governor's office. Brother Wu, do you have any insight into this extraordinary phenomenon? Has some prominent figure recently arrived in our Baiyuan County? If such an individual truly exists, I would appreciate your guidance so that I may advise my clan to proceed with caution and avoid any potential offenses. Witnessing Nan Xiangtian's grave demeanor, the governor Wu Qingfeng could only muster a helpless smile. He too was perplexed, utterly unable to comprehend why the spiritual energy had vanished so suddenly. Brother Nan, I am indeed at a loss. I have not heard of any formidable beings visiting our Baiyuan County lately. Could it be that a prodigious talent has been born among us? Wu Qingfeng furrowed his brow as he spoke. Oh, if that is indeed the case, we must investigate further. Such a significant disturbance indicates that this individual is destined to become a major force in the future. It would be prudent to establish ties with them early on, for there will surely be rewards to reap later. Nan Xiangtian replied with a hint of eagerness. Indeed, we must uncover the truth behind this matter. Let us conduct our investigation together, and whomever arrives at a conclusion first shall inform the other. Agreed. Thus, the two of them prepared to delve into the mystery of the vanishing spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyin and her companion had yet to depart from Baiyuan County. At the very moment the spiritual energy was inexplicably drained, their first thought was of the Chen family's ancestral figure, Chen Changan. Is truly terrifying, uncle. To what level has the cultivation of the Chen family's ancestor ascended? Lu Mingyin was genuinely frightened. If Chen Changan sought vengeance, would the Lu family be spared? Immeasurable and unfathomable. Shortly after we left the Chen family, the spiritual energy suddenly disappeared. We have been hastening our journey and are now on the verge of leaving Baiyuan County, yet I have not detected even the slightest ripple of spiritual energy. This indicates that he has drained the entire spiritual essence of the county in such a short span of time. Lu Qingfeng expressed with an anxious countenance. Uncle, I fail to understand why he would do such a thing. Draining the spiritual energy of Baiyuan County surely cannot benefit the Chen family either. It would take time for such a vast amount of energy to replenish. Lu Mingyin questioned, perplexed. A warning. To me, this is evidently a warning directed at us, as well as a caution for Baiyuan County. The unusual occurrences here will undoubtedly prompt an investigation, leading to the realization that the Chen family's ancestor has returned. When that news spreads throughout the entire Dezhou kingdom, the Chen family, this is a maneuver to assert their resurgence. It appears that soon, the Chen family will reclaim their position as the foremost clan in the Dezhou kingdom. And perhaps what? The Chen family has grown indifferent to the Dezhou kingdom altogether. Lu Qingfeng's analysis resonated with Lu Mingyin, who found it to be quite reasonable. Indeed, if this were not the case, why would a figure like Chen Changan orchestrate such an event? Ah, if only my Lu family had such an esteemed ancestor. Uncle, do you think there is still a way to salvage our situation? Is there any chance for the Lu family to attach ourselves to the mighty Chen clan? Lu Mingyin inquired with a hint of concern. Upon hearing her words, Lu Qingfeng felt a stir in his heart. Indeed, why had he not considered this angle before? We must hasten back to the Lu family and inform the clan leader. We absolutely cannot allow others to get ahead of us. Quickly, let us depart. Very well. Lu Mingyin and her companion set off at full speed, striving to return to the Lu family as swiftly as possible. In Yin Guicheng, at the Chen family estate, Chen Changan reveled in the sensation of cultivation. So this is what it feels like to cultivate. Though his session was brief, he had tasted a different flavor of life. No wonder everyone yearns for cultivation. Once energy and cultivation are attained within the body, one becomes truly extraordinary. Regrettably, Chen Changan had not intended to cease his cultivation. Yet he discovered he could no longer absorb any spiritual energy. It seemed that his body had reached a limit in terms of the energy it could contain. Pushing open the door, Chen Changan took a deep breath, as if the entire world had transformed at that moment. Dahuang, what do you think? Am I not a super genius? In such a short time, my cultivation has already broken through to the first layer of the condensing essence realm. Impressive, isn't it? Chen Changan grinned proudly at Dahuang. You consider this a culmination of millennia? You managed to break through too. Wait. Your cultivation is merely at the first layer of the condensing essence realm? How is that possible? Dahuang furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Chen Changan, who indeed appeared to have only reached the first layer. This defies logic. The amount of spiritual energy you absorbed should not result in only the first layer of the condensing essence realm. Have you deliberately suppressed your cultivation? Dahuang asked with curiosity. Not at all. The spiritual energy I absorbed only allowed me to break through to the first layer. Moreover, my body seems to have encountered another problem. When I attempted to use spirit stones, I completely failed to absorb any spiritual energy, Chen Changan replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Strange, truly perplexing. What is it about this kid that lacks any semblance of normalcy? Show me your combat prowess. I shall see how formidable you are, De Huang proposed after a moment of contemplation. Oh, but you must not retaliate. Hurry, what are you afraid of? Your master cannot harm you. Do you truly believe I possess such capability? De Huang said impatiently. Very well. Chen Changan refrained from further discussion. Wielding a finger as a sword, he unleashed a wave of sword energy directly toward De Huang. The speed was remarkable and the force was immense. Although this attack posed no threat to De Huang, it nonetheless astonished him greatly. Unbelievable. You possess only the first layer of the condensing essence realm. Yet that strike's power rivals that of the extraordinary realm. Do you grasp the implications of this? Your combat ability transcends two major realms of cultivation. Should you ascend to the status of an emperor, who could possibly stand against you? Even your master would likely not be your match. Upon hearing De Huang's words, Chen Changan's eyes lit up. Could it be that his master was not even a match? Did that mean he could command his master at will? What absurd thoughts were you entertaining? Were you not afraid that your master might confine you, preventing you from continuing your cultivation for the rest of your life? Noticing the look in Chen Changan's eyes, De Huang realized that this rascal was harboring some mischievous thoughts. Alas, it seemed that at present, there was no hope for improvement in his cultivation. Chen Changan let out a resigned sigh. In my view, your dilemma lies with the... If you could locate the remaining 8, your path to advancement should encounter no further obstacles. It is said that you are quite ruthless, having expelled your cultivation talent right from the womb. In all my years, I have never encountered someone quite like you, De Huang mocked. Unfazed by De Huang's ridicule, Chen Changan's primary desire was to discover the other 8. As it stood, the only one he was aware of resided within the hands of the imperial family of the Great Zhou. One has to wonder, after all the toil and hardship his master endured over the years, why she never thought to ask the Chen family for assistance. What a burden it must have been for her, Chen Changan remarked with a smile. Old lady, Chen Changan, your master is particularly sensitive about others calling her old. What's the harm? She's not here, he retorted. Just as the words left his lips, a sudden chill ran down Chen Changan's spine. The familiar sensation sending a jolt through his heart. What was happening? Could it be that his master had been following him all along? Chapter 8. Did the Chen family obtain a secret treasure? De Huang, my master has arrived? Upon witnessing Chen Changan's anxious demeanor, De Huang merely cast a disdainful glance his way. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Are you frightened now? I can only say that your master has not come. However, with your master's capabilities, it wouldn't be a challenge for him to occasionally check in on you. So, you should be cautious, young man. Amicia-vos green adorned da Wang's canini face. Indeed, caution was warranted. Although death was not a concern, the tormenting methods of my master were plentiful. Chen Changan nodded, still feeling a lingering sense of dread. All right, I shan't converse with you any longer. That young man from the Chen family has arrived. By the way, why are you taking him to train? De Huang inquired curiously. The Chen family and I share a lineage. This generation must have someone to bear the responsibility. I cannot remain here indefinitely. That would be exceedingly dull. He is rather suitable. I see. I knew you were no simpleton. Well then, attend to your matters. I shall take a nap. After De Huang departed, Chen Changan gestured towards the entrance, saying, Come in. Yes, ancestor. At this moment, Chen Yinxian was filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the dog accompanying Chen Changan could articulate human speech. It is known that ordinary demonic beasts cannot achieve such feats, let alone a mere dog. Chen Yinxian respectfully approached Chen Changan, hesitated for a moment, and could not suppress his curiosity any longer. Ancestor, were you speaking with it just now? Oh, you mean De Huang? Indeed, we were conversing. Do not underestimate De Huang. He is no ordinary dog, Chen Changan replied enigmatically. Not an ordinary dog? Could it be? Ancestor, is De Huang a dog king? Hearing Chen Changan's words, Chen Yinxian involuntarily twitched his mouth. This truly is not an ordinary dog. De Huang, having also heard Chen Changan's remarks, chose to ignore them, turning away as if he had heard nothing, and continued to sleep. Now to business. Among the younger generation of the Chen family, your talent and aptitude are the finest. From today onward, you shall train beside me. Based on your performance yesterday, I have decided to impart to you the Imperial level technique, the Supreme Overlord Body technique. Imperial level technique, while it may not be celestial level, is still commendable. Chen Yanxian had not anticipated that this imperial level was not the same as the earthly level. As Chen Changan began his instruction, Chen Yanxian realized that this technique seemed to differ significantly from his expectations. Ancestor, is this truly an earthly level technique? Yes, is there a problem? Why do I feel that the profundity of this technique may surpass even celestial level techniques? Chen Yanxian asked in astonishment. Is it possible that this imperial level technique refers not to the earth, but to the emperor? The emperor? Imperial level? At that moment, Chen Yanxian was stunned into silence, consumed by jealousy as if turned to stone. Throughout the vast expanse of the great Zhou kingdom, it is likely that none are aware of the existence of imperial level cultivation techniques, as they remain entirely beyond their reach. Indeed, within their understanding, the very concept of an emperor is shrouded in ignorance. However, the Chen family is different. They once basked in glory, and thus, there are certain matters of which they possess knowledge. For instance, the existence of these supreme imperial techniques. There is no need for astonishment. I do not possess anything of lesser caliber. Diligently cultivate, for it is you who must lead the Chen family in this generation. Chen Changan's words ignited a spark of excitement within Chen Yanxian. Such aspirations had crossed his mind before, but hearing them uttered by the esteemed ancestor carried a weight of significance that was unparalleled. This indicated that the ancestor held great expectations for him. With the ancestor present, I dare not act recklessly, Chen Yanxian remarked, his voice tinged with apprehension. My strength is formidable, and my lineage is esteemed. It would be inappropriate for me to intervene. Given this, I shall certainly strive earnestly and ensure that I do not disappoint the ancestor. Indeed, that is the right attitude. Thus, Chen Yanxian commenced his rigorous training, and the entire Chen family was swept into a fervor of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. During this time, the overall strength of the Chen family surged dramatically, ascending several tiers. What an impressive transformation for the Chen family. Who do they think they are? Do they truly perceive themselves as the foremost family in Yangui City? Can they dominate so completely? How dare they shut their doors to guests, disregarding even the courtesy owed to our two families? In Yangui City, there exist three prominent cultivation families, the Su family and the Ning family, who are the local powerhouses, and the Chen family, an outsider. Although the Chen family managed to establish a foothold in Yangui City, they remain the weakest in terms of strength. Furthermore, the Su and Ning families are bound by marriage, and they have not hesitated to suppress the Chen family at every turn. The situation they could easily manipulate now sees them shutting their doors, refusing even to entertain visitors from the two families. How could this not incite their fury? What, I ask, transpired within the Chen family a month prior? Have you heard that a newborn has recently joined their ranks? The head of the Su family inquired, furrowing his brow. A newborn? I am quite familiar with the Chen family circumstances. There have been no pregnancies in recent years, making a newborn impossible, the head of the Ning family replied, shaking his head. Since it is not a newborn, what accounts for this sudden anomaly? Could it be that Chen Jingyuan has made a breakthrough? That seems implausible. Given Chen Jingyuan's talent and the Chen family's foundation, such a situation would be beyond his capability to instigate. First, the location of the Chen family underwent a transformation, followed by their month-long cessation of visitors. What could have caused the Chen family to behave in such a manner? After exchanging glances, the heads of the Su and Ning families shifted from confusion to excitement. A treasure, they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, the Chen family must have acquired some extraordinary treasure, which would explain their audacity in disregarding the two families' presence. Cursed be it, why did it take us so long to realize this? Regretfully, the heads of the Su and Ning families lamented their delayed epiphany. If it truly is a treasure, after an entire month, does it still even exist? Brother Su, I believe We still have a chance. After pondering for a moment, the head of the Ning family cast a fervent gaze towards the head of the Su family. Oh, what prompts such words from you, Brother Ning? Brother Su inquired with a hint of confusion. I surmise that what the Chun family has acquired is by no means a top-tier elixir or similar item. It is highly probable that it consists of weaponry or items that assist in cultivation. Given the recent circumstances of the Chun family, I believe the likelihood of it being an item for cultivation assistance is the greatest. This would explain their decision to seclude themselves and refuse visitors. That treasure must be capable of absorbing all the surrounding spiritual energy, allowing the members of the Chun family to use it to enhance their own cultivation. It must be so. Brother Su, if this treasure were to fall into the hands of our two families with time, we might very well secure a place for ourselves in Baiyuan County. Furthermore, it is not inconceivable that we could carve out a significant presence within the great Zhou kingdom. The head of the Ning family exclaimed with excitement. Hearing the analysis from the head of the Ning family, the head of the Su family also began to feel a surge of excitement. He found the others' reasoning quite compelling. If such a treasure were to be theirs, how delightful it would be. However, the Chen family has possessed this treasure for a month already. Their strength has likely increased, and seizing it might not be an easy feat. The head of the Su family furrowed his brow. What is there to fear? Even if a month has passed, how much could the Chen family truly have improved? With our two families joining forces, what is there to fear from a single Chen family? That makes sense. Let us gather our forces and strike swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications. Indeed, it should be so. Chapter 9. A Month of Harvest Ancestor. I have truly ascended to the first level of True Qi realm. This is simply unbelievable. In the span of a month, Chen Yunxian had diligently trained alongside Chen Changan. With resources provided by Chen Changan, Chen Yunxian focused solely on his cultivation. Initially, he believed that an elevation from the 7th level of Spirit Gathering Realm to the 5th level of Essence Consolidation Realm within a month would be an impressive feat. To his astonishment, he had directly broken through to the first level of True Qi Realm, a level equivalent to that of Chen Zhengyuan, the head of the Chen family. Just a month prior, for Chen Yunxian, this past month felt like a dream, a beautiful dream at that. Seeing Chen Yunxuan's excitement, Chen Changan understood completely. It was akin to a poor man suddenly coming into wealth. Yunxian, your innate talent is not as lacking as you might think. The Chen family's foundation was insufficient, and the great Zhou kingdom is situated in a remote and barren land. Otherwise, at the age of 16, you would not have been limited to the 7th level of Spirit Gathering Realm. Those super talents you admire, what do you think they rely on besides their unparalleled gifts? I will tell you, it's the foundation. The cultivation resources they possess are far beyond what ordinary people can imagine. This world is vast. The great Zhou kingdom is but a speck of dust. If you truly aspire to make a name for yourself, Yunxian, you must venture beyond. Venture beyond? Upon hearing this, Chen Yunxian felt a surge of anticipation within him. Indeed, only by stepping out of this tiny realm could he possibly discover a new world. If you had grown up in a place rich in spiritual energy with ample cultivation resources at your current age of 16, how could you possibly be limited to the first level of True Qi realm? The extraordinary realm would not be beyond your reach. Although Chen Changan had been living in seclusion with his master, he occasionally escaped to the outside world. While not entirely familiar with current affairs, he had encountered a few true prodigies, individuals of remarkable talent, young yet powerful, all hailed as exceptional figures of their generation. Ancestor, are you suggesting that there are indeed individuals who can reach the extraordinary realm by the age of 16? Chen Yunxuan's expression was one of shock. This was something entirely beyond his grasp, utterly unimaginable. The notion of a 16-year-old attaining such cultivation speed seemed excessively rapid. Thus, you must step outside to broaden your horizons. How could a frog at the bottom of a well comprehend the vastness of the sky? Chen Changan remarked with a smile. Your teachings are wise, ancestor. Chen Yunxian felt an even deeper yearning for the world beyond. A seed of aspiration had been sown in his heart. Chen Changan's encouragement stemmed from a desire for Chen Yunxian to gain experience, which would undoubtedly serve him well. Additionally, Chen Changan harbored his own intentions. With the whereabouts of the fetal pearl unknown, The vastness of the world made it unlikely for him to recover it alone. However, with assistance, the efficiency of such a search would undoubtedly improve significantly. After Chen Yinxian departed, he could assist in gathering information regarding this matter. Just as the two were conversing, Chen Jingyuan arrived at the courtyard where Chen Changan resided. Chen Jingyuan first cast a glance at Chen Yinxian, his eyes brimming with pride and satisfaction. Indeed, his son, under the guidance of their ancestor, had made remarkable progress in his cultivation, with an immeasurable future ahead. Greetings, ancestor. We have received intelligence from our spies in Yangwiching that the Su and Ning families appear to be making moves. I suspect they are targeting our Chun family. Chen Jingyuan said, furrowing his brow. The Su and Ning families from Yangwiching? Let them come. Given the current strength of the Chun family, they are unlikely to gain any advantage, Chen Changan replied. How has everyone's progress been this past month? Reporting to you, ancestor. Over the past month, our Chun family strength has significantly increased, largely thanks to the items you brought back. My own power has risen to the second level of the extraordinary realm, and several elders have reached the pinnacle of the true Qi ninth level. Other clan members have also attained the true Qi realm, though the younger generation's strength remains at the Qi condensation realm. At this moment, Chen Jingyuan felt an overwhelming excitement. The ancestor had returned for merely a month, and the Chen family had undergone a transformation. Given some time, could the Chen family not reclaim its former glory in this generation? Perhaps even achieve new heights? Since we have already improved so much, what is there to fear? Chen Changan's words struck Chen Jingyuan, leaving him momentarily speechless. Indeed, what was he afraid of? With the Chen family's current strength, why fear the Su and Ning families? With our enhanced power, our awareness must elevate accordingly, understood? Chen Changan remarked with a smile. Your teachings are wise, Jingyuan acknowledged. Let us cease our chatter. The guests have arrived. At that moment, a statement from Da Huang caused both Chen Jingyuan and Chen Yinxian to stiffen. The fact that Da Huang could speak was no longer a secret within the Chen family. After all, this was no ordinary dog, but a canine king. Ancestor, leave this matter to us. You need not trouble yourself, Chen Jingyuan offered. No, I wish to witness the spectacle as well. Do not mind me, Chen Changan replied. Very well. At that juncture, the Su and Ning families had mobilized their elite forces. Their intent clear. They were determined to seize the treasured item from the Chen family. Su family head, Ning family head, we truly do not entertain guests. Perhaps you should why all this idle chatter? You Chen family truly possess an impressive demeanor. We have come personally, yet you dare to turn us away? You? As the Ning family head spoke, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The cultivation of the Chen family member's Ning brother, if I am not mistaken. This person should be Chen Jianyuan, correct? Was he not only at the Qi condensation realm, yet now he had reached the true Qi realm? The Su family head, observing from the side, also discerned the anomaly. The strength of the Chen family had indeed changed dramatically. In the span of just 1 month, a person from the Qi condensation realm had somehow broken through to the true Qi realm. Is this enhancement not rather swift? As this thought crossed their minds, the two exchanged a glance, their eyes igniting with fervor. A treasured artifact. It must undoubtedly be a cultivation treasure. Should they acquire this artifact, their cultivation would surely ascend to new heights. The overwhelming desire and avarice consumed them, leaving no room for further contemplation. If Chen Jianyuan has progressed so significantly, what the other members of the Chen family? Can they still be measured by their former prowess? Regrettably, at that moment, such considerations eluded them. Their hearts were solely fixated on the artifact that could aid their cultivation. Stand azide. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ungracious. The head of the Su family cast a frigid gaze toward Chen Jianyuan. Chen Jianyuan, equally unyielding, glared back. How dare they think they could continue to bully the Chen family? Ungracious? Aye. Jianyuan, let them enter. Chapter 10. The Chen family has ancestry. Named Chang'an, the voice of Chen Jingyuan resonated from behind, prompting Chen Jianyuan to yield the path. At least the head of your Chen family understands the bigger picture. The head of the Ning family scoffed disdainfully at Chen Jianyuan before both families entered the Chen residence with their entourage. Once the members of the Su and Ning families had entered, Chen Jingyuan calmly remarked. Zhenyuan, please close the door. Hmm? Upon hearing this, Chen Jinyuan's eyes brightened, and he nodded before shutting the grand entrance, standing motionless as he vigilantly guarded the door. At that moment, the heads of the Su and Ning families were entirely preoccupied with the treasures of the Chun family, oblivious to their surroundings. Brother Chun, it has indeed been a long time since we last met. I am curious about the recent closure of your doors to guests. What was the reason behind it? We are all cultivators of Yanguiqing, and if there is something amiss, do share it with us. Perhaps we might be of assistance, wouldn't you agree? The head of the Su family said with a smile. Assistance is unnecessary. The two of you have brought your best to my Chun family, and I suspect it is not merely to extend a helping hand. Chen Jingyuan replied bluntly, diving straight into the matter. Ha ha! Very well, head of the Chun family. You speak with great candor. In that case, I shall not beat around the bush. A month ago, there was unusual activity on your side, and I trust you will not deny it. The head of the Su family inquired with a grin. Naturally, I will not. That is reassuring. It seems to me that your family has come into possession of something extraordinary. As fellow residents of Yanguiqing, I believe you would not wish to hoard such a treasure. Why not lend it to our two families for a time, and we can return it later? From now on, we three families shall be united as one. What do you think? The head of the Su family was no fool. If he could obtain what he desired without conflict, why would he resort to violence? However, this all hinged on whether the Chun family would comply. If they willingly surrendered the treasure, all would be well, but should they refuse? They should not blame the two families for their ruthlessness. I am certain Head Chin will not refuse, am I right? The head of the Ning family chimed in with a smile. Though they laughed, the threat was palpable. In the past, the Chun family might have felt overwhelmed and chosen a compromise, but now, the Chen family was no longer easily bullied. You two are indeed direct. As for the treasure you inquire about, whether it exists or not is of no concern to you. I advise you both to think carefully about your actions. Otherwise, the consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear. Chen Jingyuan retorted with a cold smile. Ha ha ha, it has been a month, and I did not expect the head of the Chun family to be so resolute. I am truly curious to see what consequences we cannot endure. Let me ask you one last time. Will you surrender the treasure or not? If you are wise, we will become allies. If not, do not blame us for our lack of mercy today. Faced with the threats from the Su and Ning families, the Chun clan remained unfazed, a testament to the confidence derived from their strength. Allow me to witness how you intend to show no mercy, Chen Jingyuan stated coldly. Very well. If you refuse to drink to our health, you shall face the consequences. Today we shall. Big Huang, is that melon sweet? Just as the Su and Ning families were about to strike, this unexpected question caused a momentary pause among all present. Melon? Sweet or not? What is going on? Can't you see we are about to fight? Can we not take this seriously? The crowd turned their gaze to see Chen Changan reclining in a rocking chair, intently watching Big Huang, who was fixated on the melon that had been mentioned. Upon hearing Chen Changan's words, Big Huang was about to nod in agreement, but reconsidered and shook his head instead. Look at you being so stingy. Am I really going to snatch your food? Who would eat leftovers? Chen Changan scoffed dismissively. Big Huang shot a disdainful glance back at Chen Changan. You, who has rarely refrained from pilfering my food over the years. Leftovers? You are the dog here. Your entire family is comprised of dogs. Am I just an ordinary dog? I am the king of dogs. No, no, no. I'm a noble Qilin. Seeing Big Huang ignore him, Chen Changan felt helpless. It was not wise to force the issue, especially since he knew he could not win. Could you fetch me another one? This one isn't sweet. Don't eat it. Chen Changan glanced at a nearby clansman, who promptly nodded and hurried off to retrieve another melon. Ah, this one is quite nice. Sweet, Chen Changan remarked after tasting it, nodding in satisfaction, which elicited excitement from the clansman. Why are you all standing there in a daze? You continue your fight. I am merely enjoying a melon, not interfering with you. Noticing the attention he was receiving while the others hesitated to act, Chen Changan hastily urged them on. The members of the Chun family found nothing amiss. Their ancestor held a distinguished status and had witnessed grand spectacles. It was only natural for him to remain so composed while enjoying a melon. However, the Su and Ning families found it perplexing. Chen Changan appeared remarkably youthful, yet he seemed to be treated quite differently. It was as if he were the true patriarch of the Chen family. While others stood ready for battle, he lounged with a large yellow dog, enjoying a melon. Had they never encountered this individual before? Was he truly a member of the Chen clan? Yin Guicheng was not large, and the Chen family was not numerous. The Su and Ning families had practically memorized the names and appearances of every member of the Chen clan. Yet, Chen Changan remained a mystery, as if he had appeared out of thin air. Could it be that this very individual had brought a treasured boon to the Chen family, thus meriting such treatment? It must be so. Otherwise, how could a mere first-level practitioner of the condensation realm receive such hospitality from the Chen family? Young man, did you bring a treasure to the Chen family? To be candid, in Yin Guicheng, our families, the Su and Ning, are the most formidable. If you were to transfer that treasure to us, I assure you, your treatment would surpass that of the Chen family by 1,000-fold, even 10,000 times, proclaimed the head of the Su family with unwavering confidence. However, upon the conclusion of his statement, all members of the Chen family regarded him as if he were a fool. This reaction caused the previously self-assured Su family head to feel an inexplicable sense of unease. Did I say something wrong? Did I make a mistake in my speech? He murmured to himself. I don't believe there was any issue. The head of the Ning family also appeared perplexed. Just as the two were engulfed in their confusion, Chen Changan, having finished the melon in his hand and requesting another, turned to Chen Jingyuan and said, Jingyuan, what is the command of the ancestor? Hurry up and begin. Why waste time with so much chatter? At this rate, Da Huang will finish the melons. Da Huang lifted his gaze to Chen Changan, his eyes brimming with disdain. I am merely the second. You have already devoured the third. What does it concern me? Yes, ancestor. The exchange between Chen Changan and Jingyuan left the members of the Su and Ning families utterly dumbfounded. Ancestor? Chen Jingyuan, just refer to that young man as the ancestor. He is actually the progenitor of the Chen family? How could this be possible? Chapter 11. Besides the handsome but inept Chen Changan? A shock from the soul. How could a small family like the Chen clan possibly have an ancestor? It is nothing short of a farce, a colossal joke. Yet now, the individual is indeed seated here, and someone like Chen Jingyuan would not jest about such matters. But this, an ancestor at the first level of the gathering essence realm, concealed cultivation. The opponent must have hidden their true abilities. Indeed, it must be so, it must be so. The heads of the Su and Ning families exchanged glances, a sense of trepidation enveloping them. No, it cannot be true. The Chen family must be playing tricks. It has to be that way. Brother Ning, do you not agree? At this moment, the head of the Su family was in a state of disarray. The head of the Ning family wore a bitter expression. He wished to refute, but found himself at a loss for words. Could it truly be the Chen family's deception? Yet the likelihood of such a scenario was exceedingly slim. Chen family leader, is there still a chance if you admit your wrongs? The head of the Ning family gazed gravely at Chen Jingyuan. Apologies, the ancestor has decreed we must act. Move. I will take the lead. With a single command from Chen Jingyuan, the members of the Chen family stirred with eagerness. Having gained strength, they were eager to showcase their prowess. However, the swiftest to act were the elders of the Chen family, striking without mercy. In a mere exchange, the forces brought by the Su and Ning families had already suffered devastating losses. Witnessing this scene, the heads of the Su and Ning families were left utterly dumbfounded. Merely a month had passed. How could such a tremendous change occur? What Chen Jingming and Chen Zhengxiao? How could their strength be so formidable? What cultivation level do they possess now? Could it be the pinnacle of the 9th level of the vital energy realm? The heads of the Su and Ning families had cultivation levels of the 3rd and 4th levels of the vital energy realm, respectively. Across the entirety of Yangwiching, they were the most powerful. Not a soul within 100 miles could rival them. Yet now, all the elders of the Chen family had seemingly reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the vital energy realm. Such strength. Who in the entire Beiyuan prefecture could withstand it? Flee. They exchanged a glance, their minds consumed by a singular thought, to escape the Chen family as quickly as possible. Just as they were lost in this moment, the elite forces they had brought were all annihilated. Next, it would be their turn. Stop. Just as the heads of the Su and Ning families felt their doom imminent, the sudden utterance of two words sent a jolt through their hearts. Could it be a rescue? But who would come to their aid? Could the Su and Ning families also possess unknown ancestors? Meanwhile, the members of the Qin family were equally perplexed by this unexpected arrival, which appeared to possess considerable strength. Kill. Chen Changan, while leisurely enjoying a snack, calmly uttered these two words. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingyuan could not afford to disregard it. After all, this was a command from the ancestor. Wait. As the newcomer was about to speak, before he could finish his words, Chen Jingyuan had already approached the heads of the Su and Ning families. With a swift motion of his hand, two resounding thuds echoed through the air as the heads of the other two prominent families in Yangwuqing collapsed to the ground. Silence forever. You, transcendent realm. You are indeed of the transcendent realm. The visitor was none other than Wu Chengfeng, the governor of Beiyuan County, along with Nan Xiangtian, the head of the Nan family. These two had come to this place after uncovering that the recent disturbances had originated from Yangwuqing a month prior. Initially, they intended to visit the Su and Ning families, only to be informed that all the elite members from both families had gathered at the Qin residence. After some contemplation, they surmised that the Chen family was the true source of the upheaval, prompting their hurried arrival, only to witness the scene that had just unfolded. They had not anticipated such formidable strength residing within the Chen family of Yangwuqing. Given this, they pondered why the Chen family chose to remain concealed within Yangwuqing. While the Su and Ning families may not have been particularly aware of the Chen family's background, Wu Chengfeng, as the governor, had heard whispers of their once illustrious status in the Dazhou kingdom, a status that had since faded into obscurity. Could it be that the Chen family was on the brink of resurgence? Are you two their summoned allies? Chen Jingyuan inquired coldly. No, please do not misunderstand. Esteemed head of the Chen family, I am Wu Chengfeng, the governor of Beiyuan County, not a summoned ally. As the governor, I merely wish to inquire about the situation upon witnessing such occurrences. By the way, this is Nan Xiangtian, the head of the Nan family. Nan Xiangtian nodded in acknowledgement towards Chen Jingyuan, acutely aware of the formidable, transcendent realm prowess of his counterpart, while he himself had yet to reach the pinnacle of the true Qi realm. Subsequently, both Wu Chengfeng and Nan Xiangtian found themselves involuntarily casting glances at Chen Changan. They had clearly observed that the one orchestrating events within the Chen family was this young man, who, despite his striking looks, seemed lacking in other attributes. So, what brings you two to my Chen family today? Chen Jingyuan inquired with a faint smile. Given the current strength of the Chen family, he felt no need to regard these two with trepidation. After all, Wu Chengfeng was merely at the peak of the true Qi realm, a level matched by 5 members of the Qin family. Hee-hee-wee. Wu Chengfeng chuckled awkwardly, but his words were cut short as Chen Changan stopped nearby. De Huang, are you not watching anymore? Chen Changan asked with a smile, noticing De Huang's disheartened expression as he turned to leave. There's no excitement. This performance is lackluster. The fruit is decent, but nothing compares to the thrill of witnessing the duel between Lin Shangliu and Wu Mingdao back in the day. De Huang shook his head in resignation, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his gaze, his expression remarkably human-like. Hearing this, Chen Changan too reminisced about that fateful duel. Unbeknownst to him, a millennium had passed since then. He pondered whether those two were still alive. With a gentle smile, he remarked, given their talents, they should still be among the living, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Regardless, since you have been out for such an extended period, it would be an opportune moment to reconnect with them, De Huang remarked after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, that is a commendable idea. Chen Changan nodded in agreement, harboring similar intentions within his heart. Their conversation left Wu Chengfeng and Nan Xiangtian utterly bewildered. A man and a dog conversing? This dog is capable of human speech? Most astonishing of all, what were they discussing? For a millennium? Have they truly lived for such an extensive duration? Chen, Master Chen, these two. Wu Chengfeng gazed anxiously at Chen Jingyuan. Oh, this one is my ancestral forebear from the Chen family. As for De Huang, it is no ordinary dog. Oh, then what is it? A beast of rank 5 or higher. No, it is the king of dogs. Upon hearing this, De Huang halted mid-step, exclaiming inwardly, "Enough already. King of dogs. You all are the kings of dogs." Wu Qingfeng and Nan Xiangtian exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend. Can a king of dogs truly articulate human language? Even if it is a king of dogs, it remains merely a dog. Given its lineage, can it genuinely cultivate to such an extent? Or does this dog possess some other bloodline? Has its lineage awakened? In any case, this is an entity they cannot afford to provoke. Junior Wu Qingfeng, I have the honor of meeting Senior Chen. Junior Nan Xiangtian, I have the honor of meeting Senior Chen. The two addressed Chen Changan with utmost respect, standing as obediently as dutiful grandsons. Very well. Chen Changan nodded indifferently, then added, "Please continue. Do tell me, what brings you to the Chen family?" "Yes, Senior." Chapter 12. Eradicating weeds by the roots regardless of the veracity of Chen Changan's identity. The mere presence of the loquacious golden retriever was sufficient to instill trepidation in Wu Qingfeng and his companion. When Chen Changan inquired, they were naturally compelled to respond without delay, albeit with a degree of reticence in their honesty. In response to your esteemed self, not long ago, the spiritual energy of the entire Baiyuan County was depleted. As the county magistrate, I felt it my duty to investigate. Ultimately, I uncovered that this matter may be connected to Yangui City, hence my presence here. However, I did not anticipate encountering the scene we just witnessed. I beg your forgiveness, esteemed elder, for I cannot stand idly by in the face of my responsibilities. Wu Qingfeng articulated with deference. Since it is a matter of duty, I shall let it pass, Chen Changan replied, redirecting his gaze towards Chen Yinxian. Yinxian, yes. Have you ever taken a life? Huh? Have you ever taken a life? At this query, Chen Yinxian momentarily hesitated but ultimately replied, I have not. Very well. I must entrust you with a task. Take several individuals to the Su and Ning families. Spare neither the old nor the young. Leave no one alive. Chen Changan's words sent a tremor through all present. You mean to kill them all? Even Wu Qingfeng and Nan Xiangtian were taken aback, recognizing the ruthlessness of the Chen family's ancestor. The Su and Ning families have already suffered catastrophic losses. They pose no threat any longer. Are you truly certain about this course of action? Chen Yinxian expressed some uncertainty. Foolishness. If they are enemies, why must you show them mercy? The principle of eradicating weeds by the roots is one I hope you grasp. Never underestimate any potential danger. Even a single adversary could unleash consequences beyond your capacity to bear. In the future, as you navigate the world, you must rely not only on courage and talent, but also on a steely resolve. To show mercy to your enemies is to be cruel to yourself. Do you understand? Chen Changan inquired in a graviton. Yes, I understand, Chen Yinxian replied earnestly. Go now. You will inevitably confront these challenges. The sooner you face them, the sooner you shall adapt. Understood. Chen Yinxian nodded and promptly set off with several companions towards the Su and Ning families. By the way, you are the magistrate of Baiyuan County, correct? You will not take issue with my actions, will you? Chen Changan asked with a smile. Take issue? Only a fool would do so. As long as you do not harm me, you may slay whomever you wish. Wu Qingfeng hastily replied. If there is nothing further, you may depart. Esteemed elder, given the current strength of the Chen family, it would be unwise to remain in Yangui City. Might I arrange a new location for you? Perhaps facilitate the migration of the Chen family? Wu Qingfeng was eager to seize this opportunity to curry favor. Recognizing the Chen family's formidable power, retaining them in Baiyuan County would only yield advantages for him. No need. In due time, the Chen family will be leaving this place. May I inquire as to your destination? The capital city. The capital city? Is the Chen family returning to the capital? Will they reclaim their former standing? Upon further contemplation, it indeed seems quite reasonable. That which has been lost must naturally be reclaimed. It appears that the Chen family will find it difficult to remain in Baiyuan County. Wu Qingfeng let out a bitter laugh and respectfully bowed to Chen Changan before departing with Nan Xiangtian from the Chen residence. It is truly unexpected that the Chen family still has an ancestral figure in existence. Yet, why did I not perceive any sense of danger emanating from him? After their departure, Nan Xiangtian finally dared to speak, fearing that a misstep within the Chen household might lead to catastrophic consequences. Such a person has already ascended to a height beyond our reach. How can we possibly detect anything from him? Nevertheless, it seems that the heavens of Dezhou are on the verge of change. Wu Qingfeng mused, the Chen family's arrival in the capital will undoubtedly stir up a tempest. Indeed, do you think the Qin family is heading towards that matter? He queried. Was it not said that there existed a contract between the Chen and Lu families in the past? Upon hearing this, Wu Qingfeng's countenance shifted. How could he have forgotten such a crucial detail? It is possible. No, I must report this to His Majesty without delay. It has already been a month since the head of the family has been in the capital. There can be no further hesitation, or we shall run out of time. Upon returning to the Lu family, Lu Mingyan and Lu Changfeng recounted the events that transpired at the Chen residence in full detail, along with their thoughts. However, upon hearing this, the head of the Lu family hesitated, unable to reach a decision. A month had already passed, and both Lu Mingyan and Lu Changfeng began to worry that the prolonged delay would not bode well for their family. I am aware of what you speak. That person is truly the ancestral figure of the Chen family? Is he truly that formidable? Have you witnessed his prowess firsthand? The head of the Lu family asked, furrowing his brow. Head, although he did not make a move, he is undoubtedly powerful. My aura had no effect on him. This indicates that his strength must surpass mine. Furthermore, as we departed, the spiritual energy of the entire Beiyuan County was depleted. I suspect this was his doing, a warning to us. Lu Qingfeng stated with a serious expression. The information was too vague, leaving the head of the Lu family unable to make a firm decision. Perhaps the so-called ancestral figure of the Chen family possesses extraordinary strength, but the royal family is not someone to offend lightly either. With only a month remaining until the engagement ceremony between Lu Mingyan and the fifth prince, preparations on the royal side have already commenced. To speak of cancellation now would be tantamount to slapping the royal family's face. Father, I understand your hesitation. However, that ancestral figure of the Chen family has lived for millennia. If we prepare in advance, perhaps the Chen family will show leniency out of respect for past relations. As for the royal family, they likely would not dare to provoke such a formidable figure, Lu Mingyan urged. Upon hearing this, the head of the Lu family displayed a troubled expression, and after much deliberation, a sudden realization struck him. I have made a grave error. The Chen family truly possesses remarkable cunning. They nearly deceived us. The head of the Lu family remarked with a smile. What was mistaken? Father, where did we err? Lu Mingyan inquired. Perplexed. If the Chen family truly had such an esteemed ancestor with formidable strength, why has there been no movement in the past month? If they were genuinely powerful, why resort to such tactics to intimidate you? Their sole intention is to instill worry and fear, thereby deterring any confrontation with the Chen family. Should either of you fall into their trap and return, you would find yourselves compelled to cancel the engagement with the fifth prince, and, at that juncture, without the need for the Chen family to intervene, our Lu family would already be unable to withstand the wrath of the royal family. The Chen family can resolve our downfall without shedding blood. What a brilliant scheme. The head of the Lu family scoffed. However, the ancestor of the Chen family undoubtedly possesses great strength. Otherwise, he would not have faced my aura with such nonchalance. Lu Qingfeng remarked, confused. This is where their true shrewdness lies. They possess strength, yet it is limited. Their power may surpass yours, but it is certainly inadequate to contend with the royal family. If Mingyan successfully becomes engaged to the fifth prince, our Lu family would be allied with the royal family. At that point, what recourse would the Qin family have? You two are still too naive, thinking too simplistically. Even I was nearly led astray by your two perspectives. Such a minor scheme cannot obscure my vision. The head of the Lu family stated coldly. I see now. The head truly is wise. Chapter 13. The dog that rides horses, accompanied by the analysis of the head of the Lu family. Lu Mingyan and Lu Chengfeng both breathed a sigh of relief. The Chen family truly possessed a myriad of cunning tricks, and they had nearly fallen victim to their deceit. This has delayed my remarkable marital prospects. Just wait and see how I will teach them a lesson. Father, this matter must not be allowed to rest. The contract still lies with the Chen family, and I fear they may cause trouble at the time of my engagement, Lu Mengyan said indignantly. This matter is not difficult. Mengyan, you and the fifth prince share a deep affection, and the fifth prince's uncle is the third elder of your Shanqing sect, a man of formidable strength. If you inform the fifth prince and enlist his uncle's assistance, the Chen family will surely be unable to stir up any trouble. The head of the Lu family remarked with a smile. The relationship between the Dezhou royal family and the Shanqing sect is exceedingly close. Overall, the Shanqing sect is stronger, yet the current grand elder of the Shanqing sect is a member of the Dezhou royal family. Given the intricate ties between the two, if the royal family were to encounter difficulties, the Shanqing sect could not afford to remain indifferent. Furthermore, the fifth prince's uncle, being an elder of the Shanqing sect, possesses considerable might. Father, is it sufficient to merely inform the fifth prince? And what of his majesty? Mengyan, there are indeed those who are aware of this matter, but few speak of it. Do you know why? The royal family also values its reputation. This is precisely why I advise you both to visit the Chen family alone. The fewer who know of this matter, the better. I see now. Your foresight is commendable, father. I shall seek the fifth prince at once. Very well. Strive to resolve the threat posed by the Chen family swiftly, lest the night prolong our troubles. Understood. While the Lu family was taking action, the Chen family also chose not to linger in Yanguiching. Look, this is rather peculiar, isn't it? I can't believe my eyes. Is this real? Am I still dreaming? By heavens, a dog is riding a horse? I can barely afford to keep a dog, let alone a horse. Which young masters are these? 3 days prior, Chen Changan had departed Yanguiching with Chen Yinxian and the large yellow dog, drawing considerable attention wherever they went, simply because the dog insisted on riding a horse. A dog on horseback is an unprecedented sight. Initially, Chen Yinxian felt somewhat embarrassed, as he had never before been the focus of so much attention and discussion. Although the spotlight was primarily on the large yellow dog, as a companion on this journey, Chen Yinxian could not escape the scrutiny either. However, he soon became indifferent to it. One quickly grows accustomed to such circumstances. Yinxian, are we still within the confines of Beiyuan County? Chen Changan inquired. Ancestor, I haven't strayed far from Yanguiching, but based on our journey, we should still be within Beiyuan County, Chen Yinxian replied thoughtfully. 3 days have passed, yet we have not left Beiyuan County. This pace seems rather sluggish. It's all your fault, De Huang, insisting on riding. Otherwise, we would not be moving so slowly. The large yellow creature cast a disdainful glance at Chen Changan and communicated telepathically. What of it? I have lived for so long. Why shouldn't I indulge a little? You are permitted to ride me, yet I cannot ride a horse. What is your haste about? Are you eager to be reborn? Your lifespan is so extensive. Why the urgency? Upon hearing the words of the large yellow creature, Chen Changan couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow seemed to be rather irritable lately. Should he perhaps find it a companion to vent its frustrations? Surely, it would be grateful for the gesture, wouldn't it? Yes, it would undoubtedly express its gratitude. As he contemplated this, a sly smile emerged on Chen Changan's face, leaving Chen Yinxian utterly perplexed, while the large yellow creature grew increasingly wary. This rascal is up to no good, it thought. Suddenly, an uproar from a distance captured Chen Changan's attention. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a group of sturdy men surrounding a fortune-telling stall, visibly enraged. Hold on, what have I said that is incorrect? The fortune-teller exclaimed, attempting to intervene amidst their ire. 7 days ago, you foretold a calamity of blood and disaster. Is that not true? One of the burly men demanded furiously. Indeed, those are my words. You instructed me to leave this place for 7 days, forbidding my return. Is that not correct? Precisely, came the reply. Then do you realize that during these 7 days, I did not leave? Where's the calamity of blood? Where is the impending disaster? You still claim you are not a fraud? The man bellowed in outrage. As the exchange unfolded, onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, pointing and speculating. He truly is a swindler. Yet, how could anyone believe such nonsense? Alas, there will always be those who fall victim to deceit. That old man has been peddling his wares for 2 to 3 months now. Who knows how many he has duped? It seems this time the tables have turned, but who knows how many more will be tricked in the future. Ugh, I detest such charlatans. They deserve a good thrashing. The fortune-teller, however, remained unfazed by the man's fury or the crowd chatter. He shook his head resignedly at the burly figure before him. Alas, I cannot save you this time. The harbinger of disaster has entered your life, and there is nothing I can do. You must fend for yourself. Oomph. You think to deceive me further? A calamity of blood? Is it? Have you not foreseen that today marks your own disaster? The burly man scoffed, commanding his companions to take action against the old man. In an instant, a figure materialized, and the burly man's associates were sent crashing to the ground, knocked down in a flash. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers momentarily stunned. This old fraud has accomplices? I warned you of your impending calamity, yet you refused to heed my words. The old man chuckled mischievously. The burly man, ignoring the fortune-teller, turned to the young figure before him and inquired, "Who are you to him? Why do you choose to assist him?" The person who has arrived is none other than Chen Changan, and the reason for his presence is, of course, the instruction of Chen Changan. This individual is not to be trifled with. Leave at once, Chen Changan stated coolly. Not to be trifled with? Do not mistake me for someone easily intimidated. Let me inform you that my brother-in-law is a guardian of the Nan family. If you dare to provoke me, my brother-in-law will not let you off easily. The Nan family? I had not anticipated that this place was under their dominion, Chen Changan mused. Judging by your demeanor, it seems you are utterly oblivious to who the Nan family is. Begone. With that, the burly man prepared to strike Chen Changan, but he would not allow such an attempt to succeed. With a mere gentle kick, he sent the man flying. Bang! The burly man crashed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. A calamity of blood? Could it truly be a calamity of blood? This is impossible. It cannot be. 7 days have already elapsed. How could this be? Ah, you seem to have forgotten. Did you arrive in the afternoon 7 days ago? There is still an hour left until a full 7 days have passed. I assure you, if you do not return, this calamity of blood will not occur. The old man sighed helplessly. You are toying with me, are you not? Just wait. Just you wait. Wait? Then you might as well prepare for your demise. Chen Changan etched Chen Changan's words into his mind, to eradicate the roots of trouble. Since he dared to make such a grave threat, there was no need to spare his life. You see, I foretold this disaster. Everyone, do you see? I am truly not a deceiver, otherwise. Who among you would care to divine the future? Chapter 14. The Hall of Destiny. WNTNJ. Shall I cast a divination? Who else would dare to do so? Upon hearing these words, the crowd that had gathered to watch immediately turned and departed without the slightest hesitation. Observing the exodus, the old man sighed in resignation. Alas, the world holds a profound misunderstanding of me. I must express my gratitude to this young friend for the timely rescue. I perceive an extraordinary aura about you. Surely, you are destined for greatness. Allow me to. No need for that. I am merely carrying out orders. No thanks are necessary. Chen Changan held no particular fondness for the old man. Had it not been for Chen Changan's directive, he would not have intervened. Oh, carrying out orders, you say? Then you must have received instructions from that young friend over there? The old man glanced towards Chen Changan, then approached him with a playful grin. Thank you for your assistance, young friend. I observe an exceptional quality in you. You are bound to achieve remarkable feats. Might I? Enough of your theatrics. After all this time, how have you managed to evade death? Chen Changan inquired with a smile, realizing that Chen Changan recognized him. The old man dropped his pretense, grinning mischievously as he replied, You speak as if you have not also managed to survive. Ancestor, you two are acquainted? Chen Changan's expression was one of astonishment. He could hardly fathom that the elder knew this trickster. Could it be that this person was not of ordinary caliber? Enough chatter. This is not the place for conversation. Let us find a more suitable locale. Come, it has been far too long. We must catch up properly. Chen Changan and his companions promptly made their way to a nearby tavern, requesting a private room. It has been over 3,000 years since our last parting. I never imagined that you, Brother Chen, and Brother De Huang would still possess such vigor. It feels as though we have stepped through time. The old man's words left Chen Changan in a state of shock. He knew the ancestor had lived long, but he was astonished that this seemingly unremarkable old man had also endured for such a duration. Then what are your earlier comments? Chen Changan inquired with confusion. Senior, since you are acquainted with my family's ancestor, you must be a significant figure. How could such a scene unfold earlier? Yin Xian, you are unaware of this matter. This individual is none other than the illustrious Ing Tnj, reputedly the third-generation master of the Hall of Destiny. His prowess is formidable. However, he has committed many unscrupulous acts and often faces retribution. Retribution? What does that entail? What is the Hall of Destiny? I have never heard of it before. In the presence of the younger generation, one dares to jest. We, within our lineage, have sought to unravel the secrets of fate, only to incur punishment. Every 1,000 years, our bodies suffer afflictions. Not only do we age, but we also lose our cultivation for a decade. During this perilous period, we are rendered utterly defenseless should danger arise. Tnj offered a weary smile. Since you are aware that this is the most perilous time, what brings you all the way to the Great Zhou Kingdom? With your current stamina, I fear it may take you a decade to traverse here. The location of Wang Tianji is indeed far removed from the Great Zhou Kingdom. If he still possessed his former cultivation, it would be a trivial matter. Yet now that he has lost all his powers, how could he possibly make the journey? And for what purpose? Wait a moment. Something is amiss. The first time I encountered you was precisely when you had lost your cultivation and your visage had aged. By calculating the time, you should not appear as you do now. Suddenly, Chen Changan sensed a dissonance. His acquaintance with Wang Tianji stemmed from their meeting when Wang had experienced a similar loss of power. However, according to the timeline, Wang Tianji should not have regressed again for at least another 300 years. Why has this occurred prematurely? Upon hearing Chen Changan's words, Wang Tianji let out a wry smile. About a year ago, I experienced a sudden intuition that compelled me to consult an oracle. To my astonishment, I discovered a chaotic entanglement of fate, signaling that something significant was about to transpire. Subsequently, I realized that an old friend would appear in this small Great Zhou Kingdom. Yet I could not discern which friend it might be. You must understand, at my age, old friends are few, and the only one I could not predict must be you. When I first laid eyes on you, I could not fathom your depth, nor could I foresee your life's trajectory. It was shrouded in mystery beyond calculation. Thus, I hastened to this place before losing my powers, having divined a high probability of reuniting with an old friend. Yet, to my surprise, your descendant here is equally remarkable. Is it true that your Chen family exclusively produces prodigies? Wang Tianji appeared composed, yet he was genuinely astonished upon seeing Chen Changan and Chen Yinxian. Chen Changan was to be expected, being an old acquaintance, but the young Chen Yinxian also possessed great fortune that he could not decipher. Chen Yinxian, in turn, was taken aback that this spectacle had somehow involved him. As a member of the Chen family, I am certainly not to be underestimated. So, has your inquiry into the cosmic order precipitated an earlier retribution? You must have traveled such a distance not merely for a nostalgic reunion, Chen Changan inquired with a smile. You have misjudged. It truly is just a simple reunion. Perhaps it is the passage of time that makes one yearn to see old friends. The intricacies of fate I cannot fathom, nor do I wish to dwell upon them. Wang Tianji replied with a smile. Very well, let today be solely for reminiscing, with no other discussions. Excellent. Once the food and drink were served, Chen Changan and Wang Tianji raised their glasses, engaging in jovial conversation, remarkably avoiding any mention of their earlier discourse. Chen Yinxian sat nearby, occasionally refilling their cups, secretly marveling at how following the ancestor could indeed broaden one's horizons, encountering such extraordinary individuals. An hour later, having indulged in food and drink, Wang Tianji patted his belly and chuckled, expressing his satisfaction. It had been quite some time since he had felt such delight. The long journey he undertook was not in vain. However, as with all gatherings, there comes a time to part ways, and it was now his moment to depart. Chen Changan cast a calm glance at Wang Tianji and remarked nonchalantly, "Are you leaving now?" "Yes, it is time to go." "Very well." Chen Changan merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. After Wang Tianji's departure, Chen Yinxian, perplexed, inquired, "Ancestor, given that Senior Wang currently possesses no cultivation, might he be in danger by leaving in this manner?" "Not at all. He has learned from past missteps, and with his temperament, he would not fall into the same trap twice. Do not forget, he is the third-generation master of the Tianji Pavilion. Surely, he has allies for protection. Huh? Ancestor, do you mean that Senior Wang has hidden protection? Merely a means to facilitate the performance we just enacted. Yinxian, what are your thoughts on Wang Tianji? Upon hearing this, Chen Yinxian pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Ancestor, I find it difficult to comprehend this individual, and I do not know him well. My recent interaction did not yield any profound impressions. However, since he is a friend of the ancestor, he must possess commendable qualities. He appears quite decent. Chen Changan smiled knowingly at Chen Yinxian, which caused the latter to feel a twinge of anxiety. A person who seeks to uncover the secrets of destiny is no simple character. Surely, you do not believe that he has come solely to reminisce, do you? He, while not a villain, is certainly not a paragon of virtue. Chapter 15. My people, who dares to scheme? At this moment, Chen Yinxian felt somewhat out of sync with the rhythm of the gathering. During the previous toasts and lively conversations, he had believed that the two were long-time close friends. Yet now, why did the ancestor choose to evaluate Wang Tianji in such a manner? Could it be that Wang Tianji's appearance was indeed driven by ulterior motives? Chen Yinxian pondered deeply, retracing all that had transpired since his encounter with Wang Tianji. Chen Changan sat quietly beside him, allowing his thoughts to flow uninterrupted. Ancestor, Wang Tianji's divinations are genuine, and his visit here to reminisce is also true. However, the one truth he has withheld is that his arrival is not solely for nostalgia. Given that he is aware of significant events unfolding, he must possess some insider knowledge. Yet he failed to mention it earlier. This surely indicates ulterior motives. Chen Yinxian concluded after a moment's reflection. Indeed, your analysis is quite astute. Chen Changan nodded with satisfaction. Then, ancestor, why not press him for answers while he is in a weakened state? Or perhaps, Chen Yinxian suggested earnestly, you fool, do you truly believe that when he claims to have lost his cultivation, it is entirely accurate? Did you not notice that his aura vanished abruptly after leaving this tavern? Is that something a person who has lost their cultivation could achieve? Chen Changan replied with a faint smile. Chen Yinxian had indeed overlooked this detail. Could it be that Wang Tianji had lied about this matter as well? But what could his aim be? Wang Tianji is indeed cunning and scheming. Yet he poses no threat to you or me. Chen Changan remarked with a smile. Why is that? Chen Yinxian inquired, puzzled. Because he dares not. Chen Changan explained. Although he and Wang Tianji had known each other for a short time, there was a sense of trepidation that Wang Tianji felt towards Chen Changan, a feeling that even Wang Tianji found inexplicable. At that moment, Wang Tianji had already traveled thousands of kilometers away, while Chen Changan and Chen Yinxian conversed. Subordinate pays respects to the pavilion master. Wang Tianji had resumed his original appearance, nodding calmly at the members of the Tianji pavilion before him. Upon your return, you must closely monitor Chen Yunxuan's every move. Although he has only just begun to emerge, his potential is limitless. The more we understand about him, the more advantageous it will be for us. Do you understand? Yes, Pavilion Master. And what of Chen Changan? Chen Changan? Wang Tianji furrowed his brow, momentarily uncertain. His purpose for coming to the Great Zhou Kingdom was to test the waters. Yet, much like his previous encounter with Chen Changan, he found himself unable to see through him. It was unexpected that after over 3,000 years of diligent cultivation, he remained utterly ineffective before Chen Changan. Chen Yinxian possessed immense fortune. He would undoubtedly carve out his place among those who stir the winds of change in the future. But what role would Chen Changan play in this momentous event? Given his relationship with Chen Yinxian, he is undoubtedly not an outsider. Wang Tianji has divined that chaos will engulf the world, drawing various factions into the fray. Should one seize the initiative, it could elevate the Tianji Pavilion to new heights. Thus, the role played by Chen Changan is of paramount importance, determining how he should navigate his relationship with Chen Changan moving forward. Is he a participant in the unfolding events, or is he a disruptor of the status quo? Few matters or individuals can elicit such turmoil within Wang Tianji, sparking curiosity among the members of the Tianji Pavilion. Who exactly is this Chen Changan? Why has the Tianji Pavilion never possessed any information about him? It is well known that the Tianji Pavilion holds vast intelligence, even housing considerable data on some superpower figures. Yet, this Chen Changan is entirely absent from their collective memory. Master, since you cannot see through this, perhaps we should. A member of the Tianji Pavilion was interrupted as a formidable aura suddenly enveloped them all. The terrifying pressure felt as if the heavens were collapsing. Wang Tianji's expression changed drastically. He mobilized all his energy to resist, only to find his efforts futile. Bang! 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 Unable to withstand the force, Wang Tianji and his companions fell to their knees, creating a large crater in the ground. Tianji Pavilion? Who is Wang Beichuan to you? A melodious voice rang out, beautiful yet laced with a chilling coldness. Wang Tianji was struck with fear, astonished to discover that the newcomer was a woman, one who knew the name Wang Beichuan. Summoning all his strength, he managed to lift his head, though it cost him dearly. Not far away stood a woman clad in a purple gown, her face obscured by a thin purple veil. The visitor was none other than Chen Changan's master, Mu Yunao. Yes, she is. My ancestor from the Wang family, Wang Tianji said nervously. For the sake of that wretched boy Wang Beichuan, I shall spare you this time. Remember, no matter who you are or what you intend, do not lay your schemes upon Chen Changan. Otherwise, I shall annihilate the entire Wang family. My people are not to be trifled with. Upon hearing these words, Wang Tianji broke into a cold sweat. The origins of Chen Changan remained a mystery to him. All he knew was that the young man was extraordinarily powerful and enigmatic. Never could he have anticipated the presence of such a formidable figure by his side. What was the connection between these two? My people? Could it be that she is Chen Changan's woman? If so, could Chen Changan have intentionally sent her to caution him against any underhanded moves? Rest assured, esteemed one, having met Brother Chen, I would never scheme against him. You likely wouldn't dare either. Tell me, what has your Tianji Pavilion discovered with your recent appearance? Have you heard of the resurgence of the three rankings of heaven, earth, and man? The three rankings of heaven, earth, and man? When did that happen? Mu Yunyao suddenly furrowed her brow and inquired in a solemn tone. Initially, it was merely my conjecture, but a month ago, our Tianji Pavilion received certain intelligence. The three lists of heaven, earth, and man have indeed manifested. Surely, you understand the significance of the emergence of these lists, don't you? What does it signify? Mu Yunyao was all too familiar with this. She had experienced the three lists of heaven, earth, and man herself, though that was tens of thousands of years ago. After such an extended absence, why do they reappear at this particular juncture? Do you know the exact date of their emergence? Mu Yunyao asked with a grave expression. It should be the 5th of June. The 5th of June? Upon hearing this, Mu Yunyao's heart involuntarily jolted. The 5th of June was precisely the moment when Chen Changan absorbed the fetal pearl and became capable of cultivation. However, the three lists have stipulations, including age restrictions, and Chen Changan evidently did not meet the criteria. Yet, why could he cultivate, and why did the three lists reemerge? Was it merely a coincidence, or is there something more profound at play? Regardless, Mu Yunyao was acutely aware of the monumental upheaval that followed the appearance of the three lists of heaven, earth, and man. Many of the current top forces ascended during that tumultuous period. This time, in order to avoid repeating history and being supplanted by others, what actions might they undertake? The world is indeed on the brink of chaos. Chapter 16. The three rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity. The so-called three rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity embody the will of the celestial order. Those who are listed may receive divine gifts, presenting an irresistible allure for practitioners. However, the three rankings do not commence simultaneously. The first to be unveiled is the most elementary, the human ranking. Any individual beneath the age of 30 may participate, contending in the realms of cultivation speed, strength, and innate talent. In essence, the human ranking serves as a preliminary selection, weeding out the majority who lack qualification. Thus, it is also the arena of fiercest competition, whether overtly or covertly. Indeed, many resort to eliminating those with potential to ensure their own ascendance in the rankings. Herein lies a confluence of peril and opportunity. Mu Yunyao has previously experienced the three rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity and was among the beneficiaries. However, Her affinity for freedom led her to refrain from forming or joining any factions at that time. Over the years, she has only taken on Chen Changan as her solitary disciple. Senior, this iteration of the three rankings seems somewhat different, remarked Mu Yunyao, her brow furrowing upon hearing Wang Tianji's words. Yet, she quickly grasped his meaning. It was indeed rather unusual. Are you suggesting that the three rankings have not been directly initiated? In the previous occurrence, the three rankings were unveiled with a clear declaration of the celestial will, audible and visible to all in the world. However, this time, the Tianji Pavilion has discerned information, and it seems those from the major factions are already aware. Yet, the human ranking has not yet commenced, leaving many perplexed. Where do the three rankings currently reside? Is it still at Yinshao Peak? Mu Yunyao inquired. The last time the three rankings appeared, they manifested atop Yinshao Peak, where three distinct colored scrolls would vanish from the summit as each ranking commenced, subsequently reappearing in the sky. Indeed, it remains at Yinshao Peak. However, it is now shrouded in a formidable energy, rendering it impossible to approach, let alone ascend to the summit. Presently, one can only observe from afar the three different hues of light flickering atop the peak, Wang Tianji replied candidly. Upon hearing Wang Tianji's words, Mu Yunyao merely cast him a glance before her figure flickered and vanished without a trace. After her departure, Wang Tianji and the others finally exhaled in relief. How terrifying! Who could this person be? One inquired. Master, do you recognize her? With a wry smile, Wang Tianji admitted, I truly do not know who Mu Yunyao is, but given her connection to our ancestral figure, she must undoubtedly be an extraordinary individual. Such a person is not someone you should casually inquire about. Be cautious not to invite calamity upon yourselves. Regardless of her identity, she is not someone we can provoke. Remember, from this day forth, both Chen Changan and Chen Yunxian are friends, not foes, to our Tianji Pavilion. Closely monitor Chen Yunxian, and when the time is right, provide appropriate assistance. Do you understand? When Tianji spoke in a deep voice. Yes, sect leader. Let's return now. Indeed. Meanwhile, Chen Changan and his companions did not linger for long, for their destination was the capital, not for leisure. Yinxian, according to our plan, we must reach the capital within a month. During this time, have you set any personal goals? On the road, Chen Changan's sudden inquiry left Chen Yunxian somewhat perplexed. What goals? Master, do you mean cultivation? Chen Yunxian asked. Precisely. Although you have attained the first level of true Qi realm, it is hardly noteworthy. Among those of your age, many surpass you in cultivation and strength. If you do not strive, how can you stand out in such crowd? Your teachings are duly noted, Master. Yinxian shall remember them well. From this moment on, I assign you a task. Before reaching the capital, your cultivation must not fall below the 9th level of true Qi realm. Can you accomplish this? Chen Changan inquired. Not lower than the 9th level of true Qi realm? Does that imply I must reach the pinnacle of the 9th level, or even the extraordinary realm? With only a month as time, is it truly achievable? Chen Yunxian felt a twinge of anxiety, yet excitement surged within him. I will surely accomplish it, he declared with resolute eyes. Very well. We shall see how you perform along the way. Yes, master. 10 days later, in Yin Guicheng, Chen Jingyuan gazed at the members of the Chen family before him, his expression brimming with excitement, his voice trembling slightly. From this day forth, my Chen family shall no longer be a mere small clan in Yin Guicheng. Our journey to the capital is to reclaim the status of the foremost family of Yur. But remember, the Great Zhou Kingdom is merely our starting point. We must not disappoint our ancestors. Do you all understand? Chen Jingyuan spoke with a serious demeanor. Yes, Patriarch. Let us depart. Following Chen Changan's instructions, Chen Jingyuan set off 10 days later than the others. During this time, he led the Chen family members diligently, continuously enhancing their cultivation. Ha ha ha. Fortunately, we arrived just in time. Otherwise, we would have truly let those Chen family members slip away. As Chen Jingyuan and his companions stepped out the door, they unexpectedly encountered 7 or 8 individuals. Upon hearing their words, Chen Jingyuan showed no sign of surprise, as if he had anticipated their arrival. As expected, Someone has indeed come. Chen Jingyuan sneered inwardly. What a nuisance. A mere Chen family has compelled us to travel such a distance. No one here should compete with me. I alone can annihilate these intruders. That cannot be, otherwise our trip would be in vain. The Chen family is not without numbers. Let us share the spoils. Ha. Cease your bickering. Let us see who can claim the most kills. This group of individuals hails from the Shangqing sect and is dispatched by the maternal uncle of the fifth prince to annihilate the Chen family. In the eyes of the fifth prince's uncle, the Chen family is hardly worthy of consideration. To take matters into one's own hands would be a significant loss of dignity. Does the Chen family merit such intervention? Thus, he merely sent 8 individuals to carry out the task. To these 8, the actions of the Chen family appeared no different than those of a fleeing prey. Do you truly believe that a handful of you can extinguish the Chen family? Such thoughts are mere folly. Observing your attire, one must assume you are indeed from the Shangqing sect. Do you genuinely think that within the borders of the Great Zhou, no one dares to provoke your sect? Chen Jingyuan spoke coldly. What bold claims. Indeed, within the Great Zhou, there is no one who would dare to challenge the Shangqing sect. What? Does your Chen family possess such audacity? The leader replied disdainfully. Why not? Chen Jingyuan retorted with a cold smirk, choosing not to engage in further trivialities as he launched his attack. With a swift motion, his long blade cleaved through the air, a brilliant arc of light surging towards the group. Feeling the immense power of Chen Jingyuan's strike, the onlookers were struck with trepidation. This is bad. Who claimed the Chen family lacked formidable warriors? Chen Jingyuan's strength is evidently at the transcendental realm. No, accompanied by the unwilling roars of the 8 in a single strike. Chen Jingyuan dispatched them all. The Shangqing sect truly underestimates us. Thankfully, their arrival was delayed, allowing me to elevate my cultivation to the 5th level of the transcendental realm. I wonder where our ancestors in Yunxian have reached now. Chapter 17. The Noble Families and the Game of Dynasty's Father. May I inquire why you have summoned me? The 5th prince of the Great Zhou was perplexed as he was unexpectedly called to the palace. After all, he had been preoccupied with preparations for the upcoming engagement banquet. Could it be that his father sought him regarding this affair? I have recently received some intelligence concerning the Chen family. You are aware of the historical ties between the Chen and Lu families, are you not? The words of the Great Zhou's sovereign sent a shiver through the 5th prince. He had not anticipated such a matter would be the reason for his summons. Yes, father, I am aware of this issue. However, rest assured, I have already taken measures to address it, ensuring that it will not disrupt any plans. You know that Meng Yin possesses considerable talent and has been nurtured at the Shangqing sect. Moreover, we share a profound emotional connection. Although the Lu family and the Chen family once had certain agreements, those are long past, and the contract have become mere shadows of their former selves. I would not want this situation to cast any negative light upon Meng Yin in your eyes. Before the 5th prince could finish his sentence, the Great Zhou sovereign raised his hand to halt him. Observing his father's furrowed brow, the 5th prince felt a surge of anxiety, fearing for the stability of his relationship with Lu Mengyan. Take a look at this. It is a message from Wu Chengfeng, the governor of Beiyuan Prefecture. The Great Zhou's sovereign tossed the letter from Wu Chengfeng to the 5th prince. Upon reading its contents, the 5th prince could not help but chuckle. This matter, father, I am well aware of it. Fear not, this is merely a ploy by the Chen family. As for that so-called ancestor, I consider it nothing more than a jest. I have enlisted the help of my uncle to deal with the Chen family, and if I am not mistaken, they should have succeeded by now. The 5th prince declared with a smile. However, the Great Zhou's sovereign did not relax his furrowed brow. Instead, he fixed an intense gaze upon the 5th prince. Did you notice the additional information contained within? The sovereign inquired. What else is there? The 5th prince asked, bewildered. A dog. A talking dog. Are your eyes merely for venting frustration? How could you overlook such a critical piece of information? The Great Zhou sovereign could no longer contain his anger and shouted. A dog? What dog? How could it possibly speak? The 5th prince was momentarily at a loss, his mind blank from the sovereign's outburst. Father, this. Suddenly, the 5th prince's heart raced. A talking dog? A demon beast? A creature capable of human speech must be of at least 5th rank. This. A fifth-rank demon beast could spell disaster for the great Zhou, let alone one of higher rank. Why had Lu Mingyan not informed him of such significant news? Father, is this information credible? Mingyan has not mentioned it to me, the fifth prince asked anxiously. Wu Qingfeng would hardly dare to deceive me. Thus, the existence of this talking dog is inevitable. Lu Mingyan did not articulate her thoughts, leaving two possibilities. One, she is unaware. The other, she deliberately conceals the truth. It is certain that Mingyan is unaware, otherwise she would not hold such expectations of me. The fifth prince asserted with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, the ruler of the great Zhou sighed helplessly. Among his many sons, the fifth prince was the most gifted, and he held the highest hopes for him. However, it was unexpected that such an outstanding son would fall head over heels for Lu Mingyan, to the point where his faculties seemed to falter. Regardless, whether she knows or not has become irrelevant. How do you intend to proceed? Inquired the ruler of the great Zhou. The fifth prince furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. His uncle should have already taken action against the Chen family. The best outcome would be success, while the worst would be failure. Should failure ensue, the Chen family would undoubtedly not rest easy. Father, in my humble opinion, we must prepare on two fronts. Regardless of whether my uncle succeeds or fails, we must be ready. On one hand, we should prepare for negotiations to quell the Chen family's wrath, attributing this incident to my uncle, feigning ignorance. On the other hand, if the Chen family becomes aggressive, we cannot remain passive. Even if it leads to mutual destruction, we must not wait for death to claim us. After a moment of contemplation, the fifth prince spoke. Hearing his words, the ruler of the great Zhou nodded with satisfaction. It aligned closely with his own thoughts. After all, he was the son he favored, demonstrating remarkable acumen. Your uncle holds great affection for you. Are you not concerned that this incident may sow discord between you? Might you risk losing the love of your uncle? Asked the ruler of the great Zhou. Although my uncle is very fond of me, I am a member of the royal family, and in my heart, the royal family must take precedence. If it comes to it, I will have no choice but to sacrifice my uncle. I believe he will understand my position. While it may seem cold-hearted, those who aspire to greatness must know how to make sacrifices. The fifth prince responded solemnly. Indeed, one must understand the necessity of sacrifices. Yet your perspective appears somewhat naive. Oh, I wonder what insights Father possesses. The Qing sect can be considered our royal family's greatest ally. Your uncle, though merely the third elder, should not be underestimated. Your maternal grandfather is one of the supreme elders, on par with our royal ancestors' strength. Therefore, abandoning your uncle is not an option. Moreover, I have invited members of the aristocracy to your engagement banquet. Regardless of the circumstances, the establishment of the great Zhou relies on the support of these noble families. They will not stand idly by. Should the Chen family be willing to accept an apology and reconcile, all will be well. If they refuse, then we shall unite all possible forces to annihilate the Chen family. However, this must remain a last resort. Noble families? The fifth prince, still in his youth, possesses limited understanding of the noble families, having only heard whispers of them occasionally, yet he remains unaware of the intricate details. Father, are these families our support behind the scenes? I have always heard that we were initially the Qing dynasty, correct? That is false. The true benefactors who aid us are the noble families. In our northern region, it is these prominent families that wield true power. Within the northern region, the noble families reign supreme, yet their constant infighting often results in significant losses, which ultimately led them to devise a strategy. The families orchestrate the game, while the dynasty acts as mere pawns. Minor grievances from the families can be manipulated to determine the outcome of conflicts between dynasties. In this manner, their losses can be minimized. I see now. Are we merely a pawn in their game? The fifth prince said, somewhat begrudgingly. What other option do we have? Should there be any treachery with the power of the noble families, the great Zhou kingdom could be overthrown by tomorrow. Enough. This is not a matter for you to ponder at present. Convey my orders to assemble all nearby troops to the capital in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Yes, Father. Chapter 18. The day of engagement, delivering gift, have you heard? The engagement banquet of the fifth prince is extravagantly lavish. It is said that the scale is so grand that one might mistake it for the wedding of the sovereign. Indeed, it is astonishing that an engagement banquet for a mere fifth prince is being treated with such significance. Every prominent family has sent representatives. Furthermore, it is rumored that 2 esteemed elders from the Qing sect have come in person. Do you know why? It is said that the fifth prince is the heir apparent to the throne, hence the heightened attention. The Liu family is truly fortunate to have allied with the fifth prince. It seems the position of the foremost family in the Great Zhou will undoubtedly belong to them in the future. Indeed, not long ago, the Liu family was just. Shu, do you wish to court disaster by speaking such words? Ahem, I misspoke of my cups. Within a tavern in the capital, the patrons were engrossed in discussions about the engagement banquet of the fifth prince and Lu Mengyan. This event has become a significant affair in the capital and throughout the entire Great Zhou, its scale bewildering to many. Are you afraid? Chen Changan inquired with a smile, glancing at Chen Yunxian. Not at all, Chen Yunxian replied with a shake of his head and a smile. The temperament of Chen Yunxian had undergone a remarkable transformation. He had become increasingly composed and serene. The experiences of this period had proven invaluable to him, and he finally grasped the necessity of venturing out into the world. Remaining cloistered within Yangui City would never allow him to grow. Rest well today. Tomorrow is your stage. Indeed, ancestor. After returning to his room, Chen Changan turned to De Huang and asked, "Can you sense the aura of the? You have encountered in the Chen family. Your connection with it is far closer. Cannot you sense it?" De Huang inquired curiously. For some reason, during my last visit to the Chen family, I cannot detect the aura of the unless I open that jade box. However, after merging with the, I have a faint sense of its presence, though not strong. Perhaps distance plays a role. With your strength, can you sense it? Merely sensing this aura? Chen Changan asked. Sense it? Your exhibits no fluctuations in aura. Even your master would be of no help. De Huang replied with annoyance. No fluctuations at all? How can that be? Every object possesses its own aura. Why does it not? Did you not notice any aura from the while in the Chen family? I did not perceive anything. It is abnormal. It is strange if anything related to you were to exhibit normalcy. This matter relies solely on you. Upon hearing De Huang's words, Chen Changan sighed in resignation. He had hoped to have De Huang sense it. If it truly were in the capital, within the royal family's grasp, he would have had De Huang retrieve it. It seems he must personally inquire with the royal family to seek the whereabouts of the. The night passed in silence, and the following day marked the engagement of the fifth prince and Lu Mengyan. The ruler of the Great Zhou Kingdom had specially arranged the engagement ceremony within the royal palace. Congratulations, Master Lu. Congratulations. Haha. Thank you all. The head of the Lu family replied, his joy evident. This engagement banquet far exceeded his expectations. The grandeur of the occasion brought honor to the royal family, and even greater prestige to the Lu family. Master, our people have just returned from Yangui City, and the Chen family's whereabouts are currently unknown. I wonder if the fifth prince's uncle has already taken action? Lu Qingfeng whispered. Oh, unknown whereabouts? The Lu family head furrowed his brow slightly. This news was rather concerning. He glanced at the great Zhou king in the distance, contemplating an inquiry, but deemed it somewhat inappropriate. By the way, Elder 3, as the fifth prince's uncle, Elder 3 was naturally present at such an event. The Lu family head discreetly approached Elder 3, smiling as he said, May I ask if you are Elder 3 of the Qingyan sect? I am Lu Mingyan's father, the head of the Lu family. Elder 3 looked at the Lu family head and smiled slightly. Ah, it is you. We shall all be one family henceforth. There is no need for such formality. What brings you to me? At this juncture, Elder 3's heart stirred, and he added, Is it concerning the Chen family? Indeed, I have just received word that the Chen family's whereabouts are unknown, and I am uncertain. Haha. That must mean my men have succeeded. Rest assured, a mere Chen family is of little consequence. Upon hearing Elder 3's words, the Lu family head finally relaxed. Since Elder 3 had said so, it must mean that the Chen family had indeed been eradicated. With a long breath of relief, he returned to his place, his smile growing even more radiant. The hour had arrived. With a loud proclamation from the eunuch, the fifth prince gazed tenderly at Lu Mengyan. Lu Mengyan, equally filled with happiness, looked back at the fifth prince, They walked hand in hand towards the altar. Truly, they were a match made in heaven, a pair of perfect souls. Indeed, the fifth prince is majestic, and the Liu family's eldest daughter is like a celestial being, a match destined by the heavens. It is a blessing to be part of this engagement banquet. The surrounding guests began to flatter in unison, their voices rising in enthusiasm, eager that their praises would be heard by all. Mengyan, trust me, I will make you the happiest person in this world. Everything you desire, I shall provide. Even my life, the fifth prince declared passionately. I believe you, Liu Mengyan replied. In this vast world, you are the one who treats me the best. Though Liu Mengyan harbored deep affection for the fifth prince, she was far from someone who would lose herself entirely in love. She knew precisely when to speak and how to win the favor of others. Merely being yours is enough to send the fifth prince into a euphoric frenzy, as he yearns to bestow upon Liu Mengyan all the treasures of this world. Your Highness, perhaps we ought to attend to our official matters first, remarked the eunuch beside them, unable to suppress a chuckle. His demeanor clearly indicated that he found amusement in their exchange of sweet nothings. And the fifth prince felt no discomfort whatsoever. Indeed, let us prioritize our affairs. Mengyan, from this day forth, you shall be my officially betrothed fiancé. No one shall snatch you away from me. You belong solely to me. The fifth prince boldly declared his claim over Liu Mengyan. Rest assured, I shall forever be yours alone. She gazed deeply into the eyes of the fifth prince with fervent affection. The applause thundered, whether prompted by genuine emotion or other reasons. Everyone enthusiastically clapped, elevating the atmosphere to an exhilarating height. In that case, how could our Chen family allow you both to be disappointed? This grand gift has been specially prepared for you. Chapter 19. The Extraordinary Realm. At 16, upon uttering these words, the previously lively atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. What sort of occasion was this? Who would dare to speak so disrespectfully at such a moment? The Chen family? Which Chen family? Many were momentarily bewildered, their expressions reflecting confusion. However, when the name Chen family was mentioned, the members of the Liu family felt a jolt of apprehension. They had truly arrived. The people from the Chen family had indeed come. The head of the Liu family glanced at the third elder, only to find that his expression was equally grim. Clearly caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, the sovereign of the great Zhou kingdom, however, remained remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated such a situation. Impudence! Who dares to speak so insolently? Do you not realize the significance of this gathering? Is it your place to voice your opinion? The grand eunuch swiftly stepped forward, his voice laced with indignation. If I were not present, how could the young lady of the Liu family restore her reputation and freedom? Chen Yinxian's words sparked a considerable uproar. Restore her reputation and freedom? The implications were profound. Could it be that the young lady of the Liu family had previously? Nonsense. Whoever you are, have the courage to stand forth. The fifth prince's face was filled with fury, under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd. Whether the claim bore truth or not, it significantly impacted Liu Mengyan as well as himself. In the future, he would undoubtedly be subjected to incessant gossip behind his back. No one cared about the veracity of the claims. It was the intrigue of the content that captivated their interest. In a swift motion, Chen Yinxian emerged from the throng and approached the forefront. Upon witnessing his youth, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. A youth, so young? Did he not value his life? Chen Yinxian, it is you. Why do you insult me? Liu Mengyan's eyes blazed with anger upon seeing him. What? Am I mistaken? You and T have forgotten so quickly the covenant between the Liu and Chen families, would you? You, Liu Mengyan, as the daughter of the family head, are bound by that covenant to marry into the Chen family. Yet now, you are betrothed to another man. What does this signify? A breach of propriety? An act of treachery? Were it not for this, why would you have sought the covenant from my family on that day? Chen Yinxian retorted with a cold smirk. The Chen family. So, is that Chen family? I had almost forgotten. Yes, I recall now. The Liu family was once a vassal of the Chen family, bound by a covenant that decreed the daughters of each generation must marry into the Chen family. However, had the Chen family not already fallen into decline? Does this covenant still hold any weight? Who truly knows what transpired? Perhaps the Liu family had altogether forgotten this matter. To think that the Chen family would re-emerge under such circumstances is far from prudent. This youth's moment of bravado could very well spell catastrophe for the Chen family. Oomph. Such youthful folly, unaware of the vastness of the world. In the eyes of the public, the Chen family has long lost its former glory, and the younger Chen Yinxian is hardly capable of stirring any significant waves. To act out of momentary bravado is far from a wise choice. Even if he were to vent his frustrations, what would it matter? Can the Chen family bear the consequences? Ha ha ha. Who would have thought? Amidst the current generation of the Chen family, there exists such an intriguing young man. What is your name? The sovereign of the great Zhou kingdom let out a hearty laugh, his face betraying none of his emotions. Chen Yinxian. Oh, are you the only one from the Chen family who has come? The sovereign of the great Zhou was also probing, trying to ascertain how many from the Chen family had arrived and what their intentions might be. After all, the whereabouts of the Chen family members were currently unknown, and even his own people could not locate them. The most pressing question was whether the rumored ancestral figure of the Chen family and the talking dog had indeed arrived in the capital. Chen Yinxian looked steadfastly at the sovereign, his gaze unwavering and devoid of any signs of fear. It is merely a gift. I alone am sufficient. Chen Yinxian said with a smile. So, what is this gift you intend to present? Is it the contract between the Liu family and the Chen family from years past? The sovereign inquired. Certainly not. What I wish to present is a divorce decree. At this proclamation, the crowd was taken aback, utterly dumbfounded. Insanity. This young man is undoubtedly out of his mind. If he were to return the contract, perhaps the imperial family of the great Zhou would not react too violently. But a divorce decree? To present such a document on the day of another's engagement celebration? Is that not tantamount to courting death? What did you say? A divorce decree? I have never had an engagement with your Chen family. On what grounds do you? As she spoke, Lu Mingyan faltered, for although there was no formal engagement, the contract undeniably existed, bearing no distinction from an engagement. Chen Yinxian, have you come here today solely to humiliate me and the Lu family? Lu Mingyan glared at Chen Yinxian with gritted teeth, wishing she could consume him whole. Those who insult others shall themselves be insulted. Your Lu family acted treacherously first, and you, Lu Mingyan, have failed to uphold your marital virtues thereafter. Such a person is not one whom my Chen family desires, nor do we hold any interest in. This divorce decree is my engagement gift to both of you. I hope you do not take offense, for it is the thought that counts. Would you not agree? Chen Yinxian said with a cold smirk. You seek your own demise. The fifth prince could no longer contain himself, leaping forward directly at Chen Yinxian. How dare you think you can contend with me? Chen Yinxian disdainfully glanced at the fifth prince, and with a swift punch, sent him flying. What? How is this possible? The fifth prince, still in his youth, had already reached the 9th level of the condensation realm, making him one of the most formidable among the younger generation of the great Zhou. How could someone who appeared to be of similar age to the fifth prince so easily defeat him with a single punch? What cultivation level does this young man possess? I find it difficult to see through him. Goodness, I realize now that I too cannot discern this young man's cultivation. At such a tender age, could he have already reached the true Qi realm? It is impossible. I am indeed at the true Qi realm, yet I cannot see through him. What? Even someone at the true Qi realm cannot discern him? Chen Yunchuan's actions left everyone in astonishment. None could have anticipated that a descendant of the Chen family would manifest such a prodigious talent. The first level of the extraordinary realm? How old are you now? One of the esteemed elders of the Qing dynasty sect, Wei Tianfeng, who is also the maternal grandfather of the fifth prince, slowly inquired. 16. 16? A 16-year-old at the first level of the extraordinary realm? How can this be possible? How has he cultivated to such an extent? At merely 16, he has attained this level of prowess? Even more astonished was Lu Qingfeng, who distinctly remembered that during his visit to the Chen family, Chen Yinchuan's cultivation was merely at the condensation realm. How long has it been? 2 months? A breakthrough from the condensation realm to the extraordinary realm in just 2 months? Am I not dreaming? By heavens, a 16-year-old at the first level of the extraordinary realm. I have never heard of such a thing in my lifetime. Not only in our Zhou kingdom, But even across the entire northern region, such talents are exceedingly rare. With Chen Yunchuan's rise, are there still those within the northern region who can rival him? Alas, he has revealed himself too early. The royal family will not let a tiger return to the mountain. Chapter 20. Defying 2. Emerge with distinction. A prodigious talent with boundless potential. Alas, Chen Yunxian fails to comprehend the virtue of patience and the art of concealment. By prematurely revealing his extraordinary gifts, how could the royal family possibly retain someone who poses such a risk? Although he is formidable in the transcendent realm, many within the royal family share similar prowess. Not to mention the two esteemed elders of the Shanqing sect, both at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the transcendent realm. Ah, Chen Yunxian, you are indeed impressive. This enmity, after all, is merely a bygone affair between the Chen and Lu families, not yet reaching the point of life and death. Should you choose to join the Shanqing sect and take me as your master, I would be willing to overlook the recent incident. What say you? Wei Tianfeng inquired with a smile. An attempt to woo? The first thought to arise is one of persuasion, as expected of an elder from the Shanqing sect. Your perspective is indeed unique. Wei Tianfeng's actions garnered admiration from many, for they had not considered such an approach, fixating instead on matters of face. Indeed, if you were to join the Shanqing sect, our royal family would also let bygones be bygones, echoed Wu Yuan, another elder of the Shanqing sect. Wu Yuan, the ancestor of the great Zhou royal family, spoke with authority that naturally represented the entire royal lineage. Grandfather, ancestor Yu. The 5th prince could hardly believe that both his grandfather and his own ancestor stood not in his favor, but instead sought to win over Chen Yunxian. Is it not the mark of a great achiever to endure such minor grievances? The ruler of the great Zhou cast an irritable glance at the 5th prince. In truth, the current situation would yield the best outcome if Chen Yunxian was willing to humble himself. Father, silence. The ruler of the great Zhou snapped, then turned to the head of the Lu family, inquiring with a smile, I trust the Lu family has no objections? Rest assured, the engagement will remain unaffected. The head of the Lu family quickly replied, I would never presume to counter the ruler's decision. Ah, you are indeed a sensible individual. The ruler of the great Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Now, all eyes were fixed upon Chen Yunxian, for he alone held the power to decide. Chen Yunxian regarded the lofty figures before him with a calm smile and declared, I remain resolute. You are not worthy of compelling me, Chen Yunxian, to bow my head. The path of cultivation he has chosen is one of dominance. How could he ever choose submission? Furthermore, what could a mere Shanqing sect offer that would compel him to join? At this declaration, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, particularly Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan, who were taken aback by Chen Yunchuan's blatant disregard for their authority. In the great Zhou, they stood at the pinnacle. When had anyone dared to act with such audacity? Are you thus refusing a toast and inviting punishment? Wei Tianfeng questioned coldly. Drink what? The terms are mine to dictate. Chen Yunxian replied icily. You lack the qualification. The tone is quite audacious. Let us see what capabilities you possess to utter such words. No one anticipated that Wei Tianfeng would choose to take matters into his own hands. Given his status, it seemed beneath him to personally confront a junior. Though such thoughts lingered in their minds, no one dared to voice them. I too wish to test the fruits of my recent cultivation. Your initiative aligns perfectly with my desires. Chen Yunxian felt not fear, but rather an exhilarating thrill. The source of his excitement left everyone around him bewildered. How could he be so elated when his life was at stake? Was he truly so reckless? In the next moment, a radiant golden light enveloped Chen Yunxian, illuminating his entire being. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of golden brilliance, charging directly toward Wei Tianfeng. Sensing Chen Yunchuan's formidable aura, Wei Tianfeng felt a jolt of surprise. This young man was indeed extraordinary. With a resounding crash, Chen Yunchuan's punch unexpectedly forced Wei Tianfeng back over 10 meters. This scene left all present agape in disbelief. How could this be possible? Wei Tianfeng had been repelled. A single punch had sent him staggering. The ancestral teachings rang true. While cultivation level is significant, disparities in techniques and martial arts also greatly influence one's strength. Even at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, one could still possess formidable combat power. Chen Yinchuan's heart surged with joy as he gained insight into his own strength. After all, his power had rapidly escalated on this journey, yet he had lacked the opportunity for a full-scale confrontation. "You, all come at me together." Chen Yinxian gestured towards the distant Wu Yuan, eager to test whether he could withstand the onslaught of 2 9th-level extraordinary realm experts. What? He dares to challenge 2 opponents? He must be insane. This lad is undeniably a madman. With his first-level extraordinary realm cultivation, forcing Wei Tianfeng back was enough to embolden him. However, it was clear that Wei Tianfeng had previously underestimated him. Should he fight earnestly, the outcome would surely be uncertain. This is indeed possible. Others may be oblivious. But Wei Tianfeng understood well that he had initially been careless. Yet, upon sensing Chen Yunxuan's mighty presence, he no longer dismissed him lightly. That previous strike, while not his strongest, was delivered without restraint. "Young man, do not mistake a modicum of power for invincibility. Do you truly believe I am no match for you?" Wei Tianfeng's expression darkened as he charged at Chen Yunxian once more. Well then, I shall engage you as well." Wu Yuan chose not to remain a spectator, but instead joined the fray. With Wu Yuan's involvement, Chen Yunxian found himself battling 2 opponents, engaging in a fierce exchange where it became difficult to discern victor from vanquished. How could this be? How could he possess such strength? Witnessing this scene, the 5th prince began to doubt his own existence. No one regretted more than the Liu family. The Chen family had truly risen, and at an astonishing pace. Liu Mingyin's gaze towards Chen Yunxian underwent a transformation. He was indeed a true genius, a genuine paragon of excellence. If she could marry such a man, would her future not be splendid? She commanded the mobilization of all soldiers in the vicinity of the capital, summoning them to the palace. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, they would surge forth, unleashing a volley of arrows. I refuse to believe this young man would not eventually tire. He must not be permitted to leave the palace alive. The sovereign of the great Zhou kingdom had come to a clear realization. Reconciliation was impossible, and there was no opportunity for an apology. Thus, the only course of action left was to eliminate Chen Yunxian. How intriguing, truly intriguing. I never anticipated that within your modest great Zhou kingdom, there existed such a youth. It seems this journey has not been in vain after all. Chapter 21. Chen Changan in action. Young Master Cheng, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing the newcomer, the ruler of the great Zhou kingdom could not suppress a joyful expression. The Cheng family from the northern region is a genuine aristocratic lineage, serving as a formidable support for the great Zhou kingdom. Isn't this a betrothal banquet? Why has a fight broken out? Chen Yushu mused, intrigued by the unfolding events. After all, the young combatant amidst the fray appeared to be only a few years younger than himself. How could he possess such formidable strength? Chen Yushu, who prided himself on his prowess, believed that few in the younger generation of the northern region could stand alongside him. However, upon witnessing Chen Yunxian, he felt a twinge of inadequacy. At Chen Yunxuan's age, he could not contend against 2 peak-level extraordinary 9th realm warriors, let alone having not yet broken through to the 1st realm of the extraordinary. Uncle Liu, do you think this young man will win? Chen Yushu inquired with a smile. The elder behind him shook his head upon hearing the question. The youth exhibited a fierce momentum, wielding his attacks with great authority and power. Yet, it seemed his combat experience was somewhat lacking, marking a significant shortcoming. Nevertheless, his martial arts were likely far from ordinary. Presently, the outcome appeared uncertain. But the longer the battle continued, the more unfavorable it would become for the young man. Once he exhausted his strength, his defeat would be inevitable. After observing for a while, Uncle Liu shared his perspective. Indeed, my thoughts align closely with yours. Chen Yushu nodded before turning to the ruler of the great Zhou kingdom. Who is our adversary? Indeed, this individual is named Chen Yunxian, a descendant of the Chen family. The ruler of the great Zhou expressed concern. Young Master Cheng, will he truly be defeated? Since Uncle Liu believes so, it must not be a grave issue. In that case, I shall rest easy. Young Master Cheng, Please take your seat. Although the crowd's attention remained fixated on the three combatants, some had noticed Chen Yushu's arrival. Who is this person? Do you know? I am unsure. Is there truly someone within the great Zhou kingdom who commands such respect from the ruler? Look at his seating position. Even the two esteemed elders from the Shangqing sect are seated beneath him. Who is this individual that his status is so elevated? Do you think the ruler anticipated that members of the Chen family would create a disturbance and invited assistance in advance? Nonsense. Would the ruler fear the Chen family? Moreover, who could have predicted such a prodigy would emerge from the Chen family? True, but who exactly is he? The onlookers were profoundly curious about Chen Yushu's identity. But after a few murmurs, their attention returned to the ongoing battle. Meanwhile, within the palace, Chen Changan, accompanied by the large yellow dog, continued the search for the whereabouts of the... Can you still find it? It has been quite some time. Are you not concerned that Chen Yunxian may be in peril? After searching for a considerable duration, the large yellow dog began to exhibit signs of impatience. Death is simply a part of his fate. Besides, with so many members of the Chen family, losing one merely opens the door for another to be nurtured. Chen Changan remarked nonchalantly. Damn it, you are more ruthless than I am. No, I'm not a beast. I'm a divine creature. Are you truly not the least bit concerned about that lad? De Huang inquired curiously. To grow stronger, he must confront a myriad of challenges. If he cannot even handle a minor situation in the great Zhou kingdom, how will he fare in the world beyond? Could you assist me in locating the... Spare me your frivolous worries, Chen Changan sighed, feeling somewhat exasperated. Is it truly in the hands of the royal family? After searching for so long, I have found nothing. I have already told you, this object emits no aura. I cannot perceive it at all. To find it, you must rely solely on yourself. I can only assist by concealing your presence from detection. This is utterly vexing. I have scoured every treasury within the palace. Could it be that it no longer resides with the royal family? After all, it has lingered with them for some years. If it has vanished, it is not entirely implausible. Aren't you curious about something? Suddenly, De Huang asked, What? What purpose does the royal family have for such an item? What purpose? Indeed, if someone else takes it seems to lose all significance. Aside from Chen Changan, none can merge with it. Then if someone else possesses it, what could they possibly use it for? As they pondered, the man and the dog exchanged glances. Hey, hey, hey. De Huang could not suppress a mischievous grin, inciting a glare from Chen Changan. What use is your foolishness to me? I am not one of your Chen family members. De Huang scoffed at Chen Changan. Damn it, this ungrateful brood. Profligates. Isn't it rather normal? The Chen family has endured many generations. In such a process, a few wastrels are to be expected. Not everyone can be like Chen Jinyuan. Otherwise, your family would not have dwindled from 9 to but 1. Though De Huang appeared to offer counsel, his tone was laced with ridicule. Chen Changan, unfortunately, had once again been betrayed by his descendants. It was quite satisfying indeed. Faced with De Huang's mockery, Chen Changan felt helpless. It was an unavoidable reality. 10,000 years, an entire millennium, had passed, and he was uncertain how the Chen family had allowed that to be lost. However, regarding the one lost in the great Zhou kingdom, he had begun to form some conjectures in his heart. The Chen family's decline necessitated establishing roots, and they had chosen the great Zhou kingdom. Upon their arrival, they naturally sought to forge connections, with the royal family being an indispensable link. The Chen family, however, likely possessed little that could facilitate such connections. What is the most esteemed item? After all, it is a treasure that has been passed down for nearly 10 millennia. Its mere mention would certainly carry weight. Moreover, the is resplendent and exquisite, completely devoid of aura, making it undetectable. Anyone who lays their eyes upon this object will instinctively perceive it as a treasure, worthy of thorough examination for its potential. This is undoubtedly a gift from the Chen family to the imperial court in bygone days. Initially, it may have piqued the interest of the royal family. However, as time passes and its mysteries remain unsolved, it risks becoming a mere trinket of no consequence. What becomes of a beautiful yet useless artifact? A crown, perhaps, or a diadem? Such misfortune. The mere thought of his adorning a crown or diadem sends shivers down Chen Changan's spine. Yet, This is merely one possibility. Perhaps it is not so. What do you intend to do now? Da Huang inquired. Well, there are many noble women within the palace. Why not? Shall we pay a visit to these individuals? Chen Changan replied with a mischievous grin. I like this idea. Let us proceed. Chapter 22. Breakthrough in Battle Bang. Bang, bang. As the sounds echoed, countless noble women of the royal palace lay unconscious before Chen Changan. Da Huang, are you out of your mind? What purpose do you have in bringing these maidens here? Do you truly believe that the ruler of the great Zhou would bestow such individuals upon a mere maid? Witnessing Da Huang's relentless enthusiasm for his task, Chen Changan felt a throbbing headache. Why was this fellow so enamored with such antics? You understand nothing. I am merely trying to avoid detection, retorted Da Huang. Look around. How many noble women have you rendered unconscious? By the way, after searching so extensively, have you found anything? Da Huang inquired, irritation lacing his tone. Well, nothing has surfaced thus far. Perhaps it is not in the possession of these individuals. Chen Changan sighed in resignation. I see. Since we've incapacitated them, we should not let go to waste, should we? Da Huang smirked at Chen Changan, his expression replete with lewdness. What Da Huang intended was abundantly clear to Chen Changan. The moment Da Huang acted, Chen Changan knew precisely what he was up to. Absurd. We are here to seek and your mind is filled with such thoughts. No, absolutely not. Chen Changan declared with righteous indignation. Look, we haven't found thee yet. If we leave now, it would be a waste, wouldn't it? It has been many years since I indulged in such matters. Why not allow me this one occasion? Da Huang lamented. Though they were brothers, Da Huang had indeed refrained from such activities for a considerable time. However, Chen Changan found it difficult to simply stand by and watch. No, there is no room for negotiation. We shall continue our search for the Chen Changan pondered briefly, yet remained resolute in his decision. If that is the case, I shall not accompany you. You may go alone, Da Huang sulked, throwing himself onto the ground in a display of petulance. Seeing Da Huang's obstinate demeanor, Chen Changan took a deep breath to calm his restless spirit. Listen, Da Huang, since we've been out for so long, have you not feasted on enough delicacies? Have I ever withheld food or drink from you? Do you truly wish to indulge in cannibalism before my very eyes? Is that not excessive? You still dare to exhibit displeasure? Although Da Huang appeared as a mere dog, his true essence was that of a Qilin, a fierce divine beast. For Da Huang, consuming human flesh was not an extraordinary act. He had once swallowed Chen Changan whole. Had it not been for Chen Changan's unique constitution, he would have long since been reduced to a mere byproduct of Da Huang. These noble women are all of the great Zhou royal family, and you are their adversary. Did you not proclaim that mercy is unwarranted toward foes? So what if I consume a few of them? I am merely clearing obstacles for you. Da Huang retorted, exasperated. These are the teachings of Chen Changan to Chen Yunxian. Yet why does it become unbearable when it reaches him? I am a kind-hearted person and cannot bear such scenes. Kind-hearted? Then why did you teach Chen Yunxian to eradicate the roots? My instruction is one thing, but the act was executed by Chen Yunxian. It is not my doing. So what concern is it of mine? Is there a distinction? After all, did you not send him to kill? It is different. He had the option to refuse me. Yet he did not. Thus it remains unrelated to me. Chen Changan, you are truly shameless. You have known me long enough. Da Huang looked at Chen Changan with disdain, then glanced at the fainted lady before him, unable to suppress a gulp. This much would suffice for a meal. Is it truly inedible? I say, Da Huang, if you won't indulge in delicacies, why partake in their cooking? Is it that delectable? Just consider their makeup. Are you not afraid it will be your demise? Chen Changan said helplessly, my body, though not as robust as yours, is quite resilient. How could it possibly kill me? Besides, it has been a long time since I have eaten. I merely wish to savor it. Who says one can only enjoy delicacies and not some simpler fare? Simpler fare? You dare to call this simple? Enough of this nonsense. Let us proceed ahead. Yunxian has held on long enough. Indeed, this lad is impressive, sustaining himself for such an extended period. Had he received proper guidance from the start, he might have become an extraordinary genius by now. Da Huang held Chen Yunxian in high esteem. For both his own strength and the exceptional talents he has encountered affirm his belief in Chen Yunxuan's gifts and potential. What Chen Yinxian lacks is a solid foundation built through abundant resources from a young age. Otherwise, at the age of 16, his cultivation would undoubtedly be far beyond its current state. How terrifying! Is this Chen Yinxian even human? To stand firm against two peak 9th-level extraordinary beings and endure for so long? I have heard of prodigies capable of challenging those beyond their level, but this Chen Yinxian seems excessively gifted. In our great Zhou kingdom, no, throughout the entire northern region, have you encountered such a talent? Perhaps I am indeed ignorant. I have never heard of such a thing. The fact that Chen Yunxian has persisted until now has astonished everyone. The members of the Liu family are now filled with mixed emotions. If not for that incident, if the Chen family had not fallen and the Liu family had not been ungrateful, would everything be different? He must die. If he does not perish, none of us from the Liu family will survive. Despite their regrets, the head of the Liu family now wishes fervently for Chen Yunxuan's immediate demise. Only then can he find peace. The ruler of the great Zhou kingdom shares the same wish for Chen Yunxuan's death. As the battle has unfolded to this point, he has begun to feel anxious. He initially believed that Chen Yunxian, with only the cultivation of the first level of the extraordinary realm, would not endure for long. Yet unexpectedly, this lad has proved remarkably resilient. Young Master Cheng, does Chen Yinxian show any signs of retreat? The anxious ruler of the great Zhou kingdom inquired. Longbo, please share your thoughts. Cheng Yushu replied calmly. Yes, young master. Chen Yinxian possesses formidable strength, and the abundance of spiritual energy within him may indeed be one of the reasons for his remarkable combat prowess. If he were an ordinary first-level transcendent, he would have long since exhausted his energy. However, Chen Yunxian is different, yet he cannot sustain this for too long. Within 20 exchanges, he is likely to gradually tire. Lumubo assist. Within 20 exchanges? Upon hearing this, the ruler of the great Zhou kingdom exhaled in relief. If that were the case, this farce should soon come to an end. Young man, your strength is impressive, but do not think that such power allows you to act with impunity. You are still far from it. Both Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan were stifling their frustration. To be driven to such a state by a junior in front of so many witnesses was an indelible stain on their lives. Is that so? I beg to differ. Chen Yinxian retorted with a cold laugh, and then his aura surged dramatically. Break for me. The sudden turn of events caused everyone to change their expressions. Even Cheng Yushu and Lu Bo were taken aback. A breakthrough in the midst of battle? This young man has reached the second level of the transcendent realm. Chapter 23, Unstoppable. A breakthrough in battle? This young man truly is a prodigy. In the midst of combat, ordinary individuals must devote their entire being to the fight, especially when facing two opponents simultaneously. There is simply no room for thoughts of cultivation or the enhancement of one's abilities. Yet, what a Chen Yinxian! Not only does he hold his ground in battle, but he also manages to achieve a breakthrough at a crucial moment. This is utterly unprecedented. Longbo, have you ever witnessed such a scenario? Cheng Yushu inquired with a furrowed brow. I have not. Either this young man's techniques are peculiar, or he has merely been suppressing his cultivation, preventing himself from breaking through to the second level of the extraordinary realm. I lean towards the latter theory. Lu Bo replied with a serious expression. Suppressing his cultivation? That is indeed a possibility. Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with trepidation and concern. If he is already so formidable at the first level of the extraordinary realm, what will happen now that Chen Yinxian has broken through to the second level? Feeling the surge of power within him following his breakthrough, a smile appeared on Chen Yinxuan's face. The ancestor was indeed correct. Battle is the most effective and swiftest means to enhance one's strength. He turned away Tianfeng and Wu Yuan, stating calmly, this battle should come to an end. Boy, do not speak so arrogantly. Do you truly believe that after breaking through to the next level, you can easily crush us both? Wu Yuan retorted angrily. Whether it is true or not shall be revealed in battle. Chen Yinxian refrained from further dialogue, his figure flickering before he appeared right before Wei Tianfeng. Wei Tianfeng was caught off guard by Chen Yinxuan's sudden arrival and had no time to react before a single punch sent him flying. With that strike, Wei Tianfeng was hurled backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Good heavens! He has merely achieved a breakthrough, yet the change in strength is so immense. How is it possible that Wei Tianfeng cannot withstand even a single blow? Is Chen Yinxian truly defying the heavens? What do you mean his planning? He has already defied the heavens. What a terrifying young man. Wei Tianfeng's defeat left everyone in stunned silence, fully aware of Chen Yunxuan's prodigious talent, yet astonished by the extent of his abilities. Wu Yuan was the first to regain his wits, and his immediate impulse was to flee. Trying to escape? Did you seek my permission? Wu Yuan turned to flee, only to find that Chen Yinxian had inexplicably appeared behind him, blocking his path. I admit, before he could utter the word defeat, Chen Yinxian struck once more, delivering Wu Yuan a fate identical to that of Wei Tianfeng. Silence. It was as if the world had been frozen in time. No one had anticipated that the final outcome would be a resounding victory for Chen Yinxian. This result astonished not only the others present, but also Cheng Yushu and Lu Bo, who were equally taken aback. Especially Lu Bo, at this moment, felt his face burning with embarrassment. He had just asserted that his opponent would be exhausted after 20 moves, yet he had managed to break through. Not only did he overcome that barrier, but with just a single punch, he defeated both Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan. We concede. From now on, we shall return to the Shangqing sect and not leave a single step. Your Chen family has triumphed. We admit defeat. The two esteemed elders of the Shangqing sect acknowledged their loss and chose to remain within the sect for life. Chen Yinxian alone rendered the foremost sect of the great Zhou nation powerless. Had someone made such a claim prior to this moment, they would have been deemed a madman, a dreamer lost in folly. Yet, this scene unfolded before the eyes of all present. How absurd. You lost, yet you wish to depart? If I were to lose, would you permit my exit? Do you truly believe me to be naive and ignorant? Today, none of you shall leave. This was not merely a contest, but a life-and-death struggle, distinguishing not only skill, but also fate. How can one expect to utter a few words after defeat and simply walk away? You did not take things too far. Wu Yuan and the others glared furiously at Chen Yinxian. Take things too far? You, with your pinnacle of the 9th level in the transcendent realm, dare to speak of excess? If my strength were lacking, I would have long since become a corpse. After all these years, do you not comprehend that this world is merely a cycle of kill or be killed? I came here today fully prepared to either be slain by you or to slay you myself. Upon hearing Chen Yunxuan's words, while many found his reasoning sound, they also felt that his actions were somewhat excessive. What could possibly warrant such deep enmity between us? Is there truly no chance for reconciliation? Wei Tianfeng inquired. His brow furrowed. There was no enmity to begin with, but by a twist of fate, we now stand opposed. Furthermore, did you truly think that your Shangqing sect could send people to Yangguqing to act against my Chen family, and that we would simply pretend nothing happened? What? The Shangqing sect sent people to Yangguqing to strike against the Chen family? This revelation left the onlookers astonished, and even Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan wore expressions of utter bewilderment, for they had been entirely unaware of this until today. Who from a Shangqing sect committed such folly? Wei Tianfeng bellowed in rage. It was I. The third elder's face flushed crimson. He had not intended to confess. But realizing that he was not the sole one aware of the matter, he believed it better to come forth than to have it revealed by another. Who permitted you to act in such a manner? Upon seeing it was his own son, Wei Tianfeng was consumed by fury. I was merely... Enough. Does it even matter who is responsible? The outcome remains unchanged. Chen Yinxian had little patience for their futile discourse. Clarity in questions mattered not. Reconciliation was utterly impossible. Young Master Cheng, I beseech you, you must save us. Regardless of the circumstances, our great Zhou kingdom is indeed your vassal. You cannot simply stand by while we face calamity, can you? The sovereign of the great Zhou kingdom hastily sought assistance from Cheng Yushu. Cheng Yushu cast a glance at the sovereign. While the performance was rather commendable, his status ultimately rendered him unfit to remain an idle observer. Very well. In light of the Wu family's years of earnestness, I shall extend my aid. After speaking, Cheng Yushu rose and turned his attention to Chen Yinxian. Chen Yinxian, is it? You are quite impressive. I am Cheng Yushu, the young master of the Cheng family from the northern region. Have you heard of me? Cheng Yushu exuded an air of calm superiority. The Cheng family from the northern region? Indeed, is this person truly from such a prestigious lineage? No wonder the sovereign treats him with such deference. He is no ordinary individual. The crowd was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the revelation of Cheng Yushu's noble identity. In the northern region, the Cheng family is a formidable behemoth. Never heard of them. The mere 3 words prompted a collective gasp from the onlookers. Was Chen Yinxian not being excessively arrogant to stand before the young master of the Cheng family and speak so brazenly? Even if you have not heard of them, you ought to show some respect. Yet, Chen Yinxian genuinely had no prior knowledge of the Cheng family. His familiarity with the great Zhou kingdom was limited, let alone the northern region. Haha, you are quite an amusing character. I trust you are aware now. Do me the courtesy of letting this matter rest today. From this moment forth, you shall be regarded as a friend of the Cheng family. It is better to resolve enmities than to foster them. Having more friends is never a detriment. Wouldn't you agree? Cheng Yushu inquired with a smile. As expected of the young master of the Cheng family, he truly possessed a remarkable temperament. His spirit and magnanimity were indeed admirable. It was evident that this was the demeanor of a scion from a prestigious family. Witnessing it today was truly extraordinary. Indeed, in comparison, Chen Yinxian appeared rather impulsive and petty. The discussions among the crowd reached Chen Yinxian's ears, and Cheng Yushu was certainly aware of them too. The former remained unfazed, while the latter felt a sense of satisfaction. Chen Yinxian regarded Cheng Yushu with a cool demeanor and remarked, "I find him rather unimpressive." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yushu's expression shifted. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit? Young man, do you truly wish to court death? I suspect I shall not perish. You are gravely mistaken. Lu Bo. Yes, young master. Chapter 24. The extraordinary demon Chen Yinxian within the imperial chamber of the Zhou kingdom. Chen Changan and the large yellow creature squatted before a tea table, their eyes fixated on the object before them, motionless. Do you think it's this thing? The large yellow creature inquired after a prolonged silence. I am convinced it is not. It simply cannot be, Chen Changan replied with resolute conviction. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that it bears some resemblance. It's just a tad darker, the large yellow creature countered, shaking its head and dismissing Chen Changan's assertion. I feel an urge to commit murder, Chen Changan declared, an aura of intense resentment radiating from him. Murder whom? Everyone. Eliminate them all. Surely it cannot come to that. You might consider exhuming the grave of your Chen family's descendant first, and then proceed to eliminate the sovereign of the Zhou. If that does not suffice, you could annihilate his entire lineage. Slaughtering everyone is excessive. The others are innocent. The large yellow creature remarked with a hint of malice. Silence. It's not my fault. Why should I be concerned? The large yellow creature retorted, irritated. What a calamity! What a calamity! Chen Changan lamented, tears welling up as he contemplated numerous possibilities, only to find himself confronted with the worst outcome. The good news was that the fetal pearl had been located. The bad news was that Chen Changan regretted its discovery. Indeed, the fetal pearl was in the possession of the royal family, resting in the hands of the current sovereign of Zhou. Yet, such a significant artifact was not being studied nor gifted to anyone. Instead, it was carelessly toyed with on a daily basis. This fetal pearl was becoming almost polished from constant handling. It was dark and greasy, causing Chen Changan to feel a wave of nausea. How could he possibly integrate such a repulsive object? Do you truly not want it? It holds great importance for you. And besides, it's not as if you were required to consume it. What are you afraid of? The large yellow creature said dismissively. In the eyes of the large yellow creature, it was merely an object that was not ingested, so a little dirtiness was inconsequential. Do you understand what it means to feel disgust? I do not. Fine. I shall not waste my breath on you. You who consume excrement. Chen Changan, you must not slander me. When have I ever consumed excrement? When you devoured humans, was their excrement not left behind in their bellies? Are you implying I have consumed excrement? Indeed, it seems you possess some reasoning. It appears I have consumed excrement. The large yellow creature pondered deeply, seemingly savoring the thought of what excrement might taste like. It digested too swiftly. I seem to have forgotten its flavor, the large yellow creature mused, even extending its tongue to lick the air. Ugh, you are utterly revolting. Chen Changan could no longer endure the conversation, taking a deep breath as he shifted his focus back to the fetal pearl upon the tea table. Damn it, I shall take the plunge. From the moment Chen Changan laid eyes on the fetal pearl, his body reacted with fervor, urging him to merge with it swiftly. Had it not been for the overly pristine appearance of the fetal pearl, he would have already seized it for integration. As he grasped the fetal pearl, it responded, transforming into a dark and oily light. However, this time, it did not penetrate Chen Changan's brow. Instead, he found himself in the heart's position. With a sigh, he felt a profound sense of comfort enveloping his body, allowing him to absorb the spiritual energy once more. Clearly, to continue his cultivation, he must locate all 7 remaining fetal pearls. Chen Changan remarked with a smile, "All right, let us hasten our departure. If we linger any longer, that lad Chen Yinxian may not endure." De Huang urged from the side, having been diligently assisting Chen Changan in the search for the fetal pearls, missing the grand spectacle unfolding outside. Bang! Lu Bo once again struck Chen Yinxian back with a single palm, his previously indifferent expression beginning to shift. Was this young man truly unafraid of death? Knowing he was outmatched, yet still charging forward? You possess remarkable talent and strength that far surpasses your peers. Yet, what drives you to act in such a manner? Aware of your disadvantage, why do you persist? Lu Bo queried, voicing his inner confusion. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chen Yinxian turned to Lu Bo and suddenly broke into a smile. What if I am outmatched? Fleeing is not an option for me, nor is surrender. Your strength may indeed surpass mine, but that does not mean I will concede. As long as I draw breath, I shall continue to fight until my last gasp. His words inspired admiration among many. Cultivators ought to embody such resolve, without the determination to forge ahead. How could one carve out a destiny? Regrettably, Lu Bo felt a pang of compassion. Such a genius ought not to perish here. Yet, with the orders of the young master, he could not afford to hold back. I hope you do not regret your decision today, he said, and before his words could settle, Lu Bo struck once more, this time without restraint, intending to conclude the conflict decisively. As Lu Bo launched his attack, Chen Yinxian unexpectedly closed his eyes. Witnessing this, the onlookers were perplexed. Had he not just declared his unwillingness to surrender? Why then, did he now appear to resign himself to fate? Were they to believe he was powerless, awaiting his demise? Others were confused, and Lu Bo furrowed his brow, uncertain of Chen Yunxuan's intentions. Just as Lu Bo's assault was about to connect, an overwhelming aura erupted from within Chen Yinxian. Sensing this formidable energy, Lu Bo's expression changed, and he swiftly shifted to a defensive stance. Bang! How could this be? What had Chen Yinxian done? Was he about to defy the heavens once more? This individual was indeed of the divine passage realm. Unbelievable, simply astonishing. Before the eyes of all, Lu Bo was actually pushed back by the force emanating from Chen Yinxian. This moment shattered their previous understanding of Chen Yunxuan's capabilities, leading them to question their very existence. Was this truly the realm of the extraordinary? Enlightenment. This young man had achieved enlightenment. Not only could he break through his cultivation during battle, but he could also attain sudden insight. To attain enlightenment is a dream cherished by many, yet requires both understanding and opportunity. Who has ever achieved such a breakthrough amidst the tumult of combat? What is the extent of this young man's enlightenment? Just moments ago, Lu Bo was forced back due to the overwhelming energy that surged from Chen Yinxian as he entered a state of profound understanding. However, such power is not everlasting. In this moment of clarity, Chen Yinxian is akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Alas, achieving enlightenment is no trivial matter. Yet under these circumstances, it will be tantamount to courting death. Lu Bo sighed helplessly, a hint of envy lacing his breath, for throughout his life, he had never experienced such an epiphany. Young master, observing during this moment of enlightenment could greatly benefit your cultivation. Perhaps, Lu Bo's intent was clear, given the situation. If Cheng Yushu could take the opportunity to comprehend deeply It might prove advantageous for his own path of cultivation, albeit with a hint of opportunism. Upon hearing Lu Bo's words, Chen Yushu furrowed his brow, and after a brief moment of hesitation, resolved to act decisively to avoid prolonging the inevitable. Lu Bo, this Chen Yunxian is too extraordinary. We cannot afford to grant him any opportunity. Eliminate him. Chen Yushu spoke in a low, firm tone. His proclamation relieved many, who feared that if Chen Yushu were to acquiesce, Chen Yunxian might launch a fierce counterattack upon regaining his enlightenment. I understand, Lu Bo nodded resignedly, his gaze towards Chen Yunxian laden with complexity. What a pity. It has been many years since such a prodigy has emerged in the northern region, and yet today, he may perish at my hands. You're not qualified to kill him. The sudden voice startled everyone, and in the next moment, Chen Changan, accompanied by the Huang, appeared before Chen Yunxian, blocking Lu Bo's impending strike. Who is this? Another member of the Chen family? Chapter 25. Another anomaly? At a critical moment, Chen Changan and Huang finally made their appearance. The expressions on the faces of the crowd were nothing short of remarkable. Such a pairing was indeed a rarity. It is him. It is him. At that moment, both Lu Qingfeng and Lu Mingyin's countenances transformed. Wasn't he this the esteemed ancestor of the Chen family they had seen at the Chen residence? He has arrived? He actually followed them here? Who is he? The head of the Lu family inquired in a low voice. At the Chen household, he was referred to as the ancestor by Chen Jingyuan. Chen Changan. Lu Qingfeng's voice rose significantly, perhaps driven by an overwhelming fear, as he nearly roared these words. The ancestor of the Chen family? What is happening? The Chen family has an ancestor? My goodness, it suddenly dawned on me. After the Chen family arrived in the Great Zhou Kingdom, someone from the Chen family had mentioned that they indeed had an ancestor who was taken away by a powerful being. Yes, I remember now at that time. Everyone dismissed it, thinking it was mere boasting by the Chen family. If such an ancestor truly existed, how could the Chen family have come to our realm? Could it be that this person is indeed the Chen family's ancestor? Yet, he appears to be only a few years older than Chen Yunxian. Moreover, his cultivation is at the first level of the condensation realm. The emergence of the Chen family's ancestor was explosive news. All eyes were on Chen Changan as discussions erupted amongst the onlookers. Chen Yushu found himself rather baffled. How could the Chen family have produced an ancestor? He seemed far from impressive, appearing overly handsome, yet seemingly lacking in substance, and exuding no sense of threat whatsoever. Chen Changan, however, paid no heed to the murmurs around him, and turned his gaze towards Chen Yunxian. The latter's performance filled him with surprise. The reason Chen Changan allowed Chen Yunxian to face the challenge alone was twofold. Firstly, he was in search of but that was not the primary reason. For Chen Yunxian to truly grow, he must confront various crises on his own. True honing is not merely spoken of. It requires practical experience. I apologize to you all. My junior from the Chen family may need to take up some of your time. If you're not in a hurry, please bear with us. Chen Changan said with a calm smile. You are the ancestor of the Chen family? Lu Bo gazed at Chen Changan, his brow furrowed, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. What? Is there a problem? Chen Changan inquired with a smile. Seeing Chen Changan so nonchalant, seemingly dismissive of their presence, Lu Bo hesitated to act rashly and could only glance at Chen Yushu for guidance. Chen Yushu, too, felt overwhelmed. Why was he, merely a representative of the Chen family visiting, thrust into such a predicament? The ruler of the Great Zhou Kingdom was unconcerned with Chen Changan's true nature. His entire focus fixated on Huang. A talking dog. This must be that legendary talking dog. What should I do? What should I do? Should I rely on the Chen family? It is untenable. The Chen family is likely unreliable. The monarch of the Great Zhou glanced at Chen Yushu and discerned a similar grim expression upon his face. Waiting is no longer an option. Absolutely not. The current situation has escalated to a point of no return, and the monarch of the Great Zhou is determined not to remain passive any longer. Since the Chen family can no longer be depended upon, he must rely on himself. He commanded the mobilization of the 200,000 troops outside. The immediate objective is to eliminate Chen Yunxian, followed by taking action against the Chen family ancestor and the formidable Great Yellow Dog. Regardless of the methods employed, they would converge upon them. He could not fathom how one individual could vanquish 200,000 at once. In desperation, the monarch of the great Zhou resorted to a strategy of overwhelming force. Even if one possesses extraordinary abilities, could one truly annihilate 200,000 foes? Even if they could not slay the ancestor of the Chen family, dispatching Chen Yanxian would still render a semblance of victory. Otherwise, countless lives from the royal lineage would be lost in vain. Lu Bo, let us depart. Suddenly, Chen Yushu's remark solidified the monarch's resolve for mutual destruction. Indeed, Chen Yushu appeared disinclined to meddle in this affair. After all, for the Cheng family, it is unnecessary to provoke significant trouble. Should the royal family fall, they can effortlessly elevate new figures to assume control of the great Zhou. The departure of Chen Yushu and Lu Bo thickened the atmosphere with tension. The great yellow glanced at Chen Changan and inquired, "Are you truly allowing them to leave? What alternatives exist? They are adversaries of Yanxian. Let him contend with them himself. My strength is too formidable to intervene," Chen Changan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain crossed the great yellow's eyes. "Your strength is too formidable? While your combat prowess is indeed remarkable, Chen Changan has recently begun his cultivation, and his cultivation level is merely at the first stage of the condensation realm. In terms of battle strength, he is still no match for Lu Bo. He merely cannot be killed. Did you see that? Indeed. What the heck? The great yellow dog spoke? It must be an illusion. How could a dog possibly speak? Has it mutated? That makes sense. This dog is a mutated one." The great yellow's articulate speech left everyone astonished, many failing to even consider the possibility of the great yellow being a high-level demon beast. Their understanding did not encompass such entities. This is the embodiment of the saying, "Ignorance breeds fearlessness." I care not whether you're the ancestor of the Chen family or a mere fraud at the first stage of the condensation realm. I am even less concerned about the reasons behind your dog's ability to speak. Today, my royal family shall not allow you to succeed, nor will we permit you to leave with smiles upon your faces. Even if death awaits, I shall drag you down with me. The sudden roar of the monarch of the great Zhou took everyone by surprise. With the departure of the Cheng family, why had he suddenly adopted such a defiant stance? Could it be that this is dire? The monarch likely intends to perish together with his adversaries. Damn it! How did a perfectly pleasant engagement banquet devolve into such chaos? Hasten away to avoid implicating the innocent. Swiftly depart from this place of discord. Indeed, move with urgency, for delay may render escape impossible. It is only now that the guests contemplate fleeing this locale, yet the opportunity has slipped from their grasp. Outside the palace, a formidable army of 200,000 stands ready, awaiting the sovereign's command to spring into action. "He appears to harbor a sense of disdain towards you," remarked Huang, casting a knowing smile at Chen Changan. "I suspect he is the one who should be wary of contempt." Chen Changan responded nonchalantly. There seems to be some merit in that observation. However, allow me to clarify. I shall not readily engage, so the burden of this matter lies upon you." Da Huang, at this juncture, was entirely inclined to observe the unfolding drama. Such a captivating spectacle would be diminished should he intervene himself. "Then I shall take the lead. Yet, I implore you to maintain some semblance of order, preventing any chaos from erupting. I wish to assess the efficacy of this second embryonic pearl." Chen Changan declared with a grin. "No problem at all." A subtle smile graced Chen Changan's lips as he began to channel his energy, and in an instant, the surrounding spiritual essence surged towards him like an unstoppable tide. What is transpiring? Why has the spiritual energy vanished so abruptly? It is he. He is actually cultivating? What? Is he truly engaged in cultivation? Could it be that his cultivation level is merely at the first stage of the condensation realm? It appears that this is indeed the case. Yet, his rate of absorbing spiritual energy is astonishingly swift. It feels as though, in this moment, the entirety of the capital's spiritual essence has dissipated. Terrifying. A prodigy, yet another prodigy. Chapter 26. Unprecedented breakthrough speed in the eyes of many. Chen Changan's performance paled in comparison to that of Chen Yanxian. After all, Chen Yanxian had wielded his extraordinary prowess at the first and second levels of the Transcendence realm to vanquish foes left and right, even holding his ground against formidable opponents of the Divine Ability realm for a brief moment. This display of strength was truly astonishing. Conversely, Chen Changan, at merely the first level of the Condensation realm, although his rate of absorbing spiritual energy was relatively swift, he remained, fundamentally speaking, just at the first level of the Condensation realm, nothing more. At that moment, the sovereign of the great Zhou kingdom and his companions felt an unexpected surge of hope. There's a chance, an undeniable opportunity. We must not grant him any respite. Seize this moment. Let's strike together, the sovereign intoned gravely. The first to react were Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan, both peak 9th level Transcendence realm experts. After Cheng Yushu's departure, they were the most formidable individuals present. You handle Chen Yanxian. I shall deal with the other, Wei Tianfeng stated, directing his gaze at Wu Yuan. Agreed. Let us engage and eliminate these two. The crisis shall be averted. Wu Yuan replied resolutely. With that, they charged towards Chen Changan and Chen Yanxian. De Huang, however, was disinterested, reclining leisurely on the ground, pondering what delectable morsel he might indulge in next. Humans? No, he thought. After all, they produce waste, and he vowed never to partake of them again. Chen Changan's earlier remark had left him with considerable psychological trauma. But wait, humans produce waste, and so do animals, and even demonic beasts. If that were the case, what could he possibly eat in the future? Goodness gracious, what a cruel world. Boom! Boom! With two resounding crashes, De Huang finally ceased his ruminations about waste. How could this be? Why is this happening? Both Wei Tianfeng and Wu Yuan wore expressions of utter bewilderment. It was supposed to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why had they failed? Why could they not even approach? What had just transpired? They could barely comprehend what had occurred. It seemed as though they had been repelled. Repelled, yes. But by what force? How on earth should I know? Strange, truly strange. Everyone wore a look of confusion, which only served to deepen De Huang's disdain. What kind of wretched place is this? The great Zhou kingdom is utterly backward. Do they not comprehend the nature of a barrier? Is there not a single soul here who understands this concept? For De Huang, crafting a barrier was a trivial task, especially when dealing with those he regarded as mere ants. Prepare the archers. Let loose a volley. With the sovereign's command, the archers formed ranks, aiming at the area occupied by Chen Changan and Chen Yanxian, readying a barrage. Fire! Whoosh! 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 Arrows flew toward Chen Changan and his companion, yet without exception. They were all thwarted by the barrier. Damn it! Continue! Fire! As the arrows continued to rain down, Chen Changan's cultivation began to rise steadily. Incredible! Has he reached the second level of the Condensation realm? Wait a moment. Is it the third level? Just a moment ago, there was no sign of movement. How could he suddenly advance so swiftly? Astonishing. The fourth level. My heavens, how can this be? I have never witnessed such an extraordinary elevation in cultivation. The fifth level. Has he truly reached the fifth level? As he spoke, Chen Changan's cultivation surged, ascending directly to the fifth level of the Condensation realm. Remarkably, it took merely a few breaths for him to transition from the second to the fifth level. Furthermore, there seemed to be no intention of halting this rapid advancement. How is this lad absorbing spiritual energy at such an astonishing rate? Compared to his previous progress in Yanguiching, this speed is not merely 100-fold faster. It is likely in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. While others may not have perceived the change, De Huang's keen senses revealed that in this brief span, Chen Changan had drained the spiritual energy from the entire great Zhou kingdom. Without even considering the vastness of the kingdom's spiritual energy, this velocity is unprecedented and unparalleled. Quick! We must stop him. What are you all dawdling for? If you wish to survive, you must act swiftly, observing Chen Changan's continuous rise in cultivation. The ruler of the great Zhou kingdom roared in fury. His ire was not only directed at the 200,000 troops, but also at Wei Tianfeng, Wu Yuan, and the Liu family, as well as all those who stood with him. Indeed, he could not allow Chen Changan to continue his ascension. Everyone unite. Charge! They employed every means at their disposal, unified in their singular purpose, to slay Chen Changan and Chen Yanxian. Yet, regardless of their efforts, it proved to be futile. The barrier laid by De Huang was insurmountable for them. Oh, what a waste. Why bother? De Huang lazily turned over, as if observing a troop of clowns capering before him. He has reached the 9th level of the condensation realm. His cultivation has advanced to the 9th level. How swift! This is astonishingly swift. The true Qi realm has been attained. Incredible. Is cultivation truly this effortless? Is the breakthrough this simple? I no longer wish to cultivate. Neither do I. This disparity is simply too vast. Could it be? This is the correct approach to cultivation? Many, witnessing Chen Changan's breakthroughs, began to question their own existence. They had seen breakthroughs before, but who had ever witnessed one unfold in such a manner? Stuck again? As Chen Changan's cultivation broke into the 1st level of the true Qi realm, it was no surprise that he once more encountered a bottleneck. Is it over? De Huang inquired with curiosity. Yes, it is over. The spiritual energy of the great Zhou kingdom is a bit lacking. I should have prepared some spirit stones beforehand. Chen Changan replied nonchalantly. A bit lacking? What does that mean? Was it not sufficient for your breakthrough this time? De Huang asked, intrigued. It is an indescribable sensation. How should I articulate it? The realm has been reached, yet it is also constrained. However, the body serves as a vessel. The realm has reached the neck of the bottle, yet the bottle itself should accommodate more. However, before I could fully absorb the spiritual energy, my realm unexpectedly advanced, resulting in the container remaining unfilled with the essence. In the case of an ordinary person, even if they experience a breakthrough, they would still be able to absorb spiritual energy thereafter. Yet, it seems my realm acts like a switch, closing the door to the absorption of spiritual energy as soon as I reach that level. It is quite lamentable. Chen Changan let out a helpless sigh. This situation is akin to food getting lodged in one's throat. You may not be satiated, yet you are unable to swallow any further, firmly stuck. I have never encountered such a scenario. However, given the absurdity of what occurs in your life, this hardly seems surprising, De Huang remarked nonchalantly. Perhaps. Chen Changan nodded, then turned his gaze towards the enemies relentlessly charging from beyond the barrier. Such persistence. De Huang, release the barrier. I shall test my current strength. Chen Changan said with a faint smile. I am curious as well. De Huang chuckled, and with a mere thought, the barrier was instantly dissolved. At the moment the barrier fell, everyone felt a powerful aura erupt from Chen Changan's being. Caught off guard, they were all pushed back several meters. Is he not merely at the first stage of true Qi? How could he exude such formidable energy? He has completed his breakthrough. The opportunity has arrived. Everyone, charge. Chen Changan glanced at the group and calmly stated, this farce must come to an end. Chapter 27. The initiation of the rankings, sword energy surged across 30,000 miles. A single blade casting its cold light over 19 continents. Chen Changan wielded his finger as if it were a sword, and with a flick, a torrent of sword energy surged forth, crashing towards the crowd like a mountain collapsing into the sea. Wherever the sword energy passed, not a blade of grass could survive. The onlookers merely sensed a flash of sword light, and in the next moment, the world seemed to fall into an eerie silence. Upon closer inspection, the ground was strewn with corpses. How could a mere stroke of sword energy wield such immense power? Bang! The monarch of the great Zhou kingdom knelt down, utterly defeated. Who could have anticipated that Chen Changan's strength was so unfathomably formidable? In sheer numbers, sometimes it truly bore no significance. Chen Changan regarded the monarch with a calm demeanor and remarked that the palace's limited space allowed only a few thousand soldiers to surge in. Nonetheless, his singular strike was already astonishing enough. To slay tens of thousands with a single sword, was he still merely human? The monarch of the great Zhou now understood clearly that no matter how fervently he commanded, the soldiers outside would not dare to enter. To do so would be tantamount to courting death, who would willingly seek their demise. Regardless of numbers, they would only provide Chen Changan with further opportunities to flick his fingers. I wish to know, who exactly are you? Grant me clarity in my demise. The monarch inquired of Chen Changan. That wish cannot be fulfilled, Chen Changan replied tersely. Without further ado, he struck down the remaining individuals. What began as an engagement banquet had transformed into a calamity for the entire Great Zhou Kingdom. The two supreme elders of the Qing dynasty, along with numerous elders and disciples, were all annihilated. The royal family was left with no survivors, and a Lu family was obliterated. Although many guests escaped death, a significant number suffered from this unforeseen disaster. Once all was settled, Chen Yinxian slowly opened his eyes. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Is everyone dead? Ancestor, did you intervene? Chen Yinxian gazed at Chen Changan, feeling a twinge of shame. They had agreed it would be his responsibility, yet he had to rely on Chen Changan's intervention. To gain enlightenment amidst battle is not an auspicious occurrence. This time I was present. Otherwise, your life would have perished here, Chen Changan admonished. Enlightenment is indeed a good thing, but to achieve it in the midst of a life-and-death struggle, the implications are quite different. You're correct, Ancestor. I shall do my utmost to maintain control in the future, Chen Yinxian replied, filled with remorse. Maintain control? Can you truly govern your own enlightenment? De Huang appeared somewhat astonished. I believe. Perhaps I can, Chen Yinxian nodded earnestly. Damn it, what a prodigy. Even De Huang, a being of such caliber, could not help but exclaim. Chen Yinxuan's level of talent was not merely on par with those so-called geniuses. It surpassed them significantly. I am perplexed. How could such an extraordinary individual remain inconspicuous until the age of 16? What were you doing before? De Huang questioned in confusion. Upon hearing De Huang's words, Chen Yinxian felt a twinge of embarrassment, offering a wry smile. Senior De Huang, I worked diligently. I suppose it was just a sudden awakening. A sudden awakening? That indeed seems plausible. In the small town of Yangwiching, where resources are scarce and cultivation techniques are non-existent, it is not surprising that Chen Yinxian remains overlooked. Had it not been for Chen Changan's return, it is likely that Chen Yinxian would still be indistinguishable from his previous self. What insights have you gained from this epiphany? Chen Changan inquired. In response to the elder's question, this time, my comprehension has rendered my cultivation foundation more stable. Although my level has not improved, I feel my strength has grown, Chen Yinxian replied. Moreover, I have grasped an artistic conception. Artistic conception? Achieving such a realization at the transcendent realm is rare, though not unheard of. Yet, Chen Yinxian has only recently commenced serious cultivation. What artistic conception have you comprehended? Chen Changan probed further. You practice the supreme overlord body technique, treading the path of audacity and dominance. This artistic conception is likely closely related to the notion of overlord, is it not? Chen Changan continued. Indeed, as the elder has stated, the essence of my artistic conception is dominance. I can envelop my entire being in this aura and project my force outward. It significantly enhances my combat prowess. Chen Yinxian expressed with a hint of excitement. In a world brimming with artistic conceptions, Chen Yinxuan's seems uniquely his own. At least, Chen Changan had never encountered anything quite like it before. Does this artistic conception have a name? I wish to call it the Heavenly Unity Conception. Heavenly Unity Conception? Does it imply supremacy overall? While it may not be particularly grand, it is nonetheless commendable. Let us depart. Our business here is concluded. We should seek out Chen Jingyuan and the others, Chen Changan stated calmly. Yes. Wait. Something feels amiss. Just as they were about to leave, De Huang suddenly halted Chen Changan and Chen Yinxian. Chen Changan raised an eyebrow. It was rare to witness such a look of astonishment on De Huang's face. As he was about to inquire further, he too sensed the anomaly. Together, they gazed upward, noticing that the sky had become enveloped in an energy that had seemingly materialized out of nowhere. A shimmering rainbow light flickered above them. Is this a celestial phenomenon? De Huang, does this signify some great event is imminent? Chen Changan asked, his brow furrowed. This is my first encounter with such a situation. Evidently, it is De Huang's as well. I cannot say for certain, but I feel this energy is terrifying, De Huang replied with a serious expression. Terrifying? At that moment, Mu Yinyao happened to arrive near Yinxiao Peak. Given Mu Yinyao's prowess, she had taken over 10 days to reach this location. highlighting the considerable distance from the Great Zhou Kingdom. Surrounding Yinshao Peak, she was not alone. Numerous factions had dispatched individuals to keenly observe the activities of the peak. At the summit of Yinshao Peak, the fluctuations of energy were even more pronounced, with the elusive rainbow light emanating from that very spot. With the unusual occurrences at Yinshao Peak, could it be that the legendary ranking of people is finally about to be unveiled? Uncertain. This is the first time I have encountered such a matter. Yet regardless, we have accomplished our task. Indeed, let us return to report. Kulme. As the Cloud Peak exhibits unusual activity, all factions have chosen to withdraw. Observing their departure, Mu Yun Yao shook her head. It seems that among her contemporaries from years past, few remain in this world. Otherwise, how could they engage in such foolishness? The human ranking is unveiled for all to see. There is no need for them to linger here as guardians or to return for a report. If the human ranking truly commences, the entire world will be aware before they can even make their way back. Their journey would have been in vain. Had they known it would open so swiftly, they might have chosen not to come at all. Mu Yun Yao gazed upon the resplendent colors emanating from the summit of Cloud Peak, her eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. After tens of thousands of years, the three rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity are set to re-emerge in the mortal realm. Yet, it remains uncertain what upheaval this will bring to the Taishan realm. Just as Mu Yun Yao pondered these thoughts, the human ranking abruptly soared from the pinnacle of Cloud Peak, ascending into the heavens. The human ranking is finally set to unfold. Chapter 28. The terrifying count at this moment. The gaze of the entire Taishan realm was fixated upon the heavens. Once the human ranking ascended into the sky, it unfurled like a grand scroll, seemingly intent on enveloping the entire firmament. Yet, within this opened list, not a single word was inscribed. What is the meaning of this? Does anyone have an explanation? Unclear. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon. Could it be that a significant event is unfolding? Of course, isn't that obvious? Something monumental must be occurring. In an instant, the denizens of Taishan began to speculate, for very few were privy to the existence of the human ranking and its purpose. Who would have imagined that after such a long time, the three rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity would finally make an appearance? The unveiling of the human ranking heralds yet another cycle of reincarnation. Who will emerge victorious this time? And who shall exit the stage of history? Meanwhile, within the royal palace of the Dazhou Kingdom, Chen Changan gazed at the unfurling human ranking in the sky, casting a puzzled glance at Dahuang. Dahuang, have you ever seen anything like this? What could it be? Chen Changan inquired. I have not seen it before, but it feels extraordinary. Needless to say, even a fool would recognize its significance. Seeing that Dahuang was just as bewildered, Chen Changan refrained from pressing further, waiting to see if any other changes would transpire in the extraordinary phenomenon overhead. Moments later, lines of small characters began to materialize upon the human ranking. The script was not large, yet it was perfectly legible from the lofty heights. Curiously, both cultivators and ordinary individuals could read it with clarity. It was as if the text floated directly before their eyes. Merely gazing at the sky would suffice to discern its contents. The human ranking has commenced? So, this is what it is called. What is the human ranking? What purpose does it serve? It must be a list of sorts, though its true nature remains unclear. Enough talk. There are rules below for you to peruse. As the human ranking unfolded, the regulations were as follows. All individuals in the Taishan realm under the age of 30, regardless of whether they are cultivators, may participate. The first phase will rank participants according to their cultivation levels. The duration is 3 years, with updates to the rankings occurring every year. After 3 years, the final list of 500 selected individuals will be confirmed. Those who ascend the list shall receive a gift from the Heavenly Tao. A gift from the Heavenly Tao? To be bestowed such a reward upon ranking? This incentive is enough to drive everyone into a frenzy. Even those prodigies who had previously heard whispers of this event felt a surge of excitement and fervor upon seeing the rules. The first phase? Could there possibly be a second phase? The last human ranking was not this intricate. Upon the emergence of the human ranking regulations, Mu Yun Ao furrowed her brow. Having experienced the previous 3 rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity, She recalled that the human ranking merely conducted a preliminary selection, identifying the 500 most gifted youths, followed by selections for the Earth ranking. However, the introduction of the term first phase indicated that once these 500 individuals were chosen, there would likely be a subsequent phase of evaluation. More words are appearing. Is this a ranking list? Isn't this updated only once a year? How could it appear now? I understand now. It must be an initial assessment and ranking of the young talents in our realm. How exhilarating. I am eager to see what level of prowess the foremost among this younger generation has attained. Under 30, even for a genius, there must be some limits, right? It shouldn't be too outrageous. It has been released. To my astonishment, the first name that appears is indeed the top contender. As the crowd discusses, they realize that the very first name on the list is the number one. First place, Qilin, age, 29, cultivation, first level of transformation realm. Transformation realm? A 29-year-old at the transformation realm? What level of cultivation is that? I have never heard of it. The highest realm I know is merely the divine passage realm. How terrifying. The outside world must be fraught with danger, no doubt. What does that have to do with you? How will you fare outside? Can I not express my astonishment? Fine, go ahead and express your thoughts. Once the first name was revealed, discussions erupted among the crowd. At that moment, Qilin gazed at the ranking list with a proud expression. Indeed, the foremost individual of the younger generation can only be me, he proclaimed with satisfaction. How infuriating. We are all at the same level of transformation realm. Why does he deserve to be first? This is unacceptable. Second place, Yi Baiming, age, 29, cultivation, first level of transformation realm. Third place, Gu Fengyao, age, 29, cultivation, first level of transformation realm. Fourth place. As the list continued to unfold, the crowd was astonished to find that all of the top 5 were at the first level of transformation realm. This age and level of cultivation left many in the Taishan realm in shock, illuminating the stark disparity that exists. The transformation realm is a height that many may never reach in their lifetime, yet these young individuals have achieved it before turning 30. Ancestor, I made it onto the list, but my ranking. Chen Changan finally found his name on the list, but it was far too low for his liking, trailing behind by thousands of places, leaving him somewhat disheartened. The Taishan realm is vast. Achieving the extraordinary realm at 16 is truly commendable. Others merely have the advantage of age over you. Now that you are at the extraordinary realm, given a decade or so, what level of cultivation might you attain? Do not be discouraged. You still have 3 years remaining. Upon hearing Chen Changan's words, Chen Changan took a deep breath to steady his emotions. The ancestor is right. There are 3 years left. They have merely started their training a few years earlier than I have. I shall strive to compete for a better position on this ranking list. Seeing that Chen Changan was not overly affected, Chen Changan nodded in satisfaction. It is a pity that such accolades may forever elude him, as his age is indeed a significant factor. Da Huang, what are you still watching? Chen Changan inquired curiously, noticing Da Huang's unwavering gaze fixed upon the leaderboard. I wonder, does this list truly encompass the names of all individuals under 30? How many would that entail? There must be quite a few in the Taishan realm who fit that description. What is the current count? 397,857,653. How is it possible that so many names have appeared in such a short span of time? Chen Changan looked up as well, realizing the rapidity with which names were being added to the list. Almost in the blink of an eye, hundreds of names materialized. It has reached 1 billion, surpassing the 1 billion mark. Such a multitude? This is utterly astonishing. My goodness, with so many individuals, only 500 will ultimately be chosen. This is not merely a selection among thousands, but rather among millions. At this juncture, everyone began to grasp the vast population of the Taishan realm. To think that those under 30 alone could amount to such a staggering figure. How many would there be in total? Yet, the number continued to rise, as if the very heavens were being consumed by the list. Could this be too outrageous? Look, even the names of toddlers have started to appear. Does the leaderboard truly believe that these children could qualify within a mere 3 years? You know nothing. This leaderboard is a manifestation of the heavenly Tao. The rules are immutable. Thus, within these parameters, every name shall appear, regardless of whether they ultimately make the list. Indeed, that is the case. Wait, has it concluded? Is this the end? It seems no new names are being added. 28 billion? There are actually over 28 billion individuals? This is a terrifying figure, and it encompasses all those under 30, even including newborns. Is that it? Why has the leaderboard vanished? Once the list was fully revealed, it abruptly disappeared from the sky. I understand now. The next appearance will be in a year, when the leaderboard updates. Chapter 29 Farewell to the Chen family. Departing the northern domain, the human ranking had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. Yet now, the entire Taishan realm was engulfed in frenzy due to the unveiling of the human ranking. A gift from the heavenly Tao. Indeed, even if one could not vie for a position in the top 10, securing a spot within the top 100 or even the 500th place would still be a commendable achievement. Chen Changan, however, paid little heed to the emergence of the human ranking, as it bore little significance to him. After departing from the capital of the Great Zhou Kingdom, he and his companions arrived at the designated meeting place as agreed upon with Chen Changan. Ancestor, you have arrived. With the human ranking unveiled yesterday, I wonder if you are aware of what it truly entails. In Chen Changan's mind, Chen Changan was a superlative powerhouse who had lived for millennia. Surely, he could not be ignorant of the human ranking's nature. The human ranking is merely a list manifested by the heavenly Tao. And then what? What more is there? I know as much as you do. This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon. Even the ancestor is unaware? Chen Changan nodded, refraining from fabricating any elaborate tales. It was unnecessary. Let us return to the matter at hand. The issues concerning the Great Zhou Kingdom have been resolved, and that place is no longer suitable for the Chen family. Our sole objective now is to become the foremost family in the Northern Domain. The foremost family in the Northern Domain? This task was undeniably formidable for them. Although the Chen family's strength had been rapidly ascending, it was adequate for the Great Zhou Kingdom, but fell short when considering the entirety of the Northern Domain. Noticing the tension among the gathered individuals, Chen Yanxian smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. With me here, I shall ensure that the Chen family becomes the leading family in the Northern Domain. Chen Jingyuan scrutinized his son closely. After their journey to the capital, he sensed a change in Chen Yanxian, a significant transformation. He had matured considerably, exhibiting a more formidable presence that exuded great pressure. Yanxian, you have your task. Ancestor, what's my task? Chen Yanxian inquired, puzzled. Your mission is to become the foremost individual in the Northern Domain within a year. Remember, it is the foremost individual, not merely the leading youth of the Northern Domain. Chen Changan's words left Chen Yanxian momentarily speechless. To ascend to the pinnacle of the Northern Domain within a year? The strongest in the Northern Domain was at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Passage Realm. Did this imply that he needed to elevate his cultivation to the Divine Passage Realm and surpass the pinnacle of the 9th level within a year? Chen Yanxian felt the weight of the challenge. Although his current rate of advancement was swift, progress would inevitably slow at higher realms. Achieving the Divine Passage Realm within a year was indeed a daunting task. Rest assured, Ancestor, I shall become the foremost individual in the Northern Domain within a year. I will not disappoint you, Chen Yanxian declared with unwavering resolve. Excellent. Once you attain the status of the foremost individual in the Northern Domain, the path ahead will lead you beyond the 4 domains to the Central Heavenly Domain. The Central Heavenly Domain? Once, the Chen family resided in the Central Sky region, which could be described as a realm where the 4 domains merely represented the barren outskirts of the Taishan realm. The inhabitants of the Central Sky region held the other regions in disdain, regarding them as places unworthy of their attention. The Central Sky region, in contrast, was a sanctuary where the essence of heaven and earth converged, a cradle for the emergence of formidable beings. In Chen Yunxuan's perspective, the Northern Domain was vast, yet when juxtaposed with the Central Sky region, it resembled but a mere tip of an iceberg. To truly ascend to the ranks of the powerful, one must venture into the Central Sky region. Chen Yanxian regarded Chen Changan with earnestness, sensing an ominous premonition. Ancestor, are you preparing to depart? Chen Changan's sudden outpouring of words and meticulous arrangements for both the Chen family and himself clearly indicated an impending departure. Upon hearing this, Chen Changan and the others grew anxious. Had the ancestor just returned, only to leave once more? Indeed, I am leaving, Chen Changan affirmed with a nod, not denying the truth. His prolonged stay had already exceeded his initial intentions. According to his original plan, after leaving Mu Yanao, he intended to wander the mortal realm with De Huang, enjoying a carefree existence. His return to the Qin family was merely to observe the current state of his ancestral lineage. Little did he expect to uncover the matter of the subsequent series of events that had unfolded. With most of these matters resolved, Chen Changan now prepared for his departure, seeking both enjoyment in life and the whereabouts of the ancestor. Will you return? Chen Jingyuan asked with reluctance. Perhaps one day, we shall reunite in the central sky region. There will always be a day of parting and a day of reunion. Chen Changan handed over 2 transformation pills, instructing, keep these. Use them only in a dire emergency, unless the Chen family faces a life-or-death situation. The pills in Chen Changan's possession could elevate a person's cultivation instantaneously to the transformation realm, regardless of their prior level of cultivation. However, the downside was that one could remain in the transformation realm for life, their strength significantly inferior to someone who had painstakingly cultivated to that level. This is a gift from the ancestor, Chen Changan continued. Regardless of circumstances, you share my bloodline. Consider it a farewell gift. The path ahead will be yours to tread. Do not forget that the Chen family once flourished. You are no lesser than anyone else. Yes, ancestor. We shall meet again among the mountains and rivers. Chen Changan smiled faintly at the gathered individuals before turning away with De Huang. Watching his departing figure, the Chen family members were filled with mixed emotions. From the moment Chen Changan appeared, they had found a pillar of support, a source of reliance. They understood he would not remain forever. Yet they had not anticipated his departure would come so swiftly. Chen Yunxian fixed his gaze on Chen Changan's retreating silhouette, vowing silently that he would journey to the central sky region and inevitably become a powerful being, not merely for the sake of reputation, nor solely to achieve prominence. More importantly, I do not wish to disappoint our esteemed ancestor. I am resolute in leading the Chen family to unprecedented heights. I shall never betray the trust placed in me by our forebear. Ancestor, we shall meet again. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yunxuan's gaze once again solidified with determination. Father, it is time for us to depart. I fear I shall not remain with the Chen family for the coming year. I intend to dominate the northern region during this time. Chen Yunxian stated solemnly. Very well. Go forth with confidence. I shall take care of matters here in the family. Moreover, with the divine transformation elixir left by our ancestor, you need not harbor any concerns. Remember, do not bring shame upon the Chen family, nor upon our ancestor. I have faith that you will succeed. Indeed, father. After a firm nod, Chen Yunxian turned away without looking back. We too must strive diligently. Yes, master. Chapter 30. The Central Domain. Langya, I had thought you would remain at the Chen family, awaiting its rise and Chen Yunxuan's growth. Departing now, do you truly trust that young lad, Chen Yunxian? He is undoubtedly a prodigious talent among the younger generation of your clan. Upon hearing De Huang's words, Chen Changan replied calmly, Chen Yunxian has his own path to traverse. He must confront challenges and mature independently. Even if he were to falter, it would be his fate. Moreover, staying within the Chen family has become rather tedious. The vibrant world beyond is far more enticing. De Huang shook his head in resignation, having anticipated a transformation in Chen Changan's demeanor upon returning to the Chen family. To his surprise, the moment he departed, he reverted to his true self. Then where shall we go? De Huang inquired with curiosity. To the central domain, Langya. Langya? The name struck a chord with De Huang, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, he was certain that during their escapades, he and Chen Changan had never ventured to such a place. Wait, if my memory serves me right, Lin Shangliu's hometown is indeed Langya, isn't it? De Huang suddenly asked. Yes, the Lin family of Langya is where Lin Shangliu hails from. After all these years, I wonder if he still resides there or has journeyed elsewhere. By now, he should have attained a level akin to that of an ancestor. Chen Changan mused. After all, a millennium had passed, and Lin Shangliu was no longer the youthful figure Chen Changan had encountered. Are you seeking to reconnect with Lin Shangliu? De Huang asked, intrigued. Yes and no. Langia is considerably larger than the northern region. My primary objective remains the reason I chose Langia is twofold. I have yet to explore it, and, naturally, you have news of the? De Huang looked at Chen Changan in astonishment. Aside from the imperial family of the Dazhou kingdom, from where could he have acquired such information? Could it be that he was now able to sense this approximate location? Shaking his head, Chen Changan replied, there is no news. However, I have perused the clan records of the Chen family. As a lineage that has existed for millennia, it is only natural for them to maintain such records. Each clan leader is tasked with documenting their life experiences and significant events that transpired during their tenure. The purpose is to provide guidance for future generations, imparting wisdom to avoid past mistakes or to share solutions to challenges faced. Does your clan record detail the circumstances surrounding the loss of the? It does not, doesn't? Then how do you know it is located in Langia? Through deduction. Chen Changan discovered through the family records that before the Chen family arrived in the northern region, they resided in Langia. Although there were no explicit accounts regarding he was still able to unearth some clues. During this period, the Chen family became the target of covetous eyes, leading to fierce conflicts that inflicted severe losses upon them, resulting in their expulsion from Langia. However, the records do not clarify what exactly transpired, which is rather peculiar, given the manner in which the family records are maintained. Such a significant event ought to have been documented. This would enable future generations of the Chen family to identify their former adversaries in Langia. Thus, it seems that the Chen family might have had enemies in Langia, yet there remains no information regarding the. De Huang inquired, perplexed. Brother, could you please engage your mind? I was born without the. Why should I ponder? This is your concern, De Huang retorted disdainfully. The family records state that the conflict arose due to someone's desire for the Chen family's treasures. What treasures could the Chen family possess that would lead to their decline in a place like Langia? The only heirloom passed down through generations is the. Chen Changan replied irritably. Are these people insane? What use does the have? Why would they seek to steal it? They must be mad. De Huang expressed his bewilderment at their actions. That does not emit any energy fluctuations or aura. At least for now. De Huang could not fathom what others would do with the. Would they truly engage in a conflict over such an item? It seemed utterly irrational. Such is human nature. This item is a treasured heirloom of the Chen family, preserved for millennia. If you were in their shoes, unaware of its true nature as the, what would you think? Someone might perceive it as an invaluable treasure. Otherwise, the Chen family would not have cherished it for so long. The Chen family may deny its significance, yet they must convince others of its worth. Ultimately, they would act, seizing the item first, regardless of its eventual uselessness, inflicting damage upon the Chen family. As he spoke, Chen Changan suddenly furrowed his brow. The Chen family had been in decline for so many years. Could it truly be that there was the root cause? Constantly coveted and targeted, one by one, their kin had perished, leading to their downfall in this desolate place of the northern region, the Great Zhou Kingdom. If this were the case, wouldn't he become the eternal sinner of the Chen family? Why the silence? Your analysis is quite reasonable, De Huang noted, observing Chen Changan's troubled expression. Nothing much. Therefore, we must go to Langia. Moreover, I suspect that the forces that acted against the Chen family back then were not limited to a single family or faction. It is precisely for this reason that the clan leader of that era did not include this matter in the family records. Fearing the descendants seeking vengeance would lead the Chen family into irreparable ruin. Upon hearing Chen Changan's analysis, De Huang found it exceedingly reasonable. However, the one aspect that perplexed him was why only a single item was discarded each time. Shouldn't a full heist involve seizing everything? Chen Changan had contemplated this matter as well, yet a definitive explanation eluded him. Perhaps it was due to his father's foresight, having stored the 9 fetal beads separately. Alternatively, those coveting the beads might be entirely unaware of the existence of all 9. Upon acquiring one, they could easily assume their endeavor was complete and depart. Ultimately, the precise reason holds little significance now. Let us proceed. The distance to Langia is considerable. De Huang, enlarge yourself. It is uncomfortable to ride otherwise. Huh? Riding a dog again? Haven't you already begun your cultivation? You can walk. Too slow. Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? If possible, it wouldn't be out of the question. Curse your second uncle. You. De Huang unleashed a torrent of invectives, but Chen Changan merely regarded him with calm detachment. Unperturbed. Are you finished? Feeling better? Tell me, how does my master treat me? If I were to. My lord, please make yourself comfortable. We shall set off now. At the mention of Mu Yun Yao, De Huang's demeanor shifted instantly, displaying a sycophantic smile, as though he had not just been cursing. Very well, let us be on our way. Just watch. In the central heaven domain, at the Tianji Pavilion, the pavilion master received news. Master, we have just received word that Chen Changan seems to have departed from the northern domain. Chen Yunxian is now traversing the northern domain alone. Departed? Wang Tianji did not anticipate Chen Changan's swift exit, especially considering the recent emergence of the person list. Logically, he should have remained in the northern domain to nurture Chen Yunxian. Understood. Let us have our people continue to shadow Chen Yunxian. Remember, if he encounters a life-threatening crisis, we must intervene. Yes, master. And what about Chen Changan? Keep your distance from him. De Huang by his side is not to be underestimated. Understood. Chapter 31. Encountering an old friend, begging for 3,000 years? De Huang, are you doing this on purpose? I'm not. You cannot accuse me unjustly. You still claim innocence? Chen Changan gazed at De Huang with eyes filled with resentment. This scoundrel was undoubtedly seeking revenge against him. 7 days, a full week. De Huang had unleashed his full speed without affording Chen Changan any protection. While Chen Changan's body could endure, how could his clothing withstand De Huang's velocity? Why can't you take better care of yourself? Oh, I forgot. You have just begun your cultivation and are still quite weak. It was a mistake on my part. De Huang feigned ignorance. A mischievous grin plastered across his face as he looked at Chen Changan. All right, just you wait. Chen Changan disregarded De Huang and was about to change into a fresh set of clothes when suddenly he heard a thunderous shout. Chen Changan, you scoundrel. I have finally found you. Huh? What is this? Upon arriving in Langia, he unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. Could it be Lin Shangliu? No, that couldn't be. Lin Shangliu bore no such animosity towards him. Both Chen Changan and De Huang exchanged curious glances and turned towards the source of the voice, only to see a beggar glaring at Chen Changan with a face full of hatred not far off. A beggar? Wait, do I know this beggar? In that moment, Chen Changan desperately rifled through his memories, yet he was unable to pinpoint the identity of this individual. De Huang, do you recognize him? Chen Changan inquired. This. He looks somewhat familiar, but I can't recall, De Huang replied, shaking his head. The beggar appeared to be a middle-aged man, his complexion dark and his clothing tattered beyond description. Yet, Chen Changan realized that his own attire seemed to bear an uncanny resemblance to that of the beggar. The beggar approached Chen Changan, his expression seething with resentment, but upon noticing Chen Changan's current appearance, his eyes sparkled with a twisted sense of joy. Both Chen Changan and De Huang stared intently at the beggar. After all, there were not many who could call out their name. Have we met somewhere before? Yes. I too sense a hint of familiarity. Could it be? No way. Xian Wudao? Is that really you? Suddenly, both Chen Changan and De Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. They had never anticipated that the beggar before them was none other than Xian Wudao. Xian Wudao was not a native of Langia and had first met Chen Changan 3,000 years prior. During that era, Xian Wudao was a figure of great promise, hailed as the foremost among the younger generation, with a boundless future ahead of him. When Chen Changan had first encountered Xian Wudao, he was at the pinnacle of his fame, having reached the peak of the Dongshu realm at merely 50 years of age. How had 3 millennia passed in the blink of an eye, with an old acquaintance still alive, yet transformed into a beggar? Time had elapsed too long, and Chen Changan found himself momentarily perplexed about the source of Xian Wudao's animosity towards him. Were there truly no grievances between them? Good heavens, you were once a prodigy. What on earth are you doing now? Experiencing the tribulations of life, sampling the myriad of human experiences? Chen Changan bore a look of astonishment. Witnessing his expression, Xian Wudao was thoroughly incensed. Forgotten? How could he have possibly forgotten? After 3 millennia of steadfastly upholding his promises, this scoundrel had the audacity to disregard the events of yore? Is it not your influence that has shaped my present state? Chen Changan, you have caused me immeasurable suffering. Xian Wudao's resentment was palpable, nearly manifesting into a tangible force capable of extinguishing Chen Changan's life. Hold on, what does this have to do with me? Before he could finish his thought, Chen Changan suddenly paused. An unfamiliar yet recognizable memory surged forth in his mind. No way. This matter seems to indeed pertain to me. De Huang could hardly contain himself, stifling laughter with his paw. He too had recalled something. 3,000 years. Do you have any idea how arduous it has been for me to seek you? Damn it. I shall no longer live as a wretched beggar. I am free. Xian Wudao let out a howl towards the heavens, as if all the grievances of the past 3 millennia were destined to be unleashed at that very moment. That beggar is truly pitiable. In such a state, he has lost his sanity. Who could argue otherwise? Observe these 2 beggars, their camaraderie apparent as they engage in jovial conversation. Alas, they are both unfortunate souls. Even in their dire circumstances, they manage to care for a dog, which speaks to their kind-hearted nature. Indeed, despite their own destitution, De Huang is well kept, a testament to their benevolence. Perhaps we should offer them some money for a decent meal. I think it is a noble idea. The conversation of passers-by left Chen Changan, Xian Wudao, and even De Huang in silence. Have they truly mistaken them for beggars? It is undeniable that Xian Wudao is a bona fide beggar. But Chen Changan would not concede to such a label, merely attired in tattered clothing. The most infuriating of all was De Huang, who, upon hearing the remarks of bystanders, turned away, nonchalantly dismissing any association with the two. Do I resemble a beggar? What eyes do you possess? Xian Wudao exclaimed in indignation. Upon hearing this, the crowd regarded Xian Wudao as if he were a fool, their expression suggesting, does he not look like one? Xian Wudao, initially brimming with defiance, reconsidered. If he were not a beggar, then who could possibly be? Let us depart and spare ourselves further embarrassment. Damn it, I have lost 3,000 years of dignity. For years, I have evaded acquaintances, fearful of being recognized. Xian Wudao hastily urged Chen Changan to leave this place. Now that he had found him, there was no need to continue living as a beggar. Very well, let us find a place to cleanse ourselves and change attire. I know of a location quite commendable, though I have lacked the funds to visit. This time, you shall treat. Very well, I shall host, for I am indeed wealthy. Chen Changan shook his head in resignation, subsequently following Xian Wudao to the brothel. Wanwalu, this is the establishment you have long coveted? Chen Changan's expression was one of exasperation. What nonsense! This place is truly splendid. Have you really never visited a brothel all these years? Allow me to share. Throughout these years, as I traversed numerous locales and accumulated some wealth, I've spent it all in such establishments. Xian Wudao wore a proud expression. Goodness, how many brothels has this rascal frequented over the years? With your prowess, do you still need to gather some silver before visiting? Chen Changan inquired, intrigued. What do you think? It's all because of you. Xian Wudao retorted with irritation. Chen Changan chuckled. Back in the day when he first encountered Xian Wudao, that fellow was exceedingly arrogant, believing himself invincible. Initially, Chen Changan paid him no mind, but when it came time to part ways, Xian Wudao insisted on a sparring match. Thus, Chen Changan proposed a wager. He would stand still for a stick of incense duration, and if Xian Wudao could inflict even the slightest injury, he would win. Should Xian Wudao lose, he would have to beg for his sustenance until they met again. Ultimately, Xian Wudao attacked with all his might for the duration of the incense. Yet Chen Changan emerged unscathed. I must ask, if it takes you 3,000 years to find me, will you truly beg all that time? Chen Changan asked, curious. Of course, a man of honor stands tall and firm, and a promise is sacred. How could one ever go back on their word? Truly a man of integrity. Enough of this chatter. Let us indulge in a little revelry. Very well, let us proceed. Chen Changan shook his head in resignation. Having never visited a brothel himself, it would be an opportunity to experience something new. Halt! Do you not see where you are? 2 beggars dare approach our Huanhua pavilion. As the 2 arrived at the entrance, a young attendant intercepted them, for their appearance, accompanied by a dog, was rather hard to behold. Stop your prattle. Lead the way. Chen Changan, unfazed, tossed out a few gold ingots, for such currency was of little use to him. To cultivators, spirit stones held far greater value. I must admit my earlier oversight. Please, esteemed sirs, come right in. Chapter 32. De Huang. I demand 5. How absurd, utterly ridiculous. Is this truly the renowned Huanhua Tower I once knew? How is it that anyone can waltz in now? Even beggars are permitted entry? What do they think of us? The other patrons? Indeed, the establishment has lost its prestige. I shall never return. This is utterly disheartening. The very atmosphere has become tainted, reeking foully indeed. As Chen Changan and his companion De Huang stepped into Huanhua Tower, they were met with disdain and mockery from numerous onlookers. In their eyes, though the tower may be a place of indulgence, it was not meant for just anyone. The presence of a beggar would surely diminish their own status. Who comes and goes? Xian Wudao glanced at Chen Changan, his expression revealing no trace of anger or joy. Allow me. Such trivial matters do not warrant bloodshed. Chen Changan smiled faintly, then turned to address the others. What manner of identity do you possess? Before response could be uttered, Chen Changan hurled a gold ingot at the individual. You smack, smack, smack. As more gold ingots were flung, the faces of those who had been indignant transformed. Wealth. Tremendous wealth. This is what it means to truly throw money around. I possess no identity of note, no identity at all. Esteemed sir, you are the most noble among us. Indeed, fragrant, more fragrant than the maidens of Huanhua Tower themselves. I surmised as much. These two exude an extraordinary aura, truly beyond our humble means. As the crowd spoke, they began to bend down to collect the gold ingots, their envy palpable. The attendant nearby couldn't help but feel a pang of desire. Your approach is commendable. Why had I not thought of this? Xian Wudao was surprised by Chen Changan's method, yet found it rather amusing. And what if you had thought of it? Do you possess wealth? Chen Changan retorted with disdain. Where on earth did you acquire such riches? Xian Wudao inquired, intrigued. For practitioners, such material possessions are considered mere refuse, far less valuable than spirit stones. Typically, cultivators do not hoard excessive amounts of gold or silver. Yet Chen Changan was an exception, possessing not only wealth but an abundance of it. The gold he had just used to scatter must have amounted to over 10,000 taels. Having lived long, one naturally accumulates some reserves. De Huang is indulgent and lazy. As you know, not all places accept spirit stones as universal currency. Thus, I have amassed a considerable stash of gold ingots. To estimate, well, I can scarcely recall. Suffice it to say, it is quite a lot. Cannot recall? Just how much might that be? The attendant listened, dumbfounded. What has become of the wealthy? Do they revel in the guise of beggars? Do they delight in being looked down upon, only to stage a grand reversal? Bring us 2 exquisite private rooms and prepare some warm water. We wish to cleanse ourselves thoroughly. Very well, esteemed sirs. Please upstairs. This indeed is a deity of wealth. The attendant dared not to be negligent, promptly escorting the 2 gentlemen to the finest private room on the upper floor. After a brief yet refreshing change of attire, both Chen Changan and Xian Wudao donned clean garments. What a comfort! How exhilarating! It has been 3,000 years since I felt this clean. Xian Wudao exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Chen Changan and De Huang exchanged a disdainful glance at Xian Wudao, their eyes brimming with contempt. How filthy! Just because you're a beggar doesn't mean you should neglect bathing. You haven't bathed in 3,000 years, have you? Chen Changan asked in astonishment. To embody the essence of a beggar, one must truly appear as such. Bathing excessively cleanly contradicts the very purpose. Xian Wudao replied with a smug expression. So, do beggars bachi? Do they? Xian Wudao was taken aback by Chen Changan's inquiry, plunging into a puzzling contemplation. Do beggars, after all, bathe? They are human too. They are merely impoverished, but surely if given the chance, they would seek to cleanse themselves. Have you truly visited so many brothels over the years without bathing even once? Good heavens, do they actually accommodate such filth? Are they that desperate for money? Chen Changan felt a wave of nausea at the thought. What are you saying? I am not an ordinary person. How dirty could I possibly become? It's merely that I haven't tea-bathed in a while, and I find myself somewhat nostalgic for it. Well then, now that we have bathed, shouldn't we indulge in some joy? Xian Wudao suggested with a smile. Indulge in joy. Chen Changan nodded helplessly, subsequently relinquishing all matters to Xian Wudao. As this was indeed his first experience in a brothel, Xian Wudao exhibited the finesse of a seasoned patron, effortlessly summoning the finest courtesans of the Huahua Pavilion. You needn't concern yourself with me. I am treating you. Please proceed as you wish. Upon noticing Xian Wudao's gaze upon him, Chen Changan shook his head. In his eyes, these women were nothing more than superficial adornments. He could not fathom why someone like Xian Wudao would be drawn to such establishments. Well then, I shall not hold back. You, and you few, remain here. By the way, De Huang, do you wish to partake? It is moments like these that reveal Xian Wudao's considerate nature. Even remembering De Huang in such circumstances. Surprisingly, De Huang exhibited a bashful demeanor, glancing at Chen Changan before looking back at Xian Wudao, finally lifting his paw hesitantly. All right, understood. This is the implication. Well then, you, please tend to my brother De Huang. De Huang, what do you mean? After selecting a suitable courtesan for De Huang, Xian Wudao was taken aback to see him shake his head. In such a place, Chen Changan did not permit De Huang to speak freely. The poor fellow was undoubtedly pent up. De Huang raised his paw once more, shaking it in refusal. I comprehend its meaning. It desires 5. What? 5? Xian Wudao finally realized that the raised claw did not signify a request for 1, but rather 5. Excellent, excellent, my esteemed brother De Huang. You truly are a kindred spirit. You 5, go and serve my brother De Huang diligently. Rest assured, your reward shall be ample. Although this is my first experience tending to a dog, the young lady saw no issue with it. After all, attending to a canine is far preferable to serving a human. At the very least, this dog would not engage in any unwelcome advances. Bring forth the finest food and drink. Do not hesitate on account of cost, for I am well off. Xian Wudao resembled a newly wealthy individual, seemingly intent on recovering 3 millennia of grievances in one feast. De Huang, too, was delightfully amused, unexpectedly adapting quite swiftly and joining Xian Wudao in indulgence. Old Chen, are you really not coming? Xian Wudao inquired with curiosity. You all continue. I shall merely observe. Chen Changan replied with a shake of his head. Very well, then I shall not concern myself with you. Chen Changan sighed, shaking his head once more. He never anticipated that someone of Xian Wudao's caliber could descend into such debauchery. Perhaps it was simply his true nature, once concealed. My apologies for the delay, esteemed guests. A cool, melodious voice interrupted, prompting Chen Changan to glance over. The newcomer, adorned in an elegant white gown, appeared strikingly refined, her light makeup somewhat incongruous with the establishment. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, she possessed a certain charm. Ah, you two esteemed guests are indeed fortunate today. This is our Huanhua Tower's esteemed courtesan, Xianer. She is not someone one encounters every day. One of the women introduced, though her tone bore an unmistakable edge. A courtesan? How intriguing. Chapter 33. You wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Both Chen Changan and Xian Wudao discerned that the courtesan, Xianer, was no ordinary individual. She was a practitioner, albeit of modest cultivation. Nevertheless, it was perplexing that she found herself in such a predicament. Upon seeing Chen Changan, Xianer appeared momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated the arrival of 2 eccentric wealthy gentlemen, disguised as beggars. However, Chen Changan's appearance, attire, and demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a beggar. Do you play the guqin? Chen Changan inquired, noticing the instrument cradled in Xianer's arms. Dear guest, Xianer is but a performer of the arts, not of the flesh. A teasing voice interjected from another woman, prompting Xian Wudao to furrow his brow and cast an irritable glance in her direction. Xian Wudao was a person of considerable presence, one whose aura was not easily withstood by these courtesans. A mere glance sufficed to silence their frivolous chatter, for they understood that today's visitors were not to be trifled with. Forgive me for my clumsiness, the young woman said apologetically. Xianer, observing Chen Changan and his companion, since they were not the usual lecherous patrons, and she exhaled in relief. Moving aside, she carefully positioned the Qilin and began to caress the strings with her delicate fingers. Soon, the melodious and enchanting sound of the Qilin filled the air, its gentle and lingering tones tugging at the heartstrings. Although beneath that beauty lay a subtle undertone of melancholy. Despite her best efforts to conceal this sentiment, both Chen Changan and Xian Wudao could perceive it. They exchanged glances, acknowledging that this young woman harbored a story. "My skills are lacking. I beg your pardon, esteemed guests," she said, only to be interrupted by a bark from De Huang. "Oh, my apologies, esteemed guests," she corrected herself, finding amusement in the situation. It was her first experience hearing of someone bringing a dog to a brothel, even going so far as to entertain the canine. Flowers bloom toward the sun, and people must forge ahead. Let not the past weigh heavy. May the future be filled with laughter. One must not dwell in bygone days. Chen Changan's words struck Xian'er profoundly, leaving her momentarily shaken. She had not anticipated that he would grasp such depth. "Old Chen, you possess some skill. You understand this? I used to frequent brothels and found those pretentious scholars infuriating. They were insufferably arrogant, and yet I could hardly tolerate them," Chen Changan replied, casting a resigned glance at Xian Wudao, questioning what the latter had accomplished in all his years. "You cannot," Chen Changan asked. "Why would I? What purpose does it serve? Does it enhance cultivation or accelerate the training process?" Xian Wudao scoffed. "Neither, yet it imparts a measure of wisdom. Moreover, what use do I have for such things? I firmly believe in the merit of strength," Xian Wudao retorted dismissively. "It is indeed useful. If you possessed any wisdom, you would not remain ignorant for so long about whether a beggar ought to bathe." "You?" Xian Wudao's eyes widened, speechless, for he was indeed a rather straightforward individual in matters of intellect. "Gu Xian'e, where are you? I know you are here. Come forth and meet me." Suddenly, a man's roar echoed from outside, causing Gu Xian'er to change her expression dramatically. "Alas, it seems I can no longer remain here. Esteemed guests, I hope you will forgive me. Our meeting today is indeed fated, and that song I performed was a humble gift to you. Esteemed guests, I must take my leave." With that, Gu Xian'er turned to depart. Witnessing this scene, Chen Changan was momentarily taken aback. She flees, he pursues. He pursues, she flees? Such a melodramatic spectacle. "Da Huang, have you ever encountered such a scenario?" Chen Changan inquired. To this, Da Huang shook his head repeatedly, admitting that despite his travels far and wide, he had never witnessed such a thing. "Xian'er, please wait. Fleeing is not a solution to our problems. Can you truly hide indefinitely? Perhaps it would be better for both parties to engage in an open and honest discussion. The issue might be resolved more easily than you think." Chen Changan intercepted Gu Xian'er, who was about to leave. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but some individuals and matters cannot be explained or understood," Gu Xian'er replied, shaking her head. "Without attempting, how can you know?" Just then, the door to the private room was kicked open, and a young man rushed towards Gu Xian'er. "Xian'e, it truly is you. I heard others mention they had seen you here, so I hurried over. Please don't leave again. I beg you, stop hiding from me." Upon seeing the man charge towards her, Gu Xian'er instinctively took a few steps back, creating distance between them. Xian'er, you the man, noticing her retreat, was evidently hurt. His eyes filled with sorrow. "Lin Gongzi, why do you persist so relentlessly? Do you truly wish for me to perish before your eyes before you would depart? What we share is impossible. You should understand that." Gu Xian'er's gaze was resolute, her tone unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation. "No, it cannot be. There must be a way. I have already considered enough." Without allowing Lin Gongzi to finish, Gu Xian'er interrupted him. "Your Lin family annihilated my Gu family. Do you truly believe this matter can simply be brushed aside? I, Gu Xian'er, do not possess the means to avenge my family's demise, and I have endured. Why must you continue to press me? Lin Ruoheng, do not overstep your bounds." "Huh? Is it truly about the annihilation of a family? How melodramatic. Such a tormented romance. I must say, after having wiped out an entire family, what right do you have to entangle yourself with them further? Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently from the beginning. How can you still have the audacity to approach her?" Xian Wudao scoffed from aside. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruoheng's expression changed, and he glared at Xian Wudao with fury. Who do you think you are? What business is this of yours? If you wish to live, I suggest you leave immediately. How dare you allow Xiener to serve you? It is a wonder I have not sought retribution upon you already. Speak another word, and I shall ensure your demise is without a trace. Lin Ruoheng bellowed in fury. Without a trace? How amusing, indeed. It has been a long time since anyone has spoken to me in such a manner. Young man, today, I genuinely wish to engage in some delightful play with you. Xian Wudao remarked with a cold smirk. Enough, there is no need to stoop to the level of a mere junior, Chen Changan interjected, raising his hand to halt the wrathful Xian Wudao. He glanced at Lin Ruoheng and queried, Are you from the esteemed Lin family of Langya? You possess a modicum of awareness. Since you recognize my lineage, you ought to comprehend that you are not worthy of provoking us. Lin Ruoheng retorted disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at Chen Changan. Not worthy of provoking? Is Lin Shangliu still alive? Upon uttering these words, Lin Ruoheng's heart quivered. Lin Shangliu? Have I heard you correctly? You dare to utter the name of my family's revered ancestor. Lin Ruoheng exclaimed furiously. In all of Langya, none would dare to be so audacious. It seems he is indeed still alive. Young man, you may inquire about the extent of my audacity directly from Lin Shangliu himself. Or better yet, summon him to meet me. Chapter 34. Apprenticeship with Chen Changan within the private chamber. The atmosphere was somber. The Lin family, in the territory of Langya, stood as the unequivocal sovereign. Who would dare to offend the Lin family? Yet, before them were two individuals who boldly uttered the name of the formidable Lin Shangliu. In this realm of Langya, Lin Shangliu was not merely the foremost strength, but a legend, a myth. He was the aspiration of all cultivators, the embodiment of what they yearned to surpass. When Chen Changan and Xian Wudao spoke of Lin Shangliu, their demeanor was casual, their tone serene. Their comportment gave no indication of pretense. Lin Ruoheng furrowed his brow, pondering whether these two were deceiving themselves or if they truly knew the ancestral figure of the Lin family. If you genuinely knew my ancestor, you would understand that he has been in seclusion for many years. How could you merely claim to meet him? Secluded, you say? I was unaware, after all. It has been a millennium since I last beheld this realm of Langya. Chen Changan remarked nonchalantly. A millennium? Could this person have known the ancestor 1,000 years ago? Yet, Lin Shangliu of that time was merely a youth. I have never met him. I have only heard tales. Living for so many years, I have no need to inquire about a junior's affairs, Xian Wudao scoffed. Goodness, to refer to Lin Shangliu as a junior? This is becoming unbearable for Lin Ruoheng. Have I truly offended two eminent figures today? My esteemed predecessors, please forgive my ignorance. I find myself at a loss for words, Lin Ruoheng stammered, unsure of how to proceed. Never mind, we shall not hold it against you, a young one. The lady has made her position abundantly clear. It is futile to persist. Release others, and in doing so, liberate yourself, Xian Wudao replied with a hint of impatience. It was evident that Lin Ruoheng was still infatuated, seemingly unable to forget Gu Xiener. What kind of spell had she cast upon him to evoke such steadfastness? Yet, it was clear that Gu Xiener harbored no ill intentions. Otherwise, she could easily feign attachment to Lin Ruoheng, seeking an opportunity for vengeance against the Gu family. However, Chen Changan could not discern whether Gu Xiener was simply oblivious to such strategies or disdainful of such machinations. Perhaps there existed another reason altogether. Noticing Lin Ruoheng's indecision, Chen Changan spoke softly. Not every encounter leads to fulfillment, and perhaps in your lifetime, simply meeting certain individuals is a rare gift. Let's not dwell on grievances or question the future. May we each find peace and refrain from disturbing one another. Chen Changan's words plunged Lin Ruoheng into deep contemplation, while Gu Xiener, too, exhibited a change in her gaze as if stirred by his sentiments. Only Xian Wudao stood aside, disdainfully curling his lip. The gazes directed at Chen Changan were imbued with envy, yet predominantly laced with disdain. What effete! How utterly devoid of coherent speech. Dahuang, Let us disregard him. We shall indulge in our own merriment while he continues his charade. Xian Wudao promptly lost interest in the spectacle, deeming it more fitting to pursue his own pleasures. Meanwhile, De Huang lay blissfully in the embrace of a young lady, a joyful grin illuminating his face. His eyes narrowed into mere slits as he rolled about in her arms. The antics of this man and dog were a sight Chen Changan could hardly bear to witness. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. I shall remember your words. I will not disturb you further. I bid you farewell. By the way, should Lin Shangliu emerge from seclusion, please have him seek me out. I have matters to discuss with him. Understood. I shall convey this to the elders at home for them to relay. Evidently, although Lin Ruohong belonged to the Lin family, he lacked the standing to engage directly with an elder such as Lin Shangliu. After Lin Ruohong departed, Gu Xianer turned to Chen Changan with a grateful expression. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed senior. It was but a trifling effort. I must confess, I have a penchant for tales. Pray, share the story of your connection. Chen Changan, though commendable in many respects, harbored a particular fondness for gossip, especially narratives he had yet to encounter, which piqued his curiosity immensely. What is it that you wish to know, esteemed senior? Gu Xianer inquired, somewhat awkwardly. Much indeed. Why did the Lin family annihilate the Gu family? And if they did so, why does Lin Ruohong, a scion of the Lin clan, hold such deep affections for you? As a member of the Gu family, why do you not leverage Lin Ruohong's identity for vengeance? Well, perhaps it would be better if you were to narrate. At this, Gu Xianer offered a bittersweet smile, realizing that he was essentially asking her to recount the entire saga. Then, let's find a more secluded spot. Here, amidst the other maidens of Huanhua Tower, although Gu Xianer was acutely aware that she could not remain in their midst any longer, there were certain truths that were better left unspoken. Very well. Chen Changan nodded, originally intending to inquire of Xian Wudao and De Huang. But upon witnessing the carefree joy of the man and dog, he deemed such curiosity rather foolish. Gu Xianer escorted Chen Changan to her private chamber. The room exuded a subtle fragrance, neither overpowering nor harsh, but rather evoking a sense of tranquility. The decor was remarkably unpretentious, starkly contrasting with the usual opulence associated with brothels. Perhaps this was a privilege reserved solely for the courtesans. Please take a seat. No need to address me as esteemed benefactor. It was merely a few exchanged words. Moreover, my acquaintance with Lin Shangliu is long-standing. It is not merely a few utterances that would compel me to take action against the Lin family. Chen Changan remarked with a gentle smile as he settled down. You misunderstand, esteemed benefactor. Xianer harbors no such intentions. That is for the best. Upon hearing Chen Changan's words, Gu Xianer maintained a serene demeanor as she took a seat opposite him. In truth, Lin Ruohong is merely a young master from a collateral branch of the Lin family. As for my family, the Gu family is not particularly distinguished in Langya. This tale must begin a year prior, as Gu Xianer recounted her story. Chen Changan gradually grasped the essence of the matter. Essentially, it was merely a case of a younger member of the Gu family speaking recklessly, which happened to be overheard by the Lin family. The one who orchestrated the annihilation of the Gu family was, in fact, from the collateral branch of the Lin family, to which Lin Ruohong belonged. Coincidentally, prior to this event, Lin Ruohong had already made the acquaintance of Gu Xianer and had developed unspoken affections for her. Initially, Gu Xianer did not harbor feelings of love for Lin Ruohong, yet she certainly held a favorable impression of him. When the Gu family faced their demise, it was Lin Ruohong who fervently pleaded for Gu Xianer's life. However, Lin Ruohong's father, concerned about the potential future between them, decreed that Gu Xianer must remain within the confines of Langya for the entirety of her life, confined to a brothel. This decision effectively extinguished Lin Ruohong's hopes. For even as a collateral heir, how could a young master of the Lin family marry a courtesan? Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Ruohong proved to be a man of deep affection, persistently pursuing Gu Xianer. Thus, it seems Lin Ruohong is indeed a man of passion, Chen Changan remarked lightly. Your Excellency jests. Although Lin Ruohong is merely in his early 20s, he is never lacking in the company of young ladies. Passion is often born from unattainable desire and unfulfilled wishes. If Lin Ruohong were truly a devoted romantic, Gu Xiener might have hesitated. Yet, alas, Lin Ruohong has been tainted by the frivolities of youth. With his status, there are few ladies he cannot attract. Yet Gu Xiener remains an exception. Perhaps this has ignited a competitive spirit and possessiveness within him. Have you never considered avenging the Gu family by exploiting Lin Ruohong's status? Chen Changan inquired, intrigued by Gu Xiener's lack of mention of revenge or any display of hatred throughout her narrative. I have contemplated it, yet it is unfeasible. Firstly, I cannot manipulate a person's feelings to achieve ulterior motives. Secondly, even if I were willing to pursue such a course, success would be elusive. Thirdly, as long as I draw breath, the Gu family's lineage persists. Should I perish, the Gu family would indeed cease to exist. Gu Xiener was acutely aware, refusing to lose her rationality to hatred. She wished for vengeance, but would not undertake actions lacking in certainty. Your Excellency, I will not request you to act on my behalf. However, I wish to take you as my mentor. May I? Chapter 35. The ninth-rank balsam, a single utterance from Gu Xian, left Chen Chang and momentarily stunned. Apprenticeship? He gazed at Gu Xian for a fleeting moment before breaking into a smile. What a clever girl she is. Gu Xian ist intelligent, composed, an adept at seizing opportunities. It is not that she lacks the desire for vengeance. Rather, she is yet to encounter a suitable moment to act. The recent display by Chen Changan and Xian Wudao has undoubtedly deepened her contemplation. Even if Chen Changan had not initiated the storytelling, she would likely have found a way to engage him in conversation. As for why she chose Chen Changan over Xian Wudao, it is not solely due to his approach. Rather, in comparison, she perceives Chen Changan as potentially more reliable. This may be my only opportunity in this lifetime. It is not only for revenge. I also detest living in this brothel. Benefactor, you once stated that you would not intervene, yet I wish to become your disciple. I hope you can grant me this favor. Gu Xian is astute enough to understand that conversing with Chen Changan with honesty is often more advantageous. To scheme in the presence of a stronger individual is a foolish endeavor. The notion of taking on a disciple had never crossed Chen Changan's mind until now. Although there exists a bond of mentorship between Chen Yinxian and Chen Changan, it lacks the formal title of master and disciple. At 20 years of age, Gu Xian possesses only the cultivation of the first stage of true qi. In the northern region, this may be regarded as commendable. Yet in the broader context of the central domain, it is merely ordinary talent. Seeing Chen Changan hesitate, Gu Xian felt a pang of anxiety. Does the benefactor deem my aptitude too lacking for any significant achievement? If so, I can forego the apprenticeship. Even serving by your side would suffice. For Gu Xian, escaping her current predicament necessitates the assistance of a powerful figure like Chen Changan, at the very least in the territory of Langia. She knows of no one else who could disregard the Lin family's influence. Even if such a person existed, would she ever have the opportunity to approach them? Perhaps. Fate has its own design. Langia is vast, and encountering you must be a form of destiny. Very well, I shall take you away from Langia, but not at this moment. I have matters to attend to here. Once they are resolved, I will escort you away. As for the path you choose thereafter, that is for you to determine. With a thud, Gu Xian knelt before him. Hope surged within her. She finally glimpsed the prospect of rebirth. Thank you, benefactor, for your salvation. From this day forth, I am willing to serve you faithfully, unchanged for all eternity. Should I violate this vow, may my soul fall eternally into the abyss, never to be redeemed. Chen Changan regarded Gu Xian and gave a slight nod. Rise. Yes, benefactor. May I ask how I should address you from now on? Should I call you young master or son of the family? Gu Xian inquired as she stood. What shall you call me? In a moment of contemplation, Chen Changan found himself at a loss for words. Despite his lengthy existence, he had never been treated as a servant to anyone. He had always played the role of a devoted disciple to his master. Addressing someone as young master felt inappropriate at his age. It seemed rather juvenile. Perhaps gentleman would suffice. Indeed, from this point forward, he would refer to him as gentleman. Since you have become my attendant, it would be unseemly for you to remain feeble, he mused. Although your innate talent may be modest, It is not beyond the realm of transformation. He presented her with a precious herb, the ninth-grade balsam, instructing her to consume it. The ninth-grade balsam, what exactly was it, and what powers did it possess? Gu Xian'er was unaware of its true nature, but the name alone suggested it was anything but ordinary. This herb had been gifted to Chen Changan by Mu Yunao, intended for someone special in the future. Yet, Chen Changan was not one to fuss over such details. He believed in utilizing resources to their fullest, regardless of to whom they were given. My lord, this item is far too precious. I am merely a servant. Enough, he interjected. Take it and obey my instructions. Do you understand? Yes, my lord. Consume it and see if it can enhance your constitution. Understood. Without further ado, Gu Xian'er ingested the ninth-grade balsam. The herb melted in her mouth, a marvel of nature that astonished her. She had anticipated difficulty in swallowing it, but instead, it transformed into a surge of energy that rejuvenated her body repeatedly. What in the world, Chun? What's happening? Such a tremendous surge of energy. Gu Xian'er exclaimed. Why have you not set up a barrier? Are you not concerned that everyone nearby will be affected? As the energy within Gu Xian'er intensified, Xian Wudao, who had been indulging in wine, rushed over. Meanwhile, De Huang and Chen Changan shared a tacit understanding. They did not approach, but instead erected a barrier around Gu Xian'er's chamber. This reaction is unexpected. It was merely a simple ingestion of food, Gu Xian'er remarked. Unexpected? You have given her the ninth-grade balsam, a legendary item that has not appeared in millennia. You casually bestowed such a treasure upon a mere servant? Xian Wudao exclaimed incredulously. Chen Changan remained indifferent to the value of such items, perceiving them as useless to him. However, to Xian Wudao, the situation was entirely different. Though he had not approached, he observed every movement with keen interest. Upon hearing about the ninth-grade balsam, he nearly spat out his drink, mentally cursing Chen Changan for his extravagance. Are not items meant to be utilized? As the owner, I have the authority to decide their fate. If I am not anxious, why should you be? Chen Changan replied nonchalantly. How can you be so wasteful? And who are you calling a eunuch? It has been 3 millennia since our last encounter. Shall we test my current prowess? Xian Wudao inquired with a piercing gaze. Do you still aspire to be a beggar? Perhaps we should wager once more, as per our usual custom, but this time the stakes are far more severe. The forfeit shall be that of becoming a eunuch. Do you dare? Upon uttering these words, Xian Wudao immediately felt deflated. The wager was indeed too harsh. Chen Changan's demeanor exuded an air of confidence that left Xian Wudao devoid of courage. Although Xian Wudao had experienced significant growth in his cultivation over the past 3,000 years, gaining formidable strength, he could not guarantee that Chen Changan had remained stagnant during this time. Never mind, I shall not stoop to your level. However, I am genuinely curious about the effects of consuming the 9th-rank phoenix immortal grass. Xian Wudao's gaze shifted towards Gu Xian'er. Presently, Gu Xian'er was enveloped in a potent energy, enduring immense suffering without uttering a single sound. This girl, I have indeed underestimated her. Given her tenacity, she is destined for greatness. Xian Wudao found himself regarding Gu Xian'er with newfound respect. This energy seems rather formidable. Chapter 36, A Cry of the Phoenix. Dancing in the 9 heavens, the energy within Gu Xian'er surged increasingly, emanating an ever more intense aura. Even Xian Wudao's expression shifted dramatically, sensing that something was amiss. Just as he was about to turn and flee, he was halted by the barriers set by De Huang. Alas, this is dire. De Huang, Chen Changan exclaimed, and with a swift motion, he vanished from Huanhua Tower. Upon witnessing Chen Changan's departure, Xian Wudao was momentarily taken aback, but he hurriedly followed suit. Damn it, your reflexes are too quick. Xian Wudao cursed as he exited. This is what we call synergy. Meanwhile, after re-establishing the barrier, De Huang also fled from Huanhua Tower. What about the individuals inside? Xian Wudao inquired of Chen Changan. Although it was but a fleeting moment, the moment the barrier dissipated, a formidable energy surged forth. Surely, these people wouldn't be foolish enough to remain inside and revel in their pleasures? It's hard to say. Before long, some individuals seemed to sense the anomaly and rushed out, particularly the few maidens who had been attending to Xian Wudao and De Huang. who were the first to escape. In a short while, only Gu Xian'er remained within Huanhua Tower. What transpired just now? It was terrifying, inducing a feeling of suffocation. I felt it too. Isn't Huanhua Tower merely an ordinary brothel? Could there be formidable beings concealed within? Uncertain, but it seems today's revelry is ill-fated. I sense great peril. Indeed, let us disperse. We shall reconvene another day. Let us depart. Many chose to leave, yet the proprietor of Huanhua Tower bore a troubled expression. She longed to voice her grievances, but dared not, fearing that offending the wrong person might jeopardize not only today's business, but perhaps even her very life. Truly, she felt like a mute suffering in silence, with no outlet for her distress. Old Chen, what is going on? If all that energy is concentrated within the barrier, can Gu Xian'er withstand it? Xian Wudao queried, his brow furrowed. This, Chen Changan was equally perplexed, as he too was encountering such a situation for the first time. I cannot ascertain whether her body can endure. However, I fear my barrier is nearing its limit. De Huang, who had remained silent until now, exhibited a gaze filled with astonishment. The barrier it had conjured was on the verge of collapse. De Huang was a ninth-tier beast king of the Forbidden Forest, possessing formidable prowess. Had it not been for the apparent regulations within Taishan realm, its strength might rival that of Mu Yunao. Even so, the fact that its barrier was close to failing was astonishing. Brother De Huang, you cannot jest about such matters. I cannot breach your barrier. Yet you now inform me that the energy within Gu Xian'er is about to shatter it? Xian Wudao's face was a portrait of disbelief, utterly astonished by what he had just heard. Possessing extraordinary talent and having cultivated for millennia, I still find myself eclipsed by a mere young girl. Moreover, does the ninth-grade phoenix, immortal grass, truly harbor such formidable energy? Although this rare treasure is indeed a gem among earthly possessions, it cannot possibly be that potent, can it? No jest intended. The energy is indeed immense, nearly breaking through the barrier. Yet, this barrier was merely a casual arrangement on my part, and I never anticipated that Gu Xian'er's internal energy would be so overwhelming. A casual arrangement, you say? That does suggest a possibility of breaching it. While Xian Wudao conversed with De Huang, suddenly, the barrier established by De Huang was shattered. A tremendous surge of energy ascended into the heavens. In an instant, the energy radiated across hundreds of miles. A resounding cry of the phoenix echoed throughout the skies. The phoenix danced in the 9 heavens, soaring gracefully. A colossal phantom of a phoenix erupted from the Huanhua Tower. This spectacle left the entire Langya populace utterly astonished. Everyone gazed upward at the ethereal phoenix, momentarily bewildered. What on earth is happening? Langya is devoid of powerful beasts, let alone a mythical creature like the phoenix, which has long been thought to be extinct. What exactly transpired? By heavens, Chen Changan, you have struck it rich. Your maidservant is no ordinary being. While the 9th-grade phoenix immortal grass is indeed rare and can transform one's constitution, it could never yield such effects. Gu Xian'er must have some profound connection with this phoenix. Otherwise, such a phenomenon would be impossible. What kind of incredible luck do you possess? Xian Wudao was also filled with envy. He had heard of Gu Xian'er becoming Chen Changan's disciple, but had dismissed it, doubting that Chen Changan would accept the disciple. If it were him, he wouldn't even agree to have a maidservant, finding a woman too troublesome. Yet, who could have anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable Gu Xian'er possessed such immense potential? You understand nothing. This is the reward for being a good person. I'm a good person, Chen Changan remarked with a faint smile. A good person? Xian Wudao cast a disdainful glance at Chen Changan. This lad could at most be considered not a villain, but a good person? Does he truly qualify? Bah! With this unusual occurrence, it is likely the entire Langya populace will be stirred. If the Lin family discovers that Gu Xian'er has truly soared to greater heights, what will their sentiments be? Xian Wudao inquired with a chuckle. They had best not entertain such thoughts. Otherwise, even Lin Shangliu cannot save them. Chen Changan replied coolly. Ha ha ha. I noticed that after 3 millennia, your temperament has indeed shifted. You were once one to value harmony above all else, Xian Wudao remarked with curiosity. previously valuing harmony was merely due to a lack of strength to retaliate. If one were not somewhat agreeable, one would certainly face daily beatings. Though one may survive, it would still be a source of shame. At this moment, the Phoenix Phantom, having soared through the air for a while, once more descended into Qilin chamber. Immediately afterward, the astonishing energy dissipated, and tranquility returned once more. Is this the conclusion? Could it be that Qilin has awakened the legendary Phoenix celestial body? Xian Wudao inquired, filled with curiosity. The Phoenix celestial body? Are you familiar with this physique? Chen Changan asked. I have heard a few tales. It is said that the last individual to awaken the Phoenix celestial body dates back approximately 50,000 years. That person was indeed remarkable in their time, yet the passage of time has rendered the record scarce, and even now, very few might recall their name. If she truly possesses the Phoenix celestial body, your maidservant is destined to achieve the realm of the Emperor. A maidservant at the Emperor's level, Chen Changan. You have struck gold. Xian Wudao's envy grew with each word, culminating in a fervent desire to deliver a good thrashing to Chen Changan. How could this rascal be so fortunate? Once Qilin emerges, a simple inquiry will reveal whether she embodies the Phoenix celestial body. Chapter 37. Alas. I am your superior. Qilin remained clad in a flowing white gown, yet her entire demeanor had undergone a transformative evolution. The subtle elegance that once characterized her had vanished, replaced by a dazzling brilliance. Although her appearance had not changed drastically, it was undoubtedly more refined. The more radiant she became, the more unsettled Xian Wudao felt. Chen Changan, by what virtue do you possess such abilities? Qilin thanks you for the life-altering grace, my lord, she uttered. At that moment, Qilin appeared remarkably composed on the surface, yet the tumultuous excitement within her was known only to herself. The Phoenix celestial body, a formidable constitution long coveted by many, had unexpectedly awakened within her. She had never anticipated such a powerful transformation. Not only had her cultivation level surged to the pinnacle of the true Qi realm, but her mind was also graced with a cultivation technique perfectly aligned with this newfound physique. Chen Changan observed Qilin, clearly taken aback as well. Perhaps this was indeed a delightful surprise. This is your own destiny. Not everyone is afforded the opportunity to awaken such a constitution. Perhaps it is related to your ancestry. Does your esteemed family possess any ancestral records? Were there any formidable figures among your forebears? Chen Changan inquired with curiosity. That I'm not privy to. Qilin replied. As a woman, even if such records existed, they would not be accessible to her. Nevertheless, what was done was done. There is no need for excessive inquiry. Is it truly the Phoenix celestial body? In response to my lord's words, indeed, it is the Phoenix celestial body. Additionally, a cultivation technique has emerged in my mind called the Phoenix True Art. It is a technique meant solely for the cultivation of the Phoenix celestial body. You have even acquired a technique. This revelation took Chen Changan further aback. Nonetheless, it was fortuitous. Otherwise, he had yet to determine which technique to impart to Qilin. Given this, strive for the human ranking. The ranking has only recently commenced, granting 3 years in total. Although Qilin commenced a bit later. With her awakening of the Phoenix celestial body and the Phoenix True Art, ascending the ranks within 3 years should not be arduous. The human ranking? Qilin gazed at Chen Changan in astonishment. This matter was well known throughout the entire Tai Xian realm. Yet, she had never considered that she could participate, let alone vie for a ranking. My lord, can I truly do this? Qilin questioned, her self-doubt evident. You are the Phoenix celestial body. One might wait thousands of years before another appears in the Tai Xian realm. If you cannot, who can? Chen Changan replied with a smile. Very well. Since my lord commands it, I shall strive to contest for the human ranking. Qilin took a deep breath, her heart resolute with a singular goal, to not disappoint Chen Changan. She was determined to seize a place on the human ranking. Someone approaches. Should we depart now? Or what course of action shall we take? Xian Wudao inquired, glancing at Chen Changan. The commotion that just occurred was indeed quite significant. prompting those with some influence in the region of Langya Yinchuan to come and investigate the situation. Chen Changan cast a perplexed glance at Xian Wudao, pondering whether this young man had become so accustomed to a life of destitution that he now wished to evade others. Had he developed a psychological aversion? After all, he was never one to shy away from challenges in his past. Yet now he posed such a question. With a smile, Chen Changan remarked, upon hearing my words. Xian Wudao seemed momentarily taken aback. Indeed, when have I ever avoided others? Alas, it is precisely because of you that I have spent the last 3 millennia wanting to hide from acquaintances. But enough of reminiscing. Let us see who approaches. I am curious about their intentions. Regardless of his lack of cultivation in the past or his current ability to practice, Chen Changan had never been one to fear confrontation. After all, death was not an imminent concern. Moreover, how could one enjoy the excitement of the moment if they were fearful? No sooner had he spoken than several figures swiftly approached the Huanhua Tower. At that moment, there were few people in the vicinity, making Chen Changan and his companions quite conspicuous. Have you been here all along? What transpired here moments ago? One individual inquired arrogantly upon reaching them. Is our sect leader's inquiry falling on deaf ears? Remarked another, noticing the trio's silence, their eyes narrowing with hostility. Speak while kneeling. Xian Wudao's expression darkened, and a formidable aura erupted from him. In the face of this overwhelming presence, the newcomers fell to their knees, terror etched across their faces. We did not know a senior was present. Please forgive our rudeness. Senior, we lack the discernment to recognize your status. We are. Before they could finish, Xian Wudao let out a cold snort, causing them to break into a cold sweat, prostrating themselves on the ground, utterly speechless. Who are you? Why should I care? Depart at once. With a wave of his hand, Xian Wudao sent the group tumbling away. Damn it, with such meager abilities, they dare to act superior, Xian Wudao scoffed. This is Langya, where formidable individuals are already scarce, let alone in a place like Yinchuan. The strongest here is merely at the transformation stage, inferior to your youth. Chen Changan replied with a faint smile. What is the point of this? Do you wish for me to act as your enforcer? Why bother with these individuals? Perhaps we should take our leave, Xian Wudao said with resignation. You acted too swiftly. I initially intended to inquire about a few matters, but now, thanks to you, everyone has fled in fear. Chen Changan sighed, recognizing that Xian Wudao's display of power had sent potential informants running, leaving no room for discussion. Inquire about what? Xian Wudao asked, curiosity piqued. It is nothing, merely a matter of personal concern. Chen Changan shook his head, refraining from providing an answer. His primary purpose for visiting Langya remained the quest for the ancestral records of the Chen family did not explicitly document the exact location of the family within Langya, but inquiries among the elders might yield some knowledge of the Chen lineage. However, Langya is vast, and Chen Changan was uncertain of the Chen family's strength in those bygone days. If it were mediocre, it would likely be difficult to gather information. So, you have journeyed to Langya for personal matters? Yes, it seems I shall remain here for a while longer. And you? Upon hearing this, Xian Wudao suddenly found himself in a state of bewilderment. After wandering for 3,000 years, he was now unexpectedly free, yet uncertain of his next steps. What do you suppose I intend to do? Xian Wudao inquired of Chen Changan. Guess. Chen Changan regarded Xian Wudao as if he were a fool. Do you really think I cannot guess? Ahem, I was merely jesting. After 3,000 years, I ought to return home for a visit. I wonder if those at the sect still remember me. Xian Wudao remarked with a faint smile. Enough of this sentimentality. Your father is the supreme elder of the Wujizong. Do you truly believe he could forget you? Chen Changan scoffed. Huh, wait, how do you know who my father is? Not many within the Wujizong are aware of this. Xian Wudao gazed at Chen Changan in astonishment, perplexed by how much this fellow seemed to know. Chen Changan looked at Xian Wudao with a mischievous grin and whispered, Ask your father when you return home. There is something I have never told you. Back in the day, your father chased after me, wanting to form a brotherhood. Wudao, I almost became your elder. Elder? Chen Changan, you cheeky devil. You take advantage of me. Do you not believe me? Ask your father when you return home. Chapter 38. The romantic entanglements of Chen Changan. This news left Xian Wudao utterly bewildered. He was aware of Chen Changan's enigmatic persona and unfathomable strength. Yet he never anticipated that there could be such a profound connection between them. His once imperious father had, in the past, sought to forge a brotherhood with Chen Changan. Was this truly the same man he had known? However, upon further reflection, Xian Wudao realized that there was indeed a possibility. Just because Chen Changan appeared youthful did not necessarily mean he was of a tender age. When Xian Wudao had first encountered him 3 millennia ago, Chen had already possessed the visage of a man in his early 20s, while Xian Wudao had since matured into a middle-aged figure, whereas Chen remained eternally youthful. It was not that Xian Wudao could not maintain a youthful appearance. He merely felt that at his age, it would be rather absurd to feign youthfulness. "Pray, how many years have you truly lived?" Xian Wudao inquired earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Chen Changan. 10,000 years, Chen replied candidly. 10,000 years? Good heavens! You have lived for a millennium? The implications of this revelation were staggering. This was undeniably the presence of an extraordinary being. How had he ever dared to wager against such a formidable entity? You have reached the Emperor realm? Xian Wudao asked in astonishment. His words resonated with Gu Xian'er, causing her heart to tremble. The Emperor, an existence woven into the fabric of legend, was standing right beside her, and she was merely his maid? As for the Emperor, I can only assert that the pinnacle of this realm cannot harm me in the slightest, Chen Changan stated with a calm demeanor, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet, the turmoil within Xian Wudao's heart was something only he could comprehend. The apex of the Emperor realm could not inflict a scratch upon him, and yet, this man had once wagered with him. Should he feel elated? Did this mean that he, too, was granted the same treatment as an emperor? Why did he inexplicably feel a hint of joy? Enough. Calm yourself, Xian Wudao admonished, silencing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He turned his gaze towards Chen Changan, which had now transformed. The man before him was a concealed powerhouse, shrouded in an aura of mystery. Most strikingly, Chen Changan bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary individual. Xian Wudao could not deny that, as one's strength grew, one's mindset often shifted as well, viewing life with indifference, becoming arrogant, and challenging to relate with. Yet, Chen Changan, he was unpretentious, maintaining a serene disposition, treating all individuals with equal regard, regardless of their status. Could this be the true essence of a formidable being? As he pondered these revelations, Xian Wudao felt an epiphany dawning upon him. Suddenly, he found himself at a loss for how to address Chen Changan. Should he call him Old Chen? After all, he was acquainted with his own father. Grandmaster? That felt too awkward to utter. Very well, I shall continue to address you as I have in the past. Let us each speak our minds, Chen Changan said with a faint smile. Your father calls me Big Brother, while you may address me as Old Chen. It is all the same. Very well, I shall call you Old Chen. By this reckoning, does that mean I hold a higher status than my father in your presence? Or perhaps we are of equal standing? How does this hierarchy truly work? Xian Wudao was adept in cultivation, yet he seemed somewhat lacking in other matters. It matters not. It is of little importance. Indeed, it is inconsequential. Laughter erupted, and suddenly his spirits lifted considerably. However, I truly must take my leave. Very well, if fate permits, we shall meet again. Agreed. Xian Wudao nodded with a smile and then waved goodbye to the large yellow creature. Just as he was about to depart, he halted abruptly, turning back to Chen Changan. A mischievous glint flickered in his eyes. During my years of searching for you, I came across an intriguing piece of information. Initially, I thought it was merely a case of sharing the same name, but considering your longevity, it may well be connected to you. Something related to me? What might that be? Chen Changan inquired, curiosity piqued. Do you know someone by the name of Changsun Shishue? Changsun Shishue? Upon hearing this name, Chen Changan was momentarily taken aback. Over the years, he had met few, yet he had also encountered many. The surname Changsun? Why can't I recall at this moment? De Huang. Do you remember this person? Chen Changan asked. De Huang shook his head, clearly devoid of any memory of the name. Are you not familiar with her? Yet I have heard that Changsun Shishue has been searching for someone named Chen Changan for nearly 5,000 years. 5,000 years? Goodness. That spans even longer than my own existence. Moreover, this Changsun Shishue is exceptionally powerful. It is said she has reached the pinnacle of the immortal realm's 9th level and stand a strong chance of advancing to the Emperor realm. 5,000 years? So, if you knew her, it must have been 5 millennia ago. What was I doing back then? What was her purpose in seeking out Chen Changan? Have you heard anything about that? Chen Changan asked, intrigued. It appears she intends to marry Chen Changan. As for the exact reasons, I am less certain. 5,000 years. Such devotion. If it truly is you, how could you be so inconsiderate as to make her search for you for 5 millennia? Marry Chen Changan? Chen Changan was utterly bewildered. He believed he had no romantic entanglements. Changsun Shishue? Changsun Shishue, Changsun. Suddenly, Chen Changan felt a jolt of recognition. A distant memory resurfacing. Oh no, I actually do know her. Da Huang, this is all you're doing. You troublemaker. Chen Changan erupted in a fit of exasperation, leaving Da Huang with terrely confused. At that moment, Xian Wu Dao began to grasp the gravity of the situation, exclaiming in astonishment, "No way, it truly is you? You are impressive, genuinely impressive. I am in awe. To have a woman remember one for 5 millennia, especially someone of the caliber of Changsun Shishue, is not an achievement within the grasp of an ordinary individual." However, Xian Wu Dao was quite curious about what this had to do with Da Huang. Enough. Just because I remain silent does not imply that I am mute. Have you finished your tirade? If she wishes to marry you, what concern is it of mine? She is not marrying me. Da Huang could not contain his retorts against Chen Changan, leaving Gu Xiener beside them astounded, realizing that Da Huang was not just an ordinary dog. Not your concern? If it weren't for you back then, would I have fallen into the clutches of Changsun Shishue? At this point, Chen Changan abruptly halted, causing Xian Wu Dao to become agitated, scratching his head in frustration. Why was he suddenly silent at such a critical moment? Speak up. What were you about to say regarding falling into the clutches of Changsun Shishue? Xian Wu Dao urged impatiently. Da Huang, taken aback by Chen Changan's reminder, seemed to recall something as well. So it was her. No wonder this girl pursued you relentlessly back then. Even after all these years, she remains unresolved. But wait, shouldn't she want to kill you? How has that transformed into a desire to marry you? I implore you, Da Huang, can we dispense with the riddles? Please clarify what transpired back then. Xian Wu Dao felt on the verge of madness, yearning for a straightforward conversation. Oh, it's nothing much. Just that Chen Changan had seen her entirely and even touched her. Touched? What did he touch? By heavens, you are truly that kind of Chen Changan. I disdain you. Chapter 39. An unwelcome touch. You expose yourself to her, and yet you dared to make physical contact? Xian Wu Dao could hardly believe that Chen Changan had such a scandalous history. This was no ordinary girl. This was Changsun Shishue. Anyone who gazed upon her with even a hint of desire would face dire consequences. Yet, astonishingly, Chen Changan had laid hands upon her. It seemed that only his identity as Chen Changan spared him from becoming mere bones beneath the earth. Admiration, envy, and even a tinge of jealousy filled Xian Wu Dao's heart. Da Huang, continue. Pray, elaborate, he eagerly inquired. Are you not returning home? Why do you meddle in matters that do not concern you? Chen Changan retorted, his tone irritable. Oh, there is no rush. I must first hear this tale. Such an entertaining story. How could I leave before it concludes? Gu Xiener, standing nearby, felt her cheeks flush. She had not anticipated that Chen Changan, who appeared so solemn, had such a romantic escapade. Though slightly embarrassed, her curiosity piqued. What exactly had transpired, and what had been touched? Da Huang, it would be wise for you to remain silent, Chen Changan stated firmly. Why? You have already touched, and now you wish to silence me? Da Huang scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Changan. As for the incident itself, it was indeed a mere coincidence, a complete accident. At that time, Chen Changan and Da Huang were engaged in playful antics, when Da Huang, in a moment of overexertion, sent Chen Changan flying. Unbeknownst to them, Changsun Shishue had just returned from slaying a beast covered in blood and sought to cleanse herself in a nearby stream. Changsun Shishue, a girl not yet 20, was completely unaware of the impending calamity. With a resounding splash, Chen Changan fell from the sky, landing directly before her. Naturally, when one plunges into water, instinct compels them to flail and grasp for something to steady themselves. In a twist of fate, Chen Changan indeed managed to grasp something, only to realize, upon regaining his balance, that he had inadvertently touched a rather sensitive area. Chen Changan yearned to explain himself, but Changsun Shishue was not inclined to grant him that opportunity. For 3 long months, she pursued him relentlessly, her quest culminating only when he vanished completely from her sight. Yet, over the years, Changsun Shishue never relinquished her search for him. Chen Changan, however, found himself perplexed. How had a desire to kill him morphed into a desire to marry him? Had the rumors taken on a life of their own? While the story itself might not hold much allure, when associated with Chen Changan and Changsun Shishue, it became infinitely more captivating. Xian Wudao regarded Chen Changan with an expression that suggested he was quite the lecher. "Why do you look at me so?" Chen Changan sighed, exasperated. "It was an accident, nothing more. Do not attempt to explain. I refuse to believe you. 5,000 years ago, Changsun Shishue was inexperienced in her cultivation, and so were you. Could you truly not control your fall? And of all places, why did you land before her? Even if you were to fall before others with your cultivation, what could possibly happen? Do you need to grasp something to stabilize yourself? And you dare claim it was unintentional?" Xian Wudao regarded Chen Changan with disdain, pondering how this lad could take advantage and still feign innocence, as if attempting to deceive fools. What if I had no cultivation 5,000 years ago? No cultivation 5,000 years ago. Nonsense. The more he spoke, the more absurd it became. Chen Changan, do you truly consider me a simpleton? You have lived for 10,000 years. If you had no cultivation 5,000 years ago, how did you survive? Were you born immortal? Upon hearing this, Chen Changan nodded repeatedly, conceding, I admit it. Must you tarnish my reputation?" Seeing Chen Changan nod, Xian Wudao scoffed. "To believe you would make me the biggest fool in the world. Who is born immortal? You harbor ill intentions, coveting the beauty of Changsun Shishue." Chen Changan was taken aback. Having spoken the truth, he wondered why Xian Wudao would not believe him. "De Huang, stop laughing foolishly over there and explain." De Huang was thoroughly amused by the situation. He relished watching it unfold. Explain? Only a fool would attempt to clarify, as it was none of his concern. Perhaps he should save his explanations for when he encountered Changsun Shishue. "I shall take my leave now. Rest assured, as a friend, I will not allow anyone to inform Changsun Shishue that you are in Langya. Trust me, it shall not happen." After Xian Wudao departed, Chen Changan sighed in resignation. It seemed that matters in Langya needed to be resolved swiftly. Given Xian Wudao's character, he would undoubtedly send someone to notify Changsun Shishue. After all, he would not easily forget the grudge of 3,000 years of begging. "Let us depart as well." "Yes, my lord." Chen Changan, accompanied by Gu Xiener and De Huang, intended to seek out families or sects in Yunchuan that had existed for over 500 years. Meanwhile, Chen Yunxian, alone, had commenced his journey to the northern region. Northern region, Blood Shadow Gate. "Halt! What brings you to the Blood Shadow Gate?" The disciple at the gate inquired. Chen Yunxian glanced at him and replied coolly, "I have heard that the master of Blood Shadow Gate has attained the pinnacle of the first level of the divine ability realm. I come seeking counsel." Upon hearing this, the disciple's expression shifted dramatically. Chen Yunxian was merely 16 years old, yet he dared to challenge their master? What audacity! Since you know our master is a formidable figure of the divine ability realm, you still dare to seek death? The young disciple, still wet behind the ears, seemed to have a death wish. As the others prepared to strike, Chen Yunxian shook his head, asserting, "You are not my match. Do not waste your efforts." "Not my match? How absurd. I shall see what skills you possess." One of the Blood Shadow Gate disciples charged directly at Chen Yunxian. In the face of the opponent's assault, Chen Yunxian merely waved his hand, effortlessly repelling the assailant. How formidable! He appears to be merely 16 or 17 years old. How could he possess such strength? Regardless of his prowess, he cannot possibly be a match for our sect leader. Indeed, do not let him intimidate us. Everyone, charge together. I refuse to believe we cannot subdue such a brash young man. With that, the crowd surged forward. Chen Yunxian sighed helplessly and unleashed his full power. In a mere exchange, over 10 disciples of the Blood Shadow sect lay incapacitated upon the ground. Such audacity! Who dares to disturb the Blood Shadow sect? A furious roar echoed as a crimson figure soared from the distance. The newcomer was none other than the leader of the Blood Shadow sect. Upon seeing Chen Yunxian, the sect leader was momentarily taken aback by the youth's striking visage. "Who are you?" he inquired, furrowing his brow. "I am Chen Yunxian of the Chen family, here to seek guidance." Chapter 40. Such a fragile existence? The Chen family? Chen Yunxian, the leader of the Blood Shadow sect, furrowed his brow. Is there truly a prominent Chen family within the Northern Domain? A third-tier extraordinary realm? At such a tender age, he possesses such formidable cultivation? Suddenly, the leader of the Blood Shadow sect realized that Chen Yunxian had indeed reached the third tier of the extraordinary realm. To attain such a level at this age undoubtedly marks him as an exceptional genius. Yet, how have I never heard of him in this Northern Domain? What? He is actually at the third tier of the extraordinary realm? No wonder he is so powerful, but he appears rather youthful. He seems a few years my junior. Yet my cultivation, truly, there are always greater talents beyond our own. The level of Chen Yunxuan's cultivation astonished the disciples of the Blood Shadow sect. For at such an age, it is remarkable for most to merely break through to the true Qi realm. Achieving the extraordinary realm surpasses their comprehension. In their minds, those at the age of 16 or 17 who attain the extraordinary realm are indeed rare within the Northern Domain. Yet, why has this Chen family never been mentioned? With the emergence of the human rankings, it is indeed a time of turmoil, and the leader of the Blood Shadow sect refrained from his usual arrogance. After all, just because he had not heard of a powerful Chen family in the Northern Domain does not mean that one does not exist elsewhere. What if he is a disciple from a great family, come to hone his skills in the Northern Domain? Chen Yunxian, your extraordinary talent is indeed remarkable, and in the entire Northern Domain, there are likely few with your gifts. However, the disparity in our powers is evident. How about I summon a few elders from the extraordinary realm to engage in a spar with you? The leader of the Blood Shadow sect proposed with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Yunxian merely shook his head. Even if all the extraordinary members of the Blood Shadow sect were to join forces, it would serve no purpose in a spar with him. They are not his match. My opponent is you. Chen Yunxian gazed steadfastly at the leader of the Blood Shadow sect. Witnessing such unwavering determination in Chen Yunxuan's eyes, the leader furrowed his brow slightly. Where does this confidence stem from? Young man, you possess quite a strong tongue. Although you exhibit some commendable talent, you are still merely at the third tier of the extraordinary realm. Do you truly believe that I, at the pinnacle of the 9th tier, am unworthy to be your opponent? The elders of the Blood Shadow sect disagreed with Chen Yunxuan's assertions. Regardless of his talent, the disparity in their realms is undeniable. How dare he be so presumptuous? He is truly not a contender. I did not intend to belittle you, Chen Yunxian replied helplessly. The more he spoke, the more arrogant he appeared in the eyes of others. Is this not belittling? Ha ha! I am indeed eager to witness the capabilities of this so-called genius. With that, the elder prepared to strike at Chen Yunxian, but was directly halted by the leader of the Blood Shadow sect. Leader, the opponent is openly provoking us. Why do you stop me? An elder questioned angrily. Remain calm. I sense that this young man may not be intentionally provoking us, the leader responded. The unusual behavior of the Blood Shadow sect's leader left everyone perplexed. Typically, upon receiving a challenge at their doorstep, the leader would have been furious. Why this time did he remain so composed? Little did they know the leader's internal concerns. With the emergence of the human rankings, it was indeed a tumultuous time. Chen Yunxuan's mysterious background made him someone not to be trifled with. Offending him could spell disaster. Since you insist, let us engage in a spar, the leader of the Blood Shadow sect said with a smile. Rest assured, this is merely a friendly exchange, and I shall hold back. I hope you will give it your all. Otherwise, the purpose of our sparring would be lost. Give my all? The leader, despite his ability to restrain himself, felt a sting to his pride with Chen Yunxuan's repeated provocations in front of so many witnesses. Very well, I shall not hold back. The leader's expression darkened. Although he became serious, he still retained a measure of restraint. Observing the leader's attack, Chen Yinxian furrowed his brow. How could he be so weak? The disparity in strength compared to Liu Baxi, who had once been by Cheng Yushu's side, was rather astonishing. Without further contemplation, Chen Yinxuan's figure flickered as he launched a powerful punch toward the leader of the Blood Shadow sect. Boom! With a tremendous sound, the leader was sent flying, clearly outmatched by Chen Yinxian. How can this be? The leader lost? To a youth with merely a cultivation of the third realm of the extraordinary? This could not be real. It was utterly incredulous. Even a challenge that exceeded one's level seemed absurd in this case. A third realm of the extraordinary easily sending a first realm of the divine ability flying? Chen Yunxuan's effortless victory left the members of the Blood Shadow sect in a state of bewilderment. They had anticipated this outcome, but they had envisioned Chen Yunxian being the one defeated in a single move. Do you truly possess only the cultivation of the third realm of the extraordinary? The leader's gaze toward Chen Yunxian grew more cautious. This youth did not boast idly. Indeed, others were no match for him, and even he himself was not a match. Indeed, I only possess the cultivation of the third realm of the extraordinary. Are you truly at the first realm of the divine ability? Chen Yunxian inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, the leader nearly spat out blood in disbelief. His own cultivation was being questioned. How could someone dare to doubt his status as a first realm practitioner of the divine ability? What do you mean by that? The leader asked, visibly displeased. I mean no offense. I recently sparred with a practitioner of the divine ability and found it quite taxing. He was no match for me. I had thought that after breaking through a realm, we would be evenly matched, yet Chen Yinxian was unaware that although Liu Baxi was also at the divine ability level, he was not merely a first realm practitioner. This misunderstanding led him to believe that his strength could only contend with someone of the first realm of the divine ability. Is it truly the case that he, at the second level of the extraordinary realm, can engage in combat with formidable practitioners of the divine passage realm? Moreover, he claimed it was quite strenuous, indicating that he was not entirely without means of defense. How terrifying! How has he cultivated to such an extent? It must be the mark of a genius. Today, I have come to understand the vast chasm that separates ordinary individuals from prodigies. Alas, throughout my life, I fear I shall only be able to gaze at their backs, and even that may prove exceedingly difficult. The crowd was deeply moved, and at that moment, the leader of the Blood Shadow sect was drenched in cold sweat. Such a genius could not possibly hail from the northern region. From whence does he originate? Could it be a super genius emerging from the central heavenly domain? Yet, it seems illogical for someone from the central heavenly domain to venture to a place like the northern region. Young master, your strength is extraordinary. I am no match for you. I concede defeat, the leader of the Blood Shadow sect lamented. I have misjudged my own abilities. Otherwise, I would not have intruded. I must apologize for any offense caused. However, I wish to inquire if there is anyone nearby whose cultivation has reached the third level of the divine passage realm. Chen Yinxian has already witnessed the prowess of someone at the first level of the divine passage realm, and based on his estimation, to achieve a truly effective sparring session, he must seek someone of the third level. The third level of the divine passage realm? If my memory serves me correctly, there is an individual 500 miles from here who possesses that level of cultivation. Oh, who is this person? He bears no name, only a moniker, Evil Tong Tian. Merely mentioning this name will easily lead one to gather information about him. Evil Tong Tian? Thank you for the information. I take my leave. Chapter 41. The grand competition of the northern domain, have you heard? Evil Tong Tian has been slain. What? Evil Tong Tian has been killed? How is that possible? He is a formidable being of the divine passage realm, who has evaded consequences for his misdeeds for years. How could he suddenly meet his end? I'm not certain. I merely heard rumors. About half a month ago, someone intended to challenge Evil Tong Tian to a duel and happened upon him. You know his inclinations. Subsequently, that person ended his life, and it is said that the demise was quite gruesome. Goodness, this happened half a month ago. How have I not heard a whisper of it? There were many witnesses to the event at the time. You truly have not heard? I honestly have not. Who was it that killed Evil Tong Tian? It is said to have been a young boy. A boy? Evil Tong Tian has had a notorious reputation for years, committing heinous acts without consequence, and now he is slain by a mere child? This individual was at the third level of the divine passage realm. Even if he were killed, it could not possibly be by a boy alone, could it? What you say seems rather absurd. A boy? Even among the talented youth of the northern domain, it is hard to believe any could rival Evil Tong Tian. Some claim to have seen it firsthand, asserting that the assailant was at most 18 years old. Is that so? I find it hard to believe. What purpose would I have to deceive you? I have heard of this matter as well. It seems credible. I suspect the young man may be a disciple from a prominent family, seeking to hone his skills for the upcoming rankings. Speaking of which, have you heard? The grand competition of the Northern Domain is to be held soon. I have heard of that. It appears to be related to the rankings, providing a platform for the younger generation to train and engage in friendly competition. Do you think this young man will participate in the grand competition? If he truly has the capability to kill a being of the divine passage realm, would he even need to compete? You do not understand. The grand competition is merely an appetizer, a means to select the finest among the youth to participate in the Four Domains Martial Assembly. The Four Domains Martial Assembly? Many are familiar with the grand competition of the Northern Domain, but the Four Domains Martial Assembly is somewhat of a mystery. The crowd turned to the speaker, discovering he was also a young man, approximately 20 years of age, handsome and possessing an extraordinary demeanor, clearly not an ordinary person. Might this young gentleman elaborate on the particulars of the Four Domains Martial Assembly for us? Yes, indeed. Could you enlighten us, so we may broaden our horizons? The young man seemed to relish the attention, a proud smile gracing his features as he took a seat nearby. Today I am in a good mood, so I shall share with you. His words captured the audience's attention, and all listened intently. As for the grand competition of the Northern Domain, it was originally held once every decade. However, due to the imminent arrival of the rankings, it has been moved forward. The true reason, however, is that the powerful beings of the Four Domains have convened for a martial assembly, aimed at motivating the younger generation to strive for greatness. Even if but one individual from our Four Domains ascends the ranks, it shall be deemed a glorious achievement. It is well known that the Four Domains have long been regarded as barren lands, looked down upon by the people of the Central Domain. Thus, this presents an opportunity for us to reclaim our dignity, does it not? The Four Domains have always faced scorn, a reality acknowledged by its inhabitants. Yet they are powerless to alter their fate. After all, none can rival the Central Domain's abundant resources and unparalleled strength, a disparity that is unfathomable. However, times have changed. The appearance of the ranking list offers a chance for someone to emerge victorious, a means to vindicate the Four Domains. Young sir, as you suggest, whether it be the North Domain's grand competition or the martial assembly of the Four Domains, the aim is to identify the most gifted and powerful individual among us. And what happens after this election? A pertinent question. Once chosen, the Four Domains shall consolidate all resources to support this individual. Do you grasp the significance of this? The entirety of the Four Domains will rally behind this singular person, bestowing upon them all that is valuable. Now you comprehend the magnitude of the temptation and the intensity of the competition, do you not? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stupor, for such a scenario had never occurred before. Although there had been little animosity among the Four Domains, each had tended to their own affairs. Now, the prospect of unity among the powerful from the Four Domains, all in agreement, is indeed extraordinary. Is it possible that the allure of the ranking list is so profound as to compel the strong from the Four Domains to set aside their differences? Where, then, is the venue for the North Domain's grand competition? May we witness this spectacle? Indeed, can we not partake in the excitement of such a grand event? Upon hearing this, the young man shook his head, stating that such monumental occasions are not open to all. You might learn the location, but what would it matter? Too many will not be permitted to disrupt this grand competition. His words elicited a resigned sigh from the crowd, clearly disheartened by the realization that they could not witness the event. Young sir, with your extensive knowledge, surely you will participate in the North Domain's grand competition as well? Me? Not at all. Though I possess some strength, I am also self-aware, and moreover, my age disqualifies me from participation. I merely have a penchant for gathering information, hence my familiarity with these matters. Esteemed guests, I have other matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Farewell." As the young man departed, Chen Changan, who had been sitting at a distance, rose to follow. "Young sir, please wait. Where is the venue for the North Domain's grand competition? When does it commence?" Upon catching up, Chen Changan wasted no time and got straight to the point. "It is you? Will you participate in the North Domain's grand competition?" Taken aback, Chen Changan responded, "You know me? Chen family, Chen Changan, the one who vanquished the nefarious Tang Tian. I know of you." The young man nodded. This revelation left Chen Changan somewhat astonished. While many may have heard of the demise of the notorious Tang Tian, few truly knew the identity of the perpetrator or could recall their visage. How did this young man acquire such knowledge? "Who exactly are you?" His sudden appearance and the words he spoke, were they directed at me? Chen Changan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with the individual before him. "Do not misconstrue my intentions," the young man interjected. "I simply have an insatiable curiosity for information. The murder of Tang Tian is a significant event, and naturally, I sought to uncover the details. Behold, this is a sketch I created based on descriptions from those who have encountered you. Furthermore, I learned of your challenge against the master of the Blood Shadow sect, which led me to your name." Upon seeing his likeness in the stranger's hands, Chen Yunxuan's suspicions began to wane. Yet, could one genuinely be so devoted to mere inquiry? To such an extent, was it truly driven by personal curiosity alone, devoid of ulterior motives? "What is your name?" Chen Changan inquired. I'm called Wan Shitong." "Quite a pleasant name, is it not?" "Wan Shitong, is this moniker a reflection of your character, or does your character stem from your name? Where is the Northern Region Grand Tournament held?" Chen Changan asked. "I know, at Fengling Valley." Chapter 42. Gathering at Windchime Valley. Windchime Valley, named for its resemblance to a wind chime, possesses a remarkable enchantment. Within its confines, a gentle breeze elicits melodious chime sounds. However, the moment one steps outside the valley, no matter how fierce the wind, the enchanting melodies cease entirely. Yet, despite its beauty, Windchime Valley is regarded as a perilous locale within the northern region. Although the valley is not extensive, it harbors a significant number of demonic beasts. While the strength of these creatures is relatively modest compared to the broader northern region, the number of formidable individuals is also limited. A fifth-tier demonic beast can reign supreme within this domain. Thus, the choice of Windchime Valley as the venue for the Northern Region's grand competition leaves many perplexed. Notably, esteemed families and their talented disciples, accompanied by powerful guardians, will participate, but what the others? While the Northern Region competition ostensibly welcomes all, the chosen location inherently establishes a barrier, eliminating a considerable number of participants. Brother Chun, since you two intend to attend the Northern Region competition, why not accompany me? It would be nice to have a companion on this journey, suggested Wan Shitong with a smile. Accompanying you sounds agreeable, Chen Changan replied after a brief glance at Wan Shitong, nodding in assent. Given your moniker, I presume you possess considerable knowledge. Are there any formidable figures expected at this Northern Region competition? Chen Changan was indifferent to whom might claim the championship, nor did he care about participating in the four regions' martial assembly. He was already well equipped with resources left by Chen Changan, intended solely to bolster his cultivation. His singular focus was on one objective, to fight incessantly. Only through combat could he swiftly enhance his strength. Brother Chen, you yist. Even the likes of evil Tang Tian cannot match your prowess. The competitors in this Northern Region event will likely not be your equals, Wan Shitong remarked with a grin. The title of the foremost among the younger generation is rightly yours, he added. The foremost among the younger generation? Chen Changan shook his head at this notion. Such an accolade was not his aspiration. To contend for a place on the rankings, he must first establish himself as the paramount figure in the Northern Region. I am not referring to the youth, but rather the elder generation of formidable beings at the divine ability realm. How many of them are expected to attend this time? And what levels of strength do you anticipate? Chen Changan inquired. At this, Wan Shitong appeared momentarily taken aback before quickly gathering his thoughts. He chuckled ruefully. realizing that it was only logical for Chen Yunxian to seek challenges against stronger opponents, having already vanquished evil Tong Tian. According to my information, the 4 great families and 5 major sects will all participate. However, they will likely be led by elders. As for their strength, I cannot ascertain precisely, but I can make some deductions. They will likely range from the 5th to the 7th tier of the divine ability realm. 5th to 7th tier, you say? That should suffice for cultivating, Chen Yunxian mused. In which direction lies Windchime Valley? Lead the way, please. Certainly, thank you. Windbell Valley. Once a place that instilled trepidation in many, now finds its periphery bustling with visitors. Brother, what should we do? Must we truly venture in? A young girl, her face etched with hesitation, gazes at the valley before her, lacking confidence. The Northern Region Grand Competition lies within. Having arrived at this juncture, retreat seems unthinkable. Alas, our humble origins leave us without a formidable escort. Sighing in resignation, the young boy reflects on their 3 days spent at Windbell Valley. Observing the 4 great families and 5 major sects, all accompanied by powerful guardians ushering their disciples inside, he contemplates their own lack of influence. Relegated to merely spectating from the outside, too timid to act. They clearly see us. Why do they not extend a hand to bring us along? The girl expresses her discontent. They claim anyone can participate in the Northern Region Grand Competition. Yet this location feels so exclusive. Foolish girl. They bear no obligation to escort us, the boy replies, a rueful smile gracing his lips. Despite being merely 2 years her senior, he exudes a maturity beyond his years. As they converse, 3 young men approach from a distance. Are you 2 also here to partake in the Northern Region Grand Competition? The leader, a striking young man of about 20, inquires with a friendly demeanor. The girl's eyes gleam at the sight of him, internally remarking on his handsome features. The boy, however, regards the trio with caution, furrowing his brow. What do you want? He asks. Do not misconstrue our intentions. We harbor no ill will. Windbell Valley is fraught with peril, and our strength alone is insufficient for the journey ahead. We 3 have decided to gather a group to increase our chances of success. Would you 2 be willing to join our ranks? Form a team? The boy muses, intrigued by the proposition. Though he had contemplated this idea before, his unfamiliarity with others had dissuaded him from seeking companionship. With an opportunity presenting itself, he sees no reason to decline. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Wenyuan, 19 years of age, at the 5th level of Qi refinement. This is my sister, Zhang Wenxian, 17, at the 9th level of Qi condensation. 5th level of Qi refinement is acceptable, but the 9th level of Qi condensation? What purpose does she serve here? Is it merely to court danger? Zhang Wenyuan senses the unease among the trio and sighs. It is her first journey away from home. She insisted on accompanying me to broaden her horizons, and I could not deny her wish. Zhang, brother, you are being reckless. Windbell Valley is rife with danger, and your sister is still young and lacks strength. Is this not folly? They admonish. Indeed, why do you not dissuade her? Evidently, the other 2 among the trio appeared to be persuading, yet secretly harbored a disdain for Zhang Wenxian's inadequate cultivation, fearing it would hinder their progress. Zhang Wenyuan discerned this, though Zhang Wenxian seemed oblivious to the underlying tension. I am not afraid. I simply wish to broaden my horizons. Besides, I have matured. I am already 17, so there is no need for concern. Zhang Wenxian remarked with a smile. Well, upon noticing the other 2 were about to interject, the leader spoke up with a gentle smile. It matters not. We have a sufficient number of companions, so let us proceed. Thank you, kind sir. You are truly generous. Zhang Wenxian expressed her gratitude towards the leader, clearly taken by his appearance and demeanor. The leader smiled faintly and introduced himself. I am Wang Kemming, a few years your senior, 22, with a cultivation level of the 9th stage of the true Qi realm. As the time for the Northern Region tournament approaches, we should set off immediately. What do you all think? Are we only 5? Indeed, having too many participants might lead to discord and become unmanageable. 5 is just right, if necessary. We can extend invitations to any solitary individuals we encounter once inside. Very well, let us embark. Onward to Fengling Valley. Chapter 43. The most treacherous is the human heart. The inhabitants of Windbell Valley are indeed numerous. At the time, Chen Changan was situated at a considerable distance from Windbell Valley, which prolonged his journey. Fortunately, he did not arrive too late, but to his surprise, hundreds of young individuals had gathered outside the valley. These individuals appeared hesitant, uncertain whether to venture into Windbell Valley. If they lacked the courage to enter alone, why not seek companionship to form a team? Chen Changan remarked with indifference. Upon hearing this, the knowledgeable one, Shurtong, chuckled softly and elucidated that they had arrived here, driven by excitement and fervor. However, when confronted with the reality of Windbell Valley, their trepidation would rob them of their valor. Most importantly, how could they entrust their lives to someone they barely knew? While the beast within Windbell Valley posed a significant threat, the greater danger lay within the hearts of men. Wan Shurtong's words illuminated Chen Yunshuan's understanding of their apprehensions. Thus, it seemed these individuals would be unable to partake in the forthcoming North Domain Grand Competition. The wind rustled ominously, yet before him lay Windbell Valley, where not a single chime could be heard. This was the valley's enchanting peculiarity, the reason for which remained a mystery. However, once one stepped inside, the melodious chimes would resonate. Let us proceed and see for ourselves, Chen Changan declared without hesitation, striding into Windbell Valley amidst the envious gazes of others. Two individuals daring to enter the valley? What folly! Some whispered. Indeed, they will surely not survive the North Domain Grand Competition. Likely, before they even arrive, they will be devoured by the beasts, others scoffed. Foolishness! They are merely courting death. Many began to mock, their derision stemming from their own jealousy. Enough! Who are you to judge others? At least they possess the courage to enter. Do you? One retorted. Stop hiding behind your snide remarks. It is shameful. Another added. Why don't you enter if you're so brave? Came the challenge. Chen Changan paid no heed to the cacophony outside. Upon entering Windbell Valley, he discovered it to be quite expansive. A considerable distance had to be traversed to reach the true heart of the valley, as the periphery was enveloped in dense woods. Once inside, the sound of chimes indeed filled the air. How peculiar, he mused. There are no visible wind chimes, yet the sounds are remarkably clear. What could be the cause of this? His curiosity was piqued. Perhaps it was due to the topography, or perhaps there existed some undisclosed reason. There had been attempts in the past to unveil the secrets of Windbell Valley, but alas, none had succeeded in uncovering the source of the chimes. Wan Shurtong, ever the well-informed, proved to be a treasure trove of knowledge during their journey. Chen Changan realized that he possessed far more information than he had initially anticipated, suggesting that in the North Domain, there were few things beyond his grasp of understanding. I am indeed a few years your senior, possessing greater knowledge. Such is no daunting task, for with earnest effort, anything can be accomplished. Here lies the periphery, devoid of formidable beasts. Even the lesser creatures dare not provoke you. We may proceed with confidence. Upon hearing the omniscient's words, Chen Changan inquired curiously about the mightiest beast within Fengling Valley. Are there any fifth-tier beasts? In this northern domain, fifth-tier beasts are a rarity, and prior to encountering Chen Changan, Chen Changan had never even heard of them. It is said that they exist, yet no one has ever laid eyes upon them. Thus, it remains mere rumor, its authenticity uncertain. Rumors, however, are often not entirely baseless. Brother Wang, I implore you to act swiftly. My brother can scarcely endure any longer. Why do you not intervene? Are you truly content to watch as this third-tier beast slays my brother? At this moment, Zhang Wenxian gazed at Wang Keming and the others in sheer panic, utterly blindsided by how events had unfolded. Upon entering Fengling Valley, they had cooperated seamlessly, navigating through without incident. Yet now, in the face of a third-tier beast, Wang Keming had the audacity to leave Zhang Wenyuan to confront it alone, while they stood idly by, merely observing. Silence. Wang Keming suddenly glared, his demeanor shifting from genteel to fierce. Zhang Wenxian was taken aback, astonished by his sudden transformation. Did he truly believe that bringing you two along was for the purpose of forming a team? What a naive notion. Without you as bait, how could we have navigated into Fengling Valley so smoothly? You serve merely as sustenance for the beasts. Do you comprehend? Wang Keming remarked with a sneer. What? You? Zhang Wenxian looked at Wang Qiming in disbelief, completely unprepared for the real intent behind their proposal to team up. Brother Wang, with this third-tier beast presence, there surely cannot be another within a certain radius. Indeed, for third-tier beasts possess territorial instincts and will not permit others to encroach upon their domain. Thus, our path ahead should become considerably easier. Is she still with us? Her? Ha ha ha. Of course she must remain. Otherwise, should we encounter another third-tier beast, who would serve as bait? Wang Qiming laughed heartily, reveling in the cunning plan he had long devised. Zhang Wenyuan, being the stronger, would initially hold off a third-tier beast, while Zhang Wenxian, though weaker, could buy them a brief respite. This way, they ought to successfully reach the northern arena of Fengling Valley. I will not accompany you. I absolutely refuse, Zhang Wenxian declared, casting a glance at Zhang Wenyuan. At that moment, Zhang Wenyuan struggled to maintain his stance, numerous wounds marring his body. Whether to leave or stay is not yours to decide. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Wenyu still held on, let us depart swiftly. Wang Qiming, unwilling to squander any more time, exchanged a glance with the other two individuals, who promptly hoisted Zhang Wenxian, and the trio hastily made their exit. Zhang Wenyu, acutely aware of the unfolding events, felt a surge of anxiety for his sister's safety, yet found himself powerless to extricate himself from his predicament. Confronted by a third-tier demon beast, his strength rendered him utterly without hope. Wang Qiming, if I survive this ordeal, I vow that you shall find no resting place. With a furious roar, Zhang Wenyu launched himself into a frenzied assault against the formidable beast. Sensing Zhang Wenyu's wrath, the third-tier demon beast appeared to grow even more frenzied. Bang! Zhang Wenyu was sent flying by a powerful strike from a beast, his body battered and bruised, leaving him devoid of the strength to retaliate. Am I truly destined to perish here? Reluctantly, Zhang Wenyu closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Bang! Just as he resigned himself to his fate, a deafening crash resonated, jolting Zhang Wenyu from his despair. He opened his eyes to discover that the very beast poised to attack him now lay lifeless at his feet. Standing beside the corpse was a youth, seemingly even younger than himself. This, a swift defeat of a third-tier demon beast? How formidable! And many thanks, young sir, for your life-saving intervention. With great effort, Zhang Wenyu rose and bowed toward the young man in the distance. Chen Yanxian glanced back at Zhang Wenyu and replied coolly, I saved you merely because I could not abide certain individuals' actions. Could it be that this young man witnessed the earlier events? Regardless, the debt of gratitude for saving my life is insurmountable. I must. Zhang Wenyu intended to implore Chen Yunxian for assistance in rescuing his sister. But before he could voice his request, he noticed Wang Qiming and the others had unexpectedly returned. What transpired just ahead? Chapter 44. Another instant kill? Wang Qiming and the others suddenly returned, and it was inconceivable that they had experienced a change of heart, wishing to rescue Zhang Wenyuan. The only plausible explanation was that an even more terrifying occurrence had compelled their return. But what Wenxian? What had happened to her? A jolt of fear coursed through Zhang Wenyuan as he noticed that, despite Wang Qiming's group returning, Zhang Wenxian was conspicuously absent. This unsettling realization darkened his expression. Could it be that his sister had met with misfortune? Wang Qiming and his companions were equally taken aback to find Zhang Wenyuan still alive. They had expected him to be dead. However, their confusion deepened upon noticing two additional figures accompanying him. Had a third-tier demon beast been slain? This outcome was entirely unexpected. Someone had managed to eliminate a third-tier demon beast with remarkable swiftness. There's a fourth-tier demon beast, Wan Shitong remarked, glancing at Chen Yanxian. Indeed, I sensed it too, Chen Yanxian replied, his brow furrowing. How could a fourth-tier demon beast suddenly appear here? According to Wan Shitong, this area should not harbor such creatures. It seems the earlier entrants disturbed the fourth-tier demon beasts and were subsequently driven out. After all, members of the 4 great families and the 5 major sects have entered. Fourth-tier demon beasts are no match for them. Wan Shitong continued his analysis. Wang Qiming, where's my sister? Where has she gone? Zhang Wenyuan's gaze burned with fury as he directed his ire towards Wang Qiming. His eyes ablaze with an intensity that seemed capable of incinerating him. Wang Qiming, however, was disinclined to engage with Zhang Wenyuan, instead turning his attention to Chen Yunxian and Wan Shitong. He dismissed Chen Yunxian outright, perceiving him as too youthful to have been responsible for slaying a third-tier demon beast. It must have been someone else. Brother, there's a fourth-tier demon beast approaching us. If we face it alone, we may not withstand its onslaught. Shall we join forces instead? Wang Qiming proposed to Wan Shitong. Upon hearing Wang Qiming's words, Wan Shitong let out a cold laugh. What? Are you hoping to flee once we engage with the fourth-tier beast? We are not so easily deceived. Wan Shitong's remarks sent a tremor through Wang Qiming's heart. Had these two witnessed the events that had transpired earlier? Brother, one must look after oneself in this world. Although our methods may be unscrupulous, they are merely a means to ensure our participation in the Northern Domain Grand Tournament. This is a realm governed by the law of the jungle. If blame is to be assigned, it should fall upon those two siblings for their weakness and folly. Yet, the situation is different now. The fourth-tier demon beast possesses formidable strength. In the interest of survival, we shall not resort to any further schemes. What do you think? Acknowledging that his actions had been observed, Wang Qiming decided to drop the facade. In the face of life and death, nothing holds greater significance than survival. His current demeanor was merely a reflection of his instinct to stay alive. Wang Qiming, I ask you again, where's my sister? At that moment, Zhang Wenyuan's thoughts were consumed solely by concern for his sister's fate, indifferent to any other dangers that might lurk. Get lost. I am currently not in the mood to entertain you. Whether your sister lives or dies is of no concern to me. I have no obligation to protect her. Wang Qiming said coldly. I'll fight you. You? Have you even glanced at yourself lately? Step aside. I have no time for you now. Wang Qiming cast a disdainful look at Zhang Wenyuan and chose not to engage further, instead turning his attention to the knowledgeable one. My friend, what do you think of my proposal? Wang Qiming inquired with a smile. The knowledgeable one did not respond, but looked towards Chen Yunxian. What do you think? He asked. Let's deal with the demon beasts first. Chen Yunxian replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Wang Qiming's expression brightened. Did this imply they were willing to cooperate? While Wang Qiming's words were pleasant, his intentions remained unchanged. He still planned to employ the same tactic. As soon as Chen Yunxian and the others engaged with the fourth-tier demon beast, he would not hesitate to flee. Suddenly, a roar echoed, and the fourth-tier demon beast appeared before the group. It was the saber-toothed tiger. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped them. The moment the saber-toothed tiger emerged, Zhang Wenyuan felt an intense sense of oppression. This was the innate aura of the saber-toothed tiger, which struck fear into those of weaker strength, rendering them unable to unleash their full potential. My friend, Wang Qiming began, but before he could finish, Chen Yunxuan's figure flickered as he charged towards the saber-toothed tiger. The tiger's eyes flashed with anger, having been rudely awakened from its slumber. It was furious that someone would dare to approach it, seemingly seeking their own demise. Boom! Before the saber-toothed tiger could react, a golden flash erupted before its eyes, and in the next moment, it lost consciousness, completely devoid of life signs. This scene left Wang Qiming and the others utterly bewildered. The saber-toothed tiger, a fourth-tier demon beast, was effortlessly dispatched with a single punch. What was even more terrifying was Chen Yunxuan's youth. He appeared to be merely 16 or 17, yet possessed such formidable power. My friend, you are extraordinary. With such strength, surely no one in the Northern Domain can rival you in the upcoming competition. This statement was not mere flattery. Wang Qiming truly believed it. Given Chen Yunxuan's age and power, he could not fathom any of the younger generation in the Northern Domain being his match. This was a fourth-tier demon beast, eliminated with a single blow, indicative of combat prowess at the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the extraordinary realm. Among the younger generation in the Northern Domain, was there anyone whose strength could reach the divine ability realm? Absolutely not. Begone! Chen Yunxuan's gaze turned icy as he glared at Wang Qiming and his companions, causing the trio to hastily turn and flee. Why let them go? They are responsible for my sister's death. Why not kill them? Zhang Wenyuan questioned, perplexed. They harmed you, not me. If you wish to exact revenge, you must do so yourself. Chen Yunxian cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Wenyuan before his figure flickered and vanished from sight. The lad speaks truthfully. Wang Keming has neither wronged us nor plotted against us. Why should we seek to slay them? It is you who bears a grudge. Therefore, strengthen yourself and take vengeance with your own hands. Moreover, your sister is not dead. Not dead? My sister is still alive? The words of the omniscient one brought a flicker of joy to Zhang Wenyuan's countenance. In the next moment, Chen Yunxian appeared before him, carrying the unconscious Zhang Wenxian. Return. This is not a place for you to linger. Consider it a lesson learned. In all matters, one must act within their limits. Chen Yunxian stated with a calm demeanor. Thank you, benefactor. I have come to understand the chasm that lies between myself and true strength. I humbly request you to reveal your name. I shall surely repay your kindness in the future. Zhang Wenyuan expressed gratefully. No need. It is unlikely our path shall cross again. Chen Yunxian replied with indifference. Please, benefactor, grant me this favor. Very well. My name is Chen Yunxian. Chapter 45. The rumored Chen Yunxian. Zhang Wenyuan etched this name firmly in his mind. Yet when he looked up, he discovered that Chen Yunxian and his companion had vanished without a trace. I, Zhang Wenyuan, shall undoubtedly repay the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me today, he silently vowed, promising to express his gratitude to Chen Yunxian when the opportunity arose. After awakening his sister, Zhang Wenyuan did not depart immediately. Instead, he retrieved the cores from the 3rd and 4th tier demon beasts. Though Chen Yunxian regarded these items with indifference, they held immense value for Zhang Wenyuan. After all, both types of cores were worth their weight in gold. Even if not utilized for his own cultivation, they could be exchanged for copious amounts of training resources. At this moment, many individuals had gathered in the heart of Windbell Valley. Although it was a grand competition, no arena had been constructed. Instead, several powerful figures had established a barrier. Those competing needed to enter within this barrier, and only after determining the victor would it be lifted. Yushu, what are you searching for? Qilin, the young master of the Cheng family, inquired curiously upon noticing Cheng Yushu combing through the crowd. Nothing much. I'm looking for Chen Yunxian. I cannot believe he would miss such an important event as the Northern Region Grand Competition. Cheng Yushu replied, frowning. Chen Yunxian? Is he the individual you mentioned during your last return? Has a prodigy truly emerged from the Great Zhou Kingdom? Is he as formidable as you claim? Chen Yulin asked, his brow furrowing. Upon hearing this, Chen Yushu nodded. It was difficult for him to forget Chen Yunxuan's performance. After all, it was Chen Yunxuan's actions that had led to his loss of the position of young master. As brothers born of the same mother and twin sons, the title of young master naturally fell to Chen Yulin. Were it not for Chen Yunxian, such upheaval would not have transpired in the Great Zhou Kingdom, nor would he have been unjustly accused by the clan elders of incompetence, resulting in the loss of his title. This individual, merely 16 years of age, had already attained the 2nd level of the extraordinary realm. What was most alarming was that even a practitioner at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm was no match for him. Lu Bo had once sparred with him, and remarked that this youth possessed extraordinary combat prowess, capable of contending with a 1st-level practitioner of the divine ability realm, with the outcome remaining uncertain. Tell me, is he truly as formidable as you claim? Chen Yushu spoke solemnly. Chen Yulin had heard such words before, yet both he and the others from the Cheng family deemed them somewhat exaggerated. How could such a prodigy possibly arise from a place like the Great Zhou Kingdom? Furthermore, when the Cheng family sent individuals to investigate after the incident, they found that the Chen family had vanished without a trace, deepening their suspicions regarding Chen Yushu's claims. If the Chen family had indeed overthrown the imperial family of the Great Zhou and secured their position as the foremost family, why would they flee? Yet now, as Chen Yushu brought up Chen Yunxian once more, Chen Yulin was compelled to contemplate the possibility that such a prodigious individual might indeed exist. On the other side, the elders leading the 4 great families convened with the elders of the 5 major sects. Although this was labeled as the Northern Domain Grand Competition, the true core participants, the competitive youth, would undoubtedly emerge from among these factions. I believe the time has come. Those who could attend should have already arrived. Otherwise, we might as well commence the Northern Domain Grand Competition. The other three domains are likely underway as well. We cannot afford to lag behind them. Indeed, we must swiftly select our representatives, allowing for adequate cultivation before the four domains martial assembly, lest we face humiliation. While embarrassment is a secondary concern, securing a prominent position in the four domains martial assembly is of paramount importance. It is essential that we unite in this endeavor. This gathering represents the most harmonious alliance among the major forces in the Northern Domain throughout history. Although each faction may harbor its own motives, our ultimate goal aligns. Shall I make the announcement? An elder from the Flame sect inquired with a smile. Elder Zhao, your strength surpasses that of all present. It is only fitting that you announce it, another elder concurred. Very well, I shall not be modest then, Elder Zhao replied with a nod, turning his gaze toward the assembly. Silence, please. Elder Zhao's voice resonated, and the previously engaged crowd fell silent. I trust that the younger generation understands the purpose of this early Northern Domain Grand Competition. Your presence here signifies that you are among the elite of our youth in the Northern Domain. The rules for this competition are straightforward, a knockout tournament consisting of one-on-one matches. The top 10 competitors will represent the Northern Domain in the four domains martial assembly. Each of the four great families and the five major sects will select 5 contestants who will advance directly to the final round of competition. I believe there are no objections, correct? Objections? Who would dare voice dissent? Excellent. Since there are no objections, we shall now proceed with the drawing of lots for the groupings. After Elder Zhao's declaration, everyone except the disciples of the 4 great families and the 5 major sects began the drawing process. To be candid, this procedure is merely a formality. Those with genuine talent and strength are already known to Elder Zhao and his peers. The transparency of the Northern Domain Grand Competition serves 2 purposes: to demonstrate their impartiality and to potentially uncover any overlooked talents. As the drawing unfolded, Chen Changan and Wan Shitong arrived at the competition venue. Are you truly not participating? Wan Shitong inquired, glancing at Chen Changan with curiosity. It's tedious. These individuals combined do not pose a challenge to me, so why squander my time? If others had overheard such words, they would likely deem Chen Changan arrogant. However, Wan Shitong understood that Chen Changan possessed the merit to make such a statement. Throughout this journey, Wan Shitong could not help but marvel at Chen Changan, a true madman, perpetually immersed in relentless cultivation. It seemed as though the sole purpose of his existence was to grow stronger. Are you planning to directly challenge him and leave afterward? Wan Shitong inquired with curiosity. Let us hold off for now. There's no need to disrupt the Northern Region Grand Competition, he concluded, as Chen Changan walked over to a nearby tree and seated himself against it. In the distance, Cheng Yushu was anxiously scanning the surroundings. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief at not seeing Chen Changan, a sudden jolt of realization struck him. It's him. He truly has arrived. Chen Changan, you have indeed come. Cheng Yushu's expression was tense, his voice trembling slightly. Who? Chen Changan? Where is he? Cheng Yulin asked with intrigue. Right there. Cheng Yushu pointed, and Cheng Yulin followed his gesture, spotting the meditative figure of Chen Changan. Is that him? He looks so young. But why? Isn't he drawing lots? Chapter 46. Who among you is the strongest? The drawing of lots continued, and Chen Changan kept his eyes closed throughout, as if the events unfolding around him were entirely inconsequential to him. The more he remained detached, the more cautious Cheng Yushu became, filled with apprehension. He could not fathom Chen Changan's purpose for being here. As the drawing concluded, Chen Changan remained indifferent, which allowed Cheng Yushu to breathe a sigh of relief. Could it be that he merely came to observe? Was he truly not intending to participate in the Northern Region Grand Competition? Or perhaps he held such disdain for it that he chose not to engage. Cheng Yushu furrowed his brow, and he was oblivious to the fact that since arriving at Windbell Valley, his thoughts had been consumed by Chen Changan. Regardless, it mattered little. Since he had not participated in the drawing, the Northern Region Grand Competition had no bearing on him. It was best to focus on the competition itself. In Cheng Yushu's view, Chen Changan was merely a figure of empty renown. Perhaps his previous display of formidable strength was merely the result of consuming a temporary enhancement pill. Cheng Yulin scoffed at this notion. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yushu paused, contemplating whether it could indeed be true that Chen Yinxian had consumed a pill that temporarily augmented his combat prowess. As the competition commenced, Cheng Yushu momentarily redirected his focus, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. Why is that young man sleeping over there? Do any of you recognize him? Did any of you bring him? At this moment, Elder Zhao also noticed Chen Yinxian, initially assuming he was someone brought by one of the 4 prominent families or 5 major sections. Hearing Elder Zhao's inquiry, the crowd turned their gazes toward Chen Yinxian, only to shake their heads in unison. Unfamiliar. Never seen him before. Who is this person? With everyone oblivious to Chen Yinxian's identity, Elder Zhao was taken aback. How strange. If he is not someone we brought, why does he remain seated there? Is he not here to participate in the Northern Region Grand Competition? Elder Zhao pondered aloud. Unclear. However, there's no need to concern ourselves. He's merely a youth. Someone remarked. Indeed, could he possibly disrupt our Northern Region Grand Competition? No one regarded Chen Yinxian with any seriousness, considering him simply a teenager. What trouble could he possibly stir amidst such an assembly? Soon, the attention shifted back to the Northern Region Grand Competition. Given that the event was held in Windbell Valley, attendance was limited. Apart from the 45 competitors from the 4 prominent families and 5 major sects, there were only a little over 100 others present. As the competition relied entirely on luck due to the drawing of lots, the results were swift and forthcoming. Within half a day, the top 50 competitors had already been determined. This is indeed rather dull. I say, why not take action directly? If this continues, it will take several hours. By then, it will be dark. Wan Shitong remarked after observing for a while, feeling that the competition lacked excitement and was devoid of any thrilling spectacle. It is a matter of either decisively determining the victor or conceding defeat. When faced with an equally matched opponent, it is often more comfortable to surrender outright, rather than engaging in a battle fraught with vulnerabilities and superficiality. Although I tread the path of relentless determination, I am not a fool. I am not yet capable of disregarding the presence of others entirely. To disrupt the Northern Region's grand competition would incur the wrath of its formidable factions. I have no inclination towards self-destruction. Chen Yinxian kept his eyes closed. Though young, his youth does not imply a lack of intellect. His current objective is solely to cultivate his strength, rather than to provoke enmity from all corners. Very well, let us continue to observe. I sincerely hope that the Northern Region's grand competition concludes swiftly. To be honest, I am quite eager to see whom you will choose to challenge, remarked the ever-curious Wan Shitong. Challenge whom? Chen Yinxian slowly opened his eyes, gazing towards Elder Zhao and the others. Whoever is the strongest, I shall challenge, he declared. Failure matters not. At the very least, I will gain insight into my own shortcomings, he added with a faint smile. Upon hearing Chen Yinxuan's words, Wan Shitong felt a deep admiration. Many relish the thrill of challenge, but few possess such a calm perspective on victory and defeat. This reveals that Chen Yinxuan's continual challenges are not motivated by the desire for triumph, but rather for the sake of experience. He embodies the spirit of a true warrior, driven by the will to engage in combat. Yet, this struggle is never for the sake of hollow fame or the admiration of others. Everything he undertakes serves but one purpose: to grow stronger. As time passed, the Northern Region's grand competition reached a fever pitch. The contest for first and second place featured 2 contestants, Lu Zhaodian from the Lu family and Huazun of the Flame sect. Their arrival at this stage surprised many, as prior to the competition, neither was deemed a likely candidate for the top 2 positions. Who would have thought that Lu Zhaodian and Huazun had concealed their true strength so effectively, deceiving many over the years? Indeed, it was astonishing that their cultivation had ascended to the 8th level of the extraordinary realm, truly infuriating. Among the assembled spectators, the most incensed were undoubtedly the twin brothers Cheng Yushu and Cheng Yulin. Their cultivation speed and talent were nearly indistinguishable, both having attained the 7th level of the extraordinary realm, making them the true favorites for the championship. Yet, ultimately, they fell short, finishing in 3rd and 4th place. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the northern region's grand competition finally drew to a close. The ultimate victor was Hui Zun of the Flame Sect. Ha ha ha. Elder Zhao, congratulations. I never anticipated that Hua Zun's prowess would prove so formidable. With proper nurturing, he could potentially reach the 9th level of the extraordinary realm by the time of the 4 regions' martial gathering. Such a level of cultivation would surely yield commendable results in that competition, someone remarked. Indeed, contending for a place among the top 5 is not out of reach. Have you ever heard of any formidable experts from the other 3 realms? Alas, I have not, as most are merely extraordinary beings. In that case, there is nothing to fear. Upon hearing the words of the others, Elder Zhao beamed with joy, for it was a disciple from his sect who had secured first place in the Northern Realm competition. We, the Northern Realm, are united as one. This time, we must show the other 3 realms that we are not inferior to them. After Elder Zhao concluded his statement, he began to announce the rankings of the Northern Realm competition, as well as the representatives who would attend the 4 realms tournament. At long last, it has come to an end. Chen Yinxian gradually opened his eyes, and Wan Shitong, observing him, discerned a surge of combat spirit emanating from his gaze. This was a long-suppressed fighting spirit. It was evident that Chen Yinxian had been waiting with growing impatience. What is this young man planning? Suddenly, someone noticed Chen Yinxian rising to his feet, making his way step by step toward Elder Zhao and the others. Elder Zhao and the others also took note of Chen Yinxuan's movements. What could he be intending at this moment? Junior Chen Yinxian would like to inquire. Who among you possesses the greatest strength? I wish to experience it firsthand. Chapter 47. Who else if he cannot? A gentle breeze wafted through the air, carrying the delicate sound of wind chimes to the ears of the onlookers. Yet, at that moment, no one paid heed to the melodic tinkling, for all eyes were fixated upon Chen Yinxian. Among the multitude present, only 2 individuals, the brothers Cheng Yushu, recognized his identity. Even so, they were profoundly astonished. This young man possessed an audacity that was truly remarkable. He had come here to challenge the elders. No wonder he had chosen not to participate in the Northern Region competition. He clearly held it in disdain. What an arrogant youth. At a mere 16 or 17 years of age, he dared to confront the elders? Such a lack of awareness regarding his own limitations. He had not even the courage to partake in the competition. Yet here he was, presuming to challenge those of far greater experience. Who did he think he was? A prodigious talent? How laughable. I shall teach him a lesson. The young competitors in the Northern Region, each proud in their own right, felt a sense of indignation swell within them. Many had just experienced the bitterness of defeat, and now this brash youth appeared, disregarding their prowess. How could they possibly endure such insolence? You are no match for me. Do not waste my time. Chen Yinxuan's words ignited their fury further. How outrageously presumptuous. Well, I shall see just how much capability you possess to utter such claims. The recently crowned champion of the Northern Region competition, Hui Zun, brimming with confidence, did not consider anyone among the younger generation to be his equal. Yet here emerged Chen Yinxian, seemingly intent on usurping his glory. Without further ado, Hui Zun leaped forward, charging at Chen Yinxian. Chen Yinxian frowned slightly, then unleashed a single punch, sending forth a beam of golden light towards Hui Zun. Bang! Hui Zun was utterly unprepared for the sheer might of Chen Yinxuan's strength. Merely a punch from a distance rendered him defenseless. In fact, he sensed that Chen Yinxuan's strike was executed with such casualness that it belied the true extent of his power. Incredible! Hui Zun had been defeated? With just one punch? How utterly absurd. This young man's strength was astonishing. Why had he not participated in the Northern Region competition? Had he entered, victory would have been assured. Might it be that he simply looked down upon the title of first place in the Northern Region competition? Looked down upon it? This was the accolade of the foremost youth in the Northern Region. It was a title I had long aspired to possess. But do you possess his strength? With that single punch, Chen Yinxian had unequivocally demonstrated his prowess to all present. Though some still harbored disdain towards him, none dared to voice their objections. For in this realm, strength reigned supreme. Could he truly be as formidable as he appeared? Cheng Yuan exclaimed in disbelief. He was terrifying. The last time I'd seen him, he was merely at the first or second level of the extraordinary realm. In this brief span of merely a month, how could it be that Cheng Yushu was even more astounded than Cheng Yulin? He could hardly fathom how Chen Yunxian had managed to elevate his cultivation to the sixth level of the extraordinary realm in such a short time. To enhance one's cultivation by 4 levels in just 1 month seemed utterly terrifying. Yet, unbeknownst to him, even this astonishing pace left Chen Yunxian feeling unsatisfied. If advancing in the extraordinary realm was so arduous, what lay ahead for the divine ability realm? Chen Yunxian? Why had no one ever spoken of such a prodigious youth before? Elder Zhao and his companions were equally taken aback. They could see that Chen Yunxian had not even been earnest in his efforts. At the 6th level of the extraordinary realm, a mere casual punch from him could easily overwhelm Fire Sovereign. This young man was undoubtedly a genius capable of challenging those far beyond his level. Nevertheless, the notion of him daring to confront elders from the divine ability realm seemed rather reckless. Chen Yunxian, your prowess is commendable. Why not participate in the Northern Domain competition? If you wish to challenge us, you must put in more effort. At the very least, you should wait until your cultivation reaches the divine ability realm. Elder Zhao remarked with a smile. I have no interest in the Northern Domain competition. I only wish to challenge the strongest among you. Chen Yunxian replied with unwavering determination. Ah! Ha! What an intriguing young man. Since he has made such a request, it would be rather petty of us not to oblige. Elder Lu, after all, he is merely a junior. Isn't a bit inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Is this not his own request? Elder Lu, known for his fiery temper, could hardly tolerate being so casually dismissed by a younger individual. However, seeing that someone had brashly stepped forward, the others refrained from further persuasion. They, too, were eager to witness just how formidable Chen Yunxian truly was. Young man, my cultivation stands at the 5th level of the divine ability realm. How does that measure up to your expectations? Rest assured, I shall show mercy and will not take your life. It is merely a spar. Elder Lu remarked, his smile seemingly masking his true feelings. The 5th level of the divine ability realm? Clearly, this level of cultivation left Chen Yunxian somewhat disheartened. Very well. Let us begin with you. Please, senior. What do you mean? No one anticipated that Chen Yunxian would audaciously allow a 5th level divine ability realm practitioner to strike first. Was this an inadvertent act, or was he subtly insulting Elder Lu? Then do not blame me for being impolite. Elder Lu's expression darkened, and without further ado, he launched his attack. Leaping high into the air, Elder Lu brandished his long sword, unleashing a strike that sent sword energy surging towards Chen Yunxian. The might of this strike was awe-inspiring, prompting gasps from the onlookers. Truly, Elder Lu's strength was formidable. This strike held immense power. Indeed, facing such an assault, it seemed unlikely that Chen Yunxian could withstand it. Nonsense. What could he possibly use to withstand Elder Lu's strike? His life? The power of the divine ability realm is indeed terrifying. Chen Yunxian paid no heed to the comments of others. Though Elder Lu's sword was immensely powerful, it was hardly worth Chen Yunxuan's concern. Boom! Without flinching or retreating, Chen Yunxian directly confronted the attack, launching a punch that radiated golden light, colliding with the sword energy and resulting in a tremendous explosion. The shockwave from the blast forced the young onlookers to retreat, some even being thrown back by the force. How could this be? This scene left Elder Zhao and the others utterly dumbfounded. He caught it. Chen Yunxian actually withstood Elder Lu's strike and emerged unscathed. Although Elder Lu had not exerted his full strength, even a practitioner at the 1st level of the divine ability realm would likely sustain injuries from such a blow. Yet, Chen Yunxian? Indeed, he possesses formidable skills. Elder Lu was greatly astonished, gradually shedding his dismissive attitude towards Chen Yunxian. This is a prodigy, someone truly worthy of being his rival. Chen Yunxian, be cautious. I shall not hold back with this next strike. Likewise, please. Chen Yunxian, unwilling to waste any further time, swiftly charged towards Elder Lu. The speed at which he moved caused a jolt of surprise among the spectators. This boy, while clearly taking a brute force approach, how could he be so swift? Make way. Elder Lu, not daring to underestimate him, unleashed his full power, slashing with his sword in a thunderous arc aimed directly at Chen Yunxian. Break! Chen Yunxuan's aura surged, delivering a punch like a cataclysm. Boom! Another deafening sound erupted, but this time, everyone had learned their lesson and retreated to a safe distance. Puff! Lost. Elder Lu actually lost? The Elder, exerting all his strength, was sent flying by Chen Yunxuan's strike, spitting blood. This spectacle sent shockwaves through all present. A prodigy, a freak. Is this boy even human? He is lost. Is there anyone among you stronger than him? If not, I shall take my leave. Chapter 48. Chen Yunxian. My ambition lies in the celestial domain from beginning to end. Chen Yunxian exhibited an air of composure and tranquility, his demeanor as serene as a gentle breeze. Although his words were audacious, his tone remained unwaveringly calm, devoid of any turbulence. Even after triumphing over Elder Lu, one could discern no alteration in his voice, no elation, no arrogance, and certainly no sense of invincibility. It appeared that all that had transpired was of little significance to him. At this moment, a flicker of disappointment lingered within Chen Yunxian. If Elder Lu was the extent of his challenge, then his journey had been in vain. Following a brief moment of astonishment, the onlookers regained their composure. While the shock was profound, Chen Yunxuan's recent statements left them perplexed. Why persist? He had already surpassed Elder Lu, thereby affirming his prowess. Would it not be wiser to withdraw while ahead? Should he falter now, it would inevitably tarnish his reputation. At such a young age, with capabilities so remarkable, a defeat would surely mar his future accomplishments. You did not exert your full strength just now, did you? Although Elder Lu harbored a suspicion, he was reluctant to accept it. It was inconceivable that a youth could best him without utilizing his full potential. 80%? The mere suggestion of it nearly caused Elder Lu to faint. The implication that this young man had only summoned 80% of his power was staggering. Was this truly the realm of the extraordinary? When had it become customary for the extraordinary to hold back when facing a challenge? What was most alarming was the sensation that this 80% might be an understatement. Chen Yunxian had appeared remarkably at ease. Had he truly exerted 80% of his strength? Or was it impossible? This was utterly inconceivable. Elder Lu dared not ponder further. Chen Yunxian was already an extraordinary talent. If his suspicions were correct, how monstrous might he truly be? A superlative anomaly. Are you truly from the northern region? Elder Zhao voiced the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Could such an extraordinary youth genuinely originate from the north? Indeed, Chen Yunxian affirmed with a nod. Are you aware of the Chen family in the northern region? Elder Zhao inquired, furrowing his brow. There are indeed many with the surname Chen. Yet among the families of cultivators, none seem particularly formidable, he mused. How peculiar. Could be a family of no particular significance. Esteemed elders, I know who he is, proclaimed Cheng Yushu. Oh, you are Cheng Yushu? You possess knowledge of him? Indeed, Cheng Yushu responded, stepping forward. For he was the sole individual present who had previously encountered Chen Yunxian. He recounted his initial meeting with Chen Yunxian in detail. Upon hearing Cheng Yushu's account, the assembly fell into a stunned silence. In a modest territory of the great Zhou kingdom, from an unremarkable family, had emerged such a prodigy? What was even more alarming was that at the time, Chen Yunxian had only been at the second level of the extraordinary realm and had managed to contend with a practitioner of the divine realm. Such formidable combat prowess was indeed terrifying. So it is this young man? No wonder his name seemed familiar. Yushu, was everything you said true? Can this young man truly be as formidable as he appears? An elder from the Cheng family recalled, for at the time, everyone believed Cheng Yushu was merely fabricating tales, and thus they dismissed the name Chen Yunxian. Elder, you finally believe all that I have said, Cheng Yushu replied with a wry smile. We have indeed been overly conservative in our thinking, not anticipating that in a place like the great Zhou kingdom, a true dragon would emerge. The elder of the Cheng family exclaimed with a sense of awe. Elder Zhao, listening intently, began to regard Chen Yunxian with increasing interest. If we could win him over, it would be an absolute boon for the Flame sect. Others shared similar sentiments. But was it truly feasible to recruit someone like Chen Yunxian? Chen Yunxian, I am an elder of the Flame sect. My cultivation is at the 7th level of the divine transformation realm. I wonder if I could be a worthy opponent for you. Do I possess the qualifications? Elder Zhao inquired with a smile. At these words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. What did Elder Zhao just say? The 7th level of the divine transformation realm. A worthy opponent? That is quite an honor for Chen Yinshian. The 7th level, you say? I find myself intrigued, Chen Yinshian remarked, his excitement finally surfacing. Clearly, the 7th level of the divine transformation realm ignited his fighting spirit. Why do I get the feeling that this young man is only now taking this seriously? How astonishing. If I were to hear of an opponent at the 7th level, I would be quaking in fear, yet he seems invigorated by it. This illustrates the chasm between you and a prodigy. He thrives in the face of strength. Do you not understand? Perhaps it is only with such a mindset that one can continuously grow stronger. Indeed, we are ultimately far too lacking. Do you think there exists a possibility that Chen Yunxian believes he can surpass a 7th level divine transformation expert? What jest is this? That's the 7th level divine transformation. Yet the 5th level has already been defeated. Just as the crowd pondered these matters, Chen Yunxian and Elder Zhao had already engaged in combat. In the skies above, the two exchanged blows with neither side yielding an inch. It was evident that Chen Yunxian had not yet unleashed his full potential. Elder Lu sighed in resignation. From the current battle, it was clear that Chen Yunchuan's strength surpassed his previous estimations. Against Elder Zhao, at the 7th level of the divine transformation realm, he held his ground without faltering. Boom! With a thunderous crash, both Chen Yunxian and Elder Zhao were sent retreating over 10 meters. Elder Zhao fixed his gaze on Chen Yunxian, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Excellent, what a thrill! I never expected you to engage me to such an extent. I underestimated you. In that case, prepare yourself, for I shall now unleash my full power. At that moment, Elder Zhao's heart was not only filled with admiration for Chen Yunxian, but also a profound sense of awe. How could one not respect a youth, barely in his teens, capable of compelling him to unleash his most formidable technique? Such an opportunity was rare. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back, young man. Chen Yunxian replied with a gentle smile. Very well. Let me witness just how extraordinary you truly are. Elder Zhao laughed heartily, his aura surging dramatically. As the tremendous energy emanated from Elder Zhao, the onlookers felt a jolt of apprehension. This is bad. Retreat quickly. Keep your distance. Do you wish to court disaster? Move now. The crowd hastily withdrew, fearing the calamity that might ensue. The air grew intensely heated. Surrounding Elder Zhao, the temperature soared, and a massive fireball materialized above him. With a single sweep of his hand, the colossal fireball erupted, transforming into countless smaller fireballs that hurtled toward Chen Yunxian. The blazing sun scorches the heavens? This is the most formidable martial technique of the Flame sect. Can Chen Yunxian truly withstand it? This is uncertain. Facing Elder Zhao's onslaught, Chen Yunxian smiled faintly, a sense of unparalleled dominance radiating from his being. The realm of heaven's will. What an overwhelming presence. Is this a manifestation of comprehension? What? Chen Yunxian has even grasped the essence of the realm? Just how many secrets does he possess? At that moment, Chen Yunxian was enveloped in a golden halo, propelling himself with astonishing speed toward Elder Zhao. Boom! The golden light erupted, and the spectators beheld Elder Zhao being sent flying, reminiscent of Elder Lu's earlier defeat. Defeated. Elder Zhao has also been vanquished? Hiss. A collective gasp echoed around, clearly indicating that this outcome had surpassed all expectations. Chen Yunxian had indeed wrought a miracle, a mythical event of unprecedented magnitude. Cough, cough. I concede. Chen Yunxian, do you have any reservations? Elder Zhao inquired, his brow furrowed. I struck with all my might, without holding back. All your strength, you say? Elder Zhao sighed in relief upon hearing Chen Yunchuan's response. It appeared this young man had indeed reached his limit. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as the foremost individual among the younger generation of the northern region. A rightful candidate for the four regions' martial gathering, Elder Zhao declared with a smile. No one objected to Elder Zhao's words. Such a person representing the northern region would undoubtedly shine brightly, leaving the other 3 regions in astonishment. I shall attend the 4 regions martial gathering, but I will not compete. I have never sought to be the foremost among the youth of the northern region. Oh, then what is it that you seek? Previously, I aimed to be the number 1 in the northern region. Now, I aspire to become the number 1 across the 4 regions. The ambition of this young man is indeed boundless. However, given Chen Yinchuan's age and the formidable prowess he just exhibited, it is merely a matter of time. Do you aspire to unify the 4 domains? Elder Zhao inquired in astonishment. No, my ambitions lie beyond the 4 domains. We're then in the central sky domain. With that, Chen Yinxian gazed towards the direction of the central sky domain. Ancestors, do you find my performance satisfactory? Chapter 49. Chen Changan, where art thou? In the Zhongtian domain, the Langya territory was filled with frustration. A group of inept individuals, Lin Xiong, the head of the Qing Shui Lin family, was seething with rage. And the cause of his ire was none other than the insufferable Lin Ruang. A month prior, the unusual occurrences in Yunchuan had not escaped Lin Xiong's attention. Although he was merely a branch member of the Lin family, he felt compelled to investigate the strange happenings in Langya, as it was his duty. However, upon discovering that the anomalies might be connected to Gu Xiener of the Huanhua Tower, Lin Xiong's anxiety escalated. Coincidentally, Lin Ruoheng returned home and recounted the events that transpired at Huanhua Tower. This only served to further infuriate Lin Xiong, who berated Lin Ruoheng vehemently. In the time that followed, Lin Xiong devoted himself solely to the pursuit of Gu Xiener and Chen Changan. Yet, a month had passed, and they remained elusive. Every attempt was thwarted by a mere moment's delay. Calm your rage, my lord, the family members implored. Chen Changan's whereabouts are notoriously unpredictable. No one knows his destination. Moreover, Langya is vast, making it exceedingly challenging to locate someone unseen before. The Lin family members sighed in resignation, pondering the enormity of their task. Langya is expansive, we understand, but is Yinchuan not also large? With your capabilities, you cannot find a mere individual in such a small region. If he is indeed missing, have you not inquired? Are they not visiting any location in Yinchuan? A man, a woman, and a dog. Such a combination is hardly uncommon. Who among you is not inept? Lin Xiong bellowed in frustration. Hearing his words, the Lin family members could only manage a wry smile, for the thoughts that plagued Lin Xiong's mind were undoubtedly shared by them. Yet, they still had not uncovered any trace of Chen Changan. My lord, we have indeed been inquiring far and wide. There are reports of sightings, albeit few, and many families and sect members in Yunchuan have assisted us. I have stumbled upon an intriguing detail. It appears Chen Changan has paid visits to several places. However, he departs swiftly, seemingly evading our efforts, as if he is aware of our investigations. Could it be that Chen Changan is genuinely acquainted with the ancestor? One suggested hesitantly. Before the thought could fully form, Lin Xiong shattered the nearby tea table in a fit of rage. Such a notion might deceive that wretched Lin Ruoheng. But the ancestor is no ordinary figure. Just because someone claims to know him does not make it true. If the disturbances in Yunchuan were indeed instigated by Gu Xiener, have you contemplated the ramifications? There lies a deep-seated enmity between us and Gu Xiener. If Chen Changan were a friend of the ancestor, would he take Gu Xiener with him, allowing her to become an adversary to the Lin family? What purpose does your intellect serve? Have you even considered why Chen Changan visited? This may very well be the key to locating him. Lin Xiong inquired solemnly. Upon returning home, the master inquired, having heard that Chen Changan was making inquiries about the Chen family of Langya. The Chen family of Langya? Lin Xiong furrowed his brow, meticulously recalling whether there existed such a family in Langya. To the best of his memory, no such lineage was present. If it did exist, it was but a minor clan, wholly insignificant and unworthy of attention. Chen Changan's inquiries regarding the Chen family likely indicated a connection between him and this clan. It was highly probable that he was indeed a member of the Chen family. Do you truly think that an individual emerging from a family you have never heard of could possibly be acquainted with such an illustrious figure as our ancestor? It is quite absurd that you were concerned about this matter just moments ago. Lin Xiong regarded the gathered individuals with a hint of disdain. Yet as he spoke, he suddenly paused. The Chen family? Which Chen family was he searching for? Lin Xiong furrowed his brow and posed a question. Which Chen family? Did you not just mention it was a family we have never heard of? If you have no knowledge of it, how could we? The members of the Lin family silently scoffed, though they dared not express their thoughts aloud. The master of the house indicated that it seemed they were inquiring whether there was a Chen family in Yunchuan over 500 years ago. 500 years ago? Very well. I comprehend this matter now. You may all depart. Remember, do not let your guard down in the search for Chen Changan and Guxiener. Continue to reinforce our efforts. We must ascertain their whereabouts, for they surely remain in Langia. Yes, master. Once the others departed, Lin Xiong found himself murmuring, how could it be this Chen family? After uttering these words, Lin Xiong's figure flickered, and in the next moment, he arrived at a secluded courtyard belonging to the Lin family. Lin Xiong seeks an audience with the esteemed elders. The Lin family is a collateral branch of the Lin clan, rendering their relations quite complex. On the surface, Lin Xiong held the title of the head of the Clearwater Lin family, the highest position, yet the true authority resided with the elders. The Clearwater Lin family comprised 3 elders, each having attained the realm of Dongxiu. In the past, they were figures of considerable renown within the main lineage. However, as the Lin family grew in strength, several branches eventually emerged, and these 3 were dispatched to safeguard the Clearwater Lin family. The head of the Clearwater Lin family was not necessarily the most gifted or powerful in terms of cultivation, but rather the one most adept at managing family affairs, serving as a sort of facilitator. In the grand scheme of these formidable families, those with true talent devoted their lives solely to becoming stronger, eschewing mundane matters that might hinder their cultivation. Lin Xiong, have you come here for a specific matter concerning the Lin family? Or is it that the recent phenomenon in Yunchuan has yielded some insights? Regarding the elders' inquiry, there are some leads, but I have come not for this purpose. Esteemed elders, do you still recall the Chen family? The Chen family? Upon Lin Xiong's mention, a momentary silence ensued, and soon after, 3 venerable figures appeared before him. The 3 elders of the Clearwater Lin family. Which Chen family are you referring to? The grand elder furrowed his brow and inquired. Is it the Chen family from over 500 years ago? Recently, there has been someone seeking information about the Chen family from that era, a person named Chen Changan. When the anomalies occurred in Yunchuan, he was present at the very site, perhaps connected to these extraordinary events. Strangely, this individual claims to know our ancestor, Lin Shangliu. To know Lin Shangliu? Absurd. Even the Chen family from back then had no ties to him. Now suddenly, a Chen Changan appears, boldly asserting familiarity with our ancestor. Bring him to me. I have questions for him. But this person is currently missing. I wonder what questions the elder wishes to ask. Lin Xiong queried, perplexed. The grand elder produced a translucent orb, the very that Chen Changan was seeking. We 3 have researched this orb for 500 years, yet we have not unraveled its secrets. Chen Changan's inquiries about the Chen family might indicate he is one of them. Perhaps only a member of the Chen family possesses the knowledge of this orb's mysteries. The grand elder's expression grew grave. Elder, I cannot comprehend why, after so many years of study, you have not uncovered its significance. Could it be that this orb is merely a worthless object? Lin Xiong questioned, bewildered. Worthless? Upon hearing this, the 3 elders erupted in laughter. How could an artifact passed down by the Chen family for so many years be deemed worthless? The more we struggle to comprehend it, the more it signifies its value. If we could unveil the orb's secrets and its applications, perhaps we 3 might even have a chance to rival Lin Shangliu. At this statement, Lin Xiong felt a jolt of realization. Could this orb indeed possess such formidable power? It is well known that Lin Shangliu is regarded as a deity among the Lin family. To rival Lin Shangliu would be akin to chasing after a god. 3 elders. I now grasp the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, I will certainly find Chen Changan and bring him back to meet you. Very well, to your utmost, and you shall not be wronged in the future. Yes, thank you, elder. Lin Xiong left with a smile, though a sense of difficulty weighed upon him. With the vastness of Langia, where could Chen Changan possibly be? Chapter 50. How did I fall in love last time? Yangshulin, a place of considerable elevation, is perpetually blanketed in snow. When sunlight graces the white expanse, it refracts into dazzling specks of light, creating an extraordinary spectacle. Despite the enchanting scenery, few venture into this remote locale. There are no precious treasures atop Qilin, only communities of snow spirits. These creatures are inherently combative. Should any outsiders intrude, they would unite in a fierce assault. Consequently, over time, this place has remained largely deserted. Thus, the Lin family, in all their calculations, could scarcely anticipate that Chen Changan would set foot upon Qilin. At this moment, Chen Changan reclined against a great tree, leisurely resting in the snow with his legs crossed. Nearby, De Huang lay listlessly, seemingly lost in thought. The phoenix's immortal body is indeed formidable. In just a month's span, during which most of the time was spent on the road, Qilin cultivation had remarkably ascended to the 9th level of the transcendent realm, merely a step away from the divine ability realm. Such rapid progress would surely pose a challenge for that Chen Yinxian fellow to keep pace. Qilin cultivation speed was astonishing, even giving Chen Changan the impression that her techniques were cultivating themselves. This explains her consecutive breakthroughs in such a short time, especially since a significant portion of the past month had been dedicated to traveling among various sects and families. Regrettably, in Yunchuan, he had found no news of the Chen family. It seemed they were not present in Yunchuan during those years, which accounted for the locals' ignorance. De Huang, I'm speaking to you. Why do you remain utterly unresponsive? Chen Changan queried after a lengthy silence. De Huang lay still, resembling a lifeless beast. Upon hearing Chen Changan's words, De Huang merely turned his head, continuing to lie there, indifferent to Chen Changan's concerns. Puzzled, Chen Changan noted that De Huang had been behaving unusually lately. Could it be that he was unwell? De Huang, we're brothers. If something troubles you, please share it instead of brooding alone. Have you encountered some difficulty? Upon hearing this, De Huang finally looked at Chen Changan, his eyes betraying an unmistakable loneliness. Sighing deeply, De Huang slowly confessed, I wish to visit a brothel. Huh? You wish to frequent such establishments? Chen Changan exclaimed, taken aback. Is this some kind of addiction? Really? You've only been once. How could you have fallen for it so deeply? You've been moping around lately solely over this? You wouldn't understand, De Huang retorted. You have yet to experience true joy. The fragrance, the softness, the comfort. Even the most mundane food and drink are extraordinarily delightful, leaving a lingering taste. It is indeed a paradise on earth, one to which my heart yearns. Observing De Huang's blissful expression, Chen Changan felt an overwhelming urge to chastise him. You, a mere dog, are reminiscing about such indulgences? Aside from eating and drinking, what else can you do? What do you know of genuine happiness? I perceive that you are yearning for the spring of your youth. Fear not, for once we depart from the cloud snow ridge, I shall certainly procure several exquisite female dogs for you, purebred and undeniably splendid, I assure you. Bah, Chen Changan, do you truly regard me as a mere dog? Allow me to clarify. I am a pure-blooded divine beast, a noble Qilin, a fact you have reiterated many times. It is well understood. However, I am determined to visit the pleasure quarters. The decision is yours to make. De Huang has also learned the art of stubbornness, rolling on the ground in a dramatic display, resolutely refusing to rise until Chen Changan concedes. With a sidelong glance at De Huang, Chen Changan rose without a word and turned to leave. I shall check on Qilin if you wish to roll about. Then stay here and establish your residence at Cloud Snow Ridge. Seeing that Chen Changan was unmoved, De Huang sprang to his feet, shaking off the snow that had settled upon him, and hurried after Chen Changan. After all, we are brothers. I know you possess a heart not so devoid of compassion. Tell me, where is it that one cannot indulge in feasting and revelry? In the pleasure quarters, one can enjoy themselves thoroughly, and the expenditure is worthwhile. You're not short on funds, after all. If you find it unappealing, you need not summon the maidens. You have Qilin to attend to you. Alas, poor De Huang, who has followed you out from the forbidden forest, now finds himself alone, without kin or companions, unable to persuade through stubbornness. De Huang resorted to a tragic display, eliciting a sigh of resignation from Chen Changan. Enough! Are you not exhausted from this performance? I shall take you there once more when the opportunity arises. Do learn from this experience. Look at how you have transformed into a canine patron. Da Huang disregarded Chen Changan's remarks, fixated solely on the prospect of another visit, unconcerned about the words spoken. Is life not meant to be lived with exuberance and joy? What does it matter how one appears? Happiness is paramount. Would you not agree? With a wide grin, Da Huang exuded sheer delight, as though the entrance to the pleasure quarters lay just ahead. Chen Changan shook his head in exasperation, yet he did not dispute the sentiment. For Da Huang's reasoning held a certain weight. Da Huang, do you not find it peculiar? Or have all the snow spirits of Cloud, Snow Ridge vanished too? As they continued onward, Chen Changan sensed something amiss. Not a single snow spirit was in sight. With my presence here, they must be hiding far away. That is to be expected. Yet, poor Qilin has been searching for ages without success. What sort of training is this? Da Huang replied with a sense of pride. At that moment, Qilin was equally disheartened. Chen Changan had brought her to Cloud Snow Ridge with the intention of honing her combat skills. However, after searching extensively, she had encountered not a single snow spirit, nor even a small creature. My lord, Qilin exclaimed as Chen Changan approached. It is of no consequence that we cannot find the snow spirits. There is no need for such alarm. Chen Changan discerned Qilin anxiety and offered her some words of solace. However, it has long been said that the Yangtze Ridge is home to numerous snow demons, and I have indeed discovered traces left behind by these creatures. Yet, why do they seem to have vanished in a thin air, completely eluding our search? Qilin inquired, puzzled. Regarding this matter, Chen Changan too felt a surge of curiosity. The presence of traces indicates that the snow demons are indeed real and not mere fabrications. Yet, what could account for their total disappearance? Chen Changan was not inclined to believe that it was due to Da Huang, as this creature had not released any of its aura, which would not affect the snow demons in the slightest. I have already stated, it is not because of Chen Changan abruptly interrupted Da Huang, who was about to boast. Fine, considering you invited me to the brothel. Da Huang expanded his senses, and suddenly his expression shifted, catching Chen Changan off guard. It is likely that few things could truly move Da Huang. What is the matter? Is there a situation? Chen Changan asked. Yes, a significant situation. Chapter 51. The enigmatic heavenly pool and the story-laden village. What is this situation? Chen Changan inquired, casting a curious glance at Da Huang, wondering if the fellow was serious. Da Huang, cease your nonsense. What exactly is going on? How should I put it? The snow demons indeed exist, and their numbers are remarkably vast. I estimate their population exceeds 1,000, as expected of a gregarious beast. 1,000, you say? That is indeed a considerable number. But how does this relate to the pressing situation? However, Yingyue Ridge harbors not just snow demons, but also humans. Strangely, these humans are now congregating with the snow demons. Da Huang glanced at Chen Changan with a hint of exasperation. Congregating together? Engaging in a brawl? That seems improbable. A mere skirmish would hardly warrant Da Huang's concern regarding a significant matter. Could it be a gathering of sorts? Yet, isn't it said that the snow demons are inherently combative and disdainful of humans? Spare me your gasps. Speak your mind fully, Chen Changan said, furrowing his brow. Worship. They are worshipping the snow demons and humans together. I discovered that at the highest point of Yingyue Ridge, there lies a heavenly pool, adjacent to a village where humans have always resided. The relationship between these snow demons and humans appears to be mutually beneficial. They coexist harmoniously. However, what they are worshipping remains unclear. This heavenly pool is suspicious. The existence of humans in Yingyue Ridge is something I have never heard mentioned in Yinchuan. This place is indeed intriguing. Snow demons, humans, a heavenly pool, and worship. It feels as though this locale is steeped in stories. Come, let us investigate, Chen Changan declared with a smile. Indeed, I am curious. This is a scenario I have yet to witness, Da Huang replied, his interest piqued. With both Chen Changan and Da Huang expressing their intent, Qilin, a maid, naturally followed closely behind. The trio, 2 men and a dog, ascended together, traversing the path without any peril, eventually reaching the pinnacle of Yingyue Ridge. Before them lay a vast expanse, and the first sight to greet their eyes was a quaint village. Wisps of smoke rose from the chimneys, exuding a sense of life. Yet at that moment, not a soul could be seen. All the villagers had gathered several hundred meters away by the heavenly pool. Surrounding the pool were the villagers and the snow demons of Yunhua Ridge. In unison, they faced the pool, kneeling on the ground, murmuring incantations whose meanings were unknown to the onlookers. Their demeanor appeared reverent. Could it be that their ancestors resided within the pool? Yet, something felt amiss. While it made sense for humans to venerate their ancestors, what role did the snow demons play? Were their ancestors also within the heavenly pool? Da Huang, haven't you noticed that there is something peculiar about this pool? Of course I have. It seems enveloped in a sphere of energy, rendering my perception ineffective. To be able to obstruct my senses, this heavenly pool is undoubtedly extraordinary. Although Da Huang may seem somewhat out of tune, its prowess is undeniable, capable of obscuring its perceptive abilities. This heavenly pool is indeed remarkable. Young master, shall we go and take a look? Gu Xianer inquired from the side. Wait, Chen Changan replied, shaking his head. There is no enmity or grievance. There is no need to disturb their ritual. He chose to sit aside, patiently awaiting the conclusion of their worship. As time passed, the sun dipped lower in the sky, and a brisk wind swept across the peak of Yunhua Ridge. So cold, Gu Xianer suddenly exclaimed, leaving both Chen Changan and Da Huang momentarily stunned. Cold? How could Gu Xianer, a cultivator of the 9th level of the extraordinary realm, feel chilled by a gust of wind? This place indeed harbors mysteries. It seemed the gathering was drawing to a close. Chen Changan glanced towards the heavenly pool and observed that both the villagers and the snow spirits were gradually rising. Despite their division into two factions, their interactions appeared harmonious, with the villagers even exchanging smiles and friendly words with the spirits. Surprisingly, the snow spirits, typically described as combative and averse to humans, were engaging amicably with them. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the snow spirits, indicating that, having completed their worship, they had become aware of Chen Changan and his companions. Do not make a move. They have been here for some time without disturbing us. They seem to harbor no ill intentions. Allow me to approach first and inquire. The village chief interjected as the snow spirits prepared to launch an attack against Chen Changan and his group. The snow spirits appeared to obey the village chief's command, standing obediently aside at his word, though their gazes remained vigilant towards Chen Changan and his companions. Upon seeing the village chief approach, Chen Changan rose, wearing a friendly smile to convey his harmless intent. May I inquire what brings you here, young friend? The village chief asked, scrutinizing Chen Changan's expression for a response. Chen Changan candidly shared his purpose, revealing no hidden motives. It was a chance discovery, not a scheme at all. So, it seems this is merely a coincidence. You have witnessed what transpired. Why do you linger? Why not ask? The village chief's meaning was clear. Having seen the gathering, were they not curious about its purpose? If there was no curiosity, why not depart instead of waiting here? Naturally, there was curiosity. However, a gentleman knows what to pursue and what to avoid. In such a significant circumstance, I trust you would not wish for any disturbances. I am merely waiting for a moment. It will not consume much time. Upon hearing Chen Changan's words, the village chief nodded, easing his wariness towards him. Gu Xianer was equally impressed, recognizing the integrity with which the young master conducted himself. Only Da Huang, standing aside, struggled to suppress its distaste. A gentleman knows what to pursue and what to avoid. How many honorable deeds have you actually performed? As twilight descended, uncertainty loomed over us. Might we find refuge here for a single night? The village chief furrowed his brow slightly. This village had never before taken in outsiders. Even those who had inadvertently stumbled upon this place were promptly dismissed. I apologize, but it is rather inconvenient for us here. If there are no other matters, I must insist that you depart swiftly. There is nothing here to pique your curiosity. The village chief's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of seriousness. Having spoken, he disregarded any further words from Chen Changan and turned away. After all, as strangers, the chief could not afford to lower his guard entirely. He led the villagers back into the heart of the village, while the snow spirits, though having vacated the heavenly pool, remained hidden nearby, keeping a watchful eye on them. Such caution was indeed remarkable. What secrets lay within this pool that evoked such unease? The more they exhibited this behavior, the more intrigued Chen Changan became. What if we were to undertake a nocturnal venture to the heavenly pool? Big Yellow inquired with palpable excitement. Chapter 52. Alone at the heavenly pool. This is inappropriate, utterly inappropriate. I am a person of integrity. Chen Changan hastily waved his hand, declining De Huang's suggestion. A person of integrity? De Huang cast a scornful glance at Chen Changan. Have you refrained from committing unscrupulous acts over the years? Being a person of integrity certainly allowed Xian Wudao to languish as a beggar for 3 millennia. If not for your master driving him out, he would likely have remained in that identity for his entire life. You claim to be a person of integrity? How can we deem this a nighttime escapade? We are merely observing, driven by pure curiosity. It's been days and you haven't bathed. Shouldn't you cleanse yourself properly? In this frigid weather, there is but one place with water. If not the heavenly pool, then where else? Xiener, do you not agree? Chen Changan inquired earnestly. Gu Xiener had not anticipated that the seemingly serious Chen Changan could exhibit such a side. Could this truly be his authentic self? How shameless! Yet, there was an endearing quality to it. Every word you speak is utterly reasonable, my lord. It should indeed be so. Gu Xiener responded with equal seriousness. Goodness! De Huang stood aside, stunned. It was one thing for Chen Changan to be shameless, but now Gu Xiener seemed to have lost her composure as well. Upon their first meeting, although she had fallen into the depths of the world, she remained untainted, possessing an innate nobility and a personal code. How could she have abandoned her principles so quickly after associating with Chen Changan? Gu Xiener, you have changed, transformed into someone as shameless as him, De Huang remarked disdainfully. Preposterous, De Huang. For Xiener, the words of my lord are paramount. If my lord asserts it, then it is the truth. Therefore, Xiener has not changed. Gu Xiener replied with a gentle smile. Well then, I cannot contend with you too. What shall we do now? I can hardly contain my curiosity. What secrets lie within the heavenly pool? I truly wish to uncover them. De Huang expressed with excitement. We must go without a doubt. However, I have no desire to harm the villagers. They are innocent. Therefore, De Huang, you must devise a plan to ensure that both the villagers and those snow spirits fall into a deep slumber. Is there a method for this? Chen Changan inquired. Is that all? You truly underestimate me. De Huang shot a dismissive glance at Chen Changan, then vanished in a flash, only to return moments later. All is taken care of. Rest assured, I shall ensure they remain asleep for at least 10 days, if not longer. That will suffice for our visit to the heavenly pool. Let us proceed. By the way, Xiener, it would be best if you refrain from accompanying us. Your cultivation is too weak. We must avoid any unforeseen circumstances. De Huang reflected briefly, convinced that it would be safer for Gu Xiener to stay behind, for none could predict what awaited them at the depths of the heavenly pool. Very well. Gu Xiener felt a fleeting moment of disappointment, but it quickly faded, replaced by a sense of calm. She silently vowed to diligently cultivate her skills, striving to attain the strength necessary to avoid being a burden. Together, they would face the challenges ahead. She realized that remaining here was not entirely safe, yet with Chen Changan's presence, what danger could there be? Chen Changan discerned Gu Xiener's despondency. Bringing one person down should not pose any significant issue. He did not require protection. De Huang could merely keep an eye on Gu Xiener. What nonsense is this? How could it be unsafe? I can handle both the villagers and the snow demons. Your words are an affront to my abilities, De Huang retorted, visibly displeased. With your prowess, what harm could possibly come from her accompanying you? Is there truly any danger in following you? Chen Changan replied with a smile, his words resonating with reason. Come along, and I assure you, you shall face no peril. Thank you, young master, and thank you, esteemed De Huang, Gu Xiener said, her expression brightening as she followed closely behind Chen Changan, making their way to the heavenly pool. Young master, I cannot cross. She hesitated. Alas, neither can I. Upon reaching the heavenly pool, De Huang and Gu Xiener discovered a barrier obstructing their path, leaving only Chen Changan unaffected. This must be a protective barrier. During the day, your perception was likely hindered by it, he explained. Indeed, I almost overlooked your peculiar abilities. The barrier poses no challenge to you. How audacious it is to attempt to impede me. I shall uncover the secrets of this barrier, De Huang asserted, his temper flaring as he employed all his skills to dismantle it. There is something amiss with this barrier. I cannot break through it, he exclaimed, bewildered. Could it be that this barrier was set by a peak emperor-level expert? Its fortitude astonished De Huang. Few barriers in this world could best him. Only a barrier meticulously crafted by a peak emperor could achieve such resilience. Are you suggesting that a peak emperor-level expert resides within this heavenly pool? Qilin pondered. That seems highly unlikely. Or could it be that a peak emperor has imprisoned something here? This barrier not only prevents outsiders from entering, but also keeps whatever lies within from escaping. Chen Changan mused, his brow furrowing as he analyzed their predicament. However, there exists another possibility. This barrier might be of natural origin, formed due to an extraordinary treasure hidden within the heavenly pool. Regardless of the scenario, Chen Changan's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Chen Changan, you don't intend to venture down there alone, do you? You. De Huang initially sought to dissuade him. Yet upon reflection, he thought, this rascal is unlikely to meet his demise, so why worry? It's fine. Go ahead, be swift in your return. I shall keep watch from above. Very well. If you cannot enter, then I shall descend alone. There should be no significant issues. Chen Changan smiled faintly, then leaped gracefully into the heavenly pool. Observing his figure, Qilin felt a twinge of concern. Elder De Huang, will my lord truly be safe? How is he faring now? She inquired, her worry palpable. I cannot perceive the situation within, but you need not fret. Chen Changan may lack other talents, yet his resilience is unparalleled. In this world, there exists no one capable of injuring him. Elder De Huang assured her with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing these words, Qilin finally exhaled in relief, yet her admiration for Chen Changan only deepened. Invincible. It is only through invincibility that one can render themselves impervious to harm. Indeed, my lord is extraordinary. Chapter 53. At the bottom of the heavenly pool, a familiar face, Chen Changan, leapt into the depths of the heavenly pool, only to discover that the expanse below was far grander than that above. The depth exceeded his expectations. He dove swiftly, plunging nearly 100 meters. It still found no bottom. Though his cultivation was merely at the initial stage of true qi, his strength belied this limitation. Furthermore, due to his unique constitution, the water pressure posed no threat to him. Continuing his descent, he eventually plunged nearly 1,000 meters before encountering something extraordinary. At the bottom of the pool lay a barrier that shielded the water, isolating it from an opening in the cavern beneath. Intriguing. A smile crept onto Chen Changan's face as he swiftly darted into the cave entrance. Upon entering, he found himself enveloped in darkness. The passage was narrow and elongated, yet did not hinder his ability to walk upright. With a flick of his finger, a golden sword qi surged forth, illuminating the surroundings. The passage was not extensive, measuring approximately 100 meters, culminating at a stone door. Before long, Chen Changan stood before the stone door, expecting to exert some effort to push it open, only to be surprised when it yielded effortlessly. Beyond the door, darkness prevailed again, but his keen senses indicated that the space was not particularly vast. Most importantly, there was warmth. This warmth was not of natural origin, but rather signified the presence of life. Someone was here. I am aware of your presence, and I mean no harm. I merely passed through and found this place curious, prompting my visit. Chen Changan spoke calmly. The presence he sensed was formidable, eluding his perception and evading his senses. Yet, he was certain that the individual was nearby. Chen Changan? Suddenly, a tentative voice emerged from the shadows. That single utterance left Chen Changan momentarily stunned. A familiar face? What was happening? Had acquaintances gathered in this desolate place? You recognize me? He asked, bewildered. Upon receiving an affirmative response, the oil lamps surrounding them ignited, casting a warm glow throughout the stone chamber. The chamber was simply adorned, featuring a stone bed, a stone table, and a stone chair. While Chen Changan surveyed his surroundings, an individual emerged from behind a stone wall. Upon seeing this person, he was initially taken aback, but a name quickly surfaced in his mind. Lai Zhanquang, how is it you? I thought you were dead. The revelation of the individual's identity astonished Chen Changan. After all, Lai Zhanquang was someone he had known for 7 or 8,000 years. Having heard nothing of him in all this time, Chen Changan had presumed he had perished, only to find him sequestered at the bottom of the heavenly pool. What a peculiar hobby. Lai Zhanquang approached the stone bed and seated himself, gesturing for Chen Changan to take a seat on the stone chair. I never anticipated that after so many years, you would still be alive and that we would encounter each other here. Fate can be quite the trickster. To be honest, I have not seen a familiar face in over 6,000 years. It is truly frustrating. Immensely so, lamented Lai Zhanquang. 6,000 years in this place? Did you offend someone? Chen Changan inquired with curiosity. It is well known that Lai Zhanquang was an extraordinary talent in his youth, possessing a gift that surpassed even Xian Wudao, coupled with an arrogant demeanor. He was always eager to challenge others, ready to engage in conflicts at the slightest provocation. Chen Changan was not surprised by his current predicament. This troublemaker was indeed born to stir up chaos. Indeed, I offended a powerful emperor. There was no choice but to hide away. For all these years, I have not dared to venture outside. Fortunately, this place is quite nice, and others cannot enter. How did you manage to come here? Suddenly, Lai Zhanquang recalled the question of how Chen Changan had arrived in this locale. I simply walked in. This barrier is ineffective against me. However, you have improved significantly. It even kept De Huang at bay. Chen Changan replied with a smile. De Huang is here too? Yes, you two are inseparable. After all these years, it is astonishing that it is still alive. What breed of dog is it? How can it be so extraordinary? Lai Zhanquang inquired with intrigue. The king of dogs, Chen Changan remarked. The king of dogs? After living this long, it is on the verge of becoming the dog emperor. Enough about that. Let us discuss your situation. Which emperor did you offend? There are not many powerful emperors in the Taishan realm. Chen Changan continued with curiosity. Who else could it be but that old wretch, Long Wuqi? All I did was comment on how hideous he looked, and he sent 10 undying realm beings to hunt me down. Brother, at that time, I was merely in the supreme realm. Was it really necessary to send 10 undying realm warriors after me? My father, in his frustration, expelled me from the family to avoid implicating them. Ah, such deep paternal affection, Lai Zhanquang said with a wry smile. Long Wuqi, the founder of the Dragon Emperor Palace, one of the few powerful emperors in the Taishan realm today. The Dragon Emperor Palace is formidable, and I have learned a bit about Long Wuqi from Mu Yun'eo. Long Wuqi and Mu Yun'eo are contemporaries, both at the pinnacle of the emperor level. Lai Zhanquang indeed brought this upon himself. Long Wuqi's greatest taboo is being called ugly, and he dared to provoke such ire. If he does not kill you, whom will he spare? Is this barrier around the heavenly pool also your doing? Chen Changan asked with curiosity. Not at all. I lack that capability. Although I have attained the undying realm, I'm still not capable of setting up such a barrier. It was already in place when I arrived. Otherwise, I would not have chosen this location. Lai Zhanquang replied with a bitter laugh. It was here before? Then how did you enter? De Huang could not get in. Chen Changan questioned in confusion. Upon hearing Chen Changan's words, Lai Zhanquang replied with a touch of resignation. Perhaps it is merely a matter of luck. The celestial pool atop Yunqiwei Ridge has always existed, and so, too, has its barrier. However, this barrier experiences fleeting moments of stasis at intervals. I stumbled upon this revelation by chance, which is why I sought refuge within. I waited a year to enter the barrier of the celestial pool, and another year for the entrance beneath the water. It is quite troublesome, thus I seldom venture out. After listening, Chen Changan understood that indeed, there exists a flaw within this barrier. Yet, what about the villagers and the snow spirits outside? Do they have any connection to you? Could it be that these people are worshipping you? This is both true and not true. It is rather complicated. Then, please explain it in simpler terms. Very well. Chapter 54. Why does your touch elicit a response? As Lai Zhanquang recounted the tale, Chen Changan gained a rudimentary understanding of the circumstances from years past. The villagers and snow spirits had existed here long before Lai Zhanquang's arrival. According to his narration, They appeared to venerate a deity known as the snow god. The heavenly pool served as the sanctuary of the snow god, and the villagers, who called themselves devotees, had protected this sacred place for generations to prevent any disturbances to their revered deity. The snow spirits shared a similar devotion. When Lai Zhan Kuang inadvertently stumbled into the heavenly pool, the villagers mistook him for the snow god upon sighting him. Regardless of the circumstances, there must have been something here before you. Otherwise, how can one explain the existence of this barrier? You have resided here for millennia. Have you discovered nothing? Chen Changan inquired, his brow furrowed. Upon entering the cavern, Chen Changan found no alternative passages. The end led only to this stone chamber. Yet, he believed it could not possibly be so straightforward. I once shared your doubts. To be candid, throughout these millennia, I have tirelessly sought the secrets of the heavenly pool. I too yearn for this opportunity. Perhaps my cultivation would flourish, propelling me to the realm of the Emperor. Then I would certainly teach that hideous dragon witching a lesson. Damn it, he is so unsightly and yet cannot be criticized. Isn't that infuriating? It was evident that despite the passage of thousands of years, Lai Zhan Kuang's animosity towards dragon witching remained undiminished, perhaps even intensified. Enough of your grievances. Can we discuss the matter at hand? Chen Changan sighed, exasperated. The matter at hand is this. After all these years, I have discovered nothing beyond this stone chamber. In such a confined space, I have lingered for countless years. Do you not find that utterly frustrating? Lai Zhan Kuang lamented. Just this one stone chamber? So, have you not relieved yourself in all these years? Chen Changan's abrupt shift in conversation left Lai Zhan Kuang momentarily stunned. Relieve myself? What has that to do with anything? Lai Zhan Kuang retorted, regaining his composure. I have consumed nothing over these years. What excrement could I possibly produce? Moreover, what cultivation level do I possess? How can my body generate such filth? For powerful cultivators, the need for sustenance diminishes. They absorb the essence of heaven and earth to nourish their bodies, which is far more effective. Even if I were to consume something, it would be directly transformed into energy, leaving no waste. Chen Changan's inquiries were clearly a jest aimed at him. Nevertheless, during my extended stay here, I have observed some intriguing phenomena. Every 6 months, the spiritual energy in this place erupts with remarkable intensity, astonishing even someone of my experience. Yet, I have yet to locate its source. Taking advantage of a moment when the barrier weakened, I ventured into the heavenly pool in search of something, only to discover that it was not within its depths. I suspect there must be some location I have yet to uncover, remarked Lai Zhan Kuang with a grave expression. Suspect? Is there even any need for suspicion? The truth is glaringly evident. Nonetheless, the spiritual energy at the bottom of the heavenly pool is indeed exceedingly dense. Even in the absence of a spiritual outburst, Chen Changan could sense that it was 2 or 3 times more potent than above. Unfortunately, Chen Changan's body could no longer absorb spiritual energy. Otherwise, he might have unearthed something significant. By the way, why did you hide when I entered earlier? Why is there a solitary stone wall in this stone chamber? Chen Changan inquired, gazing at Lai Zhan Kuang. A stranger suddenly approached, and since ordinary people cannot enter this place, I initially thought that the scoundrel Long Wuching was after me, replied Lai Zhan Kuang. As for this stone wall, it was already here when I arrived. However, it posed no issue, as I had thoroughly examined it long ago. Examined it? Chen Changan believed that Lai Zhan Kuang would not deceive him. Yet that did not guarantee the absence of problems merely because it had been inspected. This is not solely a matter of capability. Intellect is paramount. Clearly, Lai Zhan Kuang lacked it. Under Lai Zhan Kuang's disdainful gaze, Chen Changan approached the stone wall directly. The space behind the wall was not vast, measuring merely 2 meters in width and 3 meters in length. It was unclear why such an object existed. However, the presence of seemingly useless items often signifies the crux of the issue. Still not convinced? Look, there is nothing here, Lai Zhan Kuang retorted, somewhat displeased after following Chen Changan. He felt that Chen Changan's disbelief was an affront to him. If I, after thousands of years, had not discovered it, how could you possibly see it? Chen Changan then extended his hand to touch the walls on either side, and to his astonishment, his hand directly sank into the wall. Initially taken aback, he then cast a provocative glance back at Lai Zhangquang. This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. I have explored this place countless times. Why? Lai Zhangquang was utterly dumbfounded. Why? Am I being discriminated against by this stone wall? My touch yields no response, yet Chen Changan's does? A coincidence. It must be a coincidence. I shall see for myself. Lai Zhangquang, unwilling to accept defeat, approached the stone wall Chen Changan had touched. What the hell? Why? Lai Zhangquang was completely bewildered. Chen Changan's hand remained embedded in the wall, while his own touch still felt only the stone. The positioning is incorrect. Withdraw your hand, and let me touch the spot where you placed yours. Very well, be my guest. Chen Changan smiled, withdrawing his hand. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Lai Zhangquang still felt only the stone wall, with no alterations whatsoever. Damn it, why? I simply want to know why. Why can you do it, but I cannot? Lai Zhangquang exclaimed in frustration. Because I am more handsome than you. Chen Changan replied with a calm smile. More handsome than oneself? Lai Zhangquang is not unremarkable in appearance. He can certainly be described as handsome. However, when compared to Chen Changan, he pales significantly. Fine. I can see that you are somewhat more attractive. Regardless, both of us are far more pleasing to the eye than that scoundrel, Long Wuqi. Upon hearing this, Chen Changan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was it really necessary to dwell on such matters? This should be a barrier, though it resembles a stone wall. You cannot pass through it, hence it feels no different from a regular stone wall. However, the barrier is ineffective against me, allowing me to traverse it while you cannot. Chen Changan remarked with a smile. All right, then you should proceed inside. I shall wait for you outside. Is this truly how you intend to give up? Given your temperament, I would expect you to erupt in fury and attempt to break the barrier with fervor. Chen Changan cast a curious glance at Lai Zhangquang, finding this behavior inconsistent with his character. Fury? Nonsense. I have endured for countless years. I am more aware than anyone of the barrier's strength. Hurry inside. Let us not waste time here. I too wish to uncover the secrets of this place, Lai Zhangquang urged impatiently. Very well. I shall enter now. You wait for me outside. Agreed. Chapter 55. The Celestial Spirit Fruit on the Celestial Spirit Tree upon entering the stone wall. Chen Changan discovered that the space behind it was significantly larger than that of the stone chamber, at least tenfold or more. Contrary to his expectations, it was not engulfed in darkness, but rather illuminated by a soft azure glow. At the center of this azure expanse stood a translucent tree, radiating a gentle blue light. Capturing Chen Changan's attention. This was, upon beholding the tree, Chen Changan was momentarily stunned. No wonder there were periodic surges of spiritual energy here. It was, astonishingly, a celestial spirit tree that had solidified into a tangible form. He could only speculate how many years it took to manifest such a being. However, he had heard of its existence from Mu Yunyao long ago. The celestial spirit tree is the culmination of pure and concentrated spiritual energy, gradually condensing over countless millennia. In the Taishan realm, few have truly discovered and located a celestial spirit tree. Most merely encounter it through ancient texts. Chen Changan was astonished to find such a tree hidden within the Tianqi of the modest Yunxue Ridge in Langia, a tree that would drive all beings in the Taishan realm to madness. To cultivate beside the celestial spirit tree would undoubtedly amplify one's progress several-fold, if not exponentially. However, the true marvel of this tree lay in the celestial spirit fruits that had condensed upon it. 15 fruits, astonishingly, had grown upon its branches. The celestial spirit fruit, a distillation of the tree's essence, is exceedingly rare and takes 3,000 years to form a single fruit. With 15 present, the time required for their formation alone had reached an astounding 45,000 years. This indicates that the celestial spirit tree must have existed for an even longer duration. The so-called snow god must have discovered this tree, which is likely why he remained here, perhaps partaking of the celestial spirit fruits himself. 15 celestial spirit fruits represented a monumental windfall, yet their preservation was no trivial matter. The moment a fruit detached from the tree, it required a vessel crafted from 10,000-year-old warm jade. Otherwise, it would gradually dissipate over time. Furthermore, The fruits could not be handled for extended periods. With such treasures at hand, it would be a pity to let them go unclaimed. 15 should pose no significant challenge. Over the years, Chen Changan had accumulated a fair share, supplemented by occasional gifts from his master, Mu Yunyao. He indeed possessed an impressive collection of fine items. While 10,000-year-old warm jade was of limited utility for practitioners, it served well as a container, making it a sought-after commodity. Mu Yunyao had collected quite a bit. Thus Chen Changan had access to this precious material. He first sought out a vessel made from the warm jade, then carefully struck down the celestial spirit fruits one by one, placing them within the container. All 15 were secured without leaving a single one behind. Alas, the celestial spirit tree cannot be taken away, otherwise. Chen Changan was not greedy. He merely wished to uproot it entirely. After securely storing the celestial spirit fruit, he surveyed the surroundings once more, for thieves should not return empty-handed. It appeared that this place harbored only this solitary celestial spirit tree, devoid of any other treasures. Chen Changan felt a tinge of disappointment, as he had heard that locations where celestial spirit trees manifested might also give rise to accompanying spirit beasts or spirit herbs. Could it be that the so-called snow god had already claimed them long ago? This seemed a more plausible scenario, for others had undoubtedly seized the opportunity first, leaving no chance for such precious treasures to remain. The presence of the celestial spirit tree and its fruits was solely due to the fact that he could not transport the tree itself. Have you emerged? So soon? What lies within? Speak up. Upon seeing Chen Changan step out from the stone wall, Lai Zhanquang eagerly bombarded him with questions. Chen Changan paid him no mind and instead settled onto the stone chair. Look at you, receiving guests without any hospitality. You possess no understanding of etiquette, Chen Changan scoffed. Huh? Hospitality? Lai Zhanquang looked at him in bewilderment. I have nothing to offer. How can I be hospitable? Don't start picking a fight. What do you expect me to do? Urinate for you to drink? He retorted, somewhat irritated. It seems you have no interest in uncovering the secrets of the heavenly pool. Chen Changan replied indifferently. Wait, brother, I apologize. Please tell me quickly what it is like inside. Are there treasures? Lai Zhanquang asked with a grin. There aren't. It is a supreme treasure. A supreme treasure? Anything that Chen Changan deems as such must be extraordinary. Where is it? Show me. Rest assured I, Lai Zhanquang, have enough integrity not to steal. I merely wish to see what it is. I cannot take it out. Cannot take it out? What do you mean? The celestial spirit tree. Can you take it out? The celestial spirit tree? Upon hearing those 3 words, Lai Zhanquang was utterly flabbergasted. This was indeed the fabled entity of legends. Are you saying that beneath the heavenly pool, next to my stone chamber, there exists a celestial spirit tree? I have lingered beside this celestial spirit tree for thousands of years, completely oblivious to its presence. No wonder the spiritual energy here is so abundant and prone to explosive surges. The celestial spirit tree. It truly is the celestial spirit tree. Lai Zhanquang spun in circles like a madman, his excitement palpable. Chen Changan, you are bound to strike it rich. Then why did you come out? Stay by the celestial spirit tree to cultivate. By the way, what level are you at now? You only seem to exhibit the first stage of true qi. Are you just pretending to be modest? If you haven't broken through to the Emperor realm, you might as well stay here in seclusion. I believe you have the potential to reach the Emperor realm. Lai Zhanquang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Within the heart of Lai Zhanquang, Chen Changan has always appeared more formidable than himself. Even without having ascended to the realm of the Emperor, he is surely at the pinnacle of the immortal stage. Do you not desire this? Of course, I yearn for it, but alas, I cannot access it. This opportunity seems destined to elude me. Lai Zhanquang sighed helplessly, reflecting on the several millennia he had spent here in vain, only for Chen Changan to arrive and discover the celestial spirit tree. Clearly, this immense fortune does not belong to him. As friends, allow me to present you with a gift. With that, Chen Changan produced a celestial spirit fruit and tossed it to Lai Zhanquang. Consume it at once. Lai Zhanquang was momentarily taken aback, but upon hearing Chen Changan's words, he did not hesitate and promptly ingested the celestial spirit fruit. What in the world is this? Such pure and rich spiritual energy. He had not anticipated that the item Chen Changan bestowed upon him would be so precious. The celestial spirit fruit. As you are aware of the celestial spirit tree, you must also know of this. However, no one has ever consumed such a thing, and its effects remain unknown. Please verify its efficacy for me. Chen Changan remarked with a gentle smile. Very well, such matters are indeed beneficial. I shall begin my cultivation now. Chapter 56. De Huang. Am I truly as dog-like as you imagine? A rich aura enveloped Lai Zhanquang, filling him with exhilaration. As he continuously practiced his techniques, he aspired to breach the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Time gradually slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Throughout this period, Lai Zhanquang diligently absorbed the energy from the immortal spirit fruit, while Chen Changan remained unperturbed, quietly observing from the side. Senior De Huang, the young master has been down for 3 days. Why hasn't he returned? Could there truly be some danger? Gu Xianer expressed her concern, her heart heavy with worry due to Chen Changan's prolonged absence. I cannot sense anything below, De Huang replied reassuringly. However, rest assured, I have said it before, no one in this world can harm Chen Changan. Let us wait a little longer. Although Gu Xianer remained anxious, De Huang's words provided her with some solace. Damn it, why is this so difficult? Lai Zhanquang cursed aloud upon ceasing his cultivation. Despite the abundant energy, breaking through the barrier of the Emperor realm proved exceedingly challenging. Finished? Chen Changan inquired. Not yet. The energy of the immortal spirit fruit is too potent. It is impossible for me to fully absorb it within just 3 days. I fear it will take at least a year for me to completely digest this energy. This treasure is indeed formidable, Lai Zhanquang admitted, marveling at the immortal spirit fruit strength. My own cultivation requires a year. For others, it might take even longer. Is the energy within the immortal spirit fruit turbulent? Chen Changan asked. Not all. It is quite gentle. Even children who have not cultivated can consume it without adverse effects. However, they would gain little benefit. First, they cannot absorb it, and second, the energy would dissipate over time. As for the third point, I cannot say, Lai Zhanquang responded. Why do you speak such nonsense? Chen Changan retorted. Well, I too have been down here for 3 days. It is time for me to leave. What about you? What are your plans? You are leaving already? Regardless, it is a reunion of old friends. I did not expect you to depart so soon, Lai Zhanquang remarked, feeling a pang of reluctance at the thought of parting after so many years. You go on ahead. I shall remain for the time being. I cannot exit, nor do I wish to leave just yet. I intend to spend this year striving for the Emperor realm. By then, I will be ready to step out confidently, Lai Zhanquang declared solemnly. He was at the peak of the Emperor realm. Even if Chen Changan broke through, he might not stand a chance against him. I understand, but he would not dare to strike at me lightly, Lai Zhanquang continued. Once I emerge, I will seek you out, and we shall have a proper reunion. Very well, Chen Changan replied with a smile, and with Lai Zhanquang's reluctant gaze upon him, he departed from the heavenly pool. Upon Chen Changan's arrival at the heavenly pool, both De Huang and Gu Xianer breathed a sigh of relief. Although De Huang was aware that Chen Changan would not meet his demise, he also understood that the young man's true strength was still lacking. While his life was safe from dire threats, what if he were to be captured? What is there below? My lord, you have returned. Chen Changan greeted Gu Xianer with a smile, and then cast a sidelong glance at De Huang. Look at her. She knows to express concern for me, while you merely inquire about what lies beneath. Beneath lies your ancestor. After uttering this, Chen Changan hesitated momentarily, pondering whether his remark towards the battle maniac could be considered taking advantage of the situation. De Huang, however, was too indifferent to engage further, having grown accustomed to Chen Changan's antics over the years. Speak plainly, what transpired? Chen Changan recounted the events that had unfolded below. That brat, Lai Zhanquang, has finally met his comeuppance, hasn't he? Ultimately, he paid the price for his youthful recklessness. Yet, it is fortunate that he is still alive. Who would have thought that within the heavenly pool of Yunxue Ridge, there exists a celestial spirit tree? This singular entity is likely the only one of its kind in the entire Taishan realm. De Huang, would you care to taste the fruit of the celestial spirit tree? Chen Changan inquired with a grin. You would bestow such a precious item upon me? Da Huang regarded Chen Changan with curiosity, surprised by his newfound generosity. Of course, but you must assist me with a simple task, Chen Changan replied, his smile unwavering. Oomph. I knew you weren't so magnanimous. What is it that you wish me to do? Make a trip to the northern region and deliver a celestial spirit fruit to Chen Yanxian. The northern region, Chen Yanxian? You indeed hold this lad in high regard, thinking of him even when you possess something valuable. However, the distance to the northern region is not insurmountable. Are you concerned that I might pilfer the fruit intended for Chen Yanxian? Chen Changan, do you think so lowly of me? Are you not, in essence, a dog? Da Huang and Chen Changan understood each other well, recognizing that if Chen Changan did not first grant Da Huang a fruit, the rascal would undoubtedly consume it en route, and then concoct an excuse to return for another to deliver. Let's not waste time. Hurry there and back. Chen Changan urged. Very well. I shall depart swiftly. And where will you venture next? Crossing Yunxue Ridge should lead me to the boundaries of Lanling. I may head there first. All right, then I shall take my leave. Go forth. This time Da Huang set off alone, thus his speed would be greater. The round trip would likely only consume a few days. My lord, shall we now embark towards Lanling? Gu Xin'er stepped forward to inquire. Do you not desire the celestial spirit fruit? Chen Changan asked with a smile. I am merely the young master's handmaiden. Such a precious item should be reserved for someone of greater significance. Gu Xin'er maintained a serene demeanor, devoid of any emotional turmoil. Chen Changan gazed intently at Gu Xin'er for a moment, until her countenance turned slightly crimson, prompting him to withdraw his gaze. What seems to be the matter, young master? Is there something on my face? Gu Xin'er pondered, her cheeks flushed, while her mind was a flurry of chaotic thoughts. Consume it. I am eager to witness the extent to which your cultivation will elevate after partaking of the celestial spirit fruit. This is my command. Upon hearing Gu Xin'er's intent to decline, Chen Changan decisively uttered his final directive, causing her to swallow her words. Thank you, young master. Gu Xin'er was taken aback by Chen Changan's unexpected generosity. As a mere handmaiden, she had never anticipated receiving such a valuable treasure. Consume it. Indeed. Chapter 57. Has Chen Changan been wanted? My lord, we have reached our limits. However, I fear that I have absorbed less than 1/10 of the energy from the immortal spirit fruit. Gu Xin'er's cultivation level is quite low compared to Lai Zhanquan, so her capacity to absorb spiritual energy is naturally limited. Nevertheless, within just one day, Gu Xin'er's cultivation has soared from the 9th level of the extraordinary realm to the 9th level of the divine ability realm. Such an astonishing rate of advancement would leave anyone in awe. This remarkable progress is attributed not only to the efficacy of the immortal spirit fruit, but also to Gu Xin'er's formidable physique. It is already quite commendable. Gradually converting and absorbing this energy should suffice to support your cultivation and enable you to break through to the void realm. This is Chen Changan's most conservative estimate, considering his limited knowledge of the immortal spirit fruit, of which he has never partaken. The void realm? My lord, does this mean that if I completely convert and absorb the energy from the immortal spirit fruit within 3 years, I could ascend to the pinnacle of the human rankings? Gu Xin'er inquired with a hint of excitement. Indeed, but do not underestimate others. They may also experience rapid advancements within that time frame. Therefore, you must strive even harder. Yes, my lord. Let us depart. It is time to leave. After Gu Xin'er's breakthrough, Chen Changan led her as they traversed the Yunxue Ridge, making their way toward the Lanling territory. Upon entering the Lanling domain, Chen Changan found the situation had become intriguing. A man, a woman, and a dog? They must be searching for me. Chen Changan was taken aback to discover that someone in Lanling was indeed seeking him. My lord, could they be from the Lin family? Those who can command such a number of people are certainly not from an ordinary clan. Although this is Lanling, it is still within the territory of Langya. Even as a collateral branch, the Lin family holds significant weight in Langya, Gu Xin'er remarked, furrowing her brow. Chen Changan had not been in Langya for long and had previously remained in the Yunxian territory. Moreover, he had not made any enemies. Thus, the only plausible reason for someone investigating him was indeed the Lin family. Gu Xin'er felt a twinge of guilt. In her view, their actions must be connected to her. After all, the Lin family had no grievances with Chen Changan, so why cause such a commotion? However, Chen Changan sensed that the situation was somewhat different. Was the Lin family's considerable action merely a concern over her potential rise and retribution? While that could be a factor, he could not shake the feeling that their focus was primarily on him. His suspicion was not baseless. Throughout their journey, he had noticed that those searching for him predominantly cast their gazes upon the man rather than the woman. If their target was Qilin, they should have paid more attention to her. Although both Chen Changan and Qilin had indeed caught the attention of others, the absence of a crucial factor meant they had not aroused any suspicion. My lord, what shall we do next? Upon the return of the esteemed Elder Huang, it was inevitable that he would attract the attention of others. A man, a woman, and a dog. Such a combination is indeed quite singular. After all, who would casually take a dog out for a stroll? If one were to do so, it would be prudent to choose a more impressive beast. Let the attention come as it may. The Lin family resides in Qingshui, correct? Chen Changan inquired. Indeed, replied Qilin, the Lin family, to which Lin Ruoheng belongs, is situated in Qingshui, not too distant from here, merely a few thousand kilometers away. Upon hearing Qilin's words, Chen Changan nodded, inwardly hoping that it was not as he feared. My lord, do you mean to travel to Qingshui? The mention of this place stirred something within Qilin, for the Gu family had once flourished there. However, now, she was the sole survivor of her clan. It was a place of memories, yet also of enemies. Qilin had not anticipated returning so soon. Now it seemed that Qingshui, Qilin, you are Qilin. Before Chen Changan could finish a sentence, a figure in the distance pointed at Qilin, his expression brimming with excitement. Few recognized Chen Changan, yet there were those who had encountered Qilin. And now, one such individual had appeared. Qilin was taken aback to find herself recognized. Upon closer inspection, she felt a sense of confusion. This person, why did he seem familiar? How could he know her? Ha ha ha, I never expected such wealth to fall into my hands. Truly, the heavens have favored me. You are Qilin, and this gentleman beside you must be Chen Changan? Although the dog was absent, it mattered little. If you two wish to avoid hardship, it would be wise to accompany me willingly. The individual regarded Chen Changan and Qilin with utter disdain, viewing them merely as a means to access the abundant resources of the Lin family. The man's proclamation garnered the attention of those around them. Clearly, the names Chen Changan and Qilin had not gone unnoticed. So, they're indeed Chen Changan and Qilin. No wonder they were elusive. It appears they discarded the dog. Such cunning individuals. I wonder who spread this information, mentioning a man, a woman, and a dog. Really, who would take a dog out for a stroll? The news must be erroneous. Capturing these two would surely yield substantial rewards from the Lin family. Damn it, they are mine. No one is to snatch them away. Who do you think you are? Just because you claim them, they are yours? Do you possess the means to back that up? Do you wish to put that to the test? Before anything could transpire, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of disputes, leaving Chen Changan standing to the side, somewhat exasperated. If you wish to continue your quarrel, I shall take my leave. Get lost. Do you even have the right to speak? Who are you? You, Gao Changyuan? I beg your pardon for my earlier indiscretion. I shall take my leave immediately. Indeed, we are unworthy, utterly unworthy. The arrival of Gao Changyuan has rendered everyone subdued. He is not someone they can provoke. After all, the Gao family ranks among the top 3 in the realm of Lanling. Young master, I have heard of Gao Changyuan, remarked Qilin to Chen Changan. He is a prodigy of the younger generation, merely 25 years old, yet he has already attained the 5th level of the Divine Passage realm. Furthermore, he is the heir of the Gao family, accompanied by numerous formidable experts. Upon learning the name of the visitor, Qilin elaborated on his identity. The Gao family? They dare to wade into these murky waters? Gao Changyuan cast a glance at Chen Changan, harboring some confusion. Was it truly necessary for the Lin family to mobilize such forces for a mere young man at the 1st level of the True Qi realm? Yet Qilin, her cultivation seems somewhat inscrutable, or perhaps she possesses no cultivation at all. Puzzled, Gao Changyuan chose not to dwell on it further, as he held absolute confidence in his ability to retain these two individuals. Today, Consider yourselves fortunate to encounter me. Otherwise, you would undoubtedly face some hardships. Comply with me, and I shall not overly trouble you." A faint smile adorned Gao Changyuan's face, yet his gaze was imbued with arrogance, as if his actions were a benevolent gift to Chen Changan and his companion. "Fortunate? Yet I cannot shake the feeling that your fortune is rather lacking." Chapter 58. Is it too late to acknowledge one's mistakes? A single remark from Chen Changan rendered Gao Changyuan momentarily speechless. What did this young man mean? Was he expressing contempt? Did he not comprehend the gravity of the situation? How dare he speak to me in such a manner here in Longling? Truly, he possesses a remarkable audacity, Gao Changyuan scoffed. The Gao family had long basked in their elevated status within Longling, accustomed to projecting their might over others. They instinctively believed that anyone who encountered a member of the Gao family should tread carefully and show utmost respect. Growing up in such an environment, Gao Changyuan was a prodigy, lavished with adoration from a young age. In his eyes, Chen Changan's recent words were a blatant affront. If he sought to suffer, so be it. You too, teach him a lesson. Gao Changyuan commanded his two subordinates, his gaze icy. "Yes, young master," they replied, nodding before swiftly charging towards Chen Changan. This Chen Changan was truly oblivious to danger, daring to offend even the young master of the Gao family. If he could provoke the Lin family, what other forces would he shy away from? It was a pity. He could have been taken away unscathed, but now he seemed intent on courting trouble. Youth, it seems, is characterized by a lack of foresight. He appears nothing more than a coward, paralyzed by fear, yet he fancies himself formidable. As the two subordinates attacked, Chen Changan remained rooted in place, his expression unperturbed, not a single step taken. To onlookers, it seemed he was paralyzed by fear, incapable of resistance. Yet, those with discerning eyes could see that Chen Changan was utterly unconcerned, dismissing his opponents entirely. Bang! Bang! What has transpired? Many were taken aback, unable to comprehend how Chen Changan, standing still, had caused Gao Changyuan's two subordinates to be sent flying, collapsing to the ground. No, it was not Chen Changan who acted. It was Guxian'e. What? Guxian'e? How could this be? Did the Lin family not claim her cultivation was merely at the true Qi realm? Yet, these two were both at the divine passage realm and had been rendered powerless? Impossible. There must be a mistake in the Lin family's information. No, it was indeed Guxian'e. I noticed that although her body exhibited only slight movement, at that precise moment, the two martial artists from the Gao family were sent reeling. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and Gao Changyuan wore a look of astonishment. He could hardly believe that Guxian'e's strength was so formidable. He had dispatched two subordinates at the 6th level of the divine passage realm, and yet they could not withstand a single strike. Moreover, Guxian'e's speed was astonishingly swift. Remember, next time do not hold back. Do not grant the enemy any opportunity to breathe. Do you understand? Though Guxian'e made her move, she did not strike decisively, instead leaving room for mercy. This habit is not commendable, and Chen Changan offered a timely reminder. Yes, Xian'e aknotget. I am merely concerned. There is no need for concern, merely a Gao family. Chen Changan replied with a cold smile. I shall heed your advice, and Xian'e promises to hold nothing back next time. It is good to have remembered. Chen Changan's words seemed to dismiss the Gao family entirely, leading many to question his true identity and strength. What manner of person could compel the Lin family to mobilize such forces? Surely, he could not be an ordinary individual. Why had they not realized this sooner? At this moment, Gao Changyuan's face was also filled with fury, yet he was no match for Guxian'e. Young master, it is unwise to linger here. According to the information provided by the Lin family, Guxian'e was merely at the true Qi level a month ago. For someone to elevate her strength to such heights in such a brief period, this individual is certainly not simple. Even if we both were to join forces, we may not be able to contend with Chen Changan. The two individuals behind Gao Changyuan, both at the divine transformation level, were tasked with ensuring his safety. Yet, in the face of Chen Changan, they felt a twinge of uncertainty. Despite Chen Changan displaying only the 1st level of true Qi, his composure suggested that he had everything under control. This was the confidence that stems from absolute strength. They believed that Chen Changan was indeed formidable, which is why he seemed to disregard the Gao family. Are you two not his match? Gao Changyuan asked, astonished. Let alone us. There may be no one in the Gao family who could stand against him. Just considering Gu Xian'er's circumstances, there is no one in the Gao family capable of that. It is likely that even the Lin family lacks such means. This time, it is not only our Gao family that has encountered a formidable adversary. I fear the Lin family is in a similar predicament. I wonder what grievances exist between the Qing Shui Lin family and Chen Changan. Upon hearing this, Gao Changyuan grew increasingly anxious. He held a deep trust in the two individuals beside him. He was certain they would not speak without reason. Given their words, there must be a solid basis for such assertions. Then, what shall we do now? He will not take action against the Gao family, will he? Gao Changyuan asked, visibly tense. Acknowledge the mistake, apologize. Do not engage him as an enemy. Acknowledge the mistake? Apologize? For Gao Changyuan, this was an act he had never performed in his life. A humiliation, it would undoubtedly be a stain on his existence. Young master, do not hesitate. The opportunity is fleeting. For the sake of the Gao family, we must endure this. Indeed, young master, apologizing to a stronger adversary is not disgraceful. It is a common occurrence. Gao Changyuan took a deep breath, nodding gravely at the two, then turned his gaze toward Chen Changan. The earlier matters are my fault. Gao Changyuans, I have offended you, and I hope you will not take it to heart. The Gao family, constrained by the formidable influence of the Lin family, felt compelled to act in such a manner. I sincerely hope that you both can show leniency. Whatever your demands may be, I shall fulfill them to the best of my abilities. Gao Changyuan's words left the surrounding crowd utterly astonished. Who is this? He is the heir of the Gao family. And when has he ever bowed his head in lanying? Today, however, he not only bowed but also apologized and acknowledged his faults. Who exactly is this Chen Changan? Am I dreaming? This is the heir of the Gao family. In my lifetime, I never imagined witnessing the heir of the Gao family admitting his mistakes in lanying. It is truly astonishing. Could it be solely due to Gu Xian'er's prowess? That seems unlikely. You have no idea. Their apprehension stems not from Gu Xian'er but from Chen Changan. Chen Changan? What of him? Do you lack common sense? Observe how Gu Xian'er regards Chen Changan with utmost reverence. If Gu Xian'er possesses such formidable strength, what might Chen Changan's capabilities be? Oh, how could I have overlooked this? Is Chen Changan perhaps at the transformation realm? I fear he is undoubtedly beyond the transformation realm. Beyond the transformation realm? Such terrifying power? Yet, he appears quite youthful. Fortunately, Gao Changyuan has arrived. Had we acted earlier, none would have escaped unscathed. Thus, it seems the heir of the Gao family has indirectly saved our lives. Those who previously contemplated attacking Chen Changan now find themselves gripped by trepidation. It is indeed fortunate that Gao Changyuan stepped forward, sparing them from calamity. So now, they realize the gravity of their errors? Speak up. Did the Lin family instruct you to capture me, or Gu Xian'er? Chen Changan inquired with a sardonic smile. Both of you, but the emphasis is on you. Gao Changyuan replied, fixing his gaze upon Chen Changan. The focus is on me? The situation has certainly become more intriguing. Chapter 59, Redirecting to Tianshui Lake. Directly headed to the Lin family's main house, Gu Xian'er was equally taken aback. The primary target of the Lin family turned out to be Chen Changan. This was entirely illogical, as the one with enmity against the Lin family was her. Even if the Lin family sought to take action, their focus should have been on her, so why was it directed towards Chen Changan? The crux of the matter was that, from Gao Changyuan's perspective, the Lin family's attitude towards Chen Changan and Gu Xian'er was markedly different. Gu Xian'er's fate was of no concern. Yet Chen Changan must be brought to the Qing Shui Lin family. Young master, could it be due to your acquaintance with the Lin family's ancestor? No, that cannot be the case. If so, they should have invited you rather than employing such underhanded means. What is the Lin family's intention? Gu Xian'er inquired, her confusion evident. Things are progressing in a manner I most dread. The Qing Shui Lin family is truly courting their own demise, Chen Changan remarked with a cold smile. If Chen Changan had harbored suspicions before, he was now certain that the Qing Shui Lin family was indeed the one who had seized the Chun families years ago. His ostentatious inquiries in Yunchuan served two purposes. One was a genuine desire to gather information, while the other was to provoke a reaction, drawing out the snake from its hole. However, he did not anticipate that the entity he would draw out would be the Qing Shui Lin family. The Lin family must have learned about Gu Xian'er's situation, leading them to investigate and subsequently uncover his circumstances. At that moment, Gao Changyuan, upon hearing Chen Changan's words, was nearly paralyzed with fear. The Lin family courting their own demise? What on earth is this young man saying? Does he truly disregard the Lin family? Even the Qing Shui Lin family boasts 3 formidable Dongshu realm experts. Has he lost his mind? Nevertheless, Gao Changyuan had no time to ponder Chen Changan's sanity or the fate of the Qing Shui Lin family. His mind was consumed with concern over how Chen Changan would deal with him and the Gao family. "Begone. I am not in the mood to entertain you today," Chen Changan declared, casting an impatient glance at Gao Changyuan and waving his hand to dismiss him. "Thank you, senior, for sparing my life." Gao Changyuan exhaled a sigh of relief, bowed to Chen Changan, and then turned to leave. "My lord, shall we head directly to Qing Shui? Guxian Qilin. We shall not go to Qing Shui. We are bound for Tianshui Lake." Tianshui Lake? Is that not the location of the Lin family's main house? Are we to head straight to their stronghold? Indeed, we are to visit an old acquaintance. What about the elder De Huang? Should we not wait for him for a few days? Calculating the time, it seemed De Huang would likely return within 2 or 3 days. No need. De Huang is quite intelligent and possesses keen instincts. He will find us. Without waiting for De Huang, Chen Changan set forth with Gu Xian'er, heading resolutely towards Tianshui Lake. If this matter truly bore relevance to the Qing Shui Lin family, it was imperative for Chen Changan to locate Lin Shangyu first. On one hand, as a friend, it is essential to notify one another. On the other hand, in the quest to reclaim it is not imperative to resort to violence. At this juncture, the significance of connections becomes evident. With a mere utterance from Lin Shangyu, would the members of the Qing Shui Lin family dare to act with impunity? Meanwhile, Gao Changyuan, upon returning to the Gao family, recounted the events of the day. Is this Chen Changan truly as formidable as rumored? If so, why would the Qing Shui Lin family provoke such an individual? Or do they believe themselves invulnerable, sheltered by the Lin clan's main family? The head of the Gao family furrowed his brow, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Chen Changan's presence in Lanling and the conflict with the Gao family would undoubtedly reach the ears of the Qing Shui Lin family soon. If not handled with care, the Lin family might retaliate against the Gao family. Has Chen Changan now gone to Qing Shui? The head of the Gao family inquired, his brow furrowing further. It seems he mentioned a desire to visit Tianshui Lake. Tianshui Lake? This would mean bypassing the Qing Shui Lin family and heading straight to the Lin clan's main family. Someone, "Here, master, what are your orders?" You are to immediately set out for the Qing Shui Lin family and inform them that Chen Changan has appeared in Lanling, but his strength is overwhelming, rendering the Gao family powerless. Furthermore, this matter must remain confidential. It must not be disclosed to anyone. Do you understand? Yes. Father, why such caution? Are you not concerned that Chen Changan may retaliate against our Gao family upon learning of this? Gao Changyuan questioned, perplexed. You are thinking too simplistically. Whether it be Chen Changan or the Qing Shui Lin family, we cannot afford to offend either. The best course of action is to keep this from Chen Changan and seek an explanation from the Qing Shui Lin family first. Regardless of how matters unfold in the future, they will no longer concern the Gao family. Thus, I have instructed secrecy in our actions. Not a whisper must escape. Today, so many have encountered him. What evidence does Chen Changan have that we have leaked information? The head of the Gao family remarked with a smile. Father, your wisdom is unparalleled. Chen Changan would never suspect that we, the Gao family, would act in such a manner. However, it must be said, his audacity to approach the Lin clan's main family directly suggests his extraordinary status. Gao Changyuan reflected. The Zhongtian domain is vast. Our Ani is merely the tip of the iceberg, with numerous individuals of significant background. Now that the human ranking has been unveiled, we are amidst a tumultuous period. One must remain discreet, even in Lanling. Do you understand? The head of the Gao family cautioned. Rest assured, Father, I shall heed your words. My current objective is to attain a position on the human ranking. Human ranking? Ha ha ha. You may find that opportunity elusive. Suddenly, a laugh echoed, startling both Gao father and son. This was undoubtedly not a member of the Gao family. Who could it be that entered without a sound? Who dares to reveal themselves? The head of the Gao family asked, his expression grave. You are unworthy. I am here for but one purpose. Your Gao family is destined for demise. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the Gao family felt an overwhelming aura engulfing their entire household. This terrifying presence rendered everyone trembling, and within mere moments, nearly half of the Gao clan succumbed to death. Despair filled the eyes of the remaining members. They were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why such a formidable force had descended upon them. Could it be? Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck the head of the Gao family. Chen Changan? This incident must be connected to him. Had he truly resolved not to spare the Chen family? Chen Changan, how ruthlessly vengeful you are! In the depths of his reluctant despair, the patriarch of the Gao family, faced with this immense pressure, perished in an explosion of his own being. The entire Gao household, even the creeping insects upon the ground, was not spared from this calamity. How pitifully weak they are, unable to withstand my might. Sigh. How is it that I possess such strength? With a reflective sigh, a shadow vanished in an instant, and thus, the Gao family was irrevocably erased from the annals of Lanling. Chapter 60. The Cataclysm Descends, Achieving Immortality, Senior De Huang. You returned so swiftly? Chen Changan remarked, glancing at De Huang, who had caught up with him and Gu Xianer at Tianshui Lake in less than a day. It seems my speed has indeed increased. De Huang replied with a hint of pride. I had anticipated waiting for you a couple of days, Chen Changan said with a gentle smile. This spirit fruit is truly remarkable. I feel significantly enhanced, and thus my speed has naturally improved. De Huang responded cheerfully. Have the matters been resolved? Yes. All has been settled. You need not worry. There are no lingering concerns, De Huang affirmed with a smile. Gu Xianer, listening from the side, was utterly bewildered. What matters had been resolved without her knowledge? Hadn't they gone to deliver the spirit fruit to Chen Yanxian? Splendid work. Our years of tacit understanding remain intact. Chen Changan said with a smile. I know you too well. You wouldn't act unless you were waiting for me to handle it, De Huang sneered. Young master, Senior De Huang, what are you discussing? Gu Xianer inquired with curiosity. Nothing of great importance, just dealing with the Gao family. Dealt with the Gao family? Gu Xianer was filled with astonishment. Having been with Chen Changan, she had seen no indications of his plans. How could De Huang perceive his intentions so clearly? Tacit understanding? How long does it take to cultivate such a bond? Guxian ea pondet. Chen Changan had neither acted nor spoken, yet De Huang instinctively knew to assist in the aftermath. This underscored De Huang's profound understanding of Chen Changan's character. How has that lad Chen Yanxian been faring lately? Chen Changan inquired. His cultivation has progressed well. When I found him, he had already reached the 9th level of the transcendent realm. I hear he intends to participate in some sort of 4 domains martial gathering, challenging the true strongmen of the 4 realms. He possesses his own convictions and ambitions. You merely sought for him to become the foremost in the northern domain. Yet that lad's aspirations stretch towards becoming the strongest across all 4 realms. With the spirit fruit in hand, it is likely he will ascend to that pinnacle within a month. De Huang couldn't help but marvel at Chen Yunxuan's prodigious capabilities. Initially, he had thought it would take a year for Chen Yunxian to reach this stage. Yet, given the current trajectory, it seemed he would stand atop the 4 domains in less than half a year. That lad is determined to seek you out in the central heavenly domain. You are his ultimate goal, De Huang chuckled. His goal is to grow stronger, not merely to find me. He should carve his own path and forge his own experiences. But let us save this conversation for when we meet again. De Huang, can you transcend the 9th tier barrier after consuming the spirit fruit? Upon hearing this, De Huang shook his head in resignation. Though the spirit fruit was indeed extraordinary, breaking through the 9th tier was no trivial feat in the Taishan realm. No being had ever surpassed the ninth-tier threshold. De Huang is the sole Qilin of the Taishan realm, possessing the bloodline of a divine beast, which grants him a lifespan significantly longer than that of other demon beasts. Nevertheless, De Huang has been trapped at the ninth level for many years, unable to progress. Take your time. There will surely be a way. Your life is long, and you won't perish in an instant, Chen Changan remarked with a smile. Thank you. You truly have a talent for comforting others. Are you even human? At most, I can only be said to comfort dogs, he retorted. Get lost. De Huang shot Chen Changan a glare and ceased his responses, uncertain of what further nonsense this rascal might utter. On this day, at Tianshui Lake, all core members of the Lin family gathered together, standing respectfully to await the appearance of one individual. The ancestor is emerging from seclusion today. Do you think he will successfully break through? Uncertain, but given that the ancestor has been in seclusion for so many years, he should have gained something. Our Lin family's ascendance to the foremost family in Langya is solely due to the ancestor's strength. It is known that in Langya, the Dongshu realm was once a formidable presence, yet the ancestor elevated that standard to the supreme realm by his own might. If the ancestor can break through to the undying realm, I fear that Langya itself will not be able to contain our Lin family. Indeed, the undying realm. What a formidable existence that is. Lin Shangliu stands as a paragon within the Lin family, an unparalleled figure. The Lin family has never produced a supreme being, and even after all these years, despite Lin Shangliu's assistance, the Lin members still linger in the Dongshu realm. It can be said that the Lin family has wholly benefited from Lin Shangliu's brilliance, maintaining an exalted status through his singular strength. Even families from other regions show some deference to the Lin family. In the hearts of the Lin members, Lin Shangliu is a divine being, the very foundation of their lineage. Lin Shangliu had once proclaimed his intention to enter 100-year seclusion, promising to emerge regardless of success or failure after that time. These days marked the conclusion of his retreat, and the Lin family members naturally dared not be negligent, arriving early at the place of his seclusion to await his return. Look, what is that in the sky? Suddenly, someone noticed a mass of thunderclouds forming overhead. He has broken through. The ancestor is about to transcend. It is recorded that breaking into the undying realm would summon the heavenly tribulation. If one can successfully navigate this tribulation, they may achieve the undying realm. Our Lin family is finally on the verge of having a formidable, undying level powerhouse. The ancestor is mighty, truly a genius rarely seen in a millennium. The crowd marveled as the thunderclouds thickened, a terrifying aura sending shivers down their spines. Everyone step back. The heavenly tribulation is immensely powerful. Do not congregate here. Retreat at once, commanded the head of the Lin family. All core members swiftly withdrew to a distance of 10 miles, not daring to approach the area shrouded by the heavenly tribulation. Such terrifying power from the tribulation raises concerns. Can the ancestor truly withstand it? I believe in our ancestor. He will surely face the tribulation without fear. However, I have heard that many souls succumbed beneath the weight of the heavenly tribulation, unable to step into the realm of immortality. Can the ancestors truly be likened to them? Indeed, the ancestors are undeniably distinct from those ordinary beings. Nevertheless, a sense of trepidation lingers in the hearts of the masses. Which among them is truly extraordinary enough to transcend into immortality? The heavenly tribulation has descended. It appears that Lin Shangliu is on the verge of breaking through to the realm of immortality. A millennium spent striving for such an ascension ultimately seems rather protracted. At this moment, Chen Changan has arrived at Tianshui Lake, and upon witnessing the emergence of the heavenly tribulation in the sky, he immediately deduces that it must be invoked by Lin Shangliu. Apart from him, no one in the land of Langya possesses the opportunity to reach such heights. De Huang similarly expresses his sentiments. With his understanding of Lin Shangliu, a millennium to achieve the realm of immortality does indeed seem somewhat sluggish. After all, De Huang is well aware of Lin Shangliu's innate talent. Perhaps some entanglement has hindered his cultivation pace. Regardless, it marks a significant first step. Yet, one wonders if that lad Wu Mingdao has already ascended to the realm of immortality. Chen Changan remarks with a gentle smile. Wu Mingdao, that fellow is rather single-minded. He is likely to surpass Lin Shangliu in speed. De Huang chuckles in agreement. Gu Xiener, standing nearby, is equally struck by the gravity of the moment. A millennium spent achieving the realm of immortality, and yet it is deemed too slow. This is the fabled realm of immortality, a genuine entrance into the ranks of the formidable. Countless individuals toil throughout their lives without ever reaching such heights. Let us wait. After the heavenly tribulation, it shall not be too late. Chapter 61. An old reunion. Bad news arrives. The thundercloud in the sky grew increasingly numerous and dense. The ground was shrouded in darkness, and the overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the Lin family, leaving them breathless. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated as a figure surged into the sky. It was the ancestor. The aura emanating from the ancestor was astonishingly powerful. How terrifying! Is this the might of an immortal realm expert? Just his presence alone takes my breath away. Why do I feel that the ancestor's aura surpasses even the heavenly tribulation? Ha! The ancestor of the Lin family is indeed formidable. This heavenly tribulation is utterly insignificant before him. The appearance of Lin Shangliu ignited excitement among the Lin family members. At that moment, Lin Shangliu stood proudly in the air, gazing at the heavenly tribulation above with eyes full of confidence and exhilaration. At last, I have reached this stage. Do these trivial tribulation clouds think they can impede Lin Shangliu? What a farce! With unwavering confidence, Lin Shangliu disregarded the heavenly tribulation, which seemed to sense his disdain and intensified in ferocity. Lin Shangliu was not this arrogant in the past. He seems to be a bit carried away now. Although his strength is commendable and his talent exceptional, this is still a heavenly tribulation. Surely, he does not believe it to be an easy opponent? Da Huang scoffed. Though the heavenly tribulation is formidable, Lin Shangliu is no weakling either. Based on my understanding of him, this young man must possess some hidden cards. Otherwise, he would not be so audacious, Chen Changan remarked calmly. Of course he has hidden cards. Did you not notice the attire he wears? It is no ordinary garment. It looks somewhat familiar, yet I cannot recall its name. De Huang observed, recognizing the significance of Lin Shangliu's clothing. It is the dragon armor of the Wu family. Chen Changan furrowed his brow. The dragon armor had evidently been passed down to Wu Mingdao. How did it come to be on Lin Shangliu? This is a treasure, acquired by the Wu family through happenstance, said to be crafted from the scales of a flood dragon. It is known that such creatures have long vanished from the Taishan realm, and the reasons remain a mystery. This dragon armor is indeed unique. Now I understand why it seems so familiar. During that spar between Lin Shangliu and Wu Mingdao, it was the benefits of this dragon armor that allowed Wu Mingdao to triumph over Lin Shangliu. How did such an important treasure come into Lin Shangliu's possession? Did something transpire between them? Uncertain. I shall inquire directly of him shortly. It has been a millennium since they last met. What has occurred between these two? Chen Changan pondered, unable to fathom the developments. Nevertheless, the matter of the dragon armor is undeniably peculiar. As they conversed, the heavenly tribulation finally descended from the sky. Confronting the tribulation, Lin Shangliu exuded an aura of dominance, standing firm against it. However, as the tribulations rained down one after another, Lin Shangliu began to feel the strain. Especially the final heavenly tribulation, its power has at least multiplied tenfold. Feeling the immense strength of this last tribulation, Lin Shangliu's expression grew grave, and he became exceptionally serious. How could this be? Why is this tribulation so formidable? It feels at least 10 times more powerful than the previous one. It is said that breaking through to the undying realm is fraught with difficulties. Today, I have come to realize that this heavenly tribulation alone could lead most to their demise. Indeed, it is utterly terrifying. I sense that if it were me, I would truly lack the capacity to withstand this tribulation. Do you think? Can the ancestor truly endure it? The crowd gazed worriedly at Lin Shangliu in the sky, their hearts anxious for this legendary figure of the Lin family. At the moment the final tribulation struck, those with weaker mental fortitude had already closed their eyes. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as the tribulation struck Lin Shangliu's body. At that moment, Lin Shangliu trembled and plummeted from the sky to the ground. Ancestor. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Lin family felt a jolt in their hearts. Could it be that the ancestor has failed? Truly, the divine dragon armor has withstood nearly half of the final tribulation's power. Without this armor, Lin Shangliu would have faced severe injury or worse. De Huang remarked with a sigh. This divine dragon armor is indeed impressive, as it can be considered a semi-imperial weapon. Chen Changan nodded in agreement. Cough, cough, cough. How terrifying is this heavenly tribulation? At this moment, Lin Shangliu was in a state of disarray, with minor damages appearing on his divine dragon armor, though not severe, as it would gradually repair itself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shangliu adjusted his state. After all, having broken through to the undying realm, his recovery ability was exceptionally robust. In a flash, Lin Shangliu appeared before the members of the Lin family. Upon seeing Lin Shangliu emerge unscathed, the faces of the Lin family members were illuminated with joyous smiles. We pay our respects to the ancestor. We pay our respects to the ancestor. The undying realm. The Lin family has finally gained a member of this realm, marking a new pinnacle for the family. Enough. It was merely a breakthrough. There is no need for such fuss. I have a matter to attend to. You may return for now. A matter? The Lin family members were somewhat perplexed. Having just broken through, what could be so pressing? Before they could inquire further, Lin Shangliu's figure had already vanished. Brother Chen, after 1,000 years apart, we finally meet again. During the confrontation with the heavenly tribulation, Lin Shangliu had already noticed Chen Changan and De Huang, though the circumstances had not allowed him to divert his attention. After all these years, you have only just broken through to the undying realm? Your pace is somewhat slow, Chen Changan said with a smile. Brother Chen, you are unaware. For a time, I was indeed burdened by family matters. Otherwise, I would have broken through at least 100 years earlier, Lin Shangliu replied helplessly. In this regard, you cannot compare to Wu Mingdao. That lad is singularly focused, wholly devoted to becoming stronger, disregarding all else. However, speaking of Wu Mingdao, how did the divine dragon armor come to be in your possession? Has that fellow already transcended the realm of immortality, thus lending you this armor? De Huang inquired with a smile. At the mention of Wu Mingdao, Lin Shangliu's demeanor shifted abruptly. Brother Chen Mingdao is dead, Lin Shangliu said with a sorrowful expression. Upon hearing this, both Chen Changan and De Huang were taken aback. Dead? Wu Mingdao has actually perished. Though Chen Changan had known Wu Mingdao for a relatively short time, the lad's forthright nature and sincerity had fostered a camaraderie between them. Chen Changan could scarcely fathom that such a talented individual could meet his end. How'd he die? Was it an act of vengeance by an enemy? Chen Changan inquired with a grave expression. Brother Chen, this is not the place for such discussions. Let us find somewhere more suitable. Very well, lead the way. Chapter 62. The Death of the Renowned Blade, The Guilt of Changan. Lin Shangliu had brought Chen Changan to the tranquil courtyard where he often resided. After they settled down, Lin Shangliu let out a deep sigh, revealing the profound impact Wu Mingdao's death had on him. Wu Mingdao possessed considerable talent and strength, and the Wu family boasted a formidable background. To put it bluntly, the likelihood of an unforeseen incident occurring to you is far greater, as the Lin family lacks the same depth of resources. Why did such a tragedy befall Wu Mingdao? Did the Wu family fail to protect him? Chen Changan furrowed his brow and inquired. Lin Shangliu glanced at Chen Changan, offering a bitter smile. Brother Chen, although the Wu family is powerful, there are always greater heights to reach. Are you familiar with the Feng Tian dynasty? The Feng Tian dynasty? Chen Changan had not visited it, but had certainly heard of its existence. In the central heavenly domain, as well as the entire Taishian realm, most powers were organized in the form of aristocratic families and sections. However, there also existed other forms, namely dynasties, and within the central heavenly domain, 3 dynasties stood out. Each of these dynasties held considerable strength. While they may lack an emperor-level powerhouse, they all possessed peak beings of the undying realm. The Feng Tian dynasty was one such entity. Logically, the Feng Tian dynasty lay far from the Wu family, seemingly unrelated. Could it be that Wu Mingdao ventured into the territory of the Feng Tian dynasty for training, leading to this unfortunate event? Did someone from the Feng Tian dynasty strike him? Although Wu Mingdao was somewhat headstrong, it was unlikely he would provoke the Feng Tian dynasty. What could have transpired? Chen Changan pressed further. Lin Shangliu regarded Chen Changan for a moment, hesitating before speaking slowly. Brother Chen, are you aware of the Emperor Yin of the Feng Tian dynasty? Emperor Yin? Chen Changan had no recollection of this individual, as his knowledge of the Feng Tian dynasty was limited to mere hearsay. I haven't heard of him. Did he intervene? Chen Changan inquired. Indeed, it was he who took action. Emperor Yin is a top-tier powerhouse within the Feng Tian dynasty, known for his arrogance and disregard for others. It is said he has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Undying Realm, an extraordinarily formidable figure. Brother Chen, you truly do not know him? Lin Shangliu's question caught Chen Changan off guard. Why would he ask such a thing? Could it be that this incident involved him in some way? If that were true, then Wu Mingdao had been affected by his misfortune. Yet, Chen Changan could not recall Emperor Yin at all. Despite his numerous outings, each time had been limited in duration and scope. His acquaintance with Lin Shangliu and Wu Mingdao was merely a result of their coincidental encounters during their own training journeys. De Huang, do you have any recollection of this Emperor Yin? Chen Changan turned to De Huang for insight. I wouldn't know, how could I? Yet, it seems this matter is likely connected to you, De Huang observed, knowing Chen Changan well enough to suspect that if this event truly involved him, it would not bode well for him. Chen Changan appeared indifferent to all matters, showing little concern even towards the Chen family, which he regarded merely as a matter of bloodline inheritance. His emotional connection to the Chen family was scant, having had little interaction with its members before being taken away by Mu Yunao. It was not until he had spent a millennium by Mu Yunao's side that he began to venture out occasionally. By then, his memories of the Chen family had faded nearly to oblivion. However, this did not signify that Chen Changan was entirely unperturbed. Brother Chen, I have come to learn. The Emperor Yin is infatuated with Changsun Shishue from the Changsun family, and can be described as a fervent suitor. Simultaneously, Changsun Shishue has been searching for you, which has ignited a profound animosity in Emperor Yin towards you. I am uncertain how Emperor Yin discovered that Ming Dao was acquainted with you, but he sought him out. You should be aware of Ming Dao's character. Even if he knew your whereabouts, he would never betray a friend. The opposing force was simply too formidable. The Wu family could not provoke them and had no choice but to let Ming Dao reveal your circumstances. Ming Dao, unwilling to comply, severed ties with the Wu family, choosing to confront Emperor Yin and the entirety of the Feng Tian dynasty alone. During that battle, Emperor Yin did not engage directly, as his pride led him to disdain the meager prowess of Wu Mingdao. At that time, Mingdao had already reached the pinnacle of the Supreme Realm, yet the adversary dispatched 10 peak Supreme Realm warriors against him. With unwavering resolve, Mingdao single-handedly vanquished all 10 and successfully broke through to the Undying Realm. Thanks to the might of the heavenly tribulation and his newly attained recovery, Mingdao narrowly escaped disaster. Yet the Feng Tian dynasty did not cease its relentless pursuit. By the time I received word and rushed to his aid, it was already too late. Before his demise, Mingdao entrusted me with the divine dragon armor and left some words for you, Brother Chen. Upon hearing Lin Shangliu's account, Chen Changan's demeanor remained composed. Yet such tranquility only underscored the profound emotional turmoil within him. What words did he leave? Chen Changan inquired calmly. See for yourself. Within this jade pendant lingers a fragment of his soul's imprint. It may serve as a final encounter with him. Lin Shangliu handed a jade pendant to Chen Changan, his gaze lingering on it with reluctance, fully aware that once this pendant was activated, Wu Mingdao would vanish entirely. Perhaps in this world, there would be no trace of him left. Chen Changan accepted the pendant, gazing deeply at it before crushing it decisively. At the moment, the pendant shattered. A frail soul materialized before the gathered assembly. Before them stood the spirit of Wu Mingdao, still embodying the spirited young man of years past, his face forever adorned with a confident smile. Brother Chen, after such a long separation, we meet again, though alas, We now exist in different realms and cannot raise a cup together in joyous revelry. Our acquaintance may have been brief, but it was profound in sincerity. In this life, I have had few friends, and only you and Brother Lin truly understood me. With both of you, my heart is content. I know you can see me. It must be that Lin has shared everything with you. Brother Chun, do not blame yourself. This is my own choice and has no bearing on you. Although the enemy is formidable, I am certainly not one to fear for my life or betray a friend. For doing so would be akin to forfeiting my own existence, which I do not desire. To fight for my brothers is my true wish. There is no need for you to seek vengeance on my behalf. Should there be another life, should we meet again, I would gladly drink 300 cups with you. Brother Chun, it is truly wonderful that you are still alive. Ultimately, within Wu Mingdao's joyful smile, his spirit gradually faded away. As he gazed upon that familiar face slowly vanishing, Chen Changan appeared eerily calm, a tranquility that felt unsettling, especially to De Huang, who sensed that Chen Changan's heart was anything but peaceful at that moment. Qilin stood nearby, watching Chen Changan with concern, yet she dared not utter a single word. Brother Chun, this is... Before Lin Shangliu could finish his sentence, Chen Changan suddenly smiled and asked Lin Shangliu, is it truly possible for reincarnation to exist in this world? Chapter 63. Chen Changan. Some people must die. Chen Changan's sudden proclamation left Lin Shangliu momentarily bewildered. He gazed at Chen Changan, who wore a smile that, despite its outward appearance, betrayed no hint of mirth in his eyes. Reincarnation. Could such a phenomenon truly exist? Perhaps it does, though my understanding remains limited. Brother Chun, do you mean? Lin Shangliu asked, astonished. I wish to share 300 cups with him. Regardless of whether it is real or not, I must attempt it. Yet, it will be a formidable challenge. Difficult as it may be, I shall pursue it. Furthermore, the Feng Tian dynasty and Emperor Yin shall not escape my grasp. I am determined to make Ming Dao witness their downfall. Chen Changan replied with a smile. From beginning to end, Chen Changan remained calm or smiling, never displaying any rage. However, the eerie quality of his smile instilled a deep sense of dread in Lin Shangliu. Yet, the notion of reincarnation felt ethereal, its existence uncertain. Even if it were true, and if Wu Mingdao had indeed been reborn, where in this vast world would one search for him? This was no trivial undertaking. Brother Chun, is there anything I can assist you with? You? Perhaps you could keep an eye out, Chen Changan suggested. Very well. Should either of us make a discovery, we shall inform one another. I, too, have been thinking of him. Agreed. Lin Shangliu took a deep breath. The mention of Wu Mingdao had cast an oppressive atmosphere, prompting him to shift the conversation. Brother Chun, after years apart, you seem hardly changed. In the past, I found you inscrutable, and now I remain equally perplexed. However, it appears you have gained a companion. Lin Shangliu had noticed Qilin before, but had not given it much thought. Now, upon closer inspection, he felt a stir in his heart. 9th stage of the Divine Passage realm? At such a young age, how remarkable. May I inquire, miss, your age? Lin Shangliu asked curiously. 20. 20? To have reached the 9th stage of the Divine Passage realm at such an age is truly astonishing. Lin Shangliu mused. He was not one to be boastful, yet he harbored his own pride. At 20, he had not possessed such cultivation. Indeed, at merely 20, you are a prodigy. Your flattery is excessive, esteemed senior. I am but a maidservant to the young master. Without him, I would not have achieved my current prowess. A maidservant? Such a prodigious talent reduced to the role of a mere servant to Chen Changan? Is there any justice in this world? A talent of her caliber, regardless of the circumstances, would surely be nurtured with utmost care. How could she willingly accept such a position? Lin Shangliu found himself utterly confounded. By the way, Brother Chun, what brings you to Langya? I recall you once mentioned that you would not venture far. I had intended to seek you out after breaking through to the undying realm. Yet here you are in Langya. At this moment, Lin Shangliu recalled that he should inquire about Chen Changan's sudden visit, which surely could not merely be for the sake of nostalgia. I have come to see you for specific matters, Chen Changan stated. The Qing Shui Lin family. Are they a branch of your Lin clan? The Qing Shui Lin family? Oh, there exists such a family. What of it? Have they offended you, Chen brother? Lin Shangliu asked, furrowing his brows. He was not particularly familiar with the Qin Shui Lin family, yet they were still part of the Lin lineage. If they had indeed crossed Chen Changan, it would warrant his serious attention. Allow me to briefly explain the situation, Chen Changan said, outlining the circumstances succinctly. Lin Shangliu's frown deepened. The matter seemed more serious than he had anticipated. He recognized Gu Xiener's exceptional talent, and such a person harboring a deep grudge against the Qin Shui Lin family would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Moreover, Chen Changan's predicament raised the question of how the Qin Shui Lin family dared to apprehend him so brazenly. With a courting death, Lin Shangliu himself would not dare to act so recklessly, yet they seemed even more audacious. So, the Chen family from Qin Shui is indeed of the same lineage as you, Chen brother? If that is the case, I shall ensure you receive an explanation. However, the Chen family was not exterminated back then. Could you, for my sake, avoid escalating this too much? Chen Changan glanced at Lin Shangliu, a faint smile gracing his lips. If it were not for you, do you think I would have come to Tianshui Lake first? Hearing this, Lin Shangliu exhaled in relief, though he still cast a worried glance at Gu Xiener. Without you, there would be no Gu Xiener today. I shall heed your commands, she declared. How could Gu Xiener harbor no resentment towards the Qin Shui Lin family? Yet, her current standing was solely due to Chen Changan. Thus she had no choice but to follow his lead in this matter. Chen brother, what do you propose we do? Lin Shangliu inquired. Let us do this. Send someone to the Qin Shui Lin family and demand they return what they took from the Chen family all those years ago. Furthermore, the Qin Shui Lin family must pay for their past transgressions. Those who attacked the Chen family back then, as well as those who personally annihilated the Liu family. Musti, this is non-negotiable. Through the Chen family records, Chen Changan was aware that the Chen family had not been completely annihilated, yet they had suffered greatly. This grudge could not go unavenged. The Liu family's massacre also could not be overlooked. Now that Gu Xiener served as Chen Changan's maid, he would ensure that those close to him would not suffer indignities. This was the only course of action he could conceive, taking Lin Shangliu's standing into account. However, upon hearing this, Lin Shangliu appeared troubled. The Qin Shui Lin family would likely be left severely weakened, incurring substantial losses. I could have chosen not to come to you first, Chen Changan remarked, and those simple words shook Lin Shangliu to his core. Indeed, Chen Changan could have directly approached the Qin Shui Lin family, and should he choose to obliterate them, Lin Shangliu would find himself in no position to object. After all, the Qin Shui Lin family was inherently in the wrong in this matter. I understand, and rest assured, I shall provide you and Miss Xiener with a satisfactory resolution. Lin Shangliu nodded helplessly. Although he was unaware of Chen Changan's true strength, he had witnessed the formidable prowess of De Huan. Truly impressive. Moreover, with Gu Xiener now involved, Lin Shangliu could never bring himself to harm them. If he did not appease her, once Gu Xiener matured, it was likely that the Qin Shui Lin family would face utter annihilation. Therefore, you shall reside here for the time being while I dispatch someone at the fastest possible speed to the Qin Shui Lin family. Very well. I apologize for the trouble this has caused you. Not at all, my friend Chen. Were you to eradicate the Qin Shui Lin family directly, that would indeed be a burden for me. I am aware that you have already taken my circumstances into account. Lin Shangliu smiled faintly and then exited. 3 days later, the Qin Shui Lin family received astonishing news. What? Has the ancestor truly broken through to the undying realm? How delightful! This is indeed a cause for celebration. The Qin Shui Lin family was elated upon hearing this news. However, the following words from the family envoy left them utterly speechless. What? What do you mean by this? Are you asking us to march to our own demise? Chapter 64. The unjust betrayal, the initial joy evaporated in an instant. The words brought by the main family were unmistakably a summons for the Qin Shui Lin family to march towards their demise. Many of those who once contended with the Chen family had long since departed, yet numerous others remain alive. Moreover, those who personally dealt with the Liu family were also among them. If all these individuals were to perish, the Qin Shui Lin family would lose at least half of its members. Most critically, during the conflict with the Chen family, all three elders of the Qing Lin family had intervened. This was a direct assault on the very foundation of the Qing Lin family. How could they possibly accept such a fate? The head of the Lin family wore a grave expression, and the three elders shared the same furrowed brows. Although the representatives from the main family did not explicitly outline the consequences of their actions, even a fool could discern the implications of sending these people. Could Chen Changan and Gu Xian'er truly possess such formidable capabilities? Even if the ancestor had attained immortality, would he still be compelled to act according to their commands? It cannot be Gu Xian'er. It must be Chen Changan. Who exactly is he to instill fear even in the ancestor? Lin Xiong was engulfed in regret. Despite all his calculations, he could never have anticipated the emergence of a figure like Chen Changan from the once dominant Chen family. Yet at this juncture, he understood all too well that even if he refrained from provoking or seeking out Chen Changan, the latter would inevitably come knocking. After all, his arrival in Langya was explicitly tied to past grievances. This is the ancestor's command. Do you intend to defy the wishes of the ancestor? Fear not, for the ancestor has already devised a means to preserve your foundation. Otherwise, do you truly believe there would be no repercussions? Do not indulge in petty cleverness, for if you do, the ancestor will not be able to save you. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xiong was overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. If even the ancestor could not intervene, was it truly the fate of the Qing Lin family to descend into decline? Three elders in desperation, Lin Xiong turned to the three elders, for ultimately, the decision lay in their hands. Meanwhile, the expressions of the three elders of the Qing Lin family were grim. Having achieved so much to reach this point, how could they willingly march to their deaths? Exchanging glances, the three elders discerned each other's thoughts. Revolt? Indeed. Their countenances shifted dramatically as they launched an assault against the representatives of the main family. This scene left the others from the Qing Lin family utterly astonished. Had the three elders lost their minds? Not only had the ancestor recently attained immortality, but even without that, such actions were tantamount to courting death. The main family's representatives were equally taken aback. They had not anticipated that the Qing Lin family would dare to resist. Caught off guard, they were unable to withstand the onslaught from these three powerful adversaries and fell on the spot. Elders, what are you doing? The main family will not let us go. Lin Xiong shouted in panic. Foolish. If we do not take this course of action, do you think we would survive our journey to Tianshui Lake? Life and death are but two sides of the same coin. Thus, it may be prudent to act decisively, for perhaps a glimmer of survival might be found. Yet at this moment, we must choose one soul, a willing martyr who would sacrifice their life to gain us precious time. Is there anyone among you willing to take on this burden? The elder inquired solemnly. To offer one's life? To protect the others of the Lin family with one's own existence? I am willing. I too am willing. Excellent. You are truly in my Lin family. No, from this day forth, we shall simply be the Lin family, shedding the prefix of Qing Shui. Lin Ruoheng, you shall be the one. You have interacted with Gu Xian'er and have also met Chen Changan, making you the most suitable choice. Lin Ruoheng? Though Lin Xiong harbored some dissatisfaction with his son, he could not deny their blood relation. Could he truly send him to his demise? Yet, this was the suggestion of the three elders, and despite his reservations, Lin Xiong felt powerless to oppose them. The three elders, for the sake of the Lin family, would see Lin Ruoheng willingly face death. What course should I take? Chen Changan must have journeyed to Langya for the treasures of the Chen family. Though valuable, they pale in comparison to life itself. Take this orb and journey alone to Tianshui Lake. Once there, delay as long as you can. After your departure, we shall all leave Qing Shui and Langya behind. The world is vast, and I refuse to believe there is no refuge for us. The three elders had already devised a plan. Flight was their only means of survival at present. Once they escaped Langya, the sprawling Zhongtian region would surely offer them sanctuary, no matter how powerful the Lin family. They cannot easily locate them. Rest assured, the mission entrusted to Lin Ruoheng shall not be in vain. As the son of the Lin family patriarch, I must set an example. I shall not disappoint any of you. Lin Ruoheng's resolve caused Lin Xiong to regard his son anew, realizing he had genuinely matured. Indeed, This is the true son of the Lin family. The elder approached Lin Ruoheng and firmly patted him on the shoulder, then handed him the orb seized from the Chen family. Time is of the essence. You must depart at once. Yes, elder. Lin Ruoheng cast a lingering glance at the members of the Lin family before resolutely turning away. As they watched him depart, the Lin family members were filled with reluctance. Lin Xiong, you have raised an admirable son. Perhaps you have been too harsh on him in the past, the elder reflected. Indeed, I may have underestimated him. He is my pride, Lin Xiong thought, struggling to hold back his tears. We cannot afford to let Lin Ruoheng's sacrifice be in vain. Only by surviving and thriving can we honor his bravery. You have half an hour to prepare. We shall depart within that time. Yes, elder. The Lin family members busied themselves with preparations for their escape. Meanwhile, after Lin Ruoheng had distanced himself, he turned back for one last deep gaze towards the direction of the Lin family. Lin Ruoheng suddenly broke into a smile, coldly stating, "You wish for me to march to my demise? You truly deserve to perish. With this treasure that even the three elders cannot fathom, why should I seek death? It is far safer to act alone. A bunch of fools. Father, I'm unfilial. You sacrifice yourself for me. Let it be." Lin Ruoheng let out a chilling laugh and then sprinted with all his might in the opposite direction of Tianshui Lake. At the Lin family estate, after Lin Shangliu sent his emissary away, Chen Changan remained quietly awaiting developments, though he was not merely waiting idly. Had a turn of events occurred? While savoring his tea, Chen Changan noticed that Da Huang had stirred, prompting him to inquire with a smile. The Lin family of Qing Shui has rebelled. Da Huang nodded, then recounted the situation he had sensed. What? They dare to revolt? Upon hearing this, Lin Shangliu's expression changed drastically, but he quickly regained his composure. In desperate times, such actions are not entirely unexpected. Lin Shangliu, concerning your family matters, I trust you will handle them yourself. Da Huang will inform you of their escape route. As for me, I shall pay a visit to that clever little fellow. Chapter 65. The resourceful Chen Changan young man. We owe you a great deal on this journey. Without your assistance, it is likely that we would not have been able to traverse this path safely. Individuals like you, who uphold justice and righteousness, are indeed rare, an elderly man expressed, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he gazed at the young man before him. The group behind the old man shared similar sentiments, their expressions reflecting deep appreciation. For had it not been for this young savior, their fate might have been dire. Please, esteemed elder, it is merely the duty of the youth to act in such a manner. To witness suffering and remain indifferent is not in my nature. It was but a small effort on my part. You need not be so formal, the young man replied with a smile. For you it may seem trivial, but for us, it is a life-saving grace of immeasurable worth. Pray, allow us to know your name. Although we cannot repay you, we can craft a longevity tablet in your honor, to be worshipped daily, the old man said, a hint of guilt in his voice. Such honor is not warranted. No, I beseech you to refrain, for it would only deepen our sense of indebtedness, the young man insisted. Very well, my name is Hung Ruolin. Hung Ruolin? I shall remember it. Are you planning to depart now? The old man inquired. Indeed, I must take my leave. Hung Ruolin nodded with a smile. Parting ways here. It seems we may never meet again. Words are unnecessary. If fate allows, we shall meet again, Hung Ruolin replied, offering a smile to the group before turning to leave. Observing Hung Ruolin's carefree demeanor, the elderly man and his companions felt a pang of envy. Who among them had not harbored such dreams? Alas, they were but ordinary folk, far too common to aspire to such a life. To do good without seeking recognition. He truly is a kind-hearted individual. Isn't that right? Lin Ruoheng? This person was none other than the rebranded Lin Ruoheng. As he ventured further, a sudden voice pierced his thoughts, sending a chill down his spine. How could anyone know of his presence here? Moreover, the voice sounded vaguely familiar. Where had he heard it before? Who is it? Lin Ruoheng asked, his brow furrowed, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. What's wrong? Do you not recognize me? In the next moment, Chen Changan, accompanied by Gu Xianer and Da Huang, stepped into Lin Ruoheng's line of sight. Upon seeing Chen Changan and Gu Xianer, Lin Ruoheng's expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. How could this be? Why do they know I am here? Since leaving Qing Shui, he had changed his name and appearance, donning a mask under the pretense of having a disfigured face to evade recognition. To further allay suspicion, he had taken on the guise of a noble hero, aiding many and traveling alongside them. Yet, despite his efforts to conceal his identity, he had still been found. Do we know each other? You must have mistaken me for someone else. I am Hung Ruolin, not the Lin Ruoheng you seek, he declared. Lin Ruoheng was naturally unwilling to admit his predicament. He merely hoped that his disguise would allow him to evade detection. One's subconscious reactions cannot deceive the keen observer. You are clearly anxious just now. Moreover, while one may alter their appearance, one cannot change their essence. Do you truly believe others are fools? Chen Changan remarked with a faint smile. Realizing that he could no longer maintain his pretense, Lin Ruoheng let out a wry laugh and removed his mask. Indeed, Senior Chen is formidable, but I am curious. How did you discern my identity? Furthermore, I did not depart with the Lin family. Why have you sought me out alone? Lin Ruoheng inquired, puzzled. One must always guard against others. When faced with life and death, a person can become desperate. Thus, when Lin Shanliu dispatched someone to the Qing Shui Lin family, I naturally had my own means to monitor their every move. Rest assured, your other kin will be dealt with by Lin Shanliu. My purpose in finding you is to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Produce that orb, Chen Changan replied indifferently. Upon hearing Chen Changan's words, Lin Ruoheng fell into contemplation, surprised that Chen had been so prepared. After a moment, Lin Ruoheng suddenly chuckled. I understand now. From the very beginning, you never intended to grant the Qing Shui Lin family a chance for survival. You knew full well that the conditions you proposed would be outright rejected by them. Once the Lin family revolts, the main family will inevitably be enraged, and the entire Qing Shui Lin family will face annihilation. Your actions ensure you remain aligned with the main family, while simultaneously achieving your own goals, correct? Lin Ruoheng asked with a bitter smile. Chen Changan did not refute him, but nodded in acknowledgement. I despise complications, thus I leave no room for hidden dangers. Yet you are far more astute than I had anticipated. Now, relinquish the item. If I hand it over, will I survive? Do you truly believe I am a fool? I have concealed the item in a place known only to me. Should you kill me, you will never find that orb. The orb in my life, of which holds greater weight. I trust you understand more than most. Lin Ruoheng replied confidently, as if victory were already assured. I desire both the orb and your life. Siener, yes. Gu Siener swiftly appeared before Lin Ruoheng. Seeing the woman he had once yearned for now radiating such power, Lin Ruoheng felt a shock to his core. You, bang. Before Lin Ruoheng could finish his sentence, Gu Siener struck with a single palm, effortlessly eliminating him. After all, he once saved your life. Do you not feel any compassion? Chen Changan asked Gu Siener. The only reasons he saved me were his desire for my beauty and the fact that had he not, the Lin family would have obliterated my Gu family. To me, Lin Ruoheng has never been a benefactor, but merely an enemy disguised as one. The young master is truly the one who has rescued me, liberating me from the depths of suffering. Should the young master command, Siener will undoubtedly comply. Chen Changan nodded with satisfaction. Although he had known from the very beginning that Gu Siener was a remarkably intelligent woman, she was still, after all, a woman. Noticing that Gu Siener bore no negative sentiments in her heart, Chen Changan refrained from probing further. He approached the lifeless form of Lin Ruoheng and remarked coolly, "Since you are a wise individual, you must be acutely aware that a treasure as significant as thee is far safer kept close at hand than stored elsewhere. I'm not a Navi youth whom you can easily deceive with a few words." Ultimately, Chen Changan discovered the third within the spatial ring carried by Lin Ruoheng. Only 6 remain. However, gazing at the in his hand, Chen Changan felt little joy, for the ancestral records provided no clear indication of the time and place of the other's disappearance. Must it truly come down to luck? Very well, let's first merge this and see what unfolds. Chapter 66. Changsun Shishue appears in Langya. Chen Changan directly fused with the. This time, the process took slightly longer compared to the previous 2 occasions. He felt this energy coursing through his entire right arm after it entered his body. It took a full 2 hours before it finally settled. And in that moment, Chen Changan was once again able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He decided to consume, to gauge its effects. The moment that touched his tongue, Chen Changan felt a jolt of overwhelming and pure energy. In past breakthroughs, he had to first deplete the surrounding spiritual energy before gradually pushing through to the next realm. However, this time was different. The energy from was simply too refined and formidable. In an instant, Chen Changan's cultivation began to soar, and within a few breaths, he reached the initial stage of the transcendent realm. Moreover, he had genuinely absorbed an ample amount of energy, his body's energy reaching a limit. Regrettably, 6/10 of the energy remained unabsorbed. Chen Changan sighed helplessly, pondering whether he could find the fourth before this remaining energy gradually dissipated. Yet, his remarks startled both Qilin and Huang. To absorb 40% of this energy in such a brief span, this was not merely a staggering quantity. Even Huang took an entire day to absorb only 20% of the energy after his first. As for Qilin, she had not even absorbed 1% before her body reached its limit. As a phoenix celestial body, she could not absorb even 1% of the energy without hitting her ceiling. You directly absorbed 40%? If it weren't for this limitations, would you have absorbed it all? Your constitution is simply abnormal. After De Huang spoke, he realized the futility of his words. Possessing such an extraordinary constitution without any cultivation was indeed remarkable. Unfortunately, it was uncertain how long it would take to find it further down the line. However, following the path of the Chen family should yield some discoveries. Let us return to Tianshui Lake for now. We must inform Lin Shangliu. It is somewhat inconsiderate to leave without a word. Very well. After obtaining the Chen Changan made his way back to Tianshui Lake, where Lin Shangliu had also concluded matters with the Qing Lin family. Upon seeing Chen Changan return, Lin Shangliu could only smile wryly. Brother Chen, is this outcome what you desired? Lin Shangliu, not a fool, quickly connected the dots. Indeed, this result shouldn't be too burdensome for you, right? Chen Changan admitted everything with a calm smile, despite having employed certain measures. Lin Shangliu let out a resigned chuckle. He did not blame Chen Changan, for he understood that Chen Changan had acted out of concern for him. Moreover, the Lin family of Qing may rebel today, and they could very well do so again in the future. This incident serves as a warning to the other branches of the Lin family. What are your plans moving forward? Lin Shangliu inquired. Let us take one step at a time. My purpose in coming out this time is merely to wander about. And you? Now that you have ascended to the undying realm, what are your intentions? Chen Changan retorted. What are my plans? For a moment, Lin Shangliu found himself at a loss regarding his next move. He had initially aimed to hasten his breakthrough into the undying realm and subsequently visit Chen Changan to inform him about the matter concerning Wu Mingdao. However, he had not contemplated where his path would lead thereafter. Noticing the confusion on Lin Shangliu's face, Chen Changan remarked that it was time for him to depart. For your own sake, as well as for the Lin family, you must leave. Lin Shangliu cast a puzzled glance at Chen Changan, questioning the meaning behind his words. Remaining in Ling Lang offers you no benefits. You must venture forth if you wish to advance. Solitary cultivation will only slow your progress. Furthermore, as long as you remain, the Lin family will stagnate. Although they may verbally express the desire to surpass and catch up to you, internally they're complacent and lack a sense of urgency. In Langya, you wield absolute power, allowing the Lin family to act without restraint. If the Lin family harbors no ambitions and wishes to continue living in this manner, then so be it. But does the Lin family truly possess no ambition? Chen Changan's words plunged Lin Shangliu into deep contemplation. Does the Lin family have ambition? Indeed, it is certain. Looking at the current Lin family, which stands unrivaled in Langya, they have always used their influence to bully others, with no one daring to speak against them. The members of the Lin family have indeed become excessively complacent. Brother Chen, you speak the truth. The Lin family is far too comfortable. Perhaps only my departure will instill in them a sense of urgency. Coincidentally, I will also seize this opportunity to seek out the reincarnation of the famed sword. Brother Chen, should you ever travel to the Feng Tian dynasty, please do inform me. Not having fought alongside the famed sword in the past remains a lifelong regret for me. I shall exert every effort to enhance my strength, so that I may contribute when the time comes, Lin Shangliu said with a serious expression. That goes without saying. Chen Changan lingered only briefly, exchanging a few more words with Lin Shangliu before rising to take his leave. Where shall we go next? Southward. Southward? Do you have any leads? None. But it is merely a feeling. I sense that there may be something to gain in the south. However, it appears that the Chun family has not ventured into this region. Chen Changan could not fathom why he held such a sentiment. Yet the family records explicitly stated that they had never traveled south of Langia. Do you know what lies south of Langia? Da Huang inquired curiously. I do not know. I have never been there, Chen Changan replied, shaking his head. Young master, I am aware. I have heard it said that the area south of Langia is fraught with peril. Moreover, it is exceedingly chaotic, rife with carnage, thus earning the moniker of the realm of turmoil. The inhabitants of Langia, save for a few who venture south for the sake of honing their skills, would never dare to traverse that path. As for the precise circumstances, I remain uninformed, having merely encountered whispers of it by chance. Gu Xiener, being a native of Langia, has naturally heard tales of such a place. The realm of turmoil? How intriguing. I am eager to witness just how chaotic it can truly become. As Chen Changan embarked on his journey to the realm of turmoil, Changsun Shishua, clad in resplendent white, made her appearance within the borders of Langia. Her presence captivated many. Resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, her exquisite beauty rendering it impossible to avert one's gaze. Yet, the frigid aura that surrounded Changsun Shishua instilled a sense of trepidation, evoking a desire to behold her, while simultaneously inciting fear of lingering too long. Chen Changan, you indeed have tread upon Langia. After all these years, I have finally unearthed your whereabouts. Chapter 67. Changsun Shishua faces Mu Yunrao in search of Chen Changan. The pursuit of Chen Changan has seemingly become an obsession in Changsun Shishua's life. After millennia, a definitive lead has finally emerged, compelling her to take this matter seriously. She has traveled to Langia personally to verify the authenticity of this news, only to discover that Chen Changan indeed once graced this place. However, his presence has nearly faded entirely, indicating that he has departed from Langia. To the south? What did he possibly seek there? Given the extent of his vanishing aura, it appears he has ventured southward. Without a moment's hesitation, Changsun Shishua's figure flickered as she hastened in pursuit. Yet, just as she soared forward, an unexpected figure materialized before her, a woman whose beauty rivaled her own. Clad in a flowing purple gown, the newcomer exuded an air of nobility, her unmatched dominance momentarily captivating Changsun Shishua. Return, young lady. Changan has matters to attend to, and now is not the time for your entanglements, the woman declared, revealing herself to be Mu Yunrao, Chen Changan's master. Since departing from Yunyao Peak, she had kept a vigilant eye on Chen Changan's every move. Upon noticing Changsun Shishua's arrival, she intervened to obstruct her. Changsun Shishua's brows knitted at the familiarity with which Mu Yunrao referred to Chen Changan, a wave of displeasure surfacing within her. This unexpected emotion perplexed her. Why was she experiencing such feelings? What concern was it of hers whether he had matters to attend to? Her quest for him was her own, and it was not for Mu Yunrao to meddle. With a gaze as frigid as ice, Changsun Shishua made no move to retreat. Mu Yunrao remained composed, recognizing that this predicament stemmed from her disciple's actions, with Changsun Shishua being a victim in her own right. For the sake of such trivial matters, you have nearly sacrificed your entire life. Were it not for this obsession, perhaps your cultivation would have reached greater heights by now. With your innate talent, you could have aspired to the Emperor realm. Yet, is this fixation truly warranted? Mu Yunrao mused. Changan is currently preoccupied. Even if you were to encounter him, what would it achieve? Would you take his life? Or burden him with responsibility? Regardless, you shall not attain the outcome you seek. In these tumultuous times, it would be wise to focus on the greater issues at hand. If your destinies are truly entwined, fate will orchestrate your reunion. My matters require no scrutiny from you. Should you attempt to impede my path, do not expect me to show courtesy, Changsun Shishua retorted coldly. Alas, this girl is so obstinate. Mu Yunrao sighed. Very well. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall cease my inquiries. If not, from this moment forth, you must return quietly and refrain from seeking Chen Changan. Do we have an accord? A strike? Changsun Shishue regarded Mu Yunrao with caution, pondering her unwavering confidence that she could not withstand even a single blow. Was this merely a ruse, or did she possess formidable strength? Changsun Shishue was uncertain of Mu Yunao's true cultivation level, yet she possessed a degree of confidence in herself. Talents often rise to the occasion, capable of challenging foes beyond their rank. While she could not contend with a mighty emperor, a brief skirmish should pose no insurmountable challenge. A single strike would surely be withstandable. Even if it required sheer willpower, she was determined to endure. With this thought, any lingering doubts within Changsun Shishu had dissipated. I am curious to see if you can truly withstand even a single blow from me. If you cannot, I shall return without a word, Changsun Shishu had declared solemnly. Very well. Are you prepared? Mu Yunao inquired. Come forth. Changsun Shishu elevated her aura to its zenith, facing Mu Yunao without an ounce of disdain. Her instincts warned her that this would be a formidable adversary. Noticing Changsun Shishue's readiness, a faint smile graced Mu Yunao's lips. Your strength is commendable. With a light chuckle, Mu Yunao unleashed a single palm strike. This, upon witnessing the terrifying power of Mu Yunao's casual blow, Changsun Shishue was instantly drenched in cold sweat. In the next moment, she felt an overwhelming force surging toward her like the collapse of heaven and earth. Before she could react, she found herself propelled several dozen miles away, utterly defenseless, clearly outmatched. Changsun Shishue struggled to regain her composure from the shock. What immense power was this? A mere casual strike could yield such a result? Most alarming was the precision with which her opponent wielded that force. It rendered Changsun Shishue defenseless, yet spared her from harm. This indicated that Mu Yunao's mastery over her strength had reached a terrifying level, exhibiting profound awareness of Changsun Shishue's own capabilities. For someone she had just met to so clearly gauge her limits was nothing short of terrifying. Return now. At the sound of Mu Yunao's voice, Changsun Shishue focused her gaze, realizing that her opponent had somehow appeared before her. A wager is a wager. From this day forth, I shall not seek out Chen Changan. However, I wish to know, who exactly are you? Changsun Shishue asked, puzzled. Who am I? Mu Yunao regarded Changsun Shishue, replying coolly. Few are acquainted with me, but there is one in your Changsun family who is. Go back and inquire of Changsun Wu. Perhaps he will provide you with an answer. Changsun Wu? At the mention of this name, Changsun Shishue's heart raced. Changsun Wu was the sole emperor-level powerhouse of the Changsun clan, and few were aware of his existence. Due to her exceptional talent, Changsun Shishue had been nurtured by Changsun Wu since childhood, hence her knowledge of his presence. Could it be that this individual before her knew the esteemed ancestor of the Changsun family? Just as Changsun Shishue opened her mouth to speak, she realized that Mu Yunao had vanished without a trace. What exactly is the relationship between this person and Chen Changan? Changsun Shishue found herself perplexed, unable to fathom the connection. With a resigned shake of her head, she glanced toward the direction from which Chen Changan's presence had vanished, muttering a curse under her breath before turning to leave. At that moment, Mu Yunao also shook her head in resignation, lamenting the mischief caused by that wayward disciple. A once innocent girl had been burdened with a millennium-old obsession, truly a significant plight. That wayward disciple is indeed a troublemaker. Achoo! Why am I sneezing? Could it be that someone is speaking ill of me? Chen Changan unexpectedly sneezed, surprising even to Huang. With such a physique, can one really sneeze? I suspect your master is thinking of you. Perhaps she misses you. Why not return and pay her a visit? De Huang teased from the side. Forget it. She was the one who cast me out, so why would I go back? Besides, I have many matters to attend to. Once I am finished, I shall return to see her. At that time, I shall show her my prowess. De Huang, do you think this would constitute bringing honor to my master's name? Bringing honor to your master? De Huang cast a scornful glance at Chen Changan, derisively replying, It seems you are planning to betray your teacher and ancestors. Chapter 68. The Realm of Chaos, Blood Boiling as a Disciple. To show no respect for one's master and instead harbor thoughts of how to discipline them daily is a disgraceful act. Such a wayward disciple can only be described as one who seeks to undermine their teacher. Only Chen Changan possesses the audacity to speak so freely, confident that Mu Yun Ao cannot retaliate, allowing him to spout nonsense without restraint. De Huang, however, dares not interject even a word. Recalling the time he foolishly followed Chen Changan's lead, he now trembles at the memory of the consequences he faced. Though Chen Changan was the one most vocal, it was Da Huang who endured the brunt of the punishment. For reasons unknown, he feels as though he has narrowly escaped a crisis. Never mind, he thinks, after all, he cannot die. It is best to venture into the realm of chaos. The realm of chaos is a place steeped in moral decay, where humanity is twisted, and decency is a foreign concept. Here, anyone may act as they please, provided they possess the requisite strength. In this realm, righteousness is a farce, and morality is but a joke. Everyone tends to their own affairs, indifferent to the plight of strangers. Indeed, even their own survival lies beyond their control. Before even entering the confines of the realm of chaos, Chen Changan notices a distinct shift in the atmosphere. The air is thick with a faint metallic scent of blood, and the spiritual energy here carries an undercurrent of madness. It is no wonder this place has become what it is. Prolonged exposure to such energy could drive even the sanest individual to madness. Xiener, from this moment forth, refrain from absorbing the external spiritual energy. You have already consumed the immortal spirit fruit, and the energy within you is sufficient for your cultivation. Block your absorption of external energies. Chen Changan instructed with a furrowed brow. Yes, young master, Gu Xiener replied, having noticed the peculiarities of the spiritual energy in this place. Upon Chen Changan's command, she immediately severed her connection to the external energies. This place is rather intriguing. But are you certain you will be here? De Huang inquired curiously. I cannot be certain, but I feel it cannot be far off. Not all from the Chen family were taken. Some were willingly given. It could be that someone who acquired or brought it to this location, much like the situation in the Great Zhou Kingdom. While I sense these within the realm of chaos, I cannot discern its exact whereabouts or who possesses it. Chen Changan replied with a hint of frustration. If all else fails, we can eliminate everyone in the realm of chaos and search through each body. Surely we would find it eventually, De Huang suggested nonchalantly. Eradicate the entire realm of chaos? How long would that take? And what if the ISNT even carried on their person? De Huang's plan, while seemingly straightforward, lacks reliability. Oh, how rare it is for someone of such youth to dare enter the realm of chaos. Our luck today is quite extraordinary. They even brought a dog along. Ha ha ha, truly amusing young folk. As Chen Changan and his companions had only just entered the chaotic zone, they were abruptly confronted by a group of 5 individuals blocking their path. Each of them appeared to be around 40 years of age. Yet their eyes were filled with crimson veins, and their smiles were disturbingly sinister, exuding an aura of bloodlust. It was evident that they had dwelled in this place for an extended period, heavily influenced by its surroundings. However, Chen Changan was perplexed as to why they would hide here to intercept newcomers entering the chaotic zone. Ah, such an enticing aroma. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Their blood must be exceedingly sweet, capable of suppressing the turmoil within us. One of them inhaled deeply, reveling in the scent, as if it were the most delectable food on earth. Upon hearing their words, Chen Changan grasped their intention. Fresh blood, entirely untainted blood. Had they absorbed too much spiritual energy from this place and taken too many lives, rendering the bloodlust and chaotic energy within them uncontrollable? Did they truly require unpolluted blood to suppress it? This was utterly perverse. Drinking the blood of the living? What distinguished them from monsters? Indeed, this chaotic zone was rife with disorder. All manner of beings existed here. Nevertheless, if they wished to drink his blood, they must first prove themselves capable. Chen Changan scoffed coldly. Ha ha ha. The foolish child does not know his own mortality. Merely a transcendent being daring to tread in this place. And even uttering such arrogant words, truly unaware of the danger he faces. Soon, I shall ensure you witness how your blood is drained slowly before your very eyes. The leader, with a bloodthirsty grin, glared menacingly at Chen Changan. You're merely at the level of divine abilities. Your cultivation is too low to suppress the chaos within you by your own power, hence your current behavior. Weakness is not your fault, but embarrassing yourselves in public is indeed your blunder. With a cold sneer, Chen Changan exchanged a glance with Gu Xiener, who understood immediately and acted without hesitation. Upon seeing Gu Xiener take the initiative to attack, the 5 men merely smiled dismissively. They recognized her strength, 9th level of divine abilities, but they too shared the same level of cultivation. Was there any suspense left in a 5-on-1 confrontation? Boom! Old 5. Damn it. That wretched woman, you actually killed Old 5. The remaining 4 were taken aback, not expecting Gu Xiener to be so swift and powerful, dispatching their companion in an instant. Whether out of rage or self-preservation, they could not remain passive. In the face of their assault, Gu Xiener appeared completely unfazed, effortlessly evading their strikes without sustaining any harm. As they journeyed onward, Gu Xiener's combat prowess had undeniably grown formidable. However, it must be noted that the abilities of her adversaries were rather unimpressive. De Huang, after a moment of reflection, cast a disdainful glance at the group. Gu Xiener, possessing a unique constitution and practicing a technique harmonious with the phoenix's immortal body, wielded extraordinary power, coupled with the pure and abundant energy derived from the immortal spirit fruit within her. The force of her strikes was exceptionally potent. Please spare me. I recognize my mistakes. I implore you to grant me my life. I would do anything you ask. In the blink of an eye, only the leader of the group remained alive, utterly terrified. The sheer might of Gu Xiener instilled profound dread within him. Who would have imagined that such a stunning beauty could be so ruthless? Upon hearing his plea, Gu Xiener glanced at Chen Changan. Noting his indifference, she swiftly acted, ending the last remaining life. Young master, killing here feels unsettling. After dispatching the 5, she returned to Chen Changan's side to express her feelings. Oh, how does this differ from the outside? Chen Changan inquired. It is hard to articulate, yet there is an inexplicable sense of agitation. It appears that something is affecting my emotions, Gu Xiener replied. She had not noticed the sensation when she killed the first, but by the second, she had begun to perceive it. Once all 5 were slain, the feeling became markedly pronounced. Murder inherently breeds a certain malice within oneself, a darkness that must be gradually dispelled. However, the environment here exacerbates this negativity, making it challenging to eradicate, thus resulting in her evident restlessness. Your cultivation still lacks a measure of strength. It seems prudent for you to refrain from engaging too frequently in this chaotic realm, Chen Changan remarked. Gu Xiener felt a twinge of guilt. If only her power were greater, this would not have transpired. Was it truly necessary for the young master to intervene, personally? You needn't blame yourself. It is not your fault. Let us proceed. We cannot anticipate what may unfold next. This place bears little difference from purgatory. But there's a distinction. Purgatory is far more terrifying than this. De Huang's sudden interjection caught Chen Changan off guard, and it was evident that De Huang himself was taken aback by his own words. De Huang, have you been to purgatory? Chen Changan asked, intrigued. No, I merely spoke instinctively. I cannot fathom why, De Huang replied, appearing somewhat bewildered. Chen Changan regarded the confused De Huang, but chose not to press further. After all, he was a divine beast, perhaps having tapped into some ancestral memory. Let us proceed and witness just how dreadful purgatory truly is. Chapter 69. The indifferent Chen Changan enters the city of no return. Upon entering the chaotic zone, Chen Changan found his outlook profoundly broadened. Under the same sky, how could such a vile and bloody place exist? Corpses littered the ground, rivers of blood flowed, and scenes of mutual slaughter were all too common. In this city of no return, Chen Changan was unaware of how many lives he had stained with blood. It was not that he delighted in killing. Rather, there were simply too many who sought their own demise. Not only Gu Xiener, but even De Huang wore an unusually grave expression, having witnessed numerous previously unseen horrors, each more shocking than the last. Humanity seemed utterly absent here. Those who dwelled in this realm had devolved into bloodthirsty lunatics and monsters. My lord, how is it that you remain unaffected? What is your secret? Despite the countless lives Chen Changan had taken, Gu Xianer discerned not a hint of negativity in him. He remained unchanged, devoid of any traces of malice. This piqued Gu Xianer's curiosity, prompting her to seek his wisdom. Glancing at Gu Xianer? Chen Changan replied with a faint smile. Perhaps it is simply my nature to be indifferent. He himself was uncertain why he could maintain such emotional detachment. Was it due to his long existence? Or was it inherent in his character? The city of no return presented itself as a remarkable place, encircled by a barrier that effectively isolated the sanguine atmosphere outside. Chen Changan gazed at the distant city, distinctly sensing that it was shrouded in a protective veil. At the city gate stood a group of individuals, presumably guards, though the flow of people into the vast city of no return appeared scant. At least at the entrance, Chen Changan observed only a handful of individuals entering. As they approached the gate, the guards cast curious glances at them, for it was rare to see such unblemished figures among those who ventured into the city of no return. Are you aware of the rules? The lead guard inquired, scrutinizing Chen Changan. What rules? Chen Changan responded. Indeed, a novice, the guard remarked. Allow me to enlighten you about the regulations of the city of no return. To enter, you must pay an entrance fee of 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Furthermore, to reside within the city, each individual must contribute 100 medium-grade spirit stones daily. These are the rules of the city of no return, but we provide no protection. Your survival within these walls depends solely on your own abilities. Now, do you still wish to enter? The guard asked with a smile. It was evident that the exorbitant fees for entry and habitation were a consequence of the protective barrier. However, once inside, one's fate was left to chance, and the guards would not intervene. Of course we wish to enter, but I have one question, Chen Changan said with a smile. Oh, what question? The guard replied. Does it charge for this one? Chen Changan gestured towards the Huang. The leading guard was momentarily taken aback. After all, it was indeed the first time he had encountered someone bringing a dog along. A dog. A dog incurs no cost. The guard pondered for a moment, reasoning that these regulations were established for humans, and his actions should not be deemed as transgressing the rules. Very well, I shall pay the entrance fee for both of us. By the way, to whom should the daily fees for residing in the city be paid? Upon entering, you have two options. One is to purchase a residence in the city, thereby becoming a permanent resident and enjoying a reduced fee. The other is to pay the standard fee at the southern part of the city. Given the unpredictable nature of life and death in this place, most individuals prefer to pay daily, as no one can predict whether they will survive until tomorrow. Hearing this, Chen Changan nodded with a smile, paid the entrance fee, and proceeded directly into the city. You wonder how long this lad can last. A few days, perhaps? I doubt he will make it through today. It's a mystery how he even arrived here. Truly a fortunate soul. In this city, lacking strength and possessing spirit stones, it would be unusual for him not to attract attention. Ha ha. Never mind, this is not the first time such things have occurred. Chen Changan was naturally aware of the discussions behind him. While the city appeared relatively safe, it was merely fade. Within the city, due to the barrier, the aura of bloodshed was scarce, yet still present. The inhabitants appeared relatively sane, at least not prone to random fits of madness. My lord, it seems these individuals are all watching us. After walking for a while, Gu Xianer noticed that no matter where they went, the gazes of those around them were drawn towards them. This was quite normal. After all, rarity often attracts attention. In their eyes, they were indeed anomalies. When there are many people, monsters are the outliers, but when monsters become numerous, humans will be regarded as the outcasts. By the same token, in this city, Chen Changan and Gu Xianer were regarded as outliers. What a revelation. Such individuals dare to venture into the city. Are they truly fearless or simply ignorant? One at the first level of the extraordinary realm and the other at the 9th level of the divine ability realm, accompanied by a dog? What an eccentric combination. I see that the lady is quite young. She must be a prodigious member of one of the prominent families. Such individuals, likely possess a wealth of valuable items. Young man, are you courting death by provoking someone from a powerful family? Why should I fear? This is the city. Who could possibly know it was I who acted? That makes sense. To those observing, Chen Changan and Gu Xianer appeared as plump, succulent sheep. With average abilities but potentially abundant spirit stones, they represented an unexpected fortune. Since entering the city, Chen Changan could distinctly sense that many individuals were restless. They were not apprehensive of Chen Changan or Gu Xianer. Rather, they were wary of others who might be contemplating action. "My lord, do you intend to purchase a residence here, or pay daily?" At this moment, Chen Changan was also contemplating this issue. He would not linger in such a place for long, as he had come to seek the... If there were no leads regarding the in this city of no return, he would depart swiftly. However, the matter of accommodation still required resolution, and Chen Changan had been observantly assessing various inns around him. To be honest, he found the ambience of these inns rather unappealing, too noisy and chaotic. The inn ahead appears to be considerably quieter. Let us proceed to investigate. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Changan discovered a particularly tranquil inn nestled at a street corner. In this city of no return, the ability to maintain such serenity suggested that the proprietor must possess a formidable character. Otherwise, they would not be able to manage their guests. Good heavens! How did they end up at this inn? Alas, it seems I should have acted earlier. Now, the opportunity has slipped away. This inn is not open to just anyone. They truly have no fear of death. It seems to me a display of ignorance, utterly oblivious to the dangers. Very well, let us disperse. The chance has vanished. Chapter 70. The Pleasure House, and its alluring proprietress. The name of this inn, the Pleasure House, may evoke a sense of impropriety, yet the atmosphere within is remarkably decorous. Upon entering, one is not greeted by a server. Instead, the first floor's hall features merely a few tables, occupied by 3 solitary patrons, each ensconced at their own table, devoid of interaction. As Chen Changan and Gu Xianer stepped inside, the trio simultaneously cast their astonished gazes upon them. Their expressions bore a hint of surprise, but it swiftly dissipated, as if they had seen nothing amiss, and they resumed their leisurely contemplation of their drinks. "My lord, these 3 individuals exude a formidable aura. Indeed, their cultivation is at the transformation realm, and not merely at its initial stage. They are likely no less than the 5th level of that realm," Chen Changan acknowledged with a nod. To have 3 guests of such caliber in the front hall alone suggests that the pleasure house must possess a luxurious back courtyard as well. This establishment is certainly extraordinary. Maintaining such tranquility in a place like the unreturned city indicates that its proprietor wields considerable influence. "Ah, how unexpected! We have such rare visitors gracing my pleasure house." A sultry voice chimed, as a voluptuous woman, clad in revealing attire, descended the staircase with a seductive sway. Her crimson locks cascaded down her back, complemented by a flowing scarlet gown that left much of her form exposed, save for the most essential parts. One could not deny the enchanting allure she emanated. Even Gu Xianer felt a tremor within her spirit upon witnessing the woman. While Gu Xianer may have surpassed her in beauty, the latter's beguiling charm was unparalleled, rendering her nothing short of a captivating enchantress. Chen Changan's gaze fell upon her as well, captivated by the pools of shimmering light in her eyes that seemed to beckon him, as if she could dissolve him with a mere glance. What a handsome young man! "It has been years since I have encountered such a striking youth," the proprietress exclaimed, beckoning him closer with a playful curl of her finger. Chen Changan felt an inexplicable force tugging at him, an almost magnetic pull. Is this charm magic? He pondered, recognizing her mastery of allure, yet he remained unperturbed, for such tricks were of no consequence to him. With a serene expression, he regarded the proprietress and replied, "How can you be so certain that I am merely a junior? Perhaps I possess greater depths than you might imagine." His words held a double meaning, eliciting a peal of laughter from the proprietress, though her mind was racing with thoughts of her own. Chen Changan appeared to possess only the 1st level of the extraordinary realm, yet he could withstand her enchantment. He was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. Could he be concealing his true abilities? If even she could not discern his strength, it likely exceeded her own. This individual must not be trifled with. The proprietress, with a playful glint in her eyes, scrutinized Chen Changan beneath his waist before sauntering over to his side with an alluring demeanor. Her fingers lightly traced his cheek as she leaned in close, whispering, "I truly wish to discover just how grand it is." Chen Changan, maintaining his composure, stepped aside to create distance between them. He understood well that despite her flirtatious and sensual exterior, should he take any action, she might not respond in kind. Such individuals are often far more intricate than they appear. "I am here to stay, not to work. Is there a room available in this tranquil establishment?" Chen Changan inquired with a smile. Noticing his lack of engagement, the proprietress ceased her pursuit, giving a charming smile as she suggested, "If the handsome young man is willing to lend a hand, perhaps I could waive the fee for you." However, her gaze shifted momentarily to Qilin, causing the latter to blush and appear somewhat flustered. "Very well, I shall not press you further. The cost for a day's stay is 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Will you be staying? 2,000 for a day? That is indeed rather steep. The daily retention fee in the unreturning city is merely 100. Do not be disheartened by the price. The ambience here is quite pleasant. Moreover, I offer a unique privilege. Anyone residing in my establishment is exempt from the unreturning city's retention fee. What do you think? Are you interested?" The proprietress inquired, her smile widening. Such a privilege existed at this establishment. It seemed the proprietress had some connection with the lord of the unreturning city. Chen Changan, not lacking in spirit stones, having received 3 prime spirit veins from Mu Yunao to facilitate his cultivation, did not find the price daunting. He had long since stored these stones in his spatial ring, unable to absorb them. In terms of personal wealth, Chen Changan had little to fear. After all, who would carry around spirit stones from 3 prime veins without purpose? "Here are 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. I shall stay for 5 days," he declared, handing over the sum to the proprietress. Witnessing his generous demeanor, the proprietress was further convinced of Chen Changan's extraordinary nature. The 3 guests in the lobby also cast him a different gaze. "What are you staring at? In my establishment, behave yourselves," the proprietress admonished, her authority evident. Given her extensive experience, she easily perceived the intentions of the trio. With a fierce glance, they quickly settled down. "Dear guest, please allow me to show you inside," she said, her expression softening as she led Chen Changan and his companions to the courtyard at the back. "Take a look at the environment here. At 2,000 mid-grade spirit stones a day, it's quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree?" "Indeed, it is quite splendid, truly worth the price," he replied, acknowledging the value of the offer. Chen Changan was not being polite. The environment within the city of lost return was indeed quite pleasant. In the tranquil courtyard, there were 3 elegant rooms, creating an ambience that starkly contrasted with the surroundings of the city. "Within this establishment of mine, no one would dare to lay a hand on you. I can assure you of that. However, once you step outside this establishment, I can no longer be responsible for your safety. As newcomers, it would be wise to exercise caution. Otherwise, my heart may ache for you." The proprietress seemed to be teasing Chen Changan, yet she was, in truth, merely probing him. Chen Changan discerned her intentions and smiled as he inquired how much it would cost to have her protect them. "Oh, you wish for me to be your bodyguard? My services come at a steep price," she replied with a playful tone. "I believe you would find the investment worthwhile." Upon hearing this, the proprietress broke into laughter. What woman does not relish flattery? Such eloquence! "Is this how you charm young ladies?" she jested. "Your senior seems to have misunderstood. I am merely the young masteress maid," Qilin interjected, hastily clarifying. This revelation caused a stir in the proprietress's heart. A maid, yet such a striking beauty? Truly, one could consider oneself fortunate to have a maid of such exquisite grace. "Very well, I shall not intrude further. Should you require anything, seek me on the 2nd floor," the proprietress declared, preparing to depart, only to be halted by Chen Changan's call. "Wait a moment. What is it? Do you find it hard to part with me?" The proprietress teased. "I wish to inquire about who possesses the most comprehensive knowledge of affairs within the city of lost return," he stated. "Knowledgeable, you say? Are you seeking information?" The proprietress, contemplating her response, smiled and said, "I certainly know who holds the most insight into the city. None other than its Lord Shura." Chapter 71. The Battlefield of Metals? Azura. This name belongs to the Lord of the City of No Return, but whether it is merely a name or a title remains a mystery to all. Within the City of No Return, very few have truly encountered Azura. In fact, even the existence of Azura within the city is uncertain. Nonetheless, no one dares to violate the rules set by Azura, for the consequence of such an act is singular and dire: death. Azura's identity is shrouded in mystery, and their power is formidable. Rumors even suggest that Azura has reached the realm of the Great Emperor. Yet, the truth remains unknown. Thus, to acquire the information I seek, must I meet the Lord of the city? How can one possibly meet the Lord? Chen Changan inquired. Isn't it simple? Just storm in and confront them. The proprietress replied with a smile. Storm in? Indeed, that seems like a straightforward approach, Chen Changan remarked, but then added, however, I lack such strength. Besides, I merely wish to gather some information. Are there alternative means? The proprietress had only jested, intending to gauge Chen Changan's reaction. Yet regrettably, his response offered no insight. The Lord Azura is exceedingly enigmatic and does not summon anyone lightly. If you wish to meet him in the near term, there exists but one option. What option? Become the possessor of the purple gold medal. The purple gold medal? What is that? Upon entering the city of no return, Chen Changan had indeed observed that some individuals wore various medals of different materials. However, he had not yet encountered the purple gold medal. Within the city, medals symbolize strength and status, established by the Lord Azura as a hierarchical system. The levels are bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and purple gold. Yet, due to the stringent requirements for the purple gold medal, no one in the entire city currently possesses one. The Lord Azura once declared that whoever becomes the first possessor of the purple gold medal will receive his summons. Stringent requirements? Chen Changan's interest was piqued. What could be so demanding that it renders the task unachievable? What are the conditions? He inquired. First, the individual must be a newcomer, someone who has never participated in the battles for medal rankings. Second, there is a time limit of merely 1 month. Third, their cultivation must not exceed the transformation realm. In other words, a newcomer below the transformation realm must ascend from bronze to purple gold within 1 month. Furthermore, regarding the medal hierarchy, upon becoming a possessor of the bronze medal, one must defeat 100 other bronze medal holders to earn the opportunity for advancement. The requirement for promotion is to challenge a silver medal holder and emerge victorious. The subsequent promotions follow a similar pattern. However, to attain the purple gold medal, one must first conquer 100 platinum medal holders, after which the Lord's estate will personally dispatch 10 peak experts of the transformation realm. You are required to engage in battle with these 10 individuals simultaneously, either defeating them or enduring for a full hour. Upon hearing this stipulation, Chen Changan found it rather excessive. For those beneath the realm of divine transformation, accomplishing such a feat within a month is nothing short of an impossible task. Especially considering the final condition, even someone at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of divine abilities, facing such a multitude, would require extraordinary talent to succeed. It seems that the city lord, Shura, is akin to a talent scout. One must ponder what his ulterior motive could be. What do you think? Do you feel confident with a month's time? The proprietress inquired with a smile. It should not pose a significant problem, although I am uncertain if there are indeed that many challengers available. Ha ha ha. Of course there are. The population of this city is no less than 1 million. So what is there to fear? If you have made up your mind, you may proceed to register at the medal battlefield. The medal battlefield, you say? Chen Changan nodded with a smile, choosing not to pursue further questions, instead returning to his chamber. Observing Chen Changan's retreating figure, a contemplative expression crossed the proprietress's face. Could it be that his cultivation truly falls short of divine transformation? De Huang, what is your impression? Can you sense the aura of the city lord Shura? Once back in his room, Chen Changan turned to De Huang with a question. I cannot discern who they are, thus I cannot sense anything. The city of no return is rather chaotic. There are a few potent auras present, yet I cannot ascertain which one belongs to the city lord. It is possible that none of them are, and perhaps the city lord is not even within no return at this moment. De Huang found it difficult to make a judgment, as it had no knowledge of the city lord's identity and could not differentiate. It appears we must participate in the battles of the medal battlefield, Chen Changan remarked calmly. Young master, why not let me go? My strength may not reach divine transformation, but I am capable, Gu Xiener suggested. While you may lack practical experience, it is not prudent for you to intervene here. Allow me to take the lead, Chen Changan asserted, for his cultivation was undeniably at the first layer of the extraordinary realm, without question. However, the true extent of his combat prowess remained uncertain, necessitating further verification. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Chen Changan rose early and made his way to the metal battlefield. It must be said that the metal battlefield is perhaps the most bustling locale within the city of no return. It could be aptly described as a sea of humanity, for not only can one witness battles, but also participate in wagering. Many seek to amass spirit stones through this means, as daily expenses and no return demand such currency. Otherwise, one risks expulsion. Upon entering the main hall, Chen Changan found it already teeming with people. Ah, a newcomer has arrived. I heard about this individual yesterday. Astonishingly, they're still alive. A newcomer from yesterday? Quite intriguing. Surely they do not intend to join the battles at the metal battlefield? TSK. The youth certainly possesses audacity. Yet one fears they may not emerge alive from the arena. The crowd murmured with lively discussions. But Chen Changan paid them no heed as he made his way directly to the registration desk. I wish to register for the metal battlefield competition, he stated. The attendant glanced up at Chen Changan and replied, First, let us assess your cultivation level. Very well. First level of the extraordinary realm? That meets the criteria. I can issue you a bronze medal immediately. Please provide your name for the record. Chen Changan. Excellent. Here is your bronze medal. You may proceed. The arena for bronze medal competitions is on the second floor. Chen Changan was taken aback by the simplicity of the registration process. Just a cultivation test and a name recorded. And it was all done. Clutching his bronze medal, he ascended to the arena on the second floor. The bronze medal arena was sparsely populated, as battles of this caliber offered little spectacle. Are you here to compete? One of the attendants inquired. Yes. I would like to ask if there are currently 100 holders of the bronze medal present? Chen Changan asked. The administrator was momentarily taken aback by the question, pondering the youth's intentions. Did he aspire to advance? Rest assured, there are indeed that many. It merely depends on how long you can endure. The administrator replied with a smile. Is it possible to have them all compete at once? I fear it may be a waste of time otherwise. All at once. Chapter 72. Unstoppable advancement. Upon uttering these words, not only did the administrator of the bronze medal arena change expression, but so did several other bronze medal holders present. Arrogance. Who do you think you are? Do you look down upon us bronze medal holders so easily? Aren't you also a bronze medal holder? What is there to be so haughty about? Damn it, are you seeking death? Those from the outlaw city are hardly virtuous. Each one possesses a fiery temper and is brimming with a murderous aura. Naturally bloodthirsty, how could they possibly tolerate Chen Changan's words? Yet, Chen Changan paid no heed to the raucous crowd and continued to inquire whether such actions were permissible. The administrator regarded Chen Changan with astonishment, questioning whether this young man was genuinely capable or merely posturing. There had been no precedent for this before, but if you wish to pursue it, you will need to ascertain whether these individuals agree. We will not compel the other medal holders to engage in battle. Upon hearing this, Chen Changan nodded. It seemed that as long as these individuals consented, it would suffice. With this thought, Chen Changan smiled faintly and leapt directly onto the stage. It must be said, the arena was indeed vast, accommodating hundreds without issue. Gazing at the surrounding bronze medal holders, Chen Changan calmly proclaimed, with a mere finger, I can annihilate all of you here. Do you believe me? What? A single finger? His words sent the bronze medal battlefield into a frenzy. Arrogance. Utterly outrageous. How dare a mere first-tier transcendent speak so boldly? Does he truly believe himself invincible? Seeking death. No one shall claim my opportunity. This young man's life is mine. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. You scoundrel, I shall swallow you whole. In an instant, dozens leapt onto the stage, each eager not to miss the chance to slay Chen Changan. Observing the numbers, Chen Changan deemed it insufficient and continued, What are the others? Are you afraid? Trembling. Too scared to step forward? With this provocation, nearly 100 more ascended the stage, surpassing the necessary numbers. Well, the more the merrier. The outcome remains unchanged. Chen Changan smiled slightly, then extended a finger, casually waving it, unleashing a surge of sword energy. In the blink of an eye, the once clamorous bronze metal battlefield fell silent. The scene on the stage left all in attendance dumbfounded. They were dead. All of them. He truly only required a single finger? I told you, a single finger is sufficient. Chen Changan smiled faintly. Then, with a flicker, he appeared before the administrator. How does one advance? Chen Changan inquired. Huh? Oh, to advance, you must go to the 3rd floor. Here is your advancement certificate. The administrator stood there, somewhat dazed. He had encountered fierce individuals in the outlaw city, yet someone as audacious as Chen Changan was indeed rare. Thank you. Chen Changan, holding his promotion certificate, ascended directly to the 3rd floor where the silver metal battlefield lay. Huh, wasn't he this lad just at the bronze metal battlefield? How did he end up here? Could it be that he has lost his way? No, wait, what is that in his hand? A promotion certificat? How? How is it possible that he achieved 100 consecutive victories in such a short span? Even if each opponent were swiftly defeated, 100 challengers would not fall so rapidly. Unless, damn it, did he defeat them simultaneously? Though astonished, the onlookers did not dwell on it, for the prowess of bronze medal holders was generally mediocre. Many could indeed accomplish such feats. Promotion? Very well, I shall arrange for you to face a silver medal holder. Once you vanquish him, your promotion will be secured. Soon, Chen Changan awaited his opponent, a silver medal holder. The moment the latter stepped onto the stage, before he could utter a word, Chen Changan struck first, executing yet another swift kill. The speed left many in utter bewilderment. Was this lad not a tad too eager? Am I now considered promoted to silver medal? Chen Changan inquired of the administrator. Indeed, I shall change your medal now. No need. Let us do it all at once later. Huh? Do it all at once? What do you mean? This lad intends to ascend to gold medal? I require 100 opponents. Do you dare face me? What do you mean? One person retorted, visibly incensed. I mean, facing you one by one is rather tedious, and none of you stand chance. Why not face me all at once? Perhaps you might have a sliver of opportunity. Chen Changan replied with a faint smile. Damn it, how dare you? This is absurd. What gives you the right to demand we join forces? Who do you think you are? I shall make it clear to you that in this city of no return, not everyone can act brazenly. As his words fell, a silver medal holder charged onto the stage. Yet before he could land, Chen Changan struck, unleashing a blade of energy that cleaved him in two, blood splattering across the arena. Is he truly that formidable? I refuse to believe he can consistently unleash such powerful techniques. Let us not forget, his cultivation is merely at the first layer of the extraordinary realm. Indeed, he is merely posturing. His true aim is to intimidate us. Could it be? He wishes for us to surrender without a fight, thus securing an effortless promotion? He is indeed a cunning fellow. Since he has proposed such terms, let us confront him together. Absolutely together. In that moment, former rivals chose to unite against him. There was no other choice, as Chen Changan's arrogance compelled them to set aside past grievances and collectively strive to eliminate him. Seeing the crowd ascend the stage, Chen Changan finally broke into a satisfied smile. If only it had been this way from the beginning, it would have spared me the waste of time. Farewell, everyone. The same gesture, the same outcome, merely shifted from the arena of the bronze medal to that of the silver medal. When Chen Changan departed from the silver medal arena, the others within had yet to register his exit. I comprehend now. He is aiming for the golden medal. This lad intends to strive for the golden medal within a month. The administrator of the silver medal arena suddenly came to a realization. Chen Changan's urgency to advance must undoubtedly be towards the golden medal. The golden medal? That young man? Goodness, the golden medal requires facing 10 peak cultivators simultaneously. How could that possibly be accomplished? Let alone advancing to the golden medal. Achieving 100 consecutive victories within the platinum medal realm is an exceedingly arduous task. Indeed, challenging for the golden medal necessitates the newcomer possesses a cultivation level below the divine transformation realm. Yet the season holders of the platinum medal have not remained stagnant in their cultivation. Within this city of no return, many holders of the platinum medal have attained the divine transformation realm. With such audacity, How could this young man hope to escape their scrutiny? Humph. Aspiring for the golden medal? It is nothing but a fool's dream. However, do you think that this lad has now ventured to the golden medal arena, where he will soon display the same arrogance? Shall we not take a moment to witness the spectacle? Come, come, such a scene is a rarity. Chapter 73. Chen Changan. Renowned and not returning city, have you heard? A remarkable event has transpired in our not returning city. How could one not have heard? The news has spread far and wide. Astonishingly, this Chen Changan has achieved greatness, ascending to the platinum medal in just a single day. What does this signify? Do you realize what is truly terrifying? He has obliterated his way to advancement, which means that beneath the platinum rank, no one stands a chance against him. A chance? Do you truly comprehend the reality of the situation? I was present at the scene. Do you understand what it means to achieve 100 consecutive victories? 100 consecutive victories? What does that entail? Pray, enlighten me on the circumstances. With merely a single move, Chen Changan transitioned from the bronze medal to the platinum medal, simultaneously facing at least 100 opponents, dispatching them effortlessly with a single strike. This lad's cultivation may only be at the extraordinary realm, yet I sense his combat prowess rivals that of the pinnacle of the divine passage realm. A prodigy indeed. To wield the might of the divine passage realm while in the extraordinary realm? Alas, it is regrettable that continuing on this path of 100 victories will not be an effortless endeavor. True masters are all holders of the platinum medal, most of whom have reached the divine transformation realm, with whispers of some having even breached its zenith. I believe he may find his progress halted here, though his potential is immense. Chen Changan's swift ascent to becoming a holder of the platinum medal has caused quite a stir throughout not returning city. After all, such an occurrence is unprecedented. It is clear to all that Chen Changan's ambition lies with the purple gold medal. This revelation stirs a fierce determination within the hearts of all platinum medal holders. What they could not achieve, they will not permit another to accomplish. On the path to 100 victories, they will exert every effort to thwart Chen Changan's winning streak. Should he fail to complete 100 victories within a month, the purple gold medal shall remain forever beyond his grasp. Ah, is that not the current paragon of our not returning city? Back again? As Chen Changan returned to the happy building, the proprietress playfully teased him with a flirtatious demeanor. His name has nearly reverberated throughout the entirety of not returning city, and the proprietress, having kept a keen eye on him, is hardly oblivious to the unfolding events. Truth be told, she harbors no doubt regarding Chen Changan's rapid attainment of the platinum medal. What perplexes her, however, is the mystery of his origins. How could he have tested at merely the first layer of the extraordinary realm? She has long suspected that he conceals his true cultivation. Yet such evaluations cannot be falsified. Has she truly misjudged him? Nonetheless, Chen Changan possesses boundless potential. At the first layer of the extraordinary realm, his combat prowess is extraordinary. You seem quite interested in my affairs. Do you have something on your mind? Chen Changan inquired with a smile. Oh, have you just now realized? So, do you have time today? Would you like me to keep you company? A company? Perhaps not. This woman hardly seems benevolent, even if her intentions are not malicious. She undoubtedly has ulterior motives. There is something I wish to inquire about. Why was I not permitted to continue my challenge today in the medal battlefield? Chen Changan furrowed his brow and asked. Of course, permission would not be granted. In just one day, you have thrown the entire medal battlefield into disarray. Moreover, battles for the platinum medal cannot be arranged casually. The crux of the matter is that you are currently a highly sought-after individual. Everyone is aware that you're pursuing the purple gold medal. At this juncture, setting up a betting pool would be immensely profitable. Additionally, those who possess the platinum medals do not linger in the medal battlefield for long and require advance notice for engagement. I estimate that you should receive a notification within 3 days. The proprietress's estimation aligned perfectly with the information Chen Changan had gathered from the medal battlefield. You seem quite knowledgeable about these matters. Your connection with the Lord of the City of No Return must be quite profound, I presume? Chen Changan inquired with a smile. Are you trying to pry into my affairs? If you obediently yield to me, I assure you I shall divulge everything, all right? The proprietress cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Changan, adopting a captivating pose that stirred the blood. Unfortunately, such allure held no sway over Chen Changan. In years past, Mu Yunao utilized every means at her disposal to fortify Chen Changan's willpower, and in turn, he endured considerable hardship throughout that process. Over time, he cultivated a temperament akin to still waters, unshakable as a mountain. Compared to Mu Yunao, the proprietress fell short. Perhaps for others, her charm was an irresistible temptation. But for Chen Changan, it paled in comparison. Ah, what a pity. It has been far too long since my master last tested my composure. I truly reminisce about those times. Chen Changan sighed helplessly within, recalling that period as truly remarkable, albeit filled with days of either enduring beatings or being on the verge of them. Yet the journey was beautiful. Observing Chen Changan lost in thought, the proprietress's expression shifted. Was this young man truly indifferent to her? Did she possess such little allure? How could he still ponder other matters, unaware of her own worth? She truly believed that she had captured his interest? With a cold retort, the proprietress ascended to the second floor. As she departed, Chen Changan smiled wryly. Indeed, women are curious creatures, so easily riled. Meanwhile, in a modest wooden cabin nestled in a corner of the city of no return, a man clad entirely in black surveyed the two kneeling before him and spoke softly. How is your investigation on this Chen Changan progressing? In response, the assistant reported, we regret to inform you, Lord of the City, that Chen Changan's origins remain shrouded in mystery. Our inquiries reveal that he has only recently appeared in the chaotic zone. Both his identity and strength elude comprehension, but it is rumored that he has come here seeking specific information, which drives his ambition for the purple gold medal. No one would have expected that the Lord of the City of No Return would be concealed within such a secluded little cabin. Seeking information? I understand. You may proceed with your inquiries and keep a vigilant eye on Chen Changan's every move. Yes, my lord. Once his subordinates departed, Shura removed his dark robe and stepped out of the cabin. Shortly after his exit, Chen Changan appeared before the cabin, accompanied by De Huang. Is this the place? De Huang? Chen Changan inquired. Yes, it should be here. I have an unsettling feeling about this location. De Huang nodded in agreement. Chen Changan approached, gently pushing the door open, revealing an unpleasant odor and a disordered interior. He frowned involuntarily. Living in such a place? Someone was indeed here moments ago, but they have likely already departed. It seems we have arrived too late. Do you think this person could be the Lord of the City of No Return? Chapter 74. The Foolish Youth. Resembling the renowned blade, Chen Changan has never been the type to hang himself from a single tree. He seeks to acquire the purple gold medal while simultaneously pursuing information regarding the enigmatic Lord of the City of No Return. This lord remains shrouded in secrecy. Neither Chen Changan nor De Huang can ascertain whether he actually resides in the City of No Return, let alone his true identity. Throughout the city, no one has ever laid eyes upon the true visage of the Lord, rendering him exceedingly mysterious. Recently, De Huang stumbled upon something amiss with a small wooden cabin. However, by the time Chen Changan and De Huang arrived, they were regrettably too late. Chen Changan cast a glance at the fallen black robe on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. De Huang, why not sniff the robe and see if he can track anything? Chen Changan inquired with a smile. Do you truly regard me as a dog? This wretched place reeks, so I shall not sniff it. If anyone is to do so, it ought to be you. De Huang retorted, displeased. Very well, there is little to ascertain here. Let us depart. Chen Changan chuckled before leading De Huang away from the small cabin. In the present day, as Chen Changan traverses the city of no return, he shines like a radiant star, drawing the gaze of all towards the platinum medal adorning his chest. A young individual sporting a platinum medal. One can easily deduce his identity as Chen Changan. Is this truly Chen Changan? He appears so remarkably youthful. Indeed, and his cultivation level has been assessed at the first stage of the Transcendence realm. Advancing to the platinum medal with such an invincible presence is nothing short of terrifying. Ah, how enviable! I seek not the purple gold medal. If only I could obtain the platinum medal, I would have no regrets. Certainly, the possessor of the platinum medal is exempt from any fees and enjoys a 50% discount on all purchases within the city of no return. The platinum metal not only signifies strength, but also bestows certain privileges, which explains the multitude of individuals aspiring to become medal holders. However, there are restrictions. Obedience to the commands of the city lord, Shura, is required. Those who reach the pinnacle of the transformation realm, or even break through to the void realm, shall be favored as Shura's trusted confidants, ascending to leadership within the city of no return. Are you flaunting your prowess on the battlefield for medals today? Indeed, you possess some talent, but alas, becoming a holder of the purple gold medal is no simple feat, I dare say. You shall struggle to surpass this hurdle. Suddenly, a discordant voice intruded, prompting Chen Changan to turn his gaze towards the speaker. Is that Yin Xiong? Has he returned? My heavens! When did Yin Xiong come back? This is dire. Yin Xiong's appearance signifies the end of Chen Changan's good fortune. Who is Yin Xiong? I have not heard of him. You must have arrived in the city of no return only recently, if you're unaware of Yin Xiong's reputation. Then who exactly is this individual? The platinum medal holder possesses unparalleled strength, having reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm a decade ago. He was poised to become the commander of the city of no return. However, Yin Xiong, a man of great pride, refused to enter the void realm and thus declined the position. Over the past 10 years, he has not remained in the city of no return, but instead ventured out to hone his skills and seek breakthroughs. Now, his cultivation level might very well be at the void realm. A platinum medal holder at the void realm? What a joke. Who could possibly contend with such a formidable figure? No, wait. His current prowess should qualify him for the commander's role, and he likely won't engage in the battles for the platinum medal anymore. As long as he does not apply himself, he will forever remain a platinum medal holder. His participation does not constitute a breach of rules. Upon hearing the discussions around him, Chen Changan discerned the identity of this arrogant individual. A breakthrough to the void realm as a platinum medal holder in just 10 years? Not particularly impressive, I must say, Chen Changan remarked with a faint smile. Ha ha, what an audacious claim. Even if I am indeed lacking, you are not a match for me. I shall not stoop to your level today. I will await you on the battlefield of metals. I will ensure you understand the consequences of arrogance. Yin Xiong refrained from attacking Chen Changan, for he believed that Chen was not worth his direct intervention. Among the platinum medal holders, there were plenty capable of teaching Chen a lesson. You shall witness it firsthand. If you do not show up, my victory will be effortless and rather dull. Chen Changan coldly retorted. Ha ha, very well. I shall remember this. I hope you do not disappoint me by failing to withstand even a single battle. After uttering these words, Yin Xiong departed, as if he had come solely to exchange a few harsh words with Chen Changan. Is this person unwell? Did he come merely to show off? Or perhaps to announce his return to others? Has he become so consumed by bloodlust that he has become a mere shadow of himself? Da Huang nodded in agreement from his side. This Yin Xiong did indeed appear rather foolish. Moreover, over the past decade, Yin Xiong had evidently undergone something remarkable, as the bloodlust emanating from him was overwhelmingly intense, hinting at a potential for madness. However, Chen Changan also observed that those residing long-term in the city of no return exhibited significantly reduced bloodlust, seemingly having discovered a method to suppress this ferocity. Yet, such matters were of no concern to Chen Changan. For now, he simply awaited the notification from the battlefield of metals. He, fool, come here and bow for me. Do it once, and I shall reward you with a treat. Ha ha! Yes, yes, put your back into it. Suddenly, Chen Changan noticed a group of youths, no older than 16 or 17, taunting a simpleton in a corner. The fool's gaze was clouded, his face adorned with a foolish grin. Wholly oblivious to the malice of others, he merely followed whatever others dictated, as if this had become his instinct for survival. Chen Changan initially paid little heed, merely casting a glance, for he possessed no altruistic desire to save the world. Yet, this seemingly casual observation caused a jolt in his heart. That face was strikingly familiar. Despite the many changes, it was one Chen Changan would never forget. At that moment, Da Huang sensed something amiss with Chen Changan and instinctively glanced towards the corner. Could it be coincidence? Had they truly found it so swiftly? Da Huang's eyes were filled with astonishment, for this fool bore an uncanny resemblance to Wu Mingdao. However, his features were somewhat youthful, lacking the steadfast confidence of yore, and the indomitable spirit was conspicuously absent. Could it truly be a reincarnation? Chen Changan knew not. Yet since fate had brought them together, he felt compelled to inquire. The moment Chen Changan appeared, the group of youths froze, particularly upon noticing the platinum medal adorning his chest, which instantly filled them with trepidation. "Do you harbor any anger?" one of the youths inquired. "Do you know him?" Chapter 75. Is he truly Wu Mingdao? Chen Changan gazed at the youth before him, who was grinning foolishly, his expression a tapestry of complexity. The young man's visage evoked memories of Wu Mingdao, yet they were markedly dissimilar in countless ways. "And what about you? Do you recognize him?" Chen Changan inquired. Upon seeing the youths remain silent, his countenance darkened, causing them to kneel in trepidation. We do not know him," they stammered. "We only know he is a simpleton, and we come to amuse ourselves with him when we have nothing else to do. Sir, we have never harmed him, and we provide him with food daily. At most, we have merely played tricks on him. Unfamiliar? Is he not a native of this city of lost return?" Chen Changan pondered. Yet, if that were the case, how could a fool traverse the confines of lost return? According to the city's regulations, newborns are exempt from any fees until they reach the age of 18. Thus, he must have been born here, yet reduced to such a state suggests he has no family, or perhaps was abandoned by them from a young age. Chen Changan gradually lowered himself to the youth's level, regarding the familiar yet strange boy. "Would you like to come with me?" he asked with a gentle smile. The boy continued to beam vacantly, seemingly oblivious to Chen Changan's words. "You will have clothes to wear, food to eat, and no longer need to endure bullying. Do you wish for that?" Chen Changan, unhurried, repeated his inquiry with a soothing tone. At last, the boy responded, whether due to the promise of clothes, food, or the absence of torment. He nodded, still smiling vacantly. "Since you are willing, then let us depart." Chen Changan rose, and the boy followed suit. Upon turning, Chen Changan noticed the other youths still lingering, trembling in place. "Can we leave as well?" one of them asked nervously. This was not a significant matter, yet Chen Changan cast a glance at them, then with a swift motion, dispatched them all. They did not deserve death, yet they had humiliated one who should not have been scorned, returning from his outing with a beggar. The innkeeper's wife frowned at the sight of Chen Changan leading back a filthy simpleton. However, her gaze lacked revulsion, which elicited a newfound respect from Chen Changan. "Could I trouble you with a request?" Chen Changan asked with a smile. "Oh, the illustrious one has a matter that requires my assistance?" She replied, intrigued. "You are familiar with this place. Could you help me investigate his origins?" "Investigate his origins?" The innkeeper's wife glanced at the soiled boy, puzzled by Chen Changan's motives. "Did he have some connection to this simpleton?" "Very well. I shall assist you in your inquiry, though I cannot guarantee the outcome." "Thank you. Shall I have someone purchase a few garments for him and prepare some hot water?" "Very well. I shall settle the payment in spirit stones shortly." "No need for that. It does not require many spirit stones." Chen Changan nodded to the proprietress and then returned to his courtyard with the youth who bore a striking resemblance to Wu Mingdao. "Young master, who is this?" Qilin inquired, intrigued by Chen Changan's unexpected companion upon his return. "I suspect he may be the reincarnation of Wu Mingdao." Reincarnation? Qilin had heard of this event by the Tianshui Lake, yet she did not anticipate such a swift discovery. What a remarkable coincidence! Is it merely due to his resemblance? Surely there are others in this world who share similar appearances, she pondered, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Chen Changan nodded in agreement. The vastness of the Taishan realm indeed suggested the existence of similar-looking individuals. However, this boy's likeness to Wu Mingdao was uncanny. Despite the uncertainty of the truth, Chen Changan was unwilling to overlook this opportunity. "De Huang, could you discern where the issue lies? Or is there a method to ascertain whether a connection exists between him and Wu Mingdao?" Chen Changan asked De Huang. Upon hearing this, De Huang's expression grew serious. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Wu Mingdao possessed a cultivation level that transcended death. Typically, individuals of such caliber, upon reincarnation, have a certain probability of awakening their past memories. Even if they do not awaken, it is unusual for them to exhibit such foolishness. Perhaps there was a complication at birth, or Before his demise, Wu Mingdao's soul suffered grave injuries. Therefore, to determine whether he is indeed Wu Mingdao, he must first be healed. I examined him earlier, and it is true that his soul is damaged. Furthermore, for many years, he has been heavily influenced by malevolent blood energy, despite having no cultivation. You must not only restore his injured soul, but also eliminate the blood energy from his mind. Do you possess a method? A slight frown crossed Chen Changan's brow as he began to rummage through his belongings, searching for anything that could aid in soul restoration. Meanwhile, the proprietress had sent someone to deliver fresh garments and hot water, arranging for 2 individuals to assist in cleansing the youth. What was he doing? The proprietress inquired of Qilin, noticing Chen Changan's lack of response upon her arrival. The young master is searching for something, Qilin replied. Searching for something? Is it related to the healing of that youth? The proprietress did not press further, but instead stepped aside, patiently awaiting Chen Changan. After some time, Chen Changan's consciousness withdrew from the spatial ring. How peculiar! Why is there nothing of this nature? He mused, puzzled that among his many possessions, he lacked a treasure for soul restoration. Suddenly, an understanding dawned upon him. Mu Yinyao once remarked that Chen Changan possessed a remarkably powerful soul, with his mental acuity reaching an extraordinary level. Thus, even in the absence of any cultivation, he was capable of utilizing a spatial ring, an unimaginable feat for others. Yet, Chen Changan accomplished it effortlessly. Consequently, Mu Yinyao never worried about the potential harm to his soul and never provided him with any corresponding treasures. Chen Changan himself paid little heed to such matters. When did you arrive? Chen Changan, upon regaining his focus, noticed the proprietress staring intently at him from across the room. Aren't you afraid of danger? Are you truly that carefree or utterly unconcerned? The proprietress was perplexed by how Chen Changan managed to remain completely oblivious to the world around him, an exceedingly perilous situation, as it would hinder his ability to react swiftly in the face of danger. I cannot die, Chen Changan replied earnestly, yet the proprietress dismissed his words as mere jest. The matter you asked me to investigate has yielded some news. So soon? You truly underestimate me. Do you think it takes several days to uncover information? This young man was born in the city of no return, a rather pitiable circumstance. The day of his birth was also the day his parents were killed. Due to the city's regulations for protecting newborns, he was spared, but as he grew older, those who adopted him discovered his mental deficiencies and subsequently cast him out. For many years, he wandered and begged in the city, surviving against all odds. The cause of his mental state may stem from a severe trauma in the womb, compounded by years of exposure to malevolent energies. Do you intend to cure his affliction? The proprietress inquired. Indeed, though I possess no means to do so at present. I see. Then I might be able to devise a solution for you. Oh, you have a plan? Note, 5 chapters have been updated. May I kindly request a small token of appreciation? Is that too much to ask? Chapter 76, The Forest of Life and Death. The purifying grass, the proprietress's warm-heartedness, took Chen Changan by surprise. This woman was certainly not of such a disposition. Did she harbor ulterior motives? Chen Changan was uncertain, yet the immediate priority was to heal the young man. Thus he paid little heed to such thoughts. In the northern part of the city of no return, there existed an auction house where one might find what they seek. However, the most pressing concern was the blood qi residing within his mind, a formidable essence that was not easily eradicated. To completely eliminate it, one must acquire a specific item, the purifying grass found within the forest of life and death. Purifying grass? This was the first time Chen Changan had heard of such a thing. Could it be an exclusive entity of this chaotic region? The proprietress seemed to discern his thoughts and continued, stating that the purifying grass was indeed unique to the forest of life and death. Within this forest, the blood qi surged violently. Any ordinary person entering would scarcely survive to exit. Most would succumb to madness due to the overwhelming blood qi, compounded by the numerous dangers within, rendering the place seldom visited. Remarkably, the purifying grass thrived in this perilous environment, untouched by its influences. Hence, it possessed a peculiar efficacy. Upon consumption, it could completely absorb and eliminate the blood qi within the body. This was indeed a remarkable item, Yet why must it be obtained from the forest of life and death? Was there none available at the auction house? Is there no purifying grass at the auction house? Chen Changan inquired. It appears you remain somewhat ignorant of the blood qi. The proprietress explained. Though it impacts one's consciousness and poses certain risks to the body, it cannot be denied that blood qi can enhance combat prowess if utilized wisely. However, the purifying grass will entirely eradicate the blood qi from the body, and given the myriad dangers of the forest of life and death, it is unnecessary to risk one's life for such an item. Even if it were placed at the auction house, it would not fetch a good price. Thus, she elucidated the matter. Upon hearing her words, Chen Changan nodded. Indeed, it seemed unwise. How far is the forest of life and death from the city of no return? He asked. Well, if one travels swiftly, it could be reached within a day, but once inside, how long it would take to emerge is uncertain, she replied. Are you truly willing to risk your life for this young man? That place is one where even ordinary void realm practitioners hesitate to tread. You are merely at the first level of the extraordinary realm. Do you not fear for your life? The proprietress was somewhat perplexed. Even if Chen Changan possessed hidden strength, why would he risk himself for someone he had no connection to? Chen Changan glanced at the young man, who had just finished washing up and emerged, his resolve strengthening. He resembled someone far too closely. This is a debt I owe him, Chen Changan said with a faint smile. Owe him? This statement left the proprietress even more bewildered. How could someone of Chen Changan's stature be indebted to a fool so heavily? Madam, please assist me in preparing some items for him, Chen Changan said with a calm demeanor. Da Huang, Xiener, you two remain here and keep an eye on him. I shall make a brief visit to the auction house and then to the forest of life and death. I shall endeavor to return within 3 days. He was acutely aware of the significant duel awaiting him in just 3 days. Stay here obediently. I will be back shortly. Chen Changan gently patted the boy's shoulder. And though the boy's smile seemed somewhat foolish, it bore a hint of sincerity. Without hesitation, Chen Changan departed from the pleasure house. The madam watched his vanishing figure, her gaze infused with an unusual curiosity. What manner of person is he? She mused. Are you not concerned for your master? Do you not fear for his safety? The madam inquired of Gu Xiener. As a servant, I can only obey my master's wishes, and I have unwavering faith in him, Gu Xiener replied, her adoration for Chen Changan blinding her to any doubts. The forest of life and death, no matter how terrifying, could not deter Chen Changan's resolve. Da Huang understood him all too well. This was a task he not only intended to undertake, but one he felt compelled to execute personally. Are we to simply stand by and do nothing? The madam's words were interrupted mid-sentence, as she suddenly froze. Did that dog just speak? From the outset, the madam had found it strange, but paid little mind, considering it merely a dog. Yet now this dog had spoken? You could talk? You're not an ordinary dog? She asked, her surprise evident. Indeed, I Da Huang the Dog King. But before Da Huang could continue, Gu Xiener, with an air of pride, interjected, neglecting to notice the seething glare from Da Huang. A dog king, you say? I have not heard of such a thing. However, the world is full of wonders. I wonder, esteemed dog king, what tier of beast are you? The madam inquired with intrigue. What tier of beast? Da Huang scoffed with disdain and then sulked to one side. Lying down in a huff. You call yourself a dog king? Your entire family must be dog kings. The madam, seeing Da Huang's disinterest, could only chuckle helplessly before turning to leave. Meanwhile, after departing the pleasure house, Chen Changan made his way directly to the auction house in the northern part of the city. As a holder of the platinum medal, he was met with immediate attention upon entering. You are Chen Changan? Yes, that is I. Who is in charge here? I have matters to discuss. He replied bluntly, no longer concerned about why others recognized him. Ah. Very well. Please follow me, the attendant said, leading Chen Changan to the door of a private room. Master Ma, Chen Changan wishes to see you. It seems he has urgent business. Upon hearing the words of the young servant, the steward known as Master Ma was momentarily taken aback. Chen Changan? Allow him to enter, he commanded. Yes, sir. After the servant exited, Chen Changan stepped inside, prompting Master Ma to scrutinize him. Is this the figure who has recently stirred such a tumult? A first-level extraordinary being adorned with a platinum medal is undeniably conspicuous. You're Chen Changan? Do you require my assistance? Mastermind inquired. I wish to inquire whether your auction house possesses any treasures capable of restoring souls. Chen Changan responded. Restoring souls? Are you not familiar with the rules of the auction house? All items must be acquired through the auction process. Private transactions are strictly prohibited. Although you possess a platinum medal and enjoy certain privileges, you do not possess the right to engage in private dealings, Masterma stated, his tone rather brusque, bordering on inhospitable, suggesting a lack of fondness for Chen Changan, though not outright hostility. Unfazed, Chen Changan replied coolly, I am merely asking if such items exist. Do you fail to comprehend straightforward language? Chapter 77. Abundance. Chen Changan is a man of fairness. He treats others as he wishes to be treated himself. Since Old Ma refuses to speak, Chen Changan will not hold back, for that is not in his nature. Upon hearing Chen Changan's words, Old Ma's expression shifted immediately. Indeed, he was a presumptuous young man, believing that a modicum of potential granted him the right to act with impunity. Indeed, the rumors hold true. Chen Changan, you are audacious. But do you think this is a place where you can run rampant? Old Ma replied coldly. I only know that this is an auction house, a place for business. Is this how you treat your guests? Is this your hospitality? Chen Changan retorted with a sneer. Old Ma frowned at Chen Changan's words, acknowledging that he had indeed been the first to reprimand him, a fact he would not deny. However, he merely found this young man displeasing, never expecting him to display such fearlessness. For a moment, Old Ma was at a loss for how to proceed. After contemplating, he replied nonchalantly, We have what you seek. However, the auction is likely already underway, and for the time being, this is the only one available. Whether you can acquire it depends on your own abilities. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Has the auction already begun? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Changan turned and made his way towards the auction venue. So arrogant. There will come a day when you regret it. Were it not for the commotion surrounding the event 3 days hence, I would certainly teach you a lesson today. In 3 days, Chen Changan's ambition to attain the purple gold medal had stirred considerable interest. Thus, no one would dare confront him at this moment. After all, everyone wished to witness whether he would succeed or how miserably he might fail. To act against him now would only rob them of the spectacle. At the auction site, the item Chen Changan sought, a spirit recovery herb, was currently being auctioned. 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Ladies and gentlemen, while this spirit recovery herb may not be a treasure of the highest order, it has remarkable effects on the restoration of the soul. It is known that for those who cultivate, if their soul is damaged, they may never progress again in their lifetime. This item is far from useless. Our auction house has but this single spirit recovery herb available, an opportunity that is rare. If missed, who knows how long one might have to wait for another chance. 60,000. I bid 60,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 70,000. I bid 70. I bid 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It must be noted that the auctioneer at this venue is adept at stirring emotions. Although the spirit recovery herb is indeed effective, its price would not exceed 150,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Yet, due to his few choice words, the price soared, now reaching 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else willing to bid? Is there truly no one else bidding? The auctioneer cast his gaze over each attendee, gauging their reactions. Noticing the apparent lack of further bids, he decided to refrain from unnecessary chatter. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, once. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones, twice. 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 1,000. Pardon? 1,000? This method of bidding left everyone momentarily stunned. Was this individual deliberately causing a commotion? To disrupt an auction not under the jurisdiction of the city lord was a reckless endeavor, indeed. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, and they were taken aback. A young possessor of a platinum medal? Who was this audacious individual? Is that Chen Changan? Indeed, it was Chen Changan. This impudent youth had grown increasingly bold, daring to create chaos in such a setting. His audacity was astonishing. One could only wonder how he would ultimately fare. The auctioneer, too, turned his attention to Chen Changan, as this was his first encounter with such a notable figure. Esteemed guest, The price for the replenishing herb has already reached 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Your bid of 1,000 may not suffice. If you truly wish to purchase it, please reconsider your offer, he stated with a smile. Just 1,000. However, I mean 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Gasp. The latter part of the statement drew sharp intakes of breath from the crowd. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones? Was this youth out of his mind? Such extravagance was beyond comprehension. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones equated to a staggering 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. To spend such a fortune on a mere trinket? Are you certain it is 1,000 top-grade spirit stones? The auctioneer was taken aback, realizing Chen Changan's unexpected wealth. I am certain, Chen Changan replied calmly. Very well. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, once. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, twice. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, thrice. Sold. The replenishing herb now belongs to this esteemed guest. Please proceed to settle the payment. Certainly. By the way, as a holder of the platinum medal, you are entitled to a 20% discount. So you need only pay 800 top-grade spirit stones. At this moment, the auctioneer felt a pang of regret. 200 top-grade spirit stones meant a loss of 2 million mid-grade spirit stones, a sum that matched the auction price prior to Chen Changan's arrival. After settling the 800 top-grade spirit stones, Chen Changan departed the auction house with the herb in hand. It was only after his exit that the crowd regained their composure. By heavens, how does he possess such a wealth of spirit stones? Did he not understand the concept of discretion? To be a common man bearing precious jewels, does he not fear for his life? Riding high on recent success, he may be getting a bit too carried away. Once he fails in his pursuit of the purple gold medal, countless individuals will be eager to take him down a peg. Let him revel in his triumph for now. Soon enough, he will come to understand the severity of his impending downfall. No one anticipated that Chen Changan, after departing from the auction house, would swiftly make his way out of the city. Is that not Chen Changan? What could he possibly be up to? It seems he is heading towards the city's exit. What? Chen Changan is leaving the city? Could it be that he is frightened? There was much speculation surrounding Chen Changan's exit, yet no one truly understood his intentions. As a holder of the platinum medal, Chen Changan possessed the privilege of entering and exiting the city at will. However, upon arriving at the city gates, he encountered the same guards who had been there when he entered. You already possess the platinum medal? The lead guard was taken aback upon seeing Chen Changan, for he had only been in the city for a mere 3 days. Could it be? Are you the Chen Changan that has been the subject of recent rumors? The lead guard inquired, astonished. Yes, that would be me. My goodness. Are you not about to compete for the purple gold medal? And yet, you are leaving the city? The lead guard questioned, bewildered. I have some matters to attend to outside. May I inquire where you are headed? To the forest of life and death. What? You intend to go to the forest of life and death. Chapter 78. Master, what brings you here? The forest of life and death, a place of terror and taboos. The forest of life and death has become what it is today due to the unique crimson trees that thrive within its depths. The origins of these crimson trees remain a mystery, yet it is well known that they possess the ability to absorb and accumulate the essence of blood and malice. The vast expanse of the forest of life and death, filled with crimson trees, has for many years absorbed this malevolent energy, enveloping the area in a thick shroud. From a distance, the vibrant red of the crimson trees has coalesced into a mist-like essence, rendering the forest akin to a sea of blood. Even before entering the forest of life and death, Chen Changan could sense the peculiarity of the place. Surrounding the forest for dozens of kilometers, not a single blade of grass could be found. Even the soil bore a striking crimson hue. There were no signs of life, as if it were a forbidden zone for existence itself. It is no wonder that few venture into such a place. Who, in their right mind, would seek death in such desolation? Chen Changan couldn't help but lament the reality. For an ordinary person, merely entering this place alive would be a challenge, let alone exiting it. The oppressive atmosphere here was palpable, with the essence of blood and malice becoming almost tangible, exerting a significant influence on anyone unfortunate enough to enter, except for those like Chen Changan, who possessed an extraordinary constitution unaffected by such forces. As he soared closer to the forest of life and death, he found no trace of the living. With little hesitation, Chen Changan quickened his pace and plunged into the depths of the forest. The moment he crossed the threshold, a frown creased his brow. The pressure was intense, and his vision was obscured, as if he had been thrust into a world drenched in red. Silence reigned supreme. An eerie stillness enveloped the forest of life and death, where the ground resembled a blood-red swamp, compelling Chen Changan to remain airborne, avoiding contact with the ground below. According to the innkeeper, the clear malice herb, pure white in color, stood out amidst the crimson surroundings and should not be difficult to locate. Chen Changan scanned his surroundings, but all he could see was a sea of red, devoid of any other hue. With a decisive gesture, he unleashed several sword energies that sliced through the thick mist of malevolence, only for them to vanish almost immediately within the dense fog. It seemed that the task was not as simple as he had envisioned. Reluctantly, he pressed deeper into the forest, hoping to locate the clear malice herb swiftly. Suddenly, as Chen Changan advanced, several crimson figures materialized, encircling him. They appeared to merge seamlessly with the surrounding atmosphere. He observed that once these figures emerged, they once again vanished, their colors perfectly blending with the environment, including their essence. Even Chen Changan found it difficult to discern their whereabouts momentarily. Could they be the unique creatures that inhabit the forest of life and death? Although Chen Changan possessed an immortal body, he remained vigilant, proceeding slowly while observing every movement around him. Suddenly, in a brief moment, several figures appeared, this time in greater numbers, and they charged directly at Chen Changan. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed sword energy that shot forth like arrows. Bang! 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 In rapid succession, the figures that had rushed toward him were obliterated, revealing that these creatures were not particularly formidable. Upon closer inspection of one of the monsters, Chen Changan discerned that it resembled a human, albeit its form was entirely drenched in a blood-red hue, lacking any features that could be associated with humanity. He surmised that this was likely a blood corpse, a transformation undergone by humans who had entered the forest of life and death, succumbing to its environment after their demise. It seemed that they were still on the outskirts of the forest, which explained the relatively weak strength of these blood corpses. As Chen Changan ventured deeper, the strength of these entities indeed intensified, and he soon found himself confronting blood corpses of the transformation realm. It was peculiar. Why were there so many blood corpses? Were so many individuals truly seeking their demise here? He noted that the further he progressed, the greater the number of blood corpses he encountered. From initial few to now dozens appearing at once. Roughly estimating, he had likely dispatched hundreds of these creatures during his journey. Yet, aside from the blood corpses, he had not encountered any other dangers within the forest of life and death. However, he pondered the existence of the clear shawgrass. Why had he yet to see any? Just as he contemplated this, he noticed something unusual ahead. Amidst the vivid crimson of the forest, another color stood out starkly. What was happening? Had he already exited the forest? Furrowing his brow, Chen Changan dashed forward. Passing through a sea of blood-red trees, he discovered a remarkably normal area devoid of malevolent energy, devoid of the sanguine trees, and the ground was free from the blood-stained marshes. It felt like a sanctuary within the forest of life and death, utterly unremarkable. Chen Changan? What brings you here? A sudden voice startled him, and upon focusing, he was astonished to see his master, Mu Yunyao. Master, what are you doing here? Chen Changan asked, taken aback. The presence of Mu Yunyao here was entirely unexpected, although he had harbored suspicions that she might follow him. It seemed illogical for her to have arrived before him in the forest of life and death. How can you even ask? It is because of that member of your Chen family. To dare enter the forest of life and death at the 9th level of the divine realm. Upon noticing, Chen Changan saw, not far away, Chen Yinxian lying on the ground, his body infused with a chilling aura of blood, suggesting he was gravely injured. When did Yinxian arrive in the central heaven domain? How did he end up in this chaotic region? If my memory serves me right, according to the timeline, Chen Yinxian has just finished participating in the 4 domains martial assembly, hasn't he? Given his prowess and speed, it is inconceivable that he could appear here in such a short span of time. Who exactly are you two? Chen Changan cast a wary glance at Mu Yunxiao. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunxiao's expression shifted, and with a cold sneer, she retorted, Chen Changan, have you gained the audacity to question even your master now? Do you require me to elucidate matters for you? Indifferently, Chen Changan shrugged and replied with a faint smile, if you can clarify, that would be splendid. Otherwise, I truly find it hard to trust you. Mu Yunxiao scrutinized Chen Changan for a moment, then took a deep breath and cursed, you ungrateful disciple. Very well, I shall reveal the truth to you. Due to your immortal spirit fruit, this young man has directly ascended to the 9th level of the divine passage realm, completely disregarding the 4 domains martial assembly. His sole intent was to arrive in the central heaven domain, only to be deceived into this chaotic region. I have been following you near the city of no return, and upon detecting this young man's aura, I came over. It is fortunate I did, otherwise, your talented Chun family member would have become a mere blood corpse here. Upon hearing Mu Yunxiao's explanation, Chen Changan nodded with a smile, finding it quite plausible. So, master, you have truly been following me? Of course, she replied, I have never left your side. Chapter 79. Do you truly intend to betray your master and ancestors? Master, what's the situation here? Chen Changan inquired curiously. Is there really such a tranquil place within the forest of life and death? Of course, this serene space is not a part of the forest itself. It is a temporary realm I have created. Only someone with your unique constitution can enter. Others may see it, but cannot step inside. Mu Yunxiao elucidated. Oh, I see. Chen Changan nodded with a smile and approached the unconscious Chen Yunxian. How's his condition? He asked. With my presence, he shall not perish, but he requires some time to recover. The blood-evil aura has affected him severely. The Qing Sha grass here should be beneficial, though I have yet to locate it. Indeed, the Qing Sha grass plays a crucial role yet. Chen Changan glanced at Chen Yunxian and smiled lightly. If you can't find it, then there's no need to search. No need to search? Mu Yunxiao furrowed her brow. Given her understanding of Chen Changan, he should not abandon Chen Yunxian in his time of need. Do you have another method? Mu Yunxiao asked. Certainly. I can assist him right now. Before she could respond, Chen Changan flicked his finger, and a sword aura pierced into Chen Yunxuan's forehead. What are you doing? Are you insane? He is a descendant of the Chen family. Mu Yunxiao could not fathom that Chen Changan would directly strike down Chen Yunxian. Such a resolution was indeed perplexing. There are many descendants of the Chen family. What does the death of one matter? I see he is in great pain, so I am merely assisting him. Moreover, is he truly a descendant of the Chen family? Chen Changan cast a cold smile at Mu Yunxiao, causing her to frown deeply. Chen Changan, do you believe I am deceiving you? What madness is this? Do you not trust your master? Mu Yunxiao exclaimed in anger. I certainly trust my master. It is a pity, however, that you are not. Chen Changan replied, his gaze icy, inciting further ire in Mu Yunxiao. She had already clarified her stance, yet this young man dared to treat her thus? Was he truly intent on defying the natural order? Chen Changan, do you genuinely wish to betray your master and ancestors? But do not forget, I am well aware of my own strength. You are courting death, Mu Yunxiao stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Chen Changan let out a derisive laugh. I am fully aware of my master's prowess. As for you, we shall see. Without further ado, he launched an all-out attack, directing a sword aura swiftly towards Mu Yunxiao. Mu Yunxiao's expression shifted, and she evaded the strike with a quick movement. Oh, I nearly forgot. This is your illusion. It won't be easy to kill you here, Chen Changan remarked with a smile upon realizing his attack had missed. You, how did you come to this realization? As soon as Chen Changan uttered the words illusion, Mu Yunxiao understood that he had discerned the truth. As the disguise proved futile, it was time to be forthright. It too was curious as to why Chen Changan had discerned the flaw so swiftly. After all, from its perspective, there seemed to be no obvious telltale signs. Your explanation, in truth, seems plausible. It is not entirely impossible. But are you aware of where you erred? Chen Changan inquired with a smile. Where? My master. Never explains. She merely responds with a swift kick. What? Never explains? At that moment, the entity realized that from the instant it began to offer an explanation, Chen Changan had already detected the inconsistency. It had not anticipated that despite its efforts to avoid mentioning potentially problematic matters, issues still arose. So what if you have uncovered my ruse? Do you believe you can still escape from here? Once ensnared in my illusion, you can only depart on the day of your demise. The day of my demise? Chen Changan was equally intrigued. When would that day truly arrive? Yet one thing was certain, it was not now. You possess the ability to draw me into your illusion. That is indeed impressive. However, that is where your prowess ends. Do you think you can kill me? You are sorely mistaken. Shatter. How is this possible? Your soul. Chen Changan's soul was immensely powerful. As he sought to extricate himself from the illusion, the entity was utterly powerless to impede him. Instead, its own soul suffered grievously. At the moment the illusion shattered, Chen Changan beheld an enormous crimson tree before him. This crimson tree appeared to be the most terrifying entity within the forest of life and death. To kill or not to kill. Those who cannot be slain shall be ensnared in the illusion until they wither away. I must admit, your strategy is commendable, but alas, this time you have encountered me, Chen Changan remarked with a wry smile as he gazed at the crimson tree. Please, do not kill me. I am not ready to die. The crimson tree, having existed for countless years, had evolved into a tree spirit, possessing not only intelligence, but also a formidable soul. Should a common person venture here, they would indeed struggle to escape the illusion it conjured. Not ready to die? Very well. My purpose in this forest of life and death is not solely to end your life. Where can I find a cleansing grass? I require it, Chen Changan inquired. I know everything within this forest of life and death. I shall assist you in locating the cleansing grass at once. You demonstrate some wit. Communicating with sentient beings is refreshing. At least it fears death and knows how to respond accordingly. This, in turn, saved Chen Changan considerable time. Before long, a blood corpse appeared, bringing several stalks of cleansing grass, placing them before Chen Changan before swiftly departing. You can command and control everything within this forest of life and death. Chen Changan asked, intrigued. Indeed, these blood corpses are under my command, and the other scarlet trees heed my orders as well. It is evident that this particular scarlet tree is the sovereign of the realm of life and death. However, its strength is lacking, with the only formidable aspect being its soul. Consequently, it can merely control the blood corpses and the other scarlet trees to inflict harm upon the humans who venture here, leaving it with no alternative but to rely on illusions as its last means of survival. Upon encountering someone with a soul as powerful as Chen Changan, it finds itself utterly bereft of options. The Scarlet Tree King is perplexed. The true lethal force lies in the blood evil energy, so why is Chen Changan seemingly unaffected? How long have I been in this illusion? Chen Changan inquired. Although it appears that not much time has passed within the illusion, the reality is quite different. Not even a day, came the response. Has it been that long? With limited time at his disposal, Chen Changan hastily stowed away the clear evil grass and addressed the Scarlet Tree King. I shall depart now. Clear a path for me and do not waste my time. Depart? You intend to leave so soon? The Scarlet Tree King eagerly wished for Chen Changan to vacate the premises, for its anxiety would otherwise persist. Very well. I shall make arrangements at once. With a mere thought, the Scarlet Tree King removed all obstacles from Chen Changan's path. Having departed, we likely shall not meet again. Very well, very well. This is unfortunate. I shall miss you. Chen Changan chuckled lightly, refraining from further intimidating the Scarlet Tree King, and with a swift motion, he soared towards the direction of the forgotten city.